If you liked this clip, thank you for visiting the Light Novel Podcast channel. Remember to click like, subscribe, and the notification bell, in order to avoid missing the time when the Light Novel Podcast channel will upload the upcoming clip. If you find this story amusing, leave a comment under the video saying so and help each other like it to get to 1,000 likes for me. Let's listen to the rest of this sentence. The ad channel has extremely few likes and followers. Chapter 351 Game of Question and Answer. Chapter 351 Game of Question and Answer. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. After a full half-hour of uninterrupted silence, Klein opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. He took his cane, put on his hat, and left the cathedral, taking a rental carriage back to Minsk Street in the dark. At this moment, the vigilance and surveillance of the surrounding area had inevitably relaxed, turning into the shadows under the light of the gas lamps. Shortly after midnight, Klein took out his key, opened the door to his house, and entered the empty guest rooms to search for the Book of Secrets. It didn't take him much effort to find the old book, bound in thick goatskin, in the wardrobe in a room on the first floor. The hardcover of the book was dark black, with 2 lines of Hermes written in crimson. Book of Secrets. Klarman. Phew. Klein exhaled but was in no rush to read the book. Instead, he quickly constructed a wall of spirituality in the room, summoning and responding to himself via a ritual, and then he threw Azek's copper whistle, the master key, the all-black eye, the Beyonder bullets, the bottle of biological poison, the werewolf Beyonder characteristic, the Book of Secrets, and even all the vessels above the gray fog. He planned on waiting for the commotion to subside before deciding on which to take out and which to carry. After doing all this, he didn't even bother to study the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or the bottle of biological poison. He simply washed up and laid in bed. There were 2 reasons for doing so. Firstly, reading the book was too time-consuming. It was very easy to bring trouble to his body in the real world on this rather uncalm night. Secondly, Klein was aware of his current weakness, which was that the speed at which his spirituality was growing wasn't enough to satisfy his ever-increasing Beyonder powers and mystical items. After such an intense battle, his spirituality was already drained. His head was aching, and he was drowsy. Yes, the one thing that places the greatest burden on my spirituality are the paper figurine substitutes, followed by the creation of the sun holy water with the sun brooch, but it wasn't used tonight. Next in the list is holy water creation and flaming jump. Klein yawned and used cogitation to get rid of the state of extreme tiredness and tenseness that prevented him from falling asleep. In less than 10 seconds, he entered the land of dreams as various fragmented scenes appeared alternately before him. In the clearing surrounded by the abandoned warehouses, the machinery hive mind came and went before coming again. The person in charge of investigating this incident went from being a team captain to an expert at the rank of deacon. Ecancer Bernard's brown hair remained unkempt and stuck out stubbornly, making it impossible to hide them even with a hat on. This led to many members of the machinery hive mind to secretly joke that the deacon probably used a balm to style his hair. At this moment, Ecancer, with his cut jaw and facial features, was holding a silver mirror with ancient patterns on it. On each side of the mirror was an eye-like ornament. They were built on the foundation of a black gem which looked serene and charming. Ecancer surveyed the area and said, although the rats in the sewers are experts at interfering with divination and mediumship and had already dealt with the scene effectively, this is a mysterious Beyonder world, and there is no way to guarantee a 100% success. As he spoke, he looked at the silver mirror in his hand as he used his right hand to touch its surface thrice. After pausing for 2 seconds, Ecancer took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Respected Rhodes, my question is, who were the participants in the incident that just happened here?" The surrounding darkness suddenly thickened, and the surface of the silver mirror began to ripple with aqueous light. Soon, a scene appeared in the silver mirror. Amidst the rising flames, there was a figure floating in the air. He was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a half-top hat. His body was distorted, and his face was indistinct. Furthermore, his face was smeared with paint. Beneath his feet, flames rose up and engulfed him. As the aqueous light flashed, the scene changed. A middle-aged man in a dark red cloak appeared. His arm was burning with resplendent flames, but his head was hidden in the darkness. Scene after scene was played out in front of their eyes. They saw a woman with a complicated black regal dress and messy blonde hair. However, her face was completely transparent, as if she didn't exist. Beside this lady were two men with black fur all over their bodies. Only their backs could be seen as they were being pulled by strange arms. Finally, the changes came to an end as it fixed onto the blazing flames that soared into the sky. The fireworks bloomed in a splendid and resplendent fashion as they lit up the entire scene. In this dreamlike scene, the man in the black double-breasted frock coat appeared once again. Twisting and retracting, he faced forward, pressed his hat to his chest, and bowed slightly. Not only was his face extremely blurry after being interfered with, but it also presented a glisten of oil. Just as Icancer was about to ask his teammates for their opinions, several lines of text in ancient Fasak appeared on the surface of the mirror. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask the question. If you answer wrong or lie, you will be punished. The word punishment was blood red, as if it were dripping with liquid. The expression on Icancer's face was twisted at first before it turned abnormally serious. Soon after, the mirror's aqueous light flashed and a new line of text appeared. What's your sexual orientation? Icancer was stunned as he felt the gazes of his surrounding team members all land on him. 6 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The sleeping Klein awoke to the punctual church bells. According to his usual habits, he would just turn around and continue sleeping until it was almost 8 o'clock. But this time, he immediately sat up and looked around. Yeah, I didn't get raided on the pretext of checking my gas meter. He let out a sigh of relief, and without even bothering to clean himself, he got off the bed and took 4 steps counterclockwise to go above the gray fog. He wanted to study his spoils from last night. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein started from the simplest. He picked up the dark green fong and observed it for a few seconds. Then, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination sentence, its effects. This didn't mean that divination could be used as a substitute for experimentation. With the fact that he held the item in his possession, and how he knew a lot about prisoner, lunatic, and werewolf from Sharon and Marek, he believed that it was enough for him to attempt to gain some revelations from it. After reciting the statement, he quickly entered the dreamland and witnessed one scene after another. A vicious wound appeared on Werewolf Tyre's stomach, and his intestines flowed out as they were dragged across the ground. However, he only washed it with water and stuffed the intestines back into his stomach. He pinched both sides of the wound, and in the end, the wound actually healed. Under the perfect red moon, he faced the sky and let out a long howl. Black fur grew out of his body, inch by inch, and the fangs in his mouth were distinct. He waved his claws and cracked the steel plate that wasn't considered thin. He ran wildly through the wilderness, increasing the gap between him and the group of pursuing gray wolves as he ran further and further away. He made the attendants, whose eyes were glazed but cold, charge at their enemies without fear of death. He also used a variety of weapons to kill people, including bombs, and he became stronger as he lost his reasoning while in his enraged state. Opening his eyes, Klein roughly understood the characteristics of a werewolf and grasped the hidden dangers of this beyonder characteristic. Werewolf Tyre had been under the full moon's illumination, allowing him to be unrestrained towards his desires. After his death, he left a relatively strong spiritual mark, so those beyonders, who would use this beyonder characteristic to concoct a potion to advance themselves to the next sequence, had to resist this kind of effect at an early stage, otherwise, they would show signs of losing control. However, the negative effects had yet to reach the level of a sealed artifact, and the beyonder characteristic left behind by the werewolf could still be used as the main ingredient for a potion. That's good. Unfortunately, Zombie Jack's beyonder characteristic has been swallowed by that strange door. I wonder where it leads to and if there's a way to get it back. Klein put down the dark green fong, feeling both regret and sadness for his loss, before picking up the bottom of brown translucent biological poison. He repeated the same procedure and performed a dream divination, but this time he didn't have the confidence to gain a detailed revelation. Therefore, he changed the divination statement to its positive and negative effects. In the gray gloom of the dream world, Klein once again saw tragic scenes. Someone fell to the ground, scratching himself and ripping off his skin, flesh, and even bones. Another person held his head, his eyes losing focus while his auras weakened. One kept vomiting. Towards the end, the person who died was convulsing. Someone burst out laughing so hard that he couldn't even breathe. Some people stopped fighting and looked at each other. Then, they hugged and kissed each other. When the scene reached the end, the translucent brown bottle was placed into a cup with water. The transparent liquid inside gradually turned amber in color and was drunk. The person holding onto the bottle of biological poison was weakened at first before coughing. Then, he touched his forehead. He found himself scalding as his condition turned for the worse. The dream quickly ended. Klein tapped his finger on the edge of the long table as he attempted to interpret the revelation with great difficulty. According to Steve, the earlier revelations mean that after the biological poison's bottle lid is removed, it would keep emanating its poison. As for which poison the opponent gets inflicted by, it's completely random, and even the wielder is unable to control it? The poison inside is really quite abominable. The effective range of the poison cannot be deciphered via a revelation. Soaking it in water and drinking the amber liquid in advance would prevent one from getting poisoned? But how many minutes should the soaking take? Even if the person holding the biological poison bottle doesn't open the lid, their bodies would get worse as they slowly get infected, and the ailments become serious? What's the exact cutoff time? Klein rubbed his forehead, intending to do some experiments above the gray fog when he was free, but he didn't know if the biological poison bottle was effective in there. For example, in his current spirit-body state, he wasn't afraid of being poisoned at all. I'll leave it at this. I'll study it in detail in the future. Klein turned his attention to the Book of Secrets, which was bound in goatskin. He then casually flipped to the first page. It was a title page with simple patterns on it but with nothing written on it. Flipping another page, Klein finally saw the opening line of the Book of Secrets: "We worship the moon, not the evernight goddess." Chapter 352 Breakfast. Chapter 352 Breakfast. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Another statement about only worshipping the moon and not the goddess? Klein couldn't help but have a look of contemplation. The last time he heard about such matters was when he was learning about the life school of thought. He never expected that the Shaman King, who had lived his entire life in the southern continent, would also have a similar point of view. In the Pale Era, at the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Berserk Sea became a veritable reality. Thus, the northern and southern continent were cut off from each other, and the life school of thought was formed in the early Fifth Epoch. Obviously, it was impossible for the life school of thought to extend itself to the southern continent before Roselle sent his men to find a safe sea route. Shaman King Klarman was a historical figure who was active in an era more than 1,000 years before the northern continent's invasion. In other words, the two Beyonder factions, which were in different continents, had no way of communicating with each other and had chosen to worship the moon itself and ignore the evernight goddess at almost the same period of time. Such a coincidence inadvertently made one consider why. Could it be that the birth of a new god had taken away a portion of the authority related to the moon? But, as a deity, he shouldn't be so obscure and unknown. In other words, although the goddess had snatched the authority of the moon, the followers of the primordial moon god had survived. They had been passed down from the Fourth Epoch or even the Third Epoch. Even after the separation of the northern continent and southern continent, they blossomed into two groups, one helmed by the Shaman King, the other by the life school of thought? Klein made a rough guess, but he was troubled by the lack of clues to narrow the scope. He gave up thinking about it for the time being and quickly skimmed through the rest of the contents of the Book of Secrets. In the preamble, Shaman King Klarman said, very directly, that many of the rituals, deeds, astromancy, and summoning techniques in the book had originated from a primitive worship of the moon and described the corresponding honorific names in detail: the one and only red moon, the symbol of life and beauty, the mother of all spiritual forces. There's actually an honorable name. However, it lacks the more popular descriptions like those of the Evernight Goddess or Mother Earth. If there really is such a hidden god, his followers would inevitably develop a simpler title to address him that's more suitable for praise than the worship of the primitive moon. Klein sensed something amiss as he began to analyze it with his own knowledge on mysticism. Besides, using the Lady of Crimson to hold a ritual would very obviously direct it at the goddess. But using an honorable name which is very similar but more detailed would circumvent the goddess, pointing it to the source of their power, the primitive moon. I wonder what arcane existence it is. Klein thought with wonder and alarm. Due to his lack of time, he skimmed through the details and found that, as Shaman King Klarman had said so himself, many of the deeds and rituals were directed at the moon. For Klein, it wasn't a cause for concern. He didn't plan on copying them wholesale and end up provoking the primitive moon which he had no idea about. What he wanted to learn was the overall structure, design, and details of the deeds and rituals. Only by mastering the underlying rules could he come up with his own secret deeds, rituals, astromancy, and summoning techniques that pointed to the King of Yellow and Black. Perhaps in the far future, I'll have my own mysticism system. Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his wrist and finally confirmed the authenticity of the Book of Secrets. After receiving a clear answer, he was in no hurry to use the werewolf's beyonder characteristic to divine a formula. After all, he wasn't able to sell it, and for the same reason, he decided to delay the research of the biological poison bottle for a while. He quickly returned to the real world and drew the curtains. He saw the sun, which wasn't capable of illuminating the land. It was hidden behind the clouds and fog, looking somewhat pale. Achoo! Suddenly, Klein covered his nose and mouth, and he sneezed. Only then did he realize that his head was aching and burning. He felt lightheaded and had seemingly caught a cold. I actually fell ill as a Sequence 7 Beyonder. Klein pulled out a piece of paper and sniffed. He carefully thought back for a moment and quickly understood the reason. The negative effects of the biological poison bottle would gradually weaken the possessor and result in an illness. If it was carried around even longer, then it might even lead to death. And this effect couldn't be eliminated with the use of spirituality seals. Last night, Klein's spirituality was almost nearly emptied after the battle. While his body was still weak from the poison, he still carried the biological poison bottle with him and hid in Lever Cathedral for half an hour. Adding the time spent on his return to Minsk Street, and he had embarrassingly fallen ill. Thankfully, it's not serious. It doesn't affect anything. Klein sneezed again as he prepared to soak himself in a hot bath. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he specially fried an egg to reward himself. The fragrance was truly tantalizing. A Shaman King's Book of Secrets and the biological poison bottle, a mystical item that's not worse than the sun brooch, as well as a Sequence 7 werewolf's beyonder characteristic. I made quite a killing this time. It's just a pity that I didn't manage to obtain the zombie beyonder characteristic. Klein sat by the side of the dining table. As he ate, he did a tally of his spoils. What made his heart ache was the fact that he had used a total of 11 beyonder bullets, each worth nearly 10 pounds. That is to say, I burned 100 pounds. It's really like throwing money to deal damage. It's no wonder most low and mid-sequence beyonders are so desperate for money. Klein glanced down at his breakfast. They added up to only a few pence. After breakfast, Klein idly read the newspapers, sneezing from time to time as he wiped his nose and mouth with a piece of tissue paper. As soon as the church bell stopped chiming at 8 o'clock, his doorbell rang. Klein wasn't surprised to see the reporter for the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. The reporter with beautiful blue eyes and a thin mustache, but with rather rough skin, took off his hat and greeted him. Then he went straight to the point. Detective Moriarty, do you have time to take the job? Although he had a cold, he still needed to take on jobs like usual to avoid suspicion from anyone during this period of time. Klein, who had just finished a job, smiled and said, I'm slightly ill, but that doesn't affect my fighting or shooting skills. Mike suddenly smiled and said, thank you for your help. Let's set off now. Detective Moriarty, have you had breakfast? I'll treat you. As your employer, I should be in charge of providing you your meals today. Inviting me to breakfast? Klein was startled. I just finished eating. But I suggest you go to East Borough to have breakfast there. That way, you can see a lot of things. I'll just need a cup of coffee when we're there. No problem. Mike pointed outside. The carriage I hired is waiting. Klein sized him up and said, Sir, you'd better change into something a little worse, otherwise, there will be lots of work for me. Mike looked down at his tweed coat and said with some realization, This is too eye-catching? It is in East Borough. Klein pointed into his place. I have some specially prepared clothes. We are about the same size. Mike couldn't help but exclaim, You really are a professional. Professional criminal? Klein lampooned. After changing into ordinary workers' clothes, the two boarded the carriage and headed for the outskirts of East Borough. Achoo! Klein pulled out another piece of tissue paper, wiped his mouth and nose, and blew his nose. Since there was no trash can nearby, he folded the tissue paper properly and stuffed it back into his pocket. The food in this coffee shop is okay. Of course, this is relative to the residents of East Borough. Klein pointed to the slightly greasy coffee shop at the corner of the street. He occasionally came here for breakfast whenever he spent the night at his one-bedroom apartment that was nearby. Looks like it's a pretty good restaurant. Mike didn't think it was a coffee shop. It was already past 9 o'clock and there were very few customers in the coffee shop. East Borough residents typically finished their breakfast at around 7 and began to work or to look for work. After accompanying Mike as he ordered stewed beef with potatoes, bread, and coffee, Klein looked around for a window seat. At that moment, he saw an acquaintance, the elderly man he had helped while pretending to be a journalist. He was the one who brought me here in the first place. Why is he only having breakfast now? As Klein thought, he turned to Mike and said, You have an interviewee. As he spoke, he carried his coffee cup to the tramp. The man was wearing the same thick jacket as before. His grizzled hair was oily, and his beard was obvious. However, he no longer looked tired, and his face was no longer as appallingly pale as before. Good morning, we meet again. Klein sat down across him and greeted him, noticing that his breakfast was black bread with a large cup of cheap tea that was worth a penny. The elderly man raised his head, took a close look, and said in pleasant surprise, Mr. Reporter, it's you? Klein laughed dryly, pointed at Mike and said, This is my colleague, he wants to do a deeper investigation on my previous interview. Being an experienced and knowledgeable reporter, Mike didn't say anything further when he heard that. All he did was nod with a smile and greeted the elderly man. As for the matter of Detective Moriarty pretending to be a reporter, it wasn't like he had only found out about it today. He was the one who had lent him his fake reporter's identification. So you really are a reporter? The elderly man blurted out in astonishment. But that doesn't stop you from being a kind-hearted person. Klein smiled and asked, How have you been recently? The elderly man drank a mouthful of tea and said, Thanks to your help, I finally had a good night's sleep and ate my fill, so I wasn't that weak. My original plan was to go back to my original job making shoes, but they didn't want me. They said my hands shook. He lowered his head and chuckled, skipping that episode. Later, I went down to the docks and found some work. It was tiring, but at least I made money. I've already rented a spot in someone's house for only 6.5 pence a week. Of course, I can only sleep there at night. Well, that's how working at the dock is like. I went early today and ate nothing. I raised my hand and shouted my name and the supervisor's name, but I wasn't chosen, so I had to come back here. Fortunately, there's still a chance in the afternoon. Those people in the morning might be busy till late and won't be fighting against us for those jobs. Klein listened quietly, occasionally taking a sip of the bad coffee. As for Mike, he took out a pen and paper and quickly made notes. Chapter 353, Today is quite different from yesterday. Chapter 353, Today is quite different from yesterday. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Finally, the elderly man, with gray hair by his temples, took a sip of tea and sighed with a smile. In truth, this is already much better than my previous situation, and it's much better than many of the people here. For instance, he pointed out the window to the tramps huddled in a corner. Klein and Mike looked over and saw a group of cowering tramps lying on the ground in a filthy place that provided shelter from the wind. They were of all sexes and ages. It was possible for them to never wake up again in the coldness of late autumn. It was then that Klein noticed an old woman in her 60s standing by the street. Her dress was old and worn, but she was relatively neat, and her hair was neatly trimmed. The white-haired old lady had the usual tired look of a tramp, but she still persisted in not squeezing together with the group. Instead, she slowly walked by the roadside, occasionally gazing into the coffee shop numbly. She's also a pitiful person. The former tramp who had eaten the leftover black bread also noticed the old lady inside. She was said to have led quite a good life in the past. Her husband was a grain merchant and had a very spirited child, but unfortunately, he went bankrupt and her husband and child died not long after. She's different from us, really, and you can tell at a glance. Sigh, she won't be able to hold on much longer, unless she's lucky to be admitted into the workhouse every time. As he listened, Mike's expression changed from quiet to somber. He slowly let out a sigh and said, "I want to interview her. Can you invite her for me? She can eat and drink whatever she wants here." The man wasn't surprised by this request. He merely looked at Klein and Mike separately, as if to say, "The both of you are indeed colleagues." "Yes, I'm sure she would like that." He drank his tea, got up, and walked out of the greasy coffee shop. Not long after, the elderly woman in her old but tidy dress followed him in. Her pale face slightly lightened thanks to the warmth of the coffee shop. She continued to tremble, as if she wanted to release the coldness in her body, bit by bit, and absorb the relatively high temperature within the coffee shop. Even after she sat down on the chair, it still took her a full minute before she could truly warm up. "You can order whatever you want. This is the reward for accepting this interview," Klein spoke on Mike's behalf. After Mike nodded, the old lady modestly ordered toast, low-quality cream, and coffee. Then she smiled and said, "I heard that one cannot eat greasy food after not having eaten in a while." Very polite, very self-restrained, not like a tramp at all. Klein sighed silently. Before the food arrived, Mike asked casually, "Can you talk about how you became a tramp?" The old lady revealed a look of reminiscence and said with a bitter smile, "My husband was a grain merchant who mainly bought all kinds of grain from domestic farmers, but we rapidly went bankrupt ever since the Grain Act was repealed. He wasn't very young to begin with. After suffering that setback, his body quickly collapsed. Not long after, he passed away. My child, a brilliant young man, had been learning the ropes of doing business from his father. He couldn't suffer the blow, and he ended up jumping into the Tussock River on a moonless night. His first suicide didn't work. He was sent to the magistrate's court, and the police and judges were very impatient, feeling that he was wasting their time. If you want to commit suicide, please do so quietly and successfully. Don't trouble us. Yes, that was probably what they wanted to say, but they found it too direct. My child was put in prison. Not long after, he committed suicide for the second time and succeeded. The old lady spoke very calmly, as though it wasn't something that had happened to her. But for some reason, Klein felt a deep sense of sorrow. Nothing is more lamentable than a dead heart. He suddenly recalled the saying he had heard in his previous life. In this world, suicide was not only prohibited by the churches, but it was a punishable crime. As for the reason, Klein knew very well why. First of all, many suicides were committed by jumping into a river, and without being discovered in time, there was a certain probability of them turning into a water ghost. Second, the suicider often had very abnormal emotions. Thus, under such states, ending their lives was equivalent to a sacrificial offering which could resonate with particular strange and terrifying existences. Thus, their corpses and certain objects that were around after them after their deaths would carry strange curses that harmed others. This was probably where the misfortune cloth puppet behind Tinjin City's Cheney Skate came from. Therefore, the 7 Orthodox churches forbade their believers from committing suicide through their own doctrine, and the royal family also promoted the corresponding legislation. Of course, this seemed ridiculous to Klein. How could a suicider be afraid of punishment by the law? While Mike was taking notes, he was about to say something when the owner of the coffee shop brought the food over. "Fill your stomach first, we'll talk later." Mike pointed to the toast. "All right." The old lady ate the food in small bites, appearing very cultured. Having not ordered much, she quickly finished her meal. After reluctantly drinking the last mouthful of coffee, she rubbed her temples and pleaded, "Can I get some sleep first? It's too cold outside." "No problem," Mike answered without hesitation. The old lady thanked him gratefully a few times before she sat down on the chair and curled up into a ball as she fell asleep. Mike looked at the man beside him and said, "You seem to be very familiar with this place. I wish to hire you as our guide. How's 3 soldi for the day?" "I'm sorry, I forgot to ask for your name." The man quickly shook his head and said, No, that is too much. I only earn 1 soldi a day most of the time at the dock. Just call me Old Kohler. Then, 2 soldi a day." "You deserve it," Mike decided firmly. After witnessing this strange bargaining, Klein blew into a piece of tissue and was about to drink another cup of coffee, when he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He turned to look at the old lady who was curled up, asleep on the chair. Her face, which had turned ruddy due to the coffee, was pale again. The colors of her aura and moods had vanished. Klein stood up and subconsciously extended his hand to check the old lady's breathing. As Mike and Kohler looked at him in surprise, he said heavily, "She's dead." Mike opened his mouth, but no words came out. Kohler tapped his chest thrice and said with a bitter smile, "I knew she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Such things happen every day in East Borough. At least she filled her stomach and died in a warm place. I hope it will be the same for me in the future." Klein was silent for a moment before he said, "Kohler, go and get the police." "All right." Kohler tapped his chest thrice once more and ran out of the coffee shop. The boss glanced over but didn't come over. It was as though it wasn't something he needed to concern himself with. After a while, a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform, carrying a baton and revolver, entered the coffee shop. He looked at the dead old lady, asked Mike and Klein a few questions, then he waved his hand and said, "That's all there is to this. The 3 of you can leave after I get someone to collect the corpse." "That's it?" Mike blurted out in surprise. He was obviously not very familiar with East Borough. The policeman sneered. "Such incidents happen in large numbers every day in East Borough." He rolled his eyes and looked at Klein and Mike. "You don't look like people from around here. Who are you? What's your identity?" Mike produced his press identification, and Klein said that he was a private detective responsible for protecting him. The policeman's face turned serious as he looked at Klein and said, "I suspect that you're carrying a gun illegally. I want to search your belongings. Please cooperate with me, otherwise, it will be considered a case of resisting arrest." Mike was suddenly worried because he knew that private detectives were usually unlawfully possessing firearms. Klein expressionlessly spread out his hands. "All right." He let the policeman search him, but nothing was found on him. After the old lady's corpse was taken away, the disappointed policeman left. Mike clenched his fist and pounded on the table. A living person just died here, yet, all he cares about is investigating the unlawful possession of firearms. Upon saying this, Mike looked at Klein and asked, puzzled, "You didn't bring a gun?" Klein shook his head, pulled out his holster and revolver from under the table, and said calmly, "As a detective, I have a lot of experience in this area." As a magician, he could place the revolver right in front of someone and make it impossible for the person to notice it. Moreover, since he didn't buy any ordinary bullets, the Beyonder bullets were temporarily left above the gray fog. His revolver was currently empty, but this didn't stop him from shooting with his revolver. All he needed to do was to use his mouth to emulate a bang when he pulled the trigger. Upon seeing this, Old Kohler whispered from the side, "So you're a detective?" Klein pointed at Mike and casually explained, "I was also entrusted with a mission by this gentleman the last time as well." Mike sat there without refuting. After a moment of silence, he said, "Although I've investigated the gangs and witnessed the miserable life of some prostitutes, I'm not familiar with the situation in East Borough. Please help me open my eyes to this place, allowing me to see if there are any problems with this investigation plan." As he spoke, he took a few sheets of paper from the inside pocket of his clothes and spread them out on the coffee shop table. Klein glanced at him. "Interviews with East Borough residents of different ages? That's too troublesome. I think we can divide it according to location. In better apartments, 5 or 6 people squeeze into a one-room apartment. Others stay in the corner of a street that's sheltered from the wind, park benches, bars, and workhouses. In addition, they can be segregated by what time they begin work, and when their rest times are." Mike listened carefully and nodded. "Not a bad idea. What do you think, Kohler?" Old Kohler pinched his nose and said, "I can't read, but I think whatever Mr. Detective said seems alright." Mike thought about it, changed his plan, and said, "Then let's go to a nearby apartment and make a random selection." Chapter 354 Tales of an Adventure in East Borough. Chapter 354 Tales of an Adventure in East Borough. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Backlands, East Borough, at an intersection. Mike Joseph saw a number of pitiful-looking children in rags along the street. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and planned to head over to give them some pennies. However, his action was stopped by the former tramp, Old Kohler. "They're thieves." "Thieves? What about their parents? Or are they controlled by the gangs?" As a senior journalist, Mike had never been to the East Borough, but he had heard of instances of a few gangs controlling street children to steal and beg. Parents? They either don't have parents, or their parents were once thieves, or might still be thieves. Of course, Mr. Reporter, you're right, many of them are under the control of gangs, and it's said that the gangs will teach them how to steal. For example, they will hang a gentleman's coat on a wall, put a handkerchief in the pocket, and hang a pocket watch on the outside, and through repeated practice, the children will attempt to steal the handkerchief without shaking the pocket watch. This is what I heard from others while at the workhouse when I was homeless. Old Kohler babbled on, "I remember the youngest thief ever caught on this street was only 6 years old. Sigh, 6 years old. He seemed to recall his child who was lost to a disease and couldn't help but take out a cigarette from his pocket. He couldn't bring himself to smoke it, so all he did was take a sniff." 6 years old. Mike was stunned by this number. Klein quietly listened and sighed. "This is East Borough." He looked around, composed himself, and said, "This place is closer to the jungle than to human society. Our interview has to be treated as an adventure. You have to learn how to avoid the territory of dangerous creatures, but you must also avoid those little things that don't seem to be too harmful to you. Well, I'm talking about mosquitoes in the jungle. Mike, if you expose the thickness of your wallet to those kids, then even if you protect it well and don't let them steal it, robbery is a destined outcome during the rest of the adventure. If you dare to resist, then perhaps there will be one more body floating in the Tussock River tomorrow morning." Mr. Detective, you're absolutely right. There are so many people in East Borough. No one pays notice to the few missing people every day, Old Kohler agreed. Mike listened intently for a few seconds, and after a few seconds of silence, he suddenly said, 1.35 million. Ha! Because of his cold, Klein's throat was obviously a little hoarse. Mike stepped forward and said, "This is a preliminary estimate of the population count of East Borough. But I know that there's definitely more than that." "That many?" Old Kohler was startled. Although he had experienced the days and nights in East Borough and knew that there were a lot of residents here, he didn't expect there to be this many. "This is several times the population of Tingen City." Klein subconsciously compared it with the place that was most familiar to him. He looked at the intersection a few steps away and asked, "Which way should we go next?" Old Kohler looked up and said, "Definitely not straight. That area is under the control of the Zmanger gang. They're very vicious and completely unreasonable. If they discover any reporters doing interviews, then they'll definitely beat us up. The Zmanger gang? Isn't that the brainless gang that caused me to lose 10,000 pounds? He was some kind of executioner. I don't even remember his name. Fortunately, the 10,000 pounds was eventually exchanged for the Sears corresponding sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas and the all-black eye, as well as the Intis ambassador's life. I wonder who ended up obtaining the manuscript of the third-generation difference engine. Klein instantly recalled what had happened early last month. Zmanger gang? The gang that is mainly composed of Highlanders? Mike asked thoughtfully. Mr. Reporter, have you heard of them? Old Kohler asked in surprise. Mike sneered. They're involved in a lot of cases, and they have some reputation outside Eastborough as well. It's said that one of the members was involved in a case of Intis espionage. The person next to you was the person in question, the person who made the report, and also the victim. Klein silently added. If you gentlemen know about the Zmanger gang, then why doesn't the police arrest them? Old Kohler asked from his viewpoint of someone at the bottom of society. Mike's expression suddenly turned a little awkward, and he coughed twice. We can only capture those who have committed crimes. There is no evidence for the rest, so we can't arrest them. Moreover, Eastborough is so broad, and there are so many people. It would be hard to find anyone who is bent on hiding. As he spoke, he sighed. It's easy to destroy one's Zmanger gang, but as long as a Highlander comes to Backland, and if they keep up their strong tradition of being combative while failing to find any other means of earning a living, it's only a matter of time before a new Zmanger gang appears. This is a complex social issue. Klein pointed to the left and right. Pick one. Old Kohler looked at the right side of the street. That's where the Proscrito gang is active. As long as we don't provoke the girls who do business on the streets or in the bars, they won't notice us. It's still morning, so there shouldn't be any problems. They're still sleeping. The word proscrito meant outlaw in the Lone language, so it could be said that the gang who gave itself such a name was pretty self-aware. Klein and Mike had no objection to this, and with the guide leading the way, they entered the district. The buildings here were relatively better. The streets were less squalid, and the air was filled with the smells of oyster soup, fried fish, ginger beer, and the smell of various food and beverages left behind by street vendors, as well as the fishy smell of fish-related products. While walking here, Klein felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to Tingen City, to Iron Cross Street, and to the street outside the apartment where he had originally lived in. The only difference was that Backland was closer to the sea and had more traffic. There was a lot more fish. This is a relatively good apartment in this area. Back when I loitered around here, I discovered that the gentlemen and ladies inside are all, quite clean. Old Kohler pointed to a pale yellow 3-story building. As they got closer, they noticed a sign hanging in front of the apartment. It had a picture of a pocket watch, a clock, and a screwdriver, with the words watch repair. A watch craftsman lives here? Klein dug up a similar scene from the memory fragments of the original Klein. Back then, Benson, Melissa, and himself had gone to somewhere similar to repair the silver pocket watch which his father had left behind, but despite repairing it several times, it would quickly break. This continued until Melissa fiddled with it and ultimately fully repaired it. It became the most decent thing on Klein's person during that period of time. After Klein's death, the pocket watch, which had both monetary and sentimental value, was not buried with him. It should now belong to Benson, right? I wonder if he will think of me every time he takes out that pocket watch. Klein suddenly blinked and curled the corner of his lips. Probably. Mike wasn't sure. If anything went wrong with his pocket watch, it was usually sent to the original watch store he bought it from. The store would then send it to a repairman or to a craftsman who had partnered with them. As soon as they entered the apartment, they saw a middle-aged man with a messy beard. The gentleman had just come out of the bathroom and was about to return to his room. When he saw the three strangers come in, he hurriedly asked, "Do you want to repair something?" What a coincidence! We actually met the craftsman immediately. Klein was slightly puzzled. Mike took out his pocket watch, smiled, and said, "Yes, my pocket watch has recently not been keeping time well. Can you help me take a look?" He didn't reveal his identity and planned to interview him over some casual chit-chat. The middle-aged man immediately revealed a smile and led them into a two-bedroom apartment which had its door half concealed. He pointed at a chair beside the table and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go get my tools." "Your tools are not at home?" Mike asked in surprise. The watch craftsman shook his head and laughed. "How is that possible? A set of tools is very expensive. There's no way I can buy them on my own. The only way is to pool everyone's money together to buy 3 or 4 sets, and whoever has business will use them. So, we moved in together. Haha, it's more convenient this way. If we live too far away, we will have to spend extra time and pay for the public carriage to borrow the tools." As he spoke, he left the room and walked to the side. So it isn't a coincidence that we met a watch craftsman. Many of the residents here are of this profession. Klein was suddenly enlightened. Old Kohler looked around the room and enviously said, "Before I fell ill, I lived in such a place as well. My wife would help others sew clothes at home. And my two children. Mike sighed and lowered his voice. "I thought watch craftsmen were rich." "Me too," Klein covered his mouth. After a cordial exchange with several of the apartment's residents, Klein and the others once again embarked on their adventure. They had walked about 100 meters when they heard people quarreling along the street. The two women were using all sorts of obscenities against each other, allowing Klein to learn many words he had never heard before. The reason for their argument was that the one on the left accused the woman on the right for making the apartment they lived in dirty and noisy. The woman on the right was scolding the woman on the left, thinking that it had nothing to do with her. After all, no one asked her to recruit guests at night and sleep during the day. "Is that a laundry maid?" Mike asked, frowning slightly. "Yes, I know her. She's a widow, helping people wash their clothes with her 2 daughters," Old Kohler answered certainly. Mike thought for a few seconds and said, "Take me to their place." Old Kohler nodded and led the two of them around the argument before they entered the dilapidated apartment building that was obviously inferior to the one they had just seen. As soon as he arrived outside the laundry maid's room, Klein immediately felt the dampness. In the room hung dresses that were not dried yet. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was squatting in front of a large basin, scrubbing clothes that were covered in bubbles. A girl, that was younger than her, was holding a hot iron wrapped in wet linen cloth. She was carefully ironing the clothes that were done washing and drying. Her careful actions implied that she had been scalded by the steam several times. This was both their workplace and the place where they slept at night. Wet moisture permeated the room and seeped into their bodies. In addition, the stench of all kinds of smells was very distinct. "Doesn't it feel terrible?" Mike pinched his nose. Klein replied in a muffled voice, "I've got a cold." There was no humor in his words. Mike released his fingers, walked into the room, and said to the two surprised girls, "I'm a reporter. I would like to interview a laundry maid." The girl who was scrubbing the clothes shook her head numbly and said, "We have a lot of things to do and cannot afford to waste time." Mike's request for an interview was rejected. He came out with a heavy expression and silently walked back across the street. After taking a look, he pursed his lips and said, "Let's continue." City of Silver. After a thorough examination of Derek Berg, who had experienced hallucinations both visually and auditory, he was brought to the bottom of the spire. This place took in residents who showed signs of losing control, and various methods were used to save them. Walking in the gloomy and creepy corridor, he suddenly felt a strange chill. "Help!" A sharp, shrill voice suddenly sounded from a sealed room. "Help!" The voice came to a sudden halt, and then there was silence. Chapter 355 Outsider. Chapter 355 Outsider. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. This. In the eerie silence, The first thought Derek Berg had when he came back to his senses was to rescue that person. However, the two guards that held him in the middle didn't show any reaction to it, as if everything that had just happened was just his imagination. "Someone is calling out for help," the young Derek informed the two Dawn Paladins. On his left, a tall knight clad in silver armor calmly replied, "Don't be fooled. That's just the normal behavior of those Beyonders who are on the verge of losing control." "Is that so? Maybe he cried out for help because he just isn't willing to give up and lose control and become a monster," Derek thought sorrowfully. Following the change in his mood, the illusory, buzzing sound in his ears became more distinct. After silently taking a few steps forward, the Dawn Paladin from before pointed to a door on the left and said, "You will be staying here for the time being. We will bring you your food and medicine on time." As he spoke, he took out an iron-black bottle. This bottle was constructed from the remnants of the straw-like objects left over from the City of Silver's staple food, black-faced grass. Upon encountering a liquid, it would produce a thin film, thereby achieving a waterproof and sealing effect. Derek took the bottle and gulped it down, feeling a cool sensation slide down his esophagus and into his stomach. His entire being rapidly became quiet. The swaying scenes before his eyes stabilized, and the auditory hallucinations in his ears gradually weakened. Creak! At the sound of the iron door closing and locking, Derek entered his own room. The first thing he saw was a candle flickering with a faint yellow light, and then he made out a low bed, a chair, and a square table. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, the walls, including the door, were all engraved with complicated and mysterious symbols and labels. They seemed to form a complete seal. Derek's emotions were also suppressed by the medicine. He sat down on the bed without the slightest hint of curiosity before lying down. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly heard the sound of someone banging on his door. However, this didn't come from outside his room, but from his neighboring cell. Derek sat up and listened. He heard a sharp, high-pitched wail from the knocking. His hair stood on end as he abruptly stood up, taking an extremely defensive stance. At this moment, thumping sounds spread to the metal walls that were separated by two rooms, slowly smashing a protrusion. Derek was about to pray for holy light when the scene before his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed as if the entire space around him had been moved to the outside world, just in time for the lightning to streak past. The sound of the wall being smashed beside him had vanished, and the bottom of the spire regained its silence. It wasn't an absolute silence. Rather, the sound of light footsteps echoed for a long distance. It only turned silent after the echoes continued on for a long time. Derek was wondering what had happened to the Beyonder in the neighboring cell when someone knocked on the metal wall on the other side. Tack! 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 It was as if someone had bent their finger and was tapping lightly. "Who is it?" Derek asked, raising his voice in slight alarm. The knocking immediately stopped, and after a few seconds, a deep yet rather old voice was faintly transmitted. "So it turns out to be a young fellow. You are?" Seeing that the other person could communicate rationally, Derek leaned against the wall and pressed his ear against the cold metal. The elderly voice chuckled and said, "The person next to you almost lost control several times. He ultimately couldn't be saved today." "He completely lost control?" Derek asked through the metal wall, "So he's become a monster now?" "No, not a monster, but a corpse. He was finished off by the items sealed in here." The elderly voice sighed. "I've been here for 42 years. Yes, those guards told me that they've seen too many similar incidents." Derek was surprised and returned with a question, "You've been here for 42 years? Normally speaking, losing control could be divided into 3 stages. The first stage was warning signs, such as auditory and visual hallucinations. In the second stage, the person's body and mind were already out of control, and from time to time, they would display either terrifying or strange states. As for the third stage, it was a complete breakdown, transforming the rampager into a terrifying monster. The time it took from the second stage to the third stage was rather quick. Perhaps just after discovering the symptoms, one would witness a seemingly ordinary beyonder turn into a monster which could be found deep in the darkness. In other words, after a second-stage beyonder was sent to the bottom of the spire, they would either be treated with medicine, rituals, and other methods, slowly stabilizing themselves and allowing them to leave within 18 months. Otherwise, they would quickly lose control and be purged. It was impossible for anyone to be locked up for 42 years. As a first-stage beyonder, they would only take between a few days to less than 20 days to eliminate all the symptoms and leave, fully treated. The elderly voice immediately chuckled and said, "That's right, I also didn't expect that I would stay here for 42 years. I don't have any signs of losing control, but they believe I'm rather dangerous and can turn into a monster at any time." Derek frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What happened 42 years ago?" At that time, neither of his parents had been born yet. The elderly voice was silent for a moment before saying, "I was once the captain of an exploration team. We found a destroyed city about half a month away from the City of Silver. This was calculated based on our speed. That city was similar to our City of Silver. It clearly has traces of it being ruled by giants, and it also believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Unfortunately, they were destroyed countless years ago." Derek wasn't a stranger to such matters. He immediately guessed, because you encountered some strange incidents there, you were determined to be at risk of losing control? More or less. The elderly voice chuckled. After we explored the core area, we discovered that the city was attempting to change faiths. They created deities that they imagined would save them. However, it was useless, even the statues of those deities were destroyed and spilled all across the land. At this point, his tone suddenly became heavy. "However, we met a person there. This is the first time in the past 2,000 years that our City of Silver had met someone who didn't belong to our city. Outside City of Silver, in the depths of the endless darkness, there really was someone still alive." Derek subconsciously asked, "You brought him back to the City of Silver?" The elderly voice said after 2 seconds, "Don't you feel shocked? The reason why our City of Silver works so hard to explore the surroundings is to find humans like us. We finally found them 42 years ago. This is indeed rather shocking news, but I often see Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and the others. I often hear of the Lone Kingdom and the 7 Orthodox gods. Isn't it very obvious that there are people outside the City of Silver, with cities and countries?" Derek scratched his head, and without much experience, he pretended to be shocked. I didn't notice this point. This is truly unbelievable. Other than the residents of the City of Silver, there are actually other people." The elderly voice remained silent for a while before saying, "Has the City of Silver's education become so terrible?" Without waiting for Derek to speak, he sighed and said to himself, "We very warily invited that person to the City of Silver as a guest." After some consideration, he agreed. We monitored and escorted him along the way back, but when we had almost arrived at the City of Silver, he suddenly disappeared. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find him. After we returned to the City of Silver, my team members went crazy, one by one. They lost control. All of them. Not a single one was spared. The 6-member council suspected that we were contaminated by something and that the person was not a human at all, but an evil spirit, a monster. So, they locked me up here, and every so often, they would come over to confirm my condition, but they would never tell me what the problem is, nor would they let me out." Derek exhaled heavily and asked, "Do you remember what that man looked like?" He looked very ordinary, and nothing about him stood out. He was dressed just like us, and except for me remembering that he was a man, I can't remember what he looked like. However, the elders should be able to use Beyonder means to directly see him from my vague, forgotten memories. The elderly voice recalled for nearly a minute and said with a bit of pain. Derek pressed him, casually, "Did he say what his name was? Did he tell you about his origins?" The elderly voice acknowledged tersely. "He told us that his name was..." He paused for a moment before saying, "Aman. Sunday morning, in the factory district." In the past 2 days, Klein and Mike visited many places in East Borough under Old Kohler's guidance. As a result, Mike witnessed 5 or 6 people huddled together in a single room, and that wasn't the worst case he saw. In the poorest areas of East Borough, an ordinary bedroom could accommodate 10 people. The precise division of the right to use the floor and the time of use, day or night, shocked the reporter. Moreover, poverty didn't discriminate between men and women. In those places, people of different genders squeezed in tight spaces without being able to abide by societal norms. Certain incidents which deserved time in court happened all the time. Whether it was men or women, all of them were always facing the threat of violence. Squalid, crowded, smelly, that's the most objective impression. I suspect that every one of them has a serious problem of having parasites. Because the houses were built a long time ago in the most rundown districts, they aren't connected to the sewers. Feces, urine, vomit and other things can be found everywhere. Every house here only has one public bathroom, or worse, every street only has one public toilet. They're extremely busy every day, but they can only barely fill their stomachs without any savings. As long as they're unemployed for a few days, they'll fall into an irredeemable abyss. I don't think they would even be afraid of death if they were given even a little hope. Mike wrote in his investigation manuscript. In addition, the reporter was impressed by the tramps who wandered the streets in the middle of the night, the girls who stood numbly by the street or in the bars, as well as the drinkers who completely let loose with their drinking. They didn't hold back on using violence and didn't consider the future. All of this left a deep impression on this reporter. He grew more and more silent. Chapter 356, Informant Fee. Chapter 356, Informant Fee. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Cough. Mike Joseph took out his handkerchief, covered his mouth, and coughed several times. The smog in the factory district was thicker than anywhere else. The air was gray with a yellowish tint as though it was floating dust. Occasionally a pungent, suffocating odor that even Mr. Reporter, who was long used to the Backland air, could not bear. He turned to Klein, who was also coughing softly. I've always been a huge supporter of the government's establishment of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council and the Alkaline Industry Inspector, but only today did I learn that the problem has become so serious. If we don't take effective measures, it may become a tragedy in the future. Klein tried hard to clear his blocked nose. Perhaps the whole of Backland would be shrouded in smog that results in one's vision not exceeding 5 meters, and it's possible that an evil god would descend or be born in such a backdrop. He added silently. Old Kohler didn't quite understand the conversation. He cleared his throat that was filled with thick phlegm and led the reporter and the detective around the watchman and into a lead factory. Most of the workers were women. They were working busily without any protection, and the factory floor was filled with dust. Looking at the tiny particles floating in the air, Klein felt like he was looking at toxic gas. The young ladies without masks were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. For a moment, he felt as though he was back in Tingen, back to the time when he had helped Sir Deweyville deal with the grievance haunting him. He seemed to have already witnessed the future of each and every female worker, some of them with throbbing heads, some with blurred vision, some turning hysterical, some with gums with a blue line, and finally, they either went blind or fell dead. It's like a large-scale, bloody sacrificial ritual. The only difference is that the target is that flashing symbol of money. If the Aurora Order, Rose School of Thought, and other evil sects could make good use of similar situations, just like what Lenivus did, there would be a huge problem. Klein covered his mouth and nose as he quietly watched. Mike Joseph muttered in surprise and anger, "How can this be? How can they be like this?" A while ago, all sorts of newspapers and magazines were focused on the issue of lead poisoning. Why aren't they using any precautionary measures at all? They can't even bear to use a mask? These factory owners are murderers. He truly is a reporter with a sense of righteousness. Even though he isn't young, he's rather stingy, and his acting is pretty outstanding. He still retains his original pure motives. But how is he so aware of lead poisoning? Right, I forgot. I had gotten Sir Deweyville to advertise the dangers of lead poisoning on the newspapers and magazines. It seems like he did it well, but for some people, what does it matter if one or two of the lower-class commoners die? There are plenty of people waiting for jobs. Klein thought with a heavy heart. As a senior journalist, Mike didn't lose his reason. He quietly observed and asked a few workers who had changed shifts, then he left the lead factory. Subsequently, they entered one factory after another, but lost their mood to discuss anything when they saw the squalor of the place and the intensive labor involved. It was almost noon when Klein suddenly discovered that there were a lot of people gathered outside a factory. They were mostly women, and they were excitedly shouting something and were trying to rush in. What happened? Mike asked Old Kohler, puzzled. Old Kohler was also puzzled. I'll go over and ask. He jogged to the outside of the factory and blended into the crowd. It took him several minutes to get back to Klein and Mike. They're going to smash those new machines. Old Kohler took a breath and got to the point. Why? Mike hadn't been in charge of similar news before, and so he didn't know much about the situation. As for Klein, he had an inkling of the reason. Old Kohler pointed to the factory and said, "This is a textile factory. They wish to use the latest textile machines, so the number of people in charge of controlling the machines needed will decrease. It seems like they're going to fire a third of the workers. The female workers want to smash the machines and get their jobs back, or else they'll probably not survive. Perhaps, the only choice is for them to become street girls." Mike opened his mouth. From the shape of his mouth, he looked like he was going to say fools, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just looked in silence and didn't even move closer. Let's go back. I've pretty much finished my investigative interviews. After a long time, Mike sighed. All three of them turned around and began to walk out of the factory district. No one spoke as they walked. As they were about to part, Mike glanced at Klein and spoke in a low voice. Do you think those women can still find anything else to do if the lead factories who do not provide protection are shut down, or if their bosses are sent to court? Klein gave it some serious thought and said, if it's just a few factories, there won't be much of a problem, but some female workers might suffer from the hunger and cold while looking for other jobs, and they would gradually lose their strength because they don't have any savings. It would be a disaster if too many factories are shut down in a short period of time, not to mention the people who lose their jobs after the new textile machines are used. The Backlund factory district alone might have thousands or even tens of thousands of unemployed workers who have no food or clothing, roaming the streets like zombies. They might lower the conditions of their pay in order to snatch the jobs of others. Who knows how many people in East Borough will lead an even more difficult life or die as a result. It would be a hell-like scene, and even if this world doesn't have beyonder powers, it would still bring about a huge disaster. And now, the various evil gods are lurking in the darkness, waiting. Klein swallowed all the words in his mind. Mike fell silent again, and after paying £10 and 6 soldi, he left the smoke-emitting factory district in a carriage. Klein looked at the carriage right into the distance but didn't say anything. Back when he was a Nighthawk, he had known and come into contact with the lives of the poor, but the impression left on him wasn't as deep this time. A multidimensional observation revealed a human abyss in front of his eyes. East Borough is truly filled with hidden dangers and Tinder-like threats. If one isn't careful, it can be ignited by a cult. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, Kohler, I'd like to ask you to help me keep an eye on the situation in East Borough. Oh, only when you're not bogged down by work. I'll pay you, giving you the money to build a relationship with the other workers. Every week, we will set a time to meet at the coffee shop from before. Old Kohler's eyes lit up. No problem. He made no mention of the price, and he fully trusted the good detective. Klein weighed his options and said, every time we meet, I'll give you 15 soldi as funds and compensation. If you provide me with information that I'm satisfied with, there will also be an additional 5 soldi as payment. A pound? Old Kohler blurted out in shock. In his warmest and happiest days, he was paid only 21 soldi a week or £1 1 soldi. Yes. Klein nodded. You have to pay attention to your words and actions. Don't be in a hurry to gather information. Maintain a state of speaking less and listening more. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Informant fees such as these can theoretically be reimbursed, but I'm now a self-sponsored 50p party. 1. Klein sighed as he gave a self-deprecating laugh. Empress Burrow, in Miss Audrey's study within Count Hall's luxurious villa. The blonde was listening to Miss Escalante, her psychology teacher, as she occasionally stroked Susie, the big dog who was sitting beside her. With dark hair that went all the way down to her waist, Escalante Ocelica noticed that the dog also seemed to be listening intently. She couldn't help but smile and pause for 2 seconds. Following that, she continued with her introduction. There are currently no completely orthodox theories in the field of psychology. There are several schools of thought, such as psychoanalysis, personality analysis, and behavioral psychology. Of course, research on the mind is not only performed by psychologists and psychiatrists. Many professionals in the field of mysticism are also doing similar work. Among them, the most famous one is, sorry, I've deviated from the curriculum. Let's return to the topic just now and talk about psychoanalysis. Audrey could clearly notice Escalante's intention to guide the topic, therefore, she feigned ignorance and asked curiously, "Teacher, I'd like to know more about the research situation for the mind in the field of mysticism." As you know, I'm very interested in that. Escalante pursed her lips, frowned, and said in embarrassment, "But there are vows of secrecy. I mean, these theories and research are part of the secrets of the mysticism circles. They're privy to those on the inside." "Is that so? Then can I join?" Audrey asked expectantly. "They aren't involved in anything evil, right?" How is that possible?" "It's just a seminar organized by enthusiasts." Escalante diverted the topic after mentioning it. "Let's talk about this later. Let's continue with the lesson first. I've got to know where to draw the line. I'll do it one step at a time. If this is the general trait of the members of the psychology alchemists, then I don't have to worry too much about it being filled with lunatics and perverts like Mr. A." Audrey deliberately put on an expression of reluctance when skipping the subject, but she still politely listened to the theoretical foundations of psychoanalysis. When the class was over, and after sending Escalante off, she returned to the study, carefully closed the heavy wooden door, and said to the huge golden retriever, "Susie, what do you think of her?" "She's not sincere," Susie answered flatly. Then, she tilted her head and said, "However, what she said is very interesting. I think it's even more interesting than meat and biscuits. Susie, do you wish to be a psychiatrist in the future? Specializing in the treatment of mental illness in animals? For example, that horse which is suspected to suffer from depression at the Glaints." Audrey suddenly fell into deep thought, wondering if she should prepare a special white coat and gold-rimmed glasses for Susie to look a little more professional. Chapter 357 Happenings at the Banquet. Chapter 357 Happenings at the Banquet. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. When he got back to Minsk Street from the factory district, Klein had a simple lunch and took a nap. He didn't wake up until the evening when the sky had darkened. But even so, he still felt exhausted, exhaustion that stemmed from the depths of his heart. After quite some time of being lost in thought, Klein went down to the first floor and lit the gas lamp. He prepared to sit on the sofa and read the day's newspapers, but when he glanced around, he saw an invitation letter on the coffee table. He was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was an invitation letter which Mrs. Stellan Sammer had sent her maidservant to deliver a few days ago. "I almost forgot about this. The disguised matchmaking banquet." Klein put down the invitation letter and walked to the bathroom on the first floor. He used cold water to wash his face, sprucing himself up to look much more energetic. Compared to when he first arrived at Backlund, there was a much thicker black stubble around his lips and under his chin. Although it didn't completely eliminate his scholarly bearing, it made him look more mature and rugged. "Someone who doesn't really know me well wouldn't be able to recognize me in person. Klein exhaled silently, wiped his face clean, and put his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He took a short break, changed into a shirt with a starched collar and a black tailcoat, and then, quite formally, he put on his silk half-top hat and picked up his cane stick and invitation letter before leaving the house for the unit beside his. Amidst the tinkling of the doorbell, he saw Julianne, the maidservant, open the door, and Stellan with her blonde hair coiled up high, and her ears adorned with silver earrings. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and praised politely, "Mrs. Sammer, you are very beautiful today." Although his words were extremely perfunctory, it was true that she was much more beautiful than usual. It appeared that her ability to doll herself up meticulously had experienced a significant breakthrough. It seems like the adultery case made her besties with Ma'am Mary. Besides, Mary is now a tycoon with a wealth of tens of thousands of pounds, and she has been admitted into the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, allowing her to acquaint herself with many people in power. She must have had sufficient experience in the areas of makeup, clothing, accessories, and so on. Klein nodded in understanding. The corners of Stellan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. "These are my new earrings that cost 8 soldi. Lady, you haven't changed in the slightest." Klein smiled and handed his hat, cane, and coat to the maidservant. Summer. Many women and young ladies were not dressed that conservatively. Some of their fair arms were exposed, while others bared their creamy chests. "Luke is talking business with some friends. Let me apologize on his behalf." Stellan played her role as the female host to its fullest. "Have your meal first. I'll introduce you to a few well-educated ladies later." "Actually, there's no need for that. Just let me eat in peace." Klein smiled. "I can already smell the fragrance of the food." Since there were quite a lot of guests, with over 20 of them, the dinner was in the form of a buffet. Klein took a plate and walked around, and he found that the food was a lot more varied than before. Cold trout, chicken pie, mutton stew with peas, salted breast, curry, roast beef, turkey, beef tongue pastry, ham, salad, and cream cake. The alcohol provided was still champagne and red wine. This suited a carnivore's palate very well. Klein, with his large plate, didn't make conversation with anyone. He hid in a corner and slowly savored the food. It's not as good as the chefs at the Quelag Club. From time to time, he would inwardly make comments on the food. He was about to go for second helpings when he was finally discovered by Stellan Sammer. At the same time, he saw an acquaintance beside the lady. He was none other than lawyer Jürgen with his serious expression. Right, Jürgen is also a bachelor. Klein smiled and walked over, taking the initiative to ask, "How is Mrs. Doris's recovery?" Jürgen uncomfortably tugged at his bow tie. "She'll be discharged next week." "That's great," Klein sincerely said with mixed emotions. At that moment, Stellan had already brought a few young ladies over and introduced them. "This is Mr. Jürgen Cooper, a senior solicitor, who earns at least £3 a week. He often gets a commission from the cases he handles, and he definitely earns more than £200 a year. Furthermore, he is young and capable. He will most likely become a great lawyer in the future. This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a well-known detective. His income is unstable, but he is paid handsomely for every mission he receives, for example £10 or £50. Lady, isn't this too direct?" Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. Jürgen, who was standing beside him, evidently frowned. Without feeling that she had made a faux pas, Stellan continued the introductions. "Miss Sarah Taylor. Her parents are teachers at a grammar school. Miss Angelina Watson. Her father is a civil servant at the Backlund Police Department." Klein smiled numbly and greeted each lady. After Stellan was done, Jürgen said in a deep voice, "Mrs. Sammer, it's impolite to mention the income of others in front of others." Stellan wasn't mad. Instead, she replied very seriously, "No, it's very important. If you end up liking each other and decide to start a family, then income is essential. Think about it, there must be meat, vegetables, fruits, milk, white bread, butter, cream, and other foods every day. It costs at least £1.05 a week on food alone, not to mention the alcohol. In addition, to rent a better house is nearly £1 a week. Yes, there's also the need to purchase water, gas, charcoal, soap, and the like. One still needs to consider transportation expenses. This adds up to about 10 solely. That is just the most fundamental expenses. Are you not bringing your wife to a musical concert or to go watch a play? Don't you need to get new clothes every year? Ladies, I believe that a family must spend at least £30 a year on it in order to be considered to be living a decent life. In addition, there is the salary of the maid, the cost of education for any children, the emergency money that's needed to be set aside for medical treatment, as well as the expenditure of some necessary decorations. Only with an income of more than £200 a year can those needs be met. Only then can a happy family be achieved. Thus, in order to not delay everyone's time or cause any misunderstandings, I believe it is necessary to include this in the introduction. As a lawyer, Jurgen was momentarily unable to provide a rejoinder. Fortunately, he always had a serious and stern expression on his face. How big-hearted. But the basic etiquette is to tell the two parties this information in private, and of course, I know exactly why you're making the introduction straight to their face. Klein smiled. Yes, income is very important. Only with an income of more than £400 a year can one host a dinner at this level. Only with that much can one afford to have his wife be dressed in beautiful dresses and exquisite earrings. Stellan raised her chin slightly as she tried her best to suppress her smile and said, £430. I mean that there must be some savings each year, to prevent any accidents or to have spare cash to invest into stocks or bonds. That was her husband's approximate annual income. After finding a common topic for the two groups of strangers, she left and greeted the other guests. Klein could also clearly sense that Sarah, Angelina, and the other ladies were more interested in lawyer Jurgen. After all, he was a good-looking man, and his job and income were very stable. As for a private detective who might be locked up in the police station at any time, they were not the first choice for middle-class women. Besides, Klein now looked rugged with his beard. It wasn't a surprise that the girls would remain a little apprehensive towards him. After a short casual chat with them, he found an excuse to leave before hiding in a corner and eating while he enjoyed watching Jurgen's awkward and helpless performance. At this moment, it was a wonder where his eloquence as a lawyer had gone to. A few minutes later, the two children of the Sammers ran past Klein while playing. They noticed the gentleman in the corner, stopped, and, with widened eyes, asked curiously, "Mr. Moriarty, we heard that you're a detective?" "Yes." Klein smiled in response. The little girl said innocently, "Can you tell us about the cases you've cracked?" Her twin brother nodded immediately. "The cases I cracked? If it doesn't involve wraiths, puppets, or devil dogs, then it's about finding cats or catching an adulterer. There's really nothing suitable for children." Klein thought for a few seconds, then chuckled. "All right, this is a story about treasure. An officer who had just returned from East Balham was suddenly murdered. He had mostly forgotten the detective novels he had read in his previous life, so he could only make them up based on a vague impression. The two children didn't care about the irrationality of the plot and listened very seriously, even learning to ask what happened next. Without realizing it, Klein was a lot more relaxed. When the banquet was almost over, and he was about to leave, he saw that Stellan's face was filled with joy. "What is the cause for celebration?" Klein casually asked. Stellan raised her head slightly and replied with a reserved smile, "Mary has received a luncheon invitation from the Chief Secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hibbert Hall, on Monday. This gentleman is the eldest son of Count Hall, a true nobleman. He has invited all the members of the council and has allowed them to bring 2 or 3 friends with them." Stellan paused. "Luke and I were just invited by Mary. Monday afternoon." Dressed to the nines, Stellan Sammer, who was accompanied by her husband Luke Sammer, followed Ma'am Mary to Empress Borough where they saw a large building. Marble statues, pools, fountains, gardens, and lawns reflected themselves in her eyes, making her feel nervous even before she entered the villa. "Luke, does my necklace not match my dress?" she asked her husband as she tilted her head. Luke shook his head and laughed. Darling, you're too nervous. You don't have to worry about that. The nobles only live in a place that's slightly bigger than ours and eat a little better. We aren't lacking in any way. Stellan nodded when she heard that, as though she had found her confidence. Entering the villa, they saw the gorgeous crystal chandelier, a hall which could accommodate many dancers, and the plates of delicious food. Foie gras, pan-fried dragon-bone fish, baked lobster. Ormer grape wine, misty champagne. It's exactly the same as the magazine's description. Stellan looked at the food with curiosity, thinking that she could have such a meal on a holiday or during New Year's if they scrimped a little. Except for the Ormer wine and the misty champagne. She finally added in her mind. At this moment, her gaze suddenly straightened as she saw a young girl wearing a beige palace dress walking over. The girl had blonde hair and green eyes, and she was abnormally beautiful. She wore a pair of white silk gloves with a pair of small beautiful emerald earrings. She exuded pureness and elegance. She's just like an angel. Even though she had always been proud of her appearance, Stellan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and she felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority at that moment. "Hello," she clumsily greeted with the etiquette she had just learned. "Hello," the girl returned the greeting gracefully. After they had passed each other, Stellan accompanied her husband and Mary to meet the distinguished guests and the noble, Mr. Hibbert Hall. After a while, she walked to the balcony by herself, intending to ease her mood. However, she unexpectedly saw the angelic girl from before. She was looking out over the landscape. A large golden retriever obediently sat beside her rose ribbon-rimmed shoes. "It's so cute." Stellan made an attempt to make conversation. The young girl replied with a faint smile, "Let me thank you on Susie's behalf for your praise." As she looked at the duo, Stellan suddenly felt that she should own a similar pet for herself. This was the only way to showcase the Sammer's dignity. She asked in a measured tone, "I heard that the nobles rear a lot of hunting hounds. Is this one of them?" "Yes." The girl whose emerald green eyes looked more enchanting than her earrings' gems lightly nodded. "May I know how much money is needed to buy one?" Stellan asked with a smile. The pure and elegant girl looked down at the huge golden retriever and, without minding the question, answered with a slight smile, £450. Chapter 358, The Sun's Worry. Chapter 358, The Sun's Worry. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. On a luxurious carriage on their way leaving Count Hall's villa, Luke was chatting with Ma'am Mary about the distinguished guests, such as the chairman of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council and chief of the National Weather Service, Sir Dershaw, or the council member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council and president of the Royal Meteorological Society, House of Commons Member of Parliament. Mr. Cave, or Mid-Seashire Medical Health's director in charge and renowned doctor, Mr. Hawksley. They were all influential figures in the government and the royal family or parliament. And the council's final report would be the most important basis for the planned Anti-Pollution Act and Smoke Emission Act. The Coim Company, which specialized in anthracite and charcoal, was trying to promote and expedite the development, disrupting older but larger competitors from handling the changes. They will certainly not be stingy with their money and will certainly lobby the heavyweight members of parliament to interfere with our investigation. We must have a clear solution, just like what Mr. Hibbert Hall said. We need to take hold of public opinion and let the newspapers and magazines repeat the horrors of smoke pollution. Luke was a senior manager at Coim, a key assistant to Coim's major shareholder in person and control, Mary, and he himself was quite capable. As they chatted, Luke suddenly noticed that his wife was sitting next to him without saying a word, as if she had lost her soul. "Stellan, what happened?" Luke asked with concern. Stellan jolted back to her senses, forced a smile, and said, "Nothing, I'm just a little tired." "That's right. You must be extremely tense seeing so many important figures. Now, you can finally relax. Exhaustion is a very normal thing. Actually, it's the same for me." Luke smiled. Stellan didn't respond. Instead, she looked out the window towards the park with a lake. Her ears were still ringing with the casual words of the young noble girl from before. £450. A trained hound is priced between £450 and £700. City of Silver, at the bottom of the spire. Derek Berg was locked in a small room, eating food and taking his medicine regularly. As a result, his mental state rapidly improved as his visual and auditory hallucinations were no longer present. I'll be able to leave in a day or two. It's really hard to stay locked up in such an environment for long periods of time. The former captain of the exploration team in the next cell has been locked up for 42 years, yet he's still very lucid and rational. If it were me, I definitely would have gone crazy. However, the explorations and strange monsters that he spoke of are rather attractive and even terrifying. Derek sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the candle that had burned to the end. Before the keepers delivered his next round of food and medicine, he would be placed in true darkness. At that moment, he saw a gray fog spread out as the deep voice of the fool sounded. "Prepare for the gathering." Such a change was fleeting. Derek focused his attention and subconsciously counted his heartbeats. However, he soon realized that this wasn't necessary because his current state was one of solitude, and he didn't need to avoid others. Derek, who was no longer counting his heartbeats, quickly thought of a question. Would Mr. Fool's subsequent actions of pulling me above the gray fog be discovered and detected when I'm within the confines of the seal of the mystical object at the bottom of the spire? These were two mystical items that had prevented the complete destruction of the City of Silver in the face of several calamities. In his nervousness and uneasiness, Derek, who had been unable to come to a decision, saw endless dark red lights gushing out of the void and engulf him. The small, enclosed room turned completely silent. Even the sound of his breathing had become extremely weak. Suddenly, the metal wall between Derek and the former exploration team's captain produced a tapping sound. This was the signal the two of them used if they wished to talk to each other. Tack. The other person bent his finger and knocked again. After that, what should have been a third tap, that followed in succession, didn't happen. After a long while, the tapping sound hesitantly rang out again. Following that, both rooms fell into silence, and not a single sound could be heard. After finishing her luncheon, Audrey practiced on the piano before returning to her bedroom while keeping track of the time. As she passed her father's study, she saw that the door was ajar, and a thick stack of papers lay on the table. Those weren't there before. Curious, Audrey slowed down and winked at Susie. As a spectator, Susie often needed only a small hint to understand what her mistress wanted her to do. Of course, she would also occasionally pretend that she didn't understand, only wishing to lie still. Susie, who had received the signal, trotted silently into the study, then stretched out her front paws, placed them on the edge of the table, and stood upright. She quickly glanced at the front page of the stack of documents, returned to Audrey's side, and said in a low voice, "Survey of living conditions at all levels in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district." Audrey, what do those words mean? Survey of living conditions at all levels in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district? Why did Dad suddenly commission this survey? I don't remember ever mentioning anything about this to him. Audrey was confused and didn't bother to answer Susie's question. She looked around, and seeing that the servants were at their stations and not paying particular attention to her, she raised her head slightly and calmly turned to enter Count Hall's study. At the desk, Audrey looked down at the report and saw that the title was exactly as Susie had described it. It's document typed by a typewriter. The investigator is a reporter named Mike Joseph. There's the goddess's sacred emblem at the bottom. Was this commissioned by the Church of the Goddess? But why is Father given a copy? Oh, Father is a believer of the goddess, and the church wants him to provide some support on this matter? That's a good thing. Audrey made a preliminary judgment. She had originally thought of hiring others to do a similar investigation, but she felt that this was not in accordance with her intention of guiding others behind the scenes. It was very easy to be noticed and no longer be ignored by the other nobles, therefore, she had been hesitant. Audrey reached for the file and flipped through it. She found that Mike Joseph wasn't the only one reporting on East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There were also quite a few people who had made their own field investigations from different angles. Some of them even mentioned the proliferation of cults, and how some Beyonders were colluding with the gangs. Phew. Audrey looked at the clock in the study and saw that it was almost 3. She quickly gave up on reading the report carefully and returned the document to its original state. Before she left, she picked up a book and used it as a disguise for her purpose of entry. At 3 o'clock sharp. While the chiming of the hanging clock was still reverberating through the air, Audrey had already appeared inside the majestic palace via the dark red, illusory light and found herself beside the ancient long table. She smiled, stood up, and bowed in the direction of the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Having received a light nod in response, she then respectfully greeted the hanged man, the world, and company. She keenly noticed that the sun seemed to be a little uneasy. "What are you worried about?" Audrey asked. This spared Klein's need to speak, having also noticed that little Sun didn't seem right. Entering this mysterious space ahead of time, he tidied the items on the table, tossing them into a corner along with Azek's copper whistle, the biological poison bottle, Numinous Episcopat's copper whistle, and other things. He had then covered them with a thick fog. Presently, there was only the Dark Emperor card on the table before him. This was an item that matched the identity of the fool. Derek didn't hide anything and immediately recounted his successful malingering and how he was sent to the bottom of the spire to be isolated for treatment. Finally, he asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, will that mystical item detect my participation in the Tarot Club?" "How would I know? I don't even know what it is. However, there are currently no strange or powerful forces attempting to invade." Even the eternal blazing sun and the true creator couldn't find this place. Klein tapped his finger on the edge of the long bronze table and replied in a relaxed manner, "Generally speaking, it wouldn't make any discoveries. But some mystical items possess special effects." Seeing that Mr. Fool had given an affirmative answer, Derek was immediately relieved. He tersely gave acknowledgement and said, "I'm not sure of its special effects either. It's one of the City of Silver's top secrets." At this point, he suddenly thought of what the former captain of the exploration team had told him. He blurted out a question, "Have any of you heard of a person named Amon?" Amon? After a moment's thought, Klein remembered the source of the familiarity. But he didn't answer in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the hanged man, knowing full well that this middle-ranking member of the Church of the Lord of Storms also knew Amon, and perhaps he knew even more than he did. Similarly, Audrey also looked at the hanged man. She had also heard the name from him the last time. First listened with a blank face, feeling that the things discussed here were always outside the scope of her knowledge. Alger frowned and asked in confusion, "You ran into a man who called himself Amon while you were exploring the surrounding areas of the City of Silver? Or perhaps, you discovered related records?" Derek nodded seriously and said, "Yes, 42 years ago, an exploratory team encountered a man claiming to be Amon in the depths of the darkness. After they returned to the City of Silver, they lost control one after another. Only one of them was left, and he was imprisoned at the bottom of the spire, in the cell next to me. Maybe he went mad too, and that was just a figment of his imagination," Furs, with a wealth of novel creation experience, postulated a guess. Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, who sat at the end of the table. Seeing him appear staid and without expressing anything, he boldly said, "Imagination is a possibility, but one shouldn't imagine the name Amon for no reason." He turned his head to the sun and said, "In the fourth epoch, about 1,500 years ago in the kingdom we live in, there was a family with strange powers. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty, and their surname was Amon. Even in an era with numerous high-sequence Beyonders, the surname of the clan was taboo." Chapter 359, The Blasphemer. Chapter 359, The Blasphemer. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Justice Audrey asked instead of the sun, "Why?" The hanged man, Alger, didn't answer her directly as he continued on, "Abraham, Antigonus, Amon, Jacob, and Tamara are the 5 great families that supported the establishment of the Tudor dynasty, and they were second only to the Blood Emperor. Among them, the Aman family is the most mysterious one. They have the least history left behind, and they seem to have been distorted and covered up by some kind of power. There was a piece of information that came from the king of the five seas, Nast. The Amans are a family of blasphemers, and they wield the secrets to usurp the powers of deities. Also, the Aman family call themselves the descendants of the ancient sun god. Derek Berg was left confused. In his knowledge of myths, there was no such thing as an ancient sun god. Among the 8 ancient deities, Giant King, Warmer, Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, Mutated King, Kvaster, Elf King, Siniathrim, King of Demonic Wolves, Phlegria, Vampire Ancestor, Lilith, Phoenix Ancestor, Gregrace, and Devil Monarch, Farbody, none of them wielded the power of the sun. Derek seriously considered this problem. If I really need to make a connection, the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, had shown powers in the sun domain. Could the Aman family be his descendant? Noticing that Sun wasn't saying anything, Alger stroked the stubble on his chin and said, "The Aman family is an ancient family clan from 1 to 2,000 years ago. It is almost history itself. I'm very curious, why did the gentleman that you met appear around the City of Silver? What is his goal?" That's right, how could the Aman family, which exists in the world of Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Justice, and company, appear around our City of Silver? Why did he fail to fulfill his promise after accepting the request of being a guest? He mysteriously left and caused the entire team to lose control. Yes, other than the captain. What did he want to do? What was he looking for? If he is a descendant of the Lord, perhaps his purpose is the same as mine, to find out the cause of the cataclysm from ancient times and to find out the truth of the curse. Derek let his imagination run wild for a moment. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Mr. Hanged Man, I'm unable to answer your question. I'm also trying to figure out this matter." Alger replied, looking somewhat disappointed, "Try to communicate with the former captain in your neighboring cell more. See if you can dig up more information from him." Upon saying this, he thought for a moment and warned, "However, you must be careful and prudent. I think that person is very dangerous." "Very dangerous? You think so too?" Derek asked, feeling somewhat surprised. The elders of the 6-member council also thought the same. The Hanged Man looked up at the lofty dome and took a deep breath. Those who don't think so are the ones without sound minds. Seeing that the sun was still confused, he shook his head and said, "He's the only surviving member of the exploration team. Just this matter alone is enough to prove that there's something tremendously wrong with him. He's been in the dungeon facing rampagers for 42 years, yet, he remains very lucid and rational. This shows how weird he is. Compounded with the matter regarding the mysterious Aman, the danger is obvious." These were the little bits and pieces that Derek had thought about in the past, but he hadn't yet connected together. When he heard that, he suddenly became enlightened and immediately said sincerely, "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man." Audrey, who was listening attentively and observing, resisted the urge to cover her face with her hand. She felt that the sun was even more naive than she was. Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been satisfied, that even the gloomy Mr. World had slightly adjusted his posture, and that the sun didn't seem to have any other requests, she turned her head to the end of the long bronze table and said with a smile, "Mr. Fool, I request a private exchange." Again. Klein was amused as he nodded and said, "Sure." He immediately shielded the senses of the Hanged Man and company, rather than isolating himself and Miss Justice. It was mainly because he was afraid that the others might end up communicating out of boredom, thereby exposing the fact that the world was only a repeater. After receiving the signal, Audrey smiled and said, "Mr. Fool, I have another 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." After the card of blasphemy was stolen by the Fool's adorer, she didn't avoid visiting the Royal Museum out of guilt. Instead, she acted as if nothing had happened. She openly requested this to her father, and in the week after the exhibition ended, she got another chance to flip through the notebook. Audrey thought that appearing unfazed was the best way to avoid suspicion. If she maintained the constant act of feeling guilty and did not do what was logical, even if the Church of the God of Steam didn't suspect her previously, they would subsequently feel that there was a problem. According to her own experience, she believed that the very first few pages of a diary would reveal a lot of information, so she mainly memorized the first 3 pages. Without waiting for the fool to speak, she quickly added, "I understand that this isn't a matter that requires a private exchange, but I wish to keep this from Miss Magician for a week or 2. That way, even if she knows that you need Roselle's diary in the future, she wouldn't suspect that I'm Justice." She had seen Furs and Zio once midweek, and by leading the conversation, she had naturally mentioned how her beloved dog, Susie, had chewed the Roselle notebook, causing it to be irrecoverable. Typically speaking, she no longer needed to hide the fact that Mr. Fool needed Roselle's diary, but using her telepathist abilities, she simulated what Furs would think, believing that she would have such a thought. "What? That's a diary? That's a diary Roselle recorded his secrets in? Even Mr. Fool places so much importance on it. I recall that Miss Audrey has some." Wait a moment. She happened to have those diary pages chewed up by her dog a few days ago. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? To prevent Furs from having such thoughts, Audrey hoped to keep it a secret for at least another week. After becoming a telepathist, not only was she able to see the aura and the emotional color of the target, but she was also able to read the superficial thoughts of others and could also simulate their thoughts. Thus, she understood one thing, that in the process of guiding others, she had to try her best not to be abrupt or act against logic and reason. Only when all the details were subtle enough and reasonable enough to make the target not realize that she was being guided, would she be considered a qualified telepathist. Subtle and reasonable are the 2 most important keywords, Audrey concluded in her mind. The reason why she went to read Roselle's notebook again was precisely to avoid being unreasonable. She truly is worthy of being a telepathist. She's recognized long ago that Miss Magician is one of the 2 people that she had recommended. Klein smiled in a non-committal manner. "What do you want to exchange those 3 pages for?" This question was asked with confidence because, after obtaining the Book of Secrets, his greatest weakness in the field of mysticism had already been bridged. As for the secrets of the other deities, as well as his knowledge of sequences, he knew a lot about them. Just any one of them was enough to deal with Miss Justice. "We will still be friends if you don't talk about the psychiatrist formula," Klein lampooned in his heart. Audrey had already long thought of her question. She remained reserved for a second before saying, "Mr. Fool, I wish to ask one question. Why is it said that the cards of blasphemy hide the profound secrets of the deities?" "Great question." Klein smiled secretly. Giving her a look for her to figure it out herself, he said deeply and calmly, "Sequence 0, Dark Emperor." "Sequence 0? There's still a Sequence 0? There's a Sequence 0 above Sequence 1? Is that a sequence representing a god? The Dark Emperor is a god?" A series of questions suddenly surfaced in Audrey's mind. This caused her to be pleasantly surprised, satisfied, and shocked. Restraining her agitation and unconcealable excitement, she took a deep breath and conjured the 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Klein took a quick glance, and confirmed that this was not one of the ones he had seen before. February 23, 1143. I've transmigrated to this world for more than a week. I have to write something down and describe the things I have encountered, or I feel like I'll go crazy. If I write it in simplified Chinese, I'm sure that no one will be able to decipher it. This world uses alphabetical words. I am now Roselle Gustave, but I'll never forget my real name. Huang Tao. I don't know how I transmigrated either. I carefully recalled and thought about it for a long time, and then I remembered that a few days before my transmigration, I bought a very mysterious silver plate with some strange symbols and patterns engraved on it. It was extremely interesting. However, it did not reappear after my transmigration here. It's not my cheat item. This is a world similar to ancient Europe. It's after the Renaissance, and cannons and guns have appeared, but they're rather crude and primitive. As for me, Huang Tao Roselle Gustave, as a fan of online literature, I loved reading transmigration with technology genre novels. I know quite a lot of useful things and specifically read up on the corresponding knowledge. This is the stage where I can display my abilities. But I realized that my faking memory isn't good. I've almost forgotten everything. The heavens allowed me to transmigrate to another world, but I wasn't given an outstanding memory or a system. Nor was I given a two-way door. How can I survive like this? Alright, I'll start with some details. When I have the money, I'll hire a bunch of craftsmen, inventors, and scientists. I'm only responsible for giving them ideas. It's been a long time since I've felt so full of anticipation for the future. But I still miss Mom and Dad a little. Besides, the entertainment in this world is too monotonous. The one or two maids don't look that good, and their entire bodies exude rustic vibes. It makes me wish that Hongxiu.com 1. Goes completely bankrupt. I haven't finished reading Lin Gao's 500 good-for-nothings. 2. And there are so many beauties that are awaiting me on TikTok. The games, Kings of Glory and PUBG, are still waiting for me. Thinking about them makes me feel a little depressed. As Klein read, he nearly frowned. Initially, he had determined, from the appearance of Pirate King and the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, that Roselle had crossed over 3 to 5 years earlier than him. But now, he realized that the gap between their transmigrations couldn't be more than a year. But why was there a difference of nearly 200 years on this side? Chapter 360, A Difficult Conundrum. Chapter 360, A Difficult Conundrum. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Klein thought seriously for a while and came up with all sorts of theories, but because he lacked the necessary information, he could only temporarily ascribe the cause of the matter to the difference in the flow of time between the Earth and this world. Roselle and I have transmigrated less than a year apart, but in this world, we are separated by nearly 200 years. That is to say, even if I were to spend 200 years to find a way to return, it's likely that I won't lose the opportunity to meet my parents. At most, I'd have been missing for a year. Klein made a contrasting inference, improving his mood significantly. He instantly felt filled with motivation. Of course, he himself knew very well that this reasoning was not rigorous, because this was determined by one precondition, and it was currently impossible to confirm it. What if Roselle transmigrated after me? That might involve so-called spatial-temporal turbulence. When the time comes, there is no guarantee that I'll return to the proper time node. Klein poured cold water on his burgeoning mood. Roselle's first diary entry was the product of having held back for a long time, therefore, it took up more than 2 pages. Klein flipped to the end and read the remaining 2 lines. February 25th. What a boring world. There are no newspapers and so few novels. I think I need to help this culturally impoverished society, but the premise of this is that I have to get some money and recall how paper is made and how the print press is done. As a transmigrator, I can only live on the pocket money that my new dad and mom gave me. I can only occasionally see 1 or 2 shiny Fermo gold. What a tragic story. However, hunting is quite interesting. February 28th. This world might be a little different from what I know it to be. I got lost while hunting in the woods today. As a result, I saw an unimaginably intense battle. In the battle, the man who was surrounded had additional eyes growing on his face, a total of 4 eyes. They even shot dark green light. This is faking illogical. Is this a humanoid monster? This is actually a fantasy world, right? That monster's opponent was even more powerful. He summoned a pillar of light that burned with golden flames. Yes, I think it was summoned. Fortunately, they didn't discover me. After getting rid of that monster, that person left with the corpse. I, Huang Tao, am indeed the protagonist. I discovered the truth of this world a few days after I transmigrated. Perhaps they can recognize the mysterious symbols and patterns on the silver token. Of course, I won't ask. I want to become like them and crack it myself. There's another key reason as to why I said this. I can't even faking remember what the pattern looks like. I can only vaguely remember it. Indeed the protagonist? Emperor, did you pour all of your 8th grader syndrome soul into your diary? Klein couldn't help but lampoon. He was very interested in the silver plate, which might have been the cause for Roselle's transmigration, and he was eager to find out what the symbols and patterns on it looked like. If he could really decipher it by relying on the mysticism knowledge of this world, then transmigration might not have just been a coincidence. Klein put down the diary pages, wrapped his fingers on the table, and lifted the screen that isolated the hanged man and the magician. Go ahead and trade freely. Klein leaned back in his chair and smiled. First took a deep breath and said, I would like to purchase the stomach pouch of a spirit eater and 20 milliliters of blood from a deep-sea marlin. It will be paid for in gold pounds. I still have 430 pounds, I can afford one. She silently encouraged herself. As for where the rest of the money would come from, she had no idea. This is one of the main reasons that prevent many Beyonders from advancing. People cannot really attempt to spend beyond their means. If it wasn't for me having to become a trickmaster to completely be rid of the influence of the full moon's ravings, I wouldn't even consider advancement once I gained rich Beyonder means. I wouldn't even make contact with this circle. I'll write books, save up money, drink tea, and stroll the streets with Zio. Once she's finished with that task, we can travel to different parts of the northern and southern continent. We don't have to be afraid of danger or accidents, and we can enjoy life. Firz's thoughts suddenly began to wander. Just when she thought that no one would respond, Alger said in a low voice, I saw the deep-sea marlin's blood at the recent gathering of the great pirates, but unfortunately, you've already missed it. You should have said so earlier. No, I'm mistaken. You hadn't joined the Tarot Club back then. Then what's the point of saying this? Showing off your experience? Fierce curled her lips secretly but said in all seriousness, Mr. Hangman, please keep an eye out for me. I can accept a price between 300 and 400 pounds. Alger sneered. The sea is even vaster than the land. Pirates might not even meet each other in half a year. Even on the islands that they dispose of their loot, Beyonder ingredients are seldom gathered. Only big cities like Backland, Trier, St. Millum, and Fanapotter can have many ingredients gathered together. From your accent, you should be a Backland citizen, or someone who has been living in Backland for many years. You mean that I still need to rely on myself? Furz almost looked up at the high dome. At this point, Derek said, I know roughly where a few spirit eaters are active. But I don't need the gold pounds you people talk about. Furz said with a fake smile, what do you want? The formula for the Solar High Priest potion. Audrey quickly answered inwardly. Derek thought seriously and said, the Solar High Priest potion formula. That's a sequence 7 formula, right? I've heard of it, but the formula for this sequence is at least 750 pounds, and if you're in a hurry to get it, it can be sold for more than 1,000 pounds. Furthermore, the stomach bag of a spirit eater and blood of a deep-sea marlin do not exceed 400 pounds each. They're only worth 300 pounds most of the time. Do you understand me? First tried to make it clear to the sun that this was not an equivalent transaction. Without hesitation, Derek replied, I can give you 2 or 3 of the spirit eater's stomach bags. As for the additional need for a deep-sea marlin, he didn't even consider it. He had never even seen the sea before. What can I do with the additional spirit eater's stomach bags? Roast them or fry them? To be honest, I have no idea when I'll be able to sell it. Most importantly, I'm unable to afford the formula for Solar High Priest. First forced a smile and said, I'll try searching. She thought of the masked eternal blazing sun believer at Mr. A's gathering who was good at purification. She thought of the band of Light Ring, and she believed that she could get a clue to the potion formula of Solar High Priest. But I don't have enough money. First thought for a moment, touched her face, looked around, and then asked with great sincerity, everyone, do you have any good ways of earning money? As soon as she finished her sentence, she realized that everyone had fallen into silence. Silence could be described by the soundless palace and the quiet gray fog. From the looks of it, everyone faces this conundrum. As for Mr. Fool, he doesn't need money. Furz wisely shut her mouth. Isn't the best way to make money be from owning farms, mines, plantations, factories, stocks, etc.? Oh, you can also go through the kingdom's bounty notices and complete them in accordance with the price and the period of time at a bearable level. Audrey knew that she didn't have any real experience in making money, so she could only respond with a few words in her heart as if she was joking. Might I interest you in bicycle projects? Klein resisted the urge to manipulate the words of the world, which would expose his true identity. After waiting for a few seconds, he maintained an unfathomable posture, making the world gloomily and hoarsely say, "Help me keep a lookout for the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland in blood, as well as a human-skin shadow's characteristic and a deep-sea naga's hair." Although Klein only had 589 gold pounds left, he now had the beyonder characteristic of a werewolf and the biological poison bottle. Furthermore, he was considering to find an opportunity to turn the former into a mystical item and then sell one of them. In that case, that's more than enough to match the cost of sequenced 6 beyonder ingredient. Therefore, he planned to have the members of the Tarot Club help him pay attention in advance so that he wouldn't miss them. All right. The son, Derek, answered first, but he made no promises. Compared to a spirit eater, human-skin shadows and thousand-faced hunters aren't monsters that are easy to encounter. Thousand-faced hunter? I think I've seen a fossil of it. Justice thought as she replied, "Yes, I'll confirm that after I return." That fossil was in Duke Negan's treasury. If it's already a fossil, its beyonder characteristic has probably long been taken away. Klein manipulated the world and nodded non-committally. After a moment of silence, Alger said, "Help me keep an eye out on a person who was involved in the disappearance of the colonial slaves that was mentioned before. He calls himself Balin, a man with reddish-brown skin and has the clear characteristics of a southerner, but someone has overheard him speak in a Backland accent. The third tooth on his left is missing, but it could very well have been replaced. In addition, there's nothing special about him, and his height is also quite average. If you can find traces of him, there will be no problem with the reward at all, with it being at least 100 pounds or something of equal value. Even divination can't be completed with such a description, let alone carrying out a search for the person in the real world." Klein looked around and said, "Continue with your free exchange." At the end of the tarot gathering, Derek returned to the real world and found himself in the dark, cramped room. He sat on the ground cautiously for a few seconds, but he didn't discover any unusual changes. He was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. Remembering that Mr. Hangman had advised him to talk more with the former exploratory team's captain, Derek walked over to the corresponding metal wall, bent his fingers, and tapped on it. Tack! Tack! He completed his signal, but there was no response even after a long time. Did he fall asleep? Or was he taken to the 6-member council? Derek wondered while looking at the dull metal wall. At this moment, an elderly and fleeting voice came from the bed behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Chapter 361, Translucent Worm. Chapter 361, Translucent Worm. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Are you looking for me? The moment the voice entered his ears, Derek froze. His skin tensed up, and his hair stood on end. Why is he behind me? Why is he in my room? What happened to the seal? What about the effects of the mystical items? His forehead dripped with cold sweat, and he subconsciously wanted to turn around to take a look. But his instincts stopped him from doing so. This instinct originated from the teachings of the City of Silver's general knowledge of monsters lessons and the strange scene he had experienced after joining the patrolling teams. When someone is speaking behind you, don't turn around in a hurry. Derek raised his hands and clenched them into fists in front of his chest, then slowly, he turned around, bit by bit. The room was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see anything. However, there was a tint of golden light that was expanding in his two eyes, transforming into what seemed like two miniature suns. With his light suppliant powers, he saw a dark figure sitting quietly on the edge of his bed. The dark figure rapidly turned clear, revealing a head that had been split in half. In the middle of his head, two gray brains wriggled like they were alive, trying to get close to each other but being unable to do so. The thick, viscous liquid on the severed surface of his brain had turned into thin threads, but they were shrinking like maggots. Each eye that was on the two separate sides were distanced apart, and the nose bridge was separated from the middle. The color of the blood was bright and evident. The left side of his mouth was open, but the right side of his mouth was tightly shut. This terrifying monster was naked, and there were numerous dark red wounds on its body. The countless wounds had torn open savagely, revealing rows and rows of white teeth. They said the same sentence in quick succession, "Are you looking for me?" It paused for a moment, the corners of its mouth and the edges of its wounds were curling up. "Look, am I not normal?" Derek's pupils contracted, and without thinking, he placed his folded hands on his chest and raised them to his chin, as if in prayer. The small room suddenly became bright, and a pure beam of light, swirling with fire, fell from the roof and onto the monster's body. The beam was not as grand as the one used by Derek outside the spire. This was because of the seal here and the mystical item which left him isolated from the spire's exterior. But at that moment, Derek was stunned to see the holy light beam that he had prayed for was suddenly thickening. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. A few moments later, something purer and thicker separated from the magnificent pillar of light. It was like a man made of light with no facial features and no clothes. The man of light suddenly coruscated and pounced on the monster. All the mouths on the monster suddenly opened, as if it was letting out a blood-curdling screech. Yet, Derek heard nothing. The monster began to tremble violently and quickly disintegrated under the burning and illumination of the man of light, disappearing as if it were melting. Just as it was about to become transparent, a phantom wearing a black classical long robe and a pointed hat suddenly appeared. The shadow had black hair, black eyes, a white forehead, and a thin face. It wore a monocle carved from crystal. As soon as he appeared, the man of light exploded, and Derek's vision was filled with whiteness. When his eyesight was restored, he found himself outside the room, in the corridor with the metal lamps set in it, in the dim light of the setting sun. He tilted his head blankly and looked into the room. He saw a tall, muscular figure in dark trousers and a brown coat. In front of this figure was the bed which Derek had been sleeping in. Dawn-like rays of light condensed onto a white leg bone, turning it into a pure white, sharp sword. Next to the straight sword lay a translucent worm. It was only the length of a thumb, and its slimness was almost that of a child's finger. One ring after another, of completely transparent colors, divided it into many sections. It was a fleeting scene, and without specially counting the number of rings, he had a vague feeling that there were about 10 of them. The tall figure which had its back facing him reached out his hand to pick up the strange translucent worm. As he turned around, he sighed. It was close. At that moment, Derek finally saw the face of the tall figure. His hair was grizzled, unkempt, and rather disheveled. He had deep wrinkles around his cheeks, but there were no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Some old scars, that were either deep or twisted, remained on his cheeks. He was dressed in a flaxen-colored shirt with a checkered leather belt around his waist, and his pale blue eyes were deep and weathered, like a book full of stories. For a moment, Derek was stunned, and then, as though he had been in danger all his life, he opened his mouth in pleasant surprise. "Your Excellency!" In front of him was Chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, a powerful demon hunter who was over 100 years old, Colin Iliad. Colin nodded slightly and said, "We always knew that he had a problem, but in order to find out what kind of ulterior motives the man named Amon had, we intentionally didn't eliminate him directly, and we instead locked him at the bottom of the spire, sealed under the influence of mystical items, and we often let beyonders, who only have symptoms of losing control, live next to him and talk to him. We wanted to see if we could induce some abnormal changes in him in order to learn the information we wanted to know. Unfortunately, he had been very normal until today, way too normal. Why do you think he suddenly mutated and attempted to break through the seal? Do you have any idea what makes you different from the others? So it was purposely arranged for me to live next to the former exploration team captain." After a few seconds of silence, Derek said, "Maybe it's because my Beyonder pathway is different from the others." Sequence 9 Bard, Sequence 8 Light Suppliant. In other words, the sun pathway. If Mr. Hanged Man is right, that the Amon family is the descendant of an ancient sun god, then it's normal for me to cause a mutation to happen to him. Derek felt he knew the truth to a certain extent. Colin listened without a change in expression. He sized up Derek for a few seconds before saying, "We were monitoring him. The members of the 6-member council took turns, but we didn't expect him to suddenly mutate. There were 0 warning signs, and his actions were very decisive and determined." "What were you doing in the room just now?" Derek, who was considering the relationship between the sun pathway and the ancient sun god, didn't instantly realize what the chief was asking about. When he realized it, his mind was still blank as he seriously recalled what he had done. "I didn't do anything. I just knocked on the wall and tried to talk to him. Before this, I was participating in the tarot gathering." The tarot gathering? Derek was suddenly stunned. He felt that things might not be as simple as he had imagined. He knew that he couldn't inform the chief of his thoughts, but he didn't know what kind of expression to make, so he could only maintain his lonely, reserved silence. He said thoughtfully, "I knocked on that wall 3 times. Before that, the candle in my room had extinguished, and there was complete darkness. I had tried to practice some of my Beyonder powers." Colin looked into Derek's eyes quietly and said after nearly 20 seconds, "Unfortunately, what Amon left in his soul was not his original body. Moreover, this matter happened too suddenly, so we were unable to obtain the desired result." "Before his mutation, did you sense anything amiss?" No. Derek shook his head with conviction. Colin's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 complex, dark green symbols, and he reflected Derek's body in them. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, the City of Silver's chief closed his eyes and said, "Your condition has stabilized. You don't need any more treatment, so you can go back now." Derek was startled. "All right." He watched demon hunter Colin Iliad turn back into the room, pick up the sharp white sword, and turned it over and over in his hands. He quietly took a deep breath and walked along the corridor towards the exit. On the way, he met the keepers who had rushed over one after the other. He slowly walked back home and closed the door. He carefully observed his surroundings for a while, then he sat down on the edge of the bed and recited in a low voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I've just experienced something terrifying." Derek recounted what had happened and mentioned his 2 guesses. After doing all of that, he felt much more at ease. And with his tense state of mind relaxing, he felt immense exhaustion wash through him. He lied down and quickly fell asleep. In the silent and dark room, flashes of lightning would occasionally illuminate everything. Otherwise, it would seem like the dark night. The sleeping Derek suddenly flicked his right index finger and leisurely tapped it on the bed. Once, twice, thrice. After the tarot gathering, Klein didn't divine the werewolf's Beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle due to his spirituality expenditure. Instead, he went straight back to the real world for a nap. After 20 minutes, he woke up and drew the curtain, allowing the light that penetrated through the mist to bring a certain degree of light into the room. Sitting on the chair in front of the desk, Klein calmed down and began considering what he needed to do in the short term. The main goal is to continue concluding the rules of a magician and make adjustments according to the subtle feedback from my spirituality. Although rules like never performing unprepared, the need to have a stage and a performance, and completing a performance using means of diversion do not seem problematic at the moment, if I were to continue acting this way and performing slight adjustments, I'll eventually digest the potion and reach the advancement state. But this sort of acting isn't sufficient. I'm still lacking some of the important rules. Currently, what I'm doing will make the digestion slow and not thorough. Perhaps it will take a year, or perhaps even 2 or 3 years before my sequence advancement is possible. And Zangwill won't remain there waiting for me. Only through becoming a high sequence Beyonder as soon as possible will I be qualified to take revenge. Therefore, figuring out the other magician rules is of utmost importance. I'll first determine them through experimentation whether the applause from an audience will stir my spirituality and result in better digestion of the potion. Just as Klein was deep in thought, he heard a series of illusory, stacked please. Chapter 362, The Secret Deed Ritual. Chapter 362, The Secret Deed Ritual. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. A male voice? Is it Mr. Hanged Man or Little Sun? Klein looked out the window at the gloomy sky, got up, went into the bathroom next door. He locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. Within that mysterious space, a towering, ancient palace quietly stood. The illusory male voice echoed in a stacked, continuous manner. Klein glanced at it and confirmed that the prayer was from Little Sun. He sat in the fool's seat and stretched out his right hand, emanating his spirituality to touch the corresponding crimson star. Suddenly, the voice became clear and layered, and Klein quickly figured out what the sun was talking about. The former captain of the exploration team, who had seen Amon, suddenly lost control and strangely penetrated through the seal, arriving at his room. Fortunately, the City of Silver took this matter seriously and had been constantly prepared for it, otherwise, it would have led to a tragedy. The Sun believes that it's impossible, that there was no reason for the man's loss of control. He came up with 2 possibilities. One was that his own Beyonder pathway met the requirements of being the ancient sun god's descendant, and the other possibility was that the man might have sensed the tarot gathering and Mr. Fool's secret pull. If it were the former, he wouldn't have waited until today and waited until the end of the tarot gathering before losing control. The latter reason has a greater probability. This is the first time I've encountered someone who can sense the matters regarding the gray fog. That Amon is very scary. It's no wonder their family was known as the Blasphemers during the 4th epoch. Even their last names are taboo. Klein subconsciously looked at the crimson star and the corresponding supplicant. He carefully observed the blurry image of Little Sun to see if there was anything abnormal with him. Klein believed that Amon wouldn't be so easily eliminated. Even if it was as the chief of the City of Silver had said that his body wasn't his main body, it didn't make it any easier to eliminate him. The only possibility is that the powerhouses in the City of Silver have been using mystical items to monitor him, but is that even possible? When he decided to let the former leader of the exploration team lose control and silently penetrate through the seal, he definitely had a plan in place. In the midst of his thoughts, Klein's eyes suddenly froze as he looked at the prayer scene. Entwined on the indistinct body of the sun was a translucent and illusory figure. He had hands and feet, but he was like a python, twisting around the sun while his head rested behind the sun's head. In the blurred image, he was wearing a black classical robe, a pointed hat, and a crystal monocle. The sun didn't notice any of this. Klein almost drew a cold gasp, shocked at the strange means that were available to that entity. He vaguely understood the other party's intention. By residing in the spirit body of the sun, he is waiting for the next tarot gathering, allowing him to sneak above the gray fog, like a virus or a Trojan horse. When that happens, my control over this mysterious space might be snatched away. He's truly a blasphemer. Fortunately, Little Sun is rather naive and straightforward, so he immediately reported this to me. Through the corresponding crimson stars and the power of the gray fog, I was able to discover his peculiar state. Klein drew a breath and tried to calm himself. At that moment, he had to respond. He had to quickly think of a way to get Amon out of the sun, or temporarily expel the sun out of the tarot gathering. Looking at himself, from his Beyonder powers of magician, clown, and seer, to Azek's copper whistle, the Dark Emperor card, the all-black eye, the sun brooch, the biological poison bottle, and so on, Klein couldn't find a way to deal with Amon. Amon's sequence is definitely above sequence 4, and the means available to him must be sufficiently strange. To be able to escape from the City of Silver's mystical artifacts and powerful demon hunters, it means that he isn't something which can be easily eliminated with ordinary objects or powers. After thinking for a moment and looking around, Klein discovered there was only one possibility of eliminating Amon, the gray fog, this mysterious space. I have to think of a way to pry its power away. The sacrifice and bestowment ritual from before are examples. With this train of thought, Klein turned his gaze to the Book of Secrets. This mysticism book, which originated from the ancient shaman King Klarman, recorded many mysterious rituals that required help from the primitive moon. Klein, who had been reading it before, vaguely remembered that a few of them were suitable for such a scenario. Of course, it was unknown what changes he would have to make after directing it towards the Fool. He could only keep his hopes up and try his best. As Klein flipped through the book, his eyes stopped at a ritual. Blood Moon Sacrifice. This ritualistic magic was clearly different from the simple ones that Klein had learned before, and it used the element of a secret deed. The process was to use a material rich in spirituality, preferably the blood of a beyonder, to write the honorable name of the target of the secret deed on an animal hide, and to draw the corresponding symbols and magic labels. If necessary, the specific circumstances of a given time and place also had to be taken into account. When this was done, the ritual host would set up the altar, pick up the piece of hide, and repeat the honorable name, letting their spirituality to seep into the hide, gradually spreading it out, little by little to form a hidden bond with the corresponding great being, and obtaining the corresponding spiritual experience or help. The final outcome of this ritual was unknown. It all depended on what the hidden or great being bestowed. Or rather, according to one's characteristics, the knowledge and power one could gain through that secret bond were also different. This kind of rather vague and subjective ritual gave Klein enough freedom to modify and manipulate it. If he had assumed the stance of forcefully eliminating Amon from the beginning, then Amon would have certainly resisted and created a dangerous accident. If the target of the secret deed were the true creator or the hidden sage, it's normal for the ritual to end in madness. Klein mumbled as he conjured a pen and paper and began to modify the Blood Moon Sacrifice to turn it into a secret deed ritual that belonged to the Fool. First, he replaced the honorable name with the 3 sentences of King of Yellow and Black. Then, he replaced the symbolic symbol with the one behind the seat of the Fool. It was a unique symbol made up of a part of the hidden pupilless eye and the contorted lines. The third was to design the corresponding magic label according to the symbols and his mysticism knowledge. This was the most difficult step. Any mistakes would cause the entire ritual to produce unpredictable developments. Lastly, he had to modify the layout of the altar to make it closer to the Fool and to the King of Yellow and Black. After busying himself for quite a while, Klein had a new secret deed ritual, but he was unsure if it would work. He examined it over and over again, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he emanated his spirituality and heavily replied to Little Sun, "I'm aware. I have something to task you with. Let's see if this ritual works." The son Derek suddenly woke up from his dreamless slumber. Before his eyes were the boundless gray fog and the lofty Fool. His ears echoed with bits of illusory and distant words. He knew that Mr. Fool would occasionally ask the members of the Tarot Club to make small attempts as if to verify something. He wasn't surprised by this, and he immediately sat up and began to search for a monster hide, exotic herbs, and other objects. As for the spiritual materials described in the ceremony, Derek didn't waste time heading to the Spire or the underground market to buy them. He picked up the axe of Hurricane and sliced a tiny wound in his arm. Silently, he used his own blood as ink, and he wrote the name of the Fool and its corresponding symbols and magic labels on the pitted monster hide. After a while, he put down the quill that was stained with blood. He saw many mysterious symbols on the hide, and the colors were bright red and had an indescribable hint of demonic dealings. After dealing with the wound on his arm, the pale-faced Derek quickly finished setting up the altar. He picked up the blood-red word and all kinds of terrifying symbols from the hide and held it tightly in his hand. He looked at the flickering candle flame in front of him, closed his eyes, lowered his head, and repeatedly recited the honorable names of the Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Derek's spirituality slowly flowed out and infused the hide, and the words in Jotun and the magic symbols on it quickly brightened. It was a startling crimson color. At that moment, he, who had already entered into a cogitation state, was only feeling his psyche gradually dissipate as it floated to an immeasurable height, coming into contact with the grayish-white fog and the hidden great being. Above the gray fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Noticing that the sun had not shown any signs of delay in preparing the ritual, Klein chose to wait there above the gray fog. Suddenly, he felt the entire mysterious space start to tremble. That motionless grayish-white fog started to flow. The crimson star, corresponding to the sun, shined brightly and emitted illusory rays of light like the tide. These countless rays of light condensed into a blurry figure of the sun. He was in a supplicating position with his eyes closed and his head lowered, waiting for the moment when he could bond with the great being and gain a miraculous spiritual experience. The translucent figure on his body was still tightly coiled like a python, but its head was already tilted back as it looked up. The crystal monocle it wore flashed dimly. He's searching for the subtle, hidden connection. He should have recognized that this is just a secret deed ritual, but he didn't do anything to stop it. Is he trying to find the connection through it? Klein suddenly came to this realization, and felt the gray fog and the mysterious space above it simultaneously rippling with power. However, for the time being, Klein couldn't combine these forces with his own spirituality to create a beyonder effect that could exorcise the evil spirit, unless there was another corresponding ritual. Clearly, this was impossible. He couldn't maintain two rituals simultaneously. Klein's eyes quickly swept the area in front of him, and his gaze stopped at the sun brooch. Chapter 363, High-Level Authority. Chapter 363, High-Level Authority. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Perhaps I can use it as a bridge. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, his right hand grabbed the sunbird-shaped dark golden brooch. At the same time, he used his spirituality as a whirlpool to attract the pride power from the mysterious space towards him, making it surge towards the sun brooch like a tidal wave. The quivering above the gray fog became obvious. Little dots of pure light intertwined and swept toward Klein, blending with his spirituality. The sunbird-shaped dark golden brooch began to glow with a dazzling brilliance. It grew brighter and denser, and in an instant, drop after drop of a translucent golden liquid began to condense. The liquid quickly merged together and formed a human figure that was as tall as Klein. It was a golden figure, a sacred figure. It does work. Sun holy water that's created from a higher level of power is closer to a god's bestowment. Klein's heart was filled with joy. He turned his gaze back to the crimson star, which symbolized the sun. He then looked at the figure that was waiting to bond with the great being. As for the divine figure condensed by the golden sun holy water, it wasn't a result of the sun brooch, but simply a manifestation of Klein's subconscious thoughts. Reaching this step, he had already allowed the golden figure to move forward. Through the illusory crimson star, it merged with little sun through the secret deed ritual as it dispelled the evil spirit hidden inside his body, as well as giving him a certain amount of knowledge and a miraculous spiritual experience. However, Klein didn't have much confidence at that very moment. The power of the mysterious space was obviously higher than his spirituality, making him unable to smoothly control the power. As such, the power of the golden figure was mixed, chaotic, and insufficiently coordinated. If he used it as is, the effect was, at most, 10% of what he expected. As for Amon, who was suspected to be a descendant of the ancient sun god, he was born into a family of blasphemers in the Tudor Empire's fourth epoch. Even if it wasn't his main body, he was able to successfully hide his identity from the powerful high-sequence demon hunter and the powerful mystical items that protected the existence of the City of Silver. Klein truly didn't have much confidence with the effect only amounting to 10%. His initial plan was only to give it a try. If it really didn't work, he would temporarily bar the sun and then reconnect with him when he found a better solution. However, having come this far, Klein naturally wanted the best outcome and strived to succeed in one go. Having disguised himself as the godlike fool, he too had a little pride, and he wanted to keep up his reputation. He gave a self-deprecating laugh as he prepared to find a way to increase the effects of the golden figure to dispel the evil entity at the last moment. Of course, I can only waste a few seconds, otherwise, the ritual would be over. Klein's eyes swept over the items on the long bronze table again, thinking only of the words high level. Due to his spirituality's intuition as a seer, his gaze landed on an item. The card of blasphemy, the Dark Emperor card. Of all the items Klein owned, it was the only one that matched the words high level. As for Isaac's copper whistle, Klein clearly remembered that it had been completely suppressed when the Blackthorn Security Company faced off with the spawn of the evil god. However, what the Dark Emperor card's high level pertains to is the knowledge contained inside. That's not right. After the owner advances to become a high-sequence Beyonder, it can produce subtle responses with the Beyonder ingredients that are needed. Furthermore, it also possesses the characteristics of anti-divination and anti-prophecy. In other words, its level isn't low. I don't need to use it for a fight, as long as I can use its high level to suppress the power of this mysterious space above the fog, and if I can minimize the chaotic and unnatural coordination of the golden figure. That will be enough. Klein quickly came up with an idea. He reached out his hand towards the Dark Emperor card, which had its back facing up. Just then, he noticed a frightening scene through the corner of his eyes. Within the shadow of the sun that was formed by the illusory rays of the crimson star, a palm, so shriveled that only skin and bones remained, was suddenly reaching forward. Slowly but firmly, it grabbed at the boundary of the crimson star, giving off a feeling as if it was piercing through reality and entering the psyche domain. Amon was attempting to use the connection to rip open the boundary and extend his hand into the gray fog. Whoosh! For the first time, the endless grayish-white fog was in chaos. The flowing from before seemed to turn into waves as gales formed. Klein's pupils shrank. He no longer hesitated, and he picked up the Dark Emperor card. As soon as he held this item in his hand, he immediately felt that his spirituality was no longer subdued by the power of the mysterious space. Suddenly, the golden figure became abnormally tall, and on its back, it grew pairs of enormous pitch-black wings. There were a total of 12 pairs. On each pair of wings, there were dark and bright feathers engraved with many mysterious symbols. The contrast between gold and black was stark, and the huge figure, driven by Klein, spread its wings to cover the vast dome of the towering palace. Without a sound, the sacred yet corrupted figure of light and darkness flashed over, overlapping with the manifestation of little sun that was formed by the crimson star. The light and shadows intersected, and a fierce wind blew in all directions. The palm that was so shriveled that it didn't have any flesh, to the point of only having skin and bones left, shrank backward uncontrollably, but it also firmly refused to retreat. It was like a man falling off a cliff who had extended his hand to grab a bulge, unwilling to let go regardless of what happened. Whoosh! In the midst of the illusory and chaotic sounds, light and darkness completely erupted. The shriveled hand finally lost its support, and it plummeted, constantly disintegrating and disappearing as it did. After a few seconds, the gray fog and the mysterious space above it returned to its previous tranquility, as if no one had stepped inside for thousands of years. Klein focused again and saw that the blurry figure of Little Sun was no longer entangled with the twisted and incorporeal entity. Phew! Unable to stop himself, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he conjured the contrasting image from before and threw them at the manifested figure of Little Sun in the crimson rays of light, allowing him to fully comprehend them. In the Berg household in the City of Silver. Derek felt both awake and adrift at the same time. It was as if he could see shadows of ineffable shapes, different colors of light that contained endless knowledge, and a majestic, tall, golden figure looking down upon everything. This figure stood beside Mr. Fool in the thick gray fog, with 12 pairs of huge, dark, mysterious wings on his back. Not only did his body and mind become warm and pure, but he also seemed to understand what was called sunlight. He had even figured out holy water creation, as well as the knowledge to exorcise evil spirits. It also contained images he couldn't understand, such as a towering, hidden pyramidal mausoleum. In that intoxicating spiritual experience, it was as if he had returned to his most carefree childhood, to the lands where the sun shone in his imagination, and it was only when everything was gone and the simple furnishings of his room came into view that he snapped back to his senses. Is this the secret deed ritual as referenced in textbooks? For more than 2,000 years, no one in the City of Silver has succeeded before. No one has been able to come into contact with a mighty existence. At that moment, Derek's low spirits and loneliness lessened. A heartfelt smile beamed on his face. The Fool's so-called experiment was to confirm whether our City of Silver's environment can perform a secret deed ritual? That wondrous feeling of all that knowledge was the payment he gave me? Derek lowered his head again and said with great respect, "Thank you, Mr. Fool." Right at this moment, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. In the center of the fog was a lofty chair. It was the leisurely seated fool. Then, Derek saw himself covered in a transparent, illusory shadow. The figure wore a black classic robe, a matching pointed hat, and a crystal monocle hung from its face. It coiled around his body like a python. This Amon wasn't dead. He evaded the detection of the mystical items and the attention of His Excellency, and he became a parasite on my spirit body. Derek's eyes widened, and he saw himself as he was now, no longer entangled by Amon. Did Mr. Fool notice him and finish him? Derek's sunken heart calmed down while cold sweat trickled down his forehead due to the lingering fear. His face, on the other hand, displayed an expression of instinctive reverence. He subconsciously followed the words described in the mythology course and said, "Praise you, the mighty Mr. Fool." Somewhere in the deep darkness, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. This was a plain that was filled with ravines, and a dark green single-eyed giant was wandering about subconsciously. His eyes were lifeless, and his face was covered with traces of rotting pus. Grayish-yellow gas permeated from his body and interwoven in the air, forming many clouds. And beneath his feet, in the darkest ravine on the plain, there was a figure standing at the edge, overlooking the land below. With the help of the lightning, a thick and broad grayish-white building could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the ravine. The figure was dressed in a black classic robe and a pointed cap of the same color. It had curly black hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and thin cheeks. It looked identical to the phantom Derek Berg had seen. He raised his hand and pinched the crystal monocle. Then, he turned his head to the left and looked into the distance. As expected, he suddenly whispered, in the language of ancient Fasak. After pausing for a moment, the man smiled and said the words, "The fool." Before he finished speaking, he had already jumped into the ravine in front of him. At this moment, the lightning subsided for a second, and darkness completely enveloped the world. After eliminating the fatal threat, Klein returned to the real world, once again feeling the urgent need to advance his sequence. The Amon that I eliminated wasn't the main body. If he truly is interested in the mysterious space above the gray fog, he will soon return to the City of Silver. At that time, I wonder if the 2 legendary mystical items and the 3 demon hunters will be able to stop him. For a mere clone to be so bizarre and terrifying, one can imagine how powerful his main body is. Therefore, I need to conclude the rest of the magician rules as soon as possible and, through digestion and advancement, better grasp the mysterious space above the gray. Perhaps, the City of Silver's shepherd elder will be used. If she really is corrupted by the true creator. Klein opened the bathroom door and went down to the first floor while in deep thought. Chapter 364, Cathedral of Serenity. Chapter 364, Cathedral of Serenity. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. What about the rest of the magician's rules? As Klein idly leafed through the newspaper he had finished reading, he thought about the issues that mattered most to him. He had already considered one point before, and that was the difference between having an audience to cheer for him and not having one. However, just this alone didn't seem sufficient. With this thought, Klein's thoughts ran wild as he inexplicably thought of something. When I was still a seer, being recognized and praised as a true fortune teller would give me a feeling that the process of digesting the magic potion had become faster. After I concluded the seer principles, I began to believe that there was no direct correlation between the views and feedback from others and that they were merely expressions, nothing substantial. If I act well enough, I would naturally be acknowledged, and my digestion would naturally be faster. That is to say, I had always believed that there were 2 different responses with the same gains, and not something related to causality. But now, there's the choice of receiving an audience's applause. If it does help me digest the potion, does it mean that some performances really require feedback, and the way that others view me can subtly affect the progress of my potion's digestion? By extension, would the establishment of the churches by the 7 Orthodox gods, the spreading of their faith, and the nurturing of their followers partially be a result of this? This is truly a sacrilegious thought. I am indeed not a person who sincerely worships gods. I will praise them, but I won't blindly believe in them. Klein quickly adjusted his train of thought as he searched for another angle of attack. He repeatedly compared the subtle differences between seer, clown, and magician. Gradually, he came up with an idea. In comparison, does a magician, who needs to perform, possess the need to take the initiative? Taking the initiative to perform instead of being passive like a seer or clown? From the perspective of fate, it also fits. From a seer's reverence of fate, a clown's characteristic of being teased by fate while still maintaining a smile, and finally a magician who takes the initiative to challenge fate. Even if the result is nothing real or substantial, he will still receive the audience's applause from his deception. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he planned to make attempts in taking the initiative to perform. Where should I start? It should be something relatively less dangerous. I can consider the imprisonment of that vampire named Emlyn White by Father Utravsky. However, I need to confirm that this group of non-humans abide by the law and only engage in petty theft at the worst. Where do Emlyn's companions stay on the southern side of the bridge? I can't really remember. I'll have to use divination to jog my memories. I'll also confirm how dangerous it is. Having come to this conclusion, Klein put down the newspaper, got up, and went upstairs. It had to be said that he didn't have any other motivation to actively involve himself in something that had almost nothing to do with him. It wasn't his personality, but in order to act, he had to force himself to do so. This is considered rather simple for me. How would a straight male act as a witch and demoness of pleasure? It's no wonder the City of Silver emphasizes that you're only acting. Klein suddenly understood the meaning of the admonition. City of Silver, in a dark room at the top of the spire. Chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad, stood in front of a window, staring at the Silver City which was shrouded in darkness and lightning. Those beams of light illuminated his disheveled white hair, revealing his twisted and hideous old scars on his face, as well as the deep wrinkles on his face and his worried eyes. After an unknown period of time, Colin turned and looked at a dark corner. He asked in a deep voice, "Find anything?" In the corner, a shadow stood up. It was pitch black as it shot towards the wall, twisting and whirling. Its voice carried the feeling of metal rubbing against metal, and it was rather jarring to the ears. After Derek Berg returned home, he showed some signs of abnormality, but there was no immediate need to deal with it. Colin nodded slightly and said, "What did he do?" With the help of the mystical item at the bottom of the spire, the rampager and the clone of the mysterious figure were eliminated. However, he had constantly suspected that the matter had not been completely resolved. The former captain of the exploration team suddenly lost control. The mysterious person recklessly took action after enduring for a full 42 years, without any consideration for the traps or the consequences. All of this made Colin, who had killed and hunted many monsters, instinctively feel that something was amiss. Therefore, he believed that this was a deliberate choice made by the mysterious man. Although the real purpose of the mysterious man was still unknown, he definitely had some sort of follow-up method, and it wouldn't be so simple to get rid of him. After using his demon hunter powers and finding no abnormalities, he deliberately pretended to be deceived and directly permitted the youth named Derek Berg to return home. However, he had secretly sent someone to monitor the situation closely. This was completely different from the detention and observation method which Colin had used in the past. It was a change he had no choice but to make. The black shadow that was slightly gyrating replied. After he entered the room, he sat on the edge of the bed and muttered to himself for quite a while. As I was afraid that the mysterious man would discover me, I didn't get too close, so I couldn't clearly hear what was being said. However, I can confirm that this is an abnormal sign. After talking to himself, Derek seemed to become very tired and fell asleep very quickly. But after a short nap, he suddenly woke up and conducted a ritual. I suspect that his mind wasn't lucid while doing so and that he was controlled by the mysterious man. By the way, the ritual had elements of a secret deed. Colin pondered for a while and said with a solemn expression, as expected. Perhaps he was communicating with his main body via this method. What exactly is his purpose? Why did he spend his 42 years at the bottom of the spire in peace? The Black Shadow naturally couldn't answer this question as it continued. After the ritual, Derek no longer showed any abnormal behavior. Does this matter need to be dealt with immediately? If that mysterious person's main body is attracted here, we might not be able to deal with him. Colin remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "Continue the observation." That mysterious person has yet to show any substantial malice, so our reaction can't be too intense. Sai, do you remember that prophecy? It's almost time for disaster to befall. The further we explore, the more strange ruins we find, and the more dangerous the items we harvest. By your will, Your Excellency. The Black Shadow slowly retreated back into the ground and disappeared. At this moment, in the Berg household, Derek began to cough so violently that his heart seemed to almost burst. Cough. 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 He crouched down and coughed non-stop until his throat began to itch, and he coughed out something. Splat. A translucent object slid across his throat and fell to the ground. It was a worm with the length and thickness of a finger. There were some transparent areas on its body, forming rings. Derek had seen something like this at the bottom of the spire previously, and he was certain that he was already free of Amon's influence. He bent down and picked up the translucent worm, and finally, he was able to count the total number of rings on its body. There were a total of 12. What is its use? What can it be used for? It seems to be dead. Derek lost himself in thought. Winter County, in the northern part of the Lone Kingdom. A black Gothic cathedral towered over the snow-covered mountains as it occupied a vast stretch of land. In front of it was a cliff, and its surroundings was a vast expanse of whiteness with utmost silence. This was the Church of the Evernight Goddess's headquarters, known as the Cathedral of Serenity. The dark-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell had a black windbreaker draped over him as he wore red gloves and walked out of his room. Having successfully advanced and stabilized himself, he hadn't been given the opportunity to participate in any operations yet, as well as some exercises and so-called mysticism courses. After going around a corner, Leonard saw a staircase leading down. There, he saw Captain Dunsmith, with a pair of dark gray eyes and dressed in a black windbreaker, and Klein Moretti, who exuded a bookish demeanor standing there, smiling and waiting. He tilted his head back and sighed. My memory has also gotten worse. I've already forgotten that the two of you no longer exist. Leonard looked away and walked down the stairs to the first floor of the cathedral. He knocked on the door and entered a small room. There were chairs in the room, and some nighthawks wearing red gloves sat around inside. Leonard found a seat at random and sat down, smiling as he chatted with his friends. After a while, the high-ranking deacon, Crestet Casimir, with his propped-up collar covering his chin and lips, walked in, sat right in front, and said to the crowd, "Today's class will inform you of things you need to pay attention to. As Red Gloves, you will travel to different places, and there's a high chance of encountering dangerous high-sequence beyonders. If their intent is obvious, and they want to kill you, the only thing you can do is leave a trail behind you so that the subsequent investigators will be able to find the appropriate clues. The exact methods include. But most of the time, high-sequence beyonders won't always attack you directly. They will utilize you based on all sorts of factors. You must be alert enough to not be fooled, and here are a few things that we have summarized." Sitting in the back, Leonard listened with a smile and great attentiveness. His target for revenge was a high-sequence beyonder. Casimir paused for 2 seconds and continued, "In the first case, some high-sequence beyonder will pretend to be hidden existences, using promises in hope to deceive you into reciting his corresponding description. In the second case, some high-sequence beyonders might be restrained in a sealed state. They will act as mystical items that can help you get out of your predicament. For example, a magic lamp that can grant you 3 wishes or a wishing pond. The third case is for a high-sequence potion named Parasite. They often claim that they have lost their bodies and can only survive together with your spirit body. They can only rely on you and will not harm you. They will then give you knowledge, formulas, and all sorts of benefits, hoping that you can become powerful so that you can one day help him reconstruct his body or take revenge. In reality, the Beyonders with parasites will only become nutrients for the parasite, thus prolonging the parasite's lifespan and condition. As Leonard listened, his smile faded. Chapter 365 Vampire with a Unique Hobby. Chapter 365 Vampire with a Unique Hobby. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. The Cathedral of Serenity looked particularly beautiful at night. It complemented with the crimson moon high up in the sky that coldly illuminated the land. Leonard entered his single room, took off his 2 red gloves, and tossed them onto a wooden table. With a grim look, he sat in front of the patterned glass window, his back facing out as he bathed in the moonlight. After 10 seconds of silence, he said softly, almost gritting his teeth, "So you're a parasite." Leonard's voice echoed faintly in his own ears, muffled by obvious anger, tension, a sense of loss, and fear. In the blink of an eye, a slightly aged voice resounded in his mind. "You can say that. What exactly do you want? Are you a being that's leeching my life through your parasitic means? Or are you waiting for me to become stronger, so you can directly devour my Beyonder characteristic, just like cultivating a humanoid potion?" Leonard's voice was suppressed, but in no way slow. The slightly aged voice in his mind laughed. "I'm your fortuitous encounter, didn't you always think so? You believed yourself to be unique and the protagonist of this era. In fact, you aren't acting as arrogant and self-conceited as you usually do. Ultimately, you're wary of me. He. After I taught you the acting method, you didn't even focus on studying it. All you did was a very superficial attempt at it. You wasted a very long time before you digested it and even hit it. You didn't pursue the nightmare potion. It was only after you met with the spawn of the true creator and suffered a setback were you willing to advance to sequence 7. Your regret has made you hallucinate. Leonard, think about it carefully. Would I not understand the Church of the Evernight Goddess? When I dealt with them, even the so-called Cheneys hadn't even been born yet. Would I not know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess knows of parasites? Would I not realize that the Red Gloves would grasp certain secrets to prevent the infiltration of high-sequence Beyonders? But did I ever stop you from joining the Red Gloves? After a few brief changes in expression, Leonard finally fell silent, saying nothing. The voice in his mind laughed again. Do you feel like you have aged faster than your real age? No, right? I can live for at least another 100 years. I'm not in a hurry to take over my host's life. As for your Beyonder characteristics, humph. We aren't even in a similar pathway that allows exchanging. If I swallow it, it would be equivalent to drinking poison, making me half crazy and increasing my chance of losing control. Do you think that I would do that? Evernight is grouped with Giant and Death, while my Beyonder Pathways goal is that of the Apprentice and Seer. Leonard looked at his body, which was illuminated by the crimson moonlight. After some thought, he asked again, "What exactly do you want to do? What is your purpose?" The slightly aged voice in his mind sighed. Didn't I already tell you? I've suffered tremendous damage, and I need a host to recover slowly, and I have to hide from a terrible enemy. The Nighthawks, the Church of the Evernight Goddess, is quite a good choice for a host. Leonard lifted his head, looked at the ceiling for a few seconds, and said in a deep voice, "Will you be discovered by the archbishops, high-ranking deacons, or other sealed artifacts?" The slightly aged voice replied leisurely, "If parasites were so easily discovered, that high-ranking deacon named Sesamir wouldn't have just given a warning and not send all of you to be checked. Of course, parasites do leave traces. The Church of the Evernight Goddess has the means to determine this, but it's relatively complicated and troublesome. It will cause certain losses and substantial danger. It might even affect that goddess, so before you become a high-ranking deacon, making you qualified to participate in meetings for the upper echelons of the church, and interact with Grade 0 sealed artifacts, there's no need to worry. By then, I should have recovered and embarked on my own journey." Leonard listened with a serious expression. After a while, he said, "You have a terrifying enemy? Who is he?" The slightly aged voice chuckled and said, I don't know his name, but I do know his last name. What is it? Leonard asked. The slightly aged voice suddenly became low and deep. Amman. The area south of the bridge, 46 River Bay Avenue. The owners of the house that were enjoying their dinner heard the tinkling of the doorbell. The only maid came to the door, and through the peephole above the door's lock, she saw a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform. She opened the door and asked somewhat fearfully, Sir, is there anything I can do for you? The cop was none other than the disguised Klein, who was attempting to take the initiative to perform. He was here to confirm that the partners of the vampire, Emlyn White, the ones living at 48 River Bay Avenue, and the people who entrusted Stewart with the mission, were law-abiding monsters. Yes, law-abiding monsters. Although this doesn't sound right and sounds a little funny, it's how I would react with my true thoughts. Klein emphasized in his heart. The police uniform he wore wasn't a fake that he specially tailored. It was a product of his ordinary clothes and hallucinatory effects. A magician had to do what a magician would do. Klein didn't monitor 48 River Bay Avenue because he believed that Emlyn White's companions had long since moved away. As monsters and non-humans, moving to another residence was the most basic thing to do after a comrade disappears for several days. They had to suspect that Emlyn White was captured by the Nighthawks, the mandated Punishers, or other official Beyonder organizations, and it was necessary to assume that he might be dead at any moment. Therefore, what Klein wanted to do was to perform an investigation by conducting a survey. He maintained the arrogance of a low-ranking policeman towards an ordinary citizen. Without taking off his hat, he slightly raised his chin and said, I have something to ask your master. The maid entered in a fluster and quickly brought back a man in his 30s wearing a thick shirt. Officer, what would you like to ask me? The man asked nervously. Klein stood at the door and looked inside. Do you know the residents of Unit 48? I do. The male owner was stunned for a moment before asking, what happened to them? They're involved in a case. You have to tell me everything you know, Klein said with a straight face. His face was also disguised, augmented with slight hallucinatory effects. It was to ensure that he looked distinct from the great detective Sherlock Moriarty. The male owner suddenly came to a realization. It's no wonder they moved away so hurriedly more than a month ago. Most of the residents of River Bay Avenue and the neighborhood knew the Whites and their son. He was a handsome but eccentric young man. Mr. White is an excellent physician and is good at using all kinds of medicine and bloodletting therapy. Bloodletting therapy? Klein returned with a question. Yes, although this has been regarded by many newspapers and magazines as an old medical skill that had no effect, anyone who received Mr. White's treatment were cured. However, Mr. White also said that except for him, the other doctors who practice bloodletting therapy are quacks. The owner gave his viewpoint. The bloodletting therapy is to accumulate food for themselves, isn't it? The only thing that is useful was the medicine. This vampire family relied on bloodletting therapy to help treat patients while receiving food as compensation. If there weren't many patients, or if their blood was very unhealthy, would they consider going to a distant hospital to steal blood from a blood bag and drink it? For such monsters, they really are law-abiding. Klein nodded in understanding. The emotional color changes in his spirit vision told him that the man wasn't lying. Seeing that the police officer didn't refute him, the man continued, Mr. White and his wife are very nice people. Although they can't cure those who are seriously ill, they're still pretty good doctors for all the residents who live nearby. Was their child, Emlyn, involved in a case? That young man was too silent, as though he looked down on us. He's always hiding at home, and I have no idea what he's doing. Officer, are you hot? It's so cold outside. He probably just hides in the day and comes out at night. Klein wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, I've been walking around here all day because of this case. Next, according to his design survey, he learned everything about the Whites and their son. One family at a time, he knocked on the door, asked questions, compiled answers, and came to the conclusion that the White family was indeed kind, amiable, and law-abiding. It doesn't seem like a description of a vampire. Klein looked up at the crimson moon which was piercing through the clouds, ready to make a final confirmation. He removed the hallucinatory effect from his body and started divining. After making sure there was no danger, he went around to the side and climbed into the house at 48 River Bay Avenue. Others might not know who had taken Emlyn White away, ultimately afraid of being followed up by an official visit from official Beyonders, but Klein knew what was going on and wasn't worried about a trap. As he entered the second floor, he used the moonlight to see that the rooms were in disarray. Many things hadn't been taken away. Through these things, he could imagine the haste in which their owners had left. He even found some precious books on herbs in a study, including some popular countryside folk recipes. As he walked, Klein entered one of the bedrooms, and shadows came into view. He jumped in fright, imagining that he had been ambushed. He almost snapped his fingers to light the match that had been thrown outside. Fortunately, no attacks occurred. The crimson moonlight shone through the window, covering the entire room. Klein was finally able to clearly see what those black shadows were. They didn't have any spiritual luster, and they were figurines of varying sizes. The biggest one was only slightly shorter than Klein. It was a girl wearing a gorgeous long skirt. Her sleeves and collars were covered with lace and ribbons. This female figurine was obviously more like one of wax. Her facial features were vivid and lifelike, and her golden hair and red eyes were alluring and beautiful. The smallest one was only the size of a normal person's palm. It was a woman wearing silver body armor. She looked valiant and heroic while looking magnanimous and beautiful. As his eyes swept past each figurine, Klein suddenly remembered something. Under the influence of Roselle, the development of figurine art had two trends. One was the adorable type, allowing them to have a change of clothes, while the other strove to be more realistic. Klein looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "These figurines are not cheap." Don't tell me Emlyn is a vampire who was obsessed with figurines? Chapter 366, The Hanged Man's Ambition. Chapter 366, The Hanged Man's Ambition. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. After a thorough inspection, Klein confirmed that there was nothing odd about the White family and that the couple didn't even leave a single strand of hair behind, apparently to prevent anyone from tracking them down using divination. He returned to the bedroom filled with dolls, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog, intending to use divination for a final confirmation. However, before he got down to business, he conjured the female figurine who was nearly his height, and just like how he had done a divination for the mutated sun as sacred emblem in Tingen City, he picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a sentence on the yellowish-brown goatskin, its origin. Putting down the pen and holding onto the piece of paper, Klein leaned back in his chair and began to mumble as he slowly adjusted his mental state into a cogitation state. After repeating this 7 times, his eyes turned dark, and his eyelids drooped as he entered a deep slumber. In the gray space, he saw the puppet craftsman working with extraordinary concentration. He saw the red-eyed girl being placed in the room of dolls and Emlyn White fishing out his wallet with his eyes fixed on her. Finally, the scene stopped inside the bedroom where Klein was presently located. The proud vampire, Emlyn White, with his hair combed back diagonally, looked handsome but slightly delicate. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the doll affectionately, along with all the other puppets of different sizes. He truly is a fanatic of figurines. Klein opened his eyes and facepalmed. Soon after, he waved his hand, causing the puppet that he conjured to vanish from the space above the gray fog. When he was done, he picked up his fountain pen again and wrote another divination statement, "Scenes of death in the last 10 years in 48 River Bay Avenue." According to the statements from the residents, the White family had been there for no more than 10 years, so Klein was able to lock onto a specific area, and he believed that if the White family were just superficially good monsters who were actually making disappearance cases all the time in order to suck warm, delicious blood, then it was impossible to not have any happen at home. In a period as long as 10 years, there would always be a few accidents as long as they didn't stop. After carefully checking the divination sentence, Klein recited it and entered cogitation again, rapidly falling into a dream. In the dusky world, his vision was sometimes pitch black, sometimes dotted with snowflakes, and sometimes splintered. However, no scenes appeared. This was the result of the divination, nothing. No one had died in the last 10 years at 48 River Bay Avenue. By taking into account all the factors involved, it's possible to make a preliminary conclusion that the White family was a law-abiding vampire family, other than a few instances of petty theft. As Klein looked at the long, mottled bronze table in front of him, he wrapped himself with his spirituality and plummeted into the gray fog. Returning to the real world, he carefully removed the traces he had left behind and left 48 River Bay Avenue. Instead of making his final conclusion, he took a detour to the River Bay police station, where he easily sneaked into the archives by mixing himself in among the thieves and drunkards, allowing them to serve as a foil for his disguise. There, he boldly lit the gas lamps inside. Then, Klein pulled out the last 10 years of missing persons records and paged through them. From time to time, the police officers on duty would pass by the door, but their eyes didn't notice any light leaking out from the archives. There's nothing suspicious at all. After an unknown period of time, the black-gloved Klein placed the docket back. Then, he turned off the gas lamp, took off his hat in the darkness, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed towards the lobby. On his way back to Minsk Street, Klein took a shower, changed his clothes, sat down at his desk, and spread out the map of Backland that he had first bought on the steam locomotive. The first thing he did was find Rose Street, which was on the south side of the bridge where the Harvest Church was located. This was where Father Utravsky was the bishop of the cathedral and had Emlyn White imprisoned in his basement. Soon after, Klein's gaze moved as he familiarized himself with the names and layout of the surrounding streets. A performance can't be done too hastily or with an excessive thirst for success. One has to slowly immerse the audience into the act. Klein whispered, unfolding a piece of paper and lowering his pen. Dear Detective Stewart, I wonder if you found Emlyn White. I've been keeping an eye out for you lately, and one of my informants told me today that he has seen this man on Tatiba Street in the area south of the bridge. Of course, he simply said that the person he saw looked similar to the man in the portrait. Putting down the pen, Klein folded the letter neatly, stuffed it into an envelope, and affixed a black stamp worth 1 penny. Above the vast, boundless Sonia Sea with undulating waves churning beneath it. The Blue Avenger advanced forward steadily without any signs of shaking. Alger Wilson sat in the captain's cabin with a brass sextant in his hand, but his eyes were closed. Without a sound, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I've finally digested it. Alger opened his eyes and raised his hands, causing the surroundings to glow with an azure light. The azure lights intersected and turned into a huge wave that swept forward. Alger pressed his hands together, and the wave disintegrated, turning into countless raindrops that fell onto the deck. After nearly 4 months, his seafarer potion had finally been digested. During this period of time, not only had he spent a long time wandering the seas, completing all the missions assigned to him by the church, but he had also deliberately sought out new sea routes and sought out undiscovered islands. After a few setbacks, he was finally met with success. This, in turn, led to the digestion of the potion, allowing him to figure out his principles as a seafarer. The core principle involved being intimate with the sea, to masterfully grasp information regarding sea routes and the weather, as well as exploration and discovery. The always heavy Alger couldn't help getting out of his seat. He paced back and forth in the captain's cabin, thinking of the future he longed for. After obtaining the potion formula for the Wind-Blessed and finding the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, he would hide his advancement to Sequence 6 from the church. Then, he would repeat the same process again, striving to become a Sequence 5 ocean songster within 3 years. During this process, he had to serve as the captain of the Blue Avenger and avoid entering the mandated Punishers with its complicated social relationship so as to prevent his secret from being exposed. Once I'm promoted to Sequence 5 and gain sufficient strength, I'll be able to secretly return to that place. Alger subconsciously looked to his right. His gaze seemed to pierce through the planks of the ship and the vast sea, and onto an ancient and hidden island. Alger wasn't worried about his future advancement within the church. Once he fulfilled his wishes, he would be able to fully focus on seeking a higher position in the church. At that time, he would continue to disguise himself as a Sequence 7 despite being a Sequence 5 and drink another Wind-Blessed potion. This would increase his beyonder characteristics, strengthen him, and slow his digestion, but it wouldn't endanger his own safety. For the same reason, after sequence 5 was completely digested, he could imbibe another ocean songster and repeat the normal process. This would only push him closer to losing control, but he also had solutions to that. It was to find a woman to marry and transfer the extra beyonder characteristics to his children. After doing this, I'll be able to move closer to the level of a cardinal and approach the level of a high sequence beyonder. This is my chance in such an era. In his mind, Alger had already sketched out the image of himself wearing the robe of a cardinal as he occupied a high position in the church and had many mandated punishers under his control. After being intoxicated for a moment, he withdrew his gaze and regained his senses. What follows will increase in difficulty with each step. Fortunately, I have the tarot gathering and Mr. Fool. Although there are dangers underlying it as well, any path to improving myself will involve risk. I have to try to gather those Roselle diary pages as quickly as possible. I should grab the chance to raise a question and understand what that card beside Mr. Fool's hand is. The one which only shows its back. It wasn't there previously. Card. Roselle's diary. Could it be the item I'm thinking of? Alger's eyes narrowed as his pupils constricted. 15, Minsk Street. Klein yawned, switched off the gas lamp, and slipped into bed. He originally had another plan. He had wanted to use divination to grasp the origin of the biological poison bottle and obtain the first 3 potion formulas for the sequence from the werewolf beyonder characteristic. But after a busy night dealing with the matter regarding Emlyn White, he felt a little tired and decided to try again the next day above the grey fog. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, Klein suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was the spiritual intuition of a seer. It has already been several days since I obtained the werewolf beyonder characteristics and the biological poison bottle. It's not like I haven't been in a good mental state during this period of time, yet I have been repeatedly delaying the divination. This is very abnormal. Klein sat up, carefully thought about it, and recalled a similar incident. The first time he met Megos, he had wanted to directly use his spirit vision to observe her mental state, but he naturally ended up missing the opportunity due to momentarily being taken aback. It was only at the end that he found out that it was because Megos had an evil god spawn in her stomach. His spiritual intuition as a seer had stopped him without leaving a mark, preventing him from losing control and collapsing right on the spot. It's very similar, and this time, it's even more obvious. I remember that Miss Sharon mentioned that the Rose School of Thought's control over their members far exceeds my imagination. Everyone's body and soul seem to be bound by something, which is also the reason why information regarding the mutant sequence is rarely leaked out. They believe in the chained god. So, when using the beyonder characteristic of a werewolf to deduce the corresponding potion formulas, it would directly involve this evil god and bring about consequences that I don't wish to bear? Klein thought about it seriously and felt that there was something suspicious about it. Back when I divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem and the ear left behind by the listener, my spiritual intuition hadn't stopped me. Could it be that the chained god is stronger than the eternal blazing sun and the true creator? Or could it be that his nature allows him to restrain the grey fog and even be able to effectively invade it? Of course, the source of the danger can also be the biological poison bottle. Thinking of this, Klein, who was always cautious, decided to attempt divining the biological poison bottle tomorrow and see if his seer's spiritual intuition would stop him. Chapter 367, Threatening Letter. Chapter 367, Threatening Letter. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Tuesday morning, the weather remained as cold as it usually was this season. Klein tightened the collar of his tweed coat, put on his hat, and pulled open the door. He was heading to the end of the street, where the mailbox was, to post a letter to Detective Stewart. Since it wasn't that far, there was no need to dress neatly or heavily, but Klein had just recovered from his cold, so he had wrapped himself up thickly just in case. Perhaps it was because of the strong wind last night, but the air in Backland was surprisingly good. Klein subconsciously slowed down his pace and enjoyed this rare morning. As he passed Jurgen's house, he heard the oriel window creak open and instinctively turned to look. Standing at the window was Mrs. Doris, wearing a black plush hat and a thick grayish-blue scarf. She looked even worse than before, and her body was even more hunched. "Good morning, Detective Moriarty. Thank you for taking care of Brody. He said you were a good man, didn't you, Brody?" Old Granny Doris bent down and picked up the black cat with green eyes. Brody used all 4 of his limbs and struggled in her embrace. Finally, he jumped down and lightly landed on the windowsill. But instead of leaving, he circled around and around, nuzzling Mrs. Doris with its head on one side, without even looking at Klein. Was he being friend-zoned by a cat? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and smiled sincerely. "It's a happy deed, and even more delightful news is that you've recovered and have been discharged from the hospital." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he said goodbye and continued to walk down the street with a smile on his face. He had only taken a few steps when he heard Mrs. Doris call after him. "When Jurgen comes back, I'll have him pay you." "Do I look like I took this mission for the money?" The smile on Klein's face suddenly froze. He could only half turn around and wave his hand, indicating that he understood. When he was far away from Jurgen's house, his expression gradually turned serious, and he sighed faintly. He had just activated his spirit vision to look at Mrs. Doris's aura and found that her situation wasn't too good. It wasn't only because of her old age but also because of the cold weather and bad air in Backland. All of these had a very bad effect on her lung disease. Mrs. Doris should be able to make it through this late autumn and winter, but it will be hard to say for the next one, or the next one. If she wants to live for a few more years, she would have to move to the south. To the area around Desi Bay. It's a pity that it's likely that lawyer Jurgen can't afford to do so now. Even I haven't been to Desi Bay. Klein mumbled, came to the mailbox, and stuffed the letter in. This was the prelude to his performance. And this evening, he would head to the Harvest Church as a detective and do the rest of the preparations. After buying a Desi pie for breakfast, Klein returned via his original path and was quite at ease. Before he got close to the house, he saw an elegantly decorated carriage parked outside. 2 ladies in black hats and a ribbon were anxiously pulling on his doorbell, while the maids and bodyguards were scattered around, as though they were on guard against something. "Mrs. Stellan. Ma'am Mary. Do they have something to entrust me with? They look very anxious." With the paper bag containing the Desi pie in hand, Klein approached and said with a laugh, "Ladies, it should be time for breakfast." When they turned back to see Detective Sherlock Moriarty, Ma'am Mary was visibly relieved. "Mr. Detective, you have to help me." In Klein's spirit vision, there was nothing fake about her anxiety, nervousness, and fear. Therefore, he nodded his head, pointed at the door and said, "Let's talk inside." As he spoke, he glanced at his landlady, Stellan, and he noticed that her condition was entirely different from the past 2 days. She had become very low and dejected, as though she wasn't interested in anything at all. What happened to her? Although his landlady liked to show off a little, she's someone who loves life a lot. Klein took out his key and opened the door. After entering, before she could sit still, Ma'am Mary impatiently said, "Detective Moriarty, I received a threatening letter." "Threatening letter?" Klein put down the Desi pie, clasped his hands, and asked, "What does the letter say?" Ma'am Mary glanced sideways at Mrs. Stellan, and seeing that she wasn't quite as active as usual, she said after some deliberation, "That letter asked me to handle the smoke of the factory impartially when I carry out the atmospheric pollution investigation and to acknowledge their contributions. Or else I would end up like the doll that came with the letter." The doll's head was ripped off, and its arms and legs were broken. Ma'am Mary seemed to recall the feeling when she opened the letter, and she said with a trembling voice, "This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I don't know if it will become a reality or not. I didn't know that I would have to experience such cases when I became a member of the Investigation Council. I didn't know. Ma'am, perhaps Emperor Roselle once said that there are only 2 ultimate forms of hatred between people. One is to murder the other person's parents, and the other is to destroy another person's means of earning money. Klein solemnly nodded his head and said, "My suggestion is to report it to the police." From his point of view, Ma'am Mary was now a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. Her status was completely different from before, and the police would certainly not take the threats she received lightly. Moreover, this involved the development of a governmental policy and wasn't an ordinary matter, so there was a high probability that the police department would hand the case over to the church's Beyonder organization in order to solve this case as soon as possible. Based on Ma'am Mary's status as a follower of the goddess, the Nighthawks was an inevitable choice. This way, even if Klein wanted a share of the reward, he didn't want to involve himself in it. "I've already done so, but it doesn't reassure me." Ma'am Mary pursed her lips and said, "Do you know what they said?" "They said that threatening letters were formed by cutting the words from newspapers, and the doll could be bought from anywhere. It would be very difficult to find the sender in a short period of time. And they only sent one policeman to protect me. Goddess, is this how they treat a helpless citizen's cry for help?" Ma'am Mary paused, looked earnestly at Klein and said, "Detective Moriarty, I believe you can help me, not only because of your performance from that matter but also because of Mike's approval, Aaron's praise, and Talon's extolment. And I know you made a great contribution in that serial murder case. Don't worry, I will pay you well enough. Your words make me happy, but something doesn't seem right. Unless the police have already been bribed, they would probably transfer the case to the Nighthawks, and with Beyonder means such as divination available, it would be impossible for a letter made up of words from a newspaper to avoid detection. The sender would have either been caught already, or they would have means to interfere with divination. The latter would only lead to a formal and large-scale intervention by the Nighthawks. No matter what the situation is, it will be different from how the situation is handled now." Klein didn't answer Ma'am Mary right away, but he carefully analyzed the abnormality of this matter. The living room suddenly became unusually quiet. The feeling of silence made Ma'am Mary and Mrs. Stellan somewhat uneasy for some unknown reason. At some point in time, Klein had fished out a coin and made it bounce and roll between his fingers, as though it were a habit of his to focus his thoughts. Suddenly, the coin flew up and then fell down steadily onto the palm of his hand, its back facing up. Klein was surprised. He was divining whether this matter involved danger, but it turned out to have none. If such a threat really exists, even if the sender doesn't have considerable abilities, it would still result in a certain degree of danger. It's impossible to have none. Is it just a simple threat? Or... Klein suddenly thought of another possibility as he smiled and said, "Ma'am Mary, don't worry. You can go back home in peace. If someone comes to you in the next 2 days to discuss this issue so as to make it public, allowing the citizens to know the true intentions of those factory owners in order to incite anger among the public, then you will be fine." The possibility which Klein had just thought of was that the threat was a trap set up by the council so as to incite the public to use their anger, allowing the atmospheric pollution investigation to be carried out smoothly and lead to the subsequent bill which could benefit them. This would explain why the police are responding in this manner. "Why do you say that?" Ma'am Mary asked, frowning. Klein smiled and replied, "That's what I've deduced." "And if what you claim doesn't happen in 2 days?" Ma'am Mary pressed. Klein said sincerely, "Then I will provide protection. In any case, there's no danger." He added inwardly. After comforting and sending off Ma'am Mary, he went above the gray fog to confirm the matter and received the same result as before. By then, his Desi pie had turned cold. Ma'am Mary returned home with some apprehension and uneasiness, wondering if she should invite Stellan to stay with her for a few days. At that moment, her housekeeper informed her that the eldest son of Count Hall, the chief secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hibbert Hall, had come. After both of them entered the living room, before Ma'am Mary could even open her mouth to speak, the handsome, blonde gentleman spoke first. "Ma'am Mary, I've heard of what has happened to you. It's a disgrace to Backland, and even to the whole kingdom, and I'm deeply sorry for it. Don't worry, everyone in the committee will stand with you." "Thank you for your concern," Ma'am Mary responded gratefully. After a moment of consideration, Hibbert Hall said, "Ma'am, I wish to get a reporter to interview you regarding this incident. I want to tell everyone about what happened to you and how despicable this act is. I want to let everyone see how outrageous those people who have contaminated Backlund's air are. There's no sign of repentance. Please agree to my request. It's exactly as Detective Moriarty described. Ma'am Mary was momentarily at a loss for words. After breakfast, Klein rested for a while. Since he had nothing better to do, he went above the gray fog in preparation to divine the origin of the biological poison bottle. This time, he didn't delay it at all. Chapter 368, Taking Him by Surprise. Chapter 368, Taking Him by Surprise. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. The stone pillars of the ancient and majestic palace supported the high dome. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table, holding a translucent brown bottle. He checked it over and over again, but he didn't sense any danger from it. Let's begin. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement, its origin. Putting the fountain pen away and bracing himself for a blow, Klein glanced at the paper and the biological poison bottle, leaned back in his chair, and entered cogitation while reciting the statement. Soon, he entered a hazy gray dream world and saw a dark but spacious room. There were king cobras, black widows, and other strange plants and animals in the room. It was a messy and harrowing scene. A middle-aged man in a white coat was standing in front of a long table in the middle of the room. He threw the snake gall and spider venom into the huge black pot that hung from the ceiling. In the end, he even put in a few items that possessed a strong spiritual luster. For example, they would sometimes disperse into a black gas, and other times condense into dark green lung-shaped objects. Otherwise, they would be in the form of a tube containing a clear azure liquid or fiery red eyes. The air around the black iron pot gradually became viscous. It was gathering towards the center, but it was constantly being pushed aside, making it difficult to achieve its goal. When the white-robed middle-aged man saw the scene, his brow slowly creased, his expression looked slightly anxious. He flipped through the black notebook by his side, gritted his teeth, and used a ritual silver dagger to slice open his wrist. Drops of fresh blood dripped into the black iron pot, seemingly breathing life into its contents instantly. A terrifying suction force suddenly erupted, sucking in all the viscous air around it. The scarlet blood, which had yet to leave his wrist, was fully sucked into it. And that wasn't everything. Regardless of how the white-robed middle-aged man struggled to resist, or how he revealed a terrified expression, he couldn't prevent his body from approaching the iron pot. His body was stretched, his head was compressed, and amidst his screams, he was eaten, little by little, by the pot. The hanging specimens, plants, and anything that could move or be moved, all flew into the pot. Brown fog suddenly filled the room, quietly ebbing and flowing. By the time it was all over, the room was empty except for the brown, translucent bottle lying quietly in the middle of the clearing. The scene quickly faded away, and the dream world shattered. Klein opened his eyes and muttered to himself. So the biological poison bottle is a product of a death-seeking experiment. I thought it was a Beyonder characteristic left behind by some Beyonder. If that were the case, I'd have been able to divine a formula. To Klein, a rampager's spirituality and Beyonder characteristic, as well as a spirituality and Beyonder characteristic which was contaminated by an evil god, could all be used to divine a formula. Just like the all-black eye which Nimble-Right Master Rosago left behind. It was thanks to the isolation effects of the gray fog, and how the mysterious space was able to eliminate negative influences, giving him the ability to court death. Of course, a Beyonder characteristic involved many other additional factors. In theory, the chances of failure were extremely high, but Klein only had the confidence to do so after advancing to magician. Similarly, a sealed artifact formed by Beyonder characteristics could also be used to divine the formula for a potion. However, if they were mainly ingredients, then through the production processes and dangerous experiments done by an artisan or other Beyonders, turning them into mystical items, then Klein's divination would be useless at his current state. Even with the enhancement effect provided by the mysterious space above the gray fog, it was useless. Not bad. At least I don't have to worry about the biological poison bottle having any other latent risks anymore. Klein glanced at the werewolf fawing and wisely abandoned his curiosity. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Count Hall, Audrey continued her study of psychology. By her feet, the huge golden retriever, Susie, was sitting there, her eyes shining. From time to time, she wagged her tail, as if enjoying the scene. Psychiatrist Escalante finished the introduction material and deliberately made a casual remark. Actually, there is such a theory. It's believed that humans would inherit a certain amount of their ancestors' consciousness over the generations, thus, forming the underlying logic of one's behavior patterns. For example, although many people have never seen a poisonous snake, they would instinctively feel afraid and wish to avoid it once they encounter one. Why is that? This is theorized to be an instinct that we inherited from our ancestors, something that is hidden in the deepest recesses of our consciousness. In ancient times, people constantly fought with poisonous snakes and all kinds of ferocious animals, and they gradually carved this memory into their consciousness and passed it down. How does it get passed down? Audrey asked with interest. Escalante, with her long hair which reached her waist, laughed. That's a very good question. Some people provide explanations that involve a theory that everyone's consciousness is actually connected at the lowest level. It is one entity, and the traces and characteristics left behind on this entity will affect the consciousness that belongs solely to them. For example, the lowest level of consciousness is like an endless ocean. Our unique consciousness would be the islands situated in the ocean and can be split into two parts. One is hidden under the water, which is the subconscious, which is higher in both quantity and size. The other is exposed on the surface of the ocean, the superficial consciousness that can usually be detected. This is the axiom of this school of thought in psychology. Audrey glanced at Susie, stroked the golden fur on its neck and said, "So, we can use this connected ocean to influence the consciousness of others and achieve the goal of curing certain mental illnesses? This is the mysticism foundation and beyonder powers of a psychiatrist? But it doesn't seem enough and is lacking something. For example, the sky above one's head, the sky which shrouds everything?" Audrey curiously thought as she wore a look of confused enlightenment. "You're really talented in this area," Escalante praised in delight. "However, we can only affect a portion of the surrounding ocean, and through it, we can affect those who are close to us. If we venture deeper into the ocean, it will be easy for us to lose ourselves." She looked up at the ornate and complicated clock on the wall, smiled, and said, "Time's up, this is the end of today's class. Miss Audrey, if you're interested in this psychological school of thought, then we can continue talking about it next time." "All right." Audrey stood up and bowed. Watching Escalante leave, she nodded in thought. Ma'am Escalante doesn't seem like a real psychiatrist. At most, she's like me, a telepathist. Was what she just talked about the axioms of the psychology alchemists? They really are patient. Why aren't they trying to recruit me yet? As Audrey was in thought, Susie commented happily from the side, "Audrey, I feel like she's the same type of person as us." "No, I mean the same type of dog." "No, that's not right." "Woof." Susie, who only had a rudimentary grasp of the human language, fell into a state of confusion, unable to find the right words to describe her feelings. South of the bridge, Rose Street, outside the Harvest Church. Klein, in his normal disguise, looked up at the sacred emblem of life on the facade, held his cane, climbed the steps, and stepped through the main door. The first thing he had to do was to confirm the situation. Only by doing this could he perform better so as to ingeniously rescue the vampire, Emlyn White, without garnering suspicion. Then, as a detective who had provided clues, he could receive the gratitude from the White family and gain the applause of an audience. It was bound to be an interesting performance. The Harvest Church wasn't big, as it only had a prayer hall. Klein found a spot by the aisle and looked ahead as he took off his hat. Bishop Utravsky was preaching. His height of more than 2.2 meters, and his burly physique, which couldn't be concealed by his loose priest robes, gave off an extreme sense of oppression. However, his expression was one of extreme gentleness, filled with appreciation and gratitude towards life. In front of such a priest, no one dared to cause a ruckus. The few believers quietly listened, occasionally making prayer gestures unique to the Church of Mother Earth. Klein watched carefully, waiting patiently, neither conceited nor rash. As the sermon ended, he gripped his cane and prepared to get up to proceed with his subsequent plans. At this moment, a man wearing the priest robes of the Church of Mother Earth entered from the door that led to the room at the back of the cathedral. He looked 28 or 29 years old, had black hair and red eyes, possessing a high nose and thin lips. He was handsome but didn't give off masculine vibes. He was none other than Emlyn White. Klein's mouth gaped a little and nearly failed to close it. Isn't this guy supposed to be locked up in the basement? Wasn't he shouting about how determined he was, that he would absolutely not submit to Bishop Yutravsky's will? Emlyn White distributed the communion to one believer after another, and he finally stopped in front of Klein. Klein's mind whirred, and he immediately, in a low voice, "Are you Emlyn White? Your parents entrusted my friend to look for you. Why are you here? Did you encounter something? Are you in need of assistance?" Emlyn White didn't seem to have his unique pride and said with a smile that only looked slightly better than crying, "There's no need, I will be returning home soon." He pursed his lips, shook his head, and forced a smile, saying, "I am already a believer of Mother Earth, no, a priest." This answer was completely out of Klein's expectations. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, and he could only shout repeatedly in his mind. "Hey, you were very adamant about your worship of the moon the last time we interacted at the Harvest Church. You said that you would absolutely not convert to believing in Mother Earth. How long has it been, and you have already given in? Isn't that way too fast? What about your persistence? Where's your moral integrity? My carefully prepared performance has been forced to end before it has even begun. This is just taking me by surprise." Klein opened his mouth and suddenly realized something amiss. Why is Emlyn White informing me of his conversion? I'm just a detective who accidentally chanced upon him while passing by. Does he wish for me to pass this message to his parents? Is there another meaning behind this? While Klein was guessing, Emlyn White put away his worried and smiled smugly. "You don't have to act, Mr. Detective. Or should I call you the new owner of the master key? Hee, to a noble sanguine, everyone has a different smell and has different blood characteristics. Even when I was locked up in the basement, I could smell it. I remember your smell." Chapter 369, Inception. Chapter 369, Inception. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. I've been recognized. Klein instantly fell into shock as he nearly entered combat mode. Even if he didn't use his spirit vision, he could tell from Emlyn White's tone and words that he wasn't lying. He was very confident and certain. Just as the tense feelings rose in him, Klein suddenly thought of something. Why should I worry about that? Then, he answered his own question in his mind. So what if I was recognized? The current situation is different from what it was 2 months ago. I was left flustered by the incident with Ambassador Bakerland in front of the official Beyonders. I was rushing around, trying to grasp at every possible straw. In the process, I ended up making contact with Beyonder circles, and even the possibility of me becoming a Beyonder was quite plausible. Therefore, even if my identity as a Beyonder was exposed, they wouldn't think too deeply about it and dig up my past. And it's very likely that Detective Isengard Stanton is a Beyonder, and he maintains good relations with the police and the official Beyonder organizations. He had speculated that I was the same as him and tried to gently rope me in. In this regard, I can barely be counted as a borderline member of the official Beyonders, and if anything were to happen, I wouldn't necessarily be imprisoned. More importantly, I have already made my current image so deeply ingrained that I don't have to worry about any wanted posters. If anything goes wrong, then I can just abandon 15 Minsk Street and my identity as Sherlock Moriarty. So, what's there to worry about? Yes, before I came here, I had also performed a divination, and the revelation was that there was almost no danger. As these thoughts flashed across his mind, Klein's contracted pupils, slightly appalled expression, and his fight-or-flight state eased, as if he was discussing the day's weather with Emlyn White. Seeing his calm expression, Emlyn White raised his eyebrows, took a few steps to the side, and squeezed past him before slowly sitting to his side. The vampire looked at Bishop Utravsky, who was leading the believers in the rite of Holy Communion, and he said with a sneer, "Mr. Detective, aren't you afraid that I'll go to the police station and shout out loud that you're a beyonder?" Similarly, Klein looked forward and said without turning his head, "I'll go with you and shout out loud that there's a vampire. Come on, let's have an internecine outcome. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Emlyn White's expression stiffened. He raised his right index finger and said, "Sanguine, a noble sanguine. Got it?" Before Klein could speak, seeing that Bishop Utravsky was preoccupied with the rites of Holy Communion, Emlyn White chuckled and said, "Regardless, I'm finally going to be free." I pretended to submit and told the old man that I was willing to convert to believing in Mother Earth and was deeply penitent for what I had done. Although I have no idea what was necessary to show repentance, it's not a problem to put on an act. That old man actually believed me like this, and he was very happy as well. He let me out on the spot, and he let me become a priest here. He told me that as long as I memorized the Holy Bible of the Church of Mother Earth, he would allow me to return home. That old fogey, who's all brawn and has become silly from his faith, sure is easy to fool. Easy to fool? Klein turned his head to look at the vampire. Looking smug, he looked forward and said, "Father Utravsky used to be a pirate. He probably killed far more people than the number of people your father has ever saved. Furthermore, most pirates don't trust their fellow crew members. Betrayal and trickery are common among them. To be a relatively successful pirate able to live to the end, Father Utravsky wouldn't be a person who's easily fooled, even if he's not a bright person." Emlyn White wore a look of disbelief as he wished to retort. Klein rubbed the top of his cane and leisurely added, "Father has a powerful sealed artifact in his possession. It is known as the mental terror candle. It can allow the wielder to enter the deepest recesses of the target's soul. There, no one can lie. Moreover, this is only one of its uses. I don't know if it has any other abilities." Emlyn gradually froze, his eyes losing focus. After a dozen seconds, he whispered with a pale expression, "When I said I was willing to change my faith, that old man came in with a lantern. There was a candle in the lantern, and I didn't get a good look at it." Klein tilted his head and gave Emlyn White a sympathetic glance. "Perhaps Father Utravsky used it to plant a seed in you, one that gradually and thoroughly makes you wholeheartedly believe in Mother Earth." The corner of Emlyn's mouth twitched, revealing a smile comparable to a zombie's. "I don't feel anything at all. It shouldn't be anything like you said. Besides, aren't my parents coming? They can blame the priest through ordinary people, saying that he forcefully detained me, forcing him to make a choice between sullying the Church of Mother Earth's reputation and letting me go. Isn't that a great idea?" Klein maintained his look of pity, clasped his hands, and raised them to his nose, acting truly penitent. "If I were Father Utravsky, I would choose to call the police and have them determine the truth. Tell me, who do you think will suffer in the end, the bishop who has the right to preach or a vampire?" Sanguine, sanguine. Emlyn White's facial muscles seemed to twitch. He clenched his fist and punched the back of the pew in front of him. "I can wait. Once I memorize the Holy Bible, I will ask the old man to let me return. He is a truly devout person and will not break his promise." Klein didn't turn his head and said with a smile, "I've been to 48 River Bay Avenue. Your parents have already moved away." "Naturally. Not only will they move away, they will also move to somewhere I'm not aware of," Emlyn White responded without hesitation. Klein added with a relatively relaxed tone, "They moved in a hurry. They left a lot of things behind, such as the things in your room." Emlyn White's expression suddenly became extremely wonderful. He gaped his mouth, abruptly stood up, squeezed past Klein, and rushed towards Bishop Utravsky, who stood in front of the sacred emblem of life. "Father, Bishop, I want to return home, I want to return home, I want to return home," Emlyn shouted. Seeing that there were still believers who hadn't finished their Holy Communion yet, Father Utravsky didn't respond. He merely gave the pitiful vampire a calm look. Emlyn quickly shut his mouth and became quiet. He paced back and forth, looking extremely anxious. Smiling, Klein stood up, took his cane and hat, and strolled down the aisle to the front pew of the cathedral's hall. When Holy Communion was over, he walked up to Father Yutravsky and said with a serious expression, "Bishop, I don't know why you're retaining Emlyn here, nor do I want to know. I only know one thing: his parents have entrusted me to take him back. If this giant-like priest agrees to my request so easily, I can only light a vigil candle for this vampire, Emlyn. No, I'm sure he will hate candles from this day forth. It's best to mourn for him," Klein secretly thought. Father Yutravsky looked down at them and replied gently, "Emlyn can return home at any time." Klein gave Emlyn White a glance, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest. He wanted to gesture the sign of the crimson moon by tapping in a clockwise fashion, but in the end, he forced himself to draw the triangular sacred emblem. Emlyn became rather anxious from the look Klein gave him. Without a word, he rushed to the door of the cathedral and left without a hitch. Klein followed him at a moderate pace without any signs of anxiety. After proceeding forward in what appeared like a jog, Emlyn suddenly slowed down and said in a daze, "I feel like I'm starting to miss the Harvest Church, the feeling of memorizing the Holy Bible, and the sacred emblem of life. I wish to return to clean and tidy the place. It'll only take an hour. This planted seed is even more vicious than I had imagined. No matter where this vampire goes, he will return to the Harvest Church every day and work for an hour? That's actually quite alright. At the very least, the seed, which was planted, didn't change Emlyn's faith. In a way, he's showing him some respect, but why did I use the word respect? That candle is called Mental Terror Candle, and it's said to be from a dragon. The spectator pathway is rather scary." Klein tapped his cane and said, "Do you need me to remind you of anything?" "There's no need." Emlyn's expression distorted as he angrily said, "I will fight this feeling. I'm going to move to Mid-Seashire or Fasak. I don't believe that I'd still wish to return when I've left Backland." He gritted his teeth and suddenly exhaled. "Let's take the carriage back to River Bay Avenue." "All right," Klein responded nonchalantly. After a few steps, Emlyn stopped a rental carriage. Just as he was about to board the carriage, his back stiffened for 2 seconds. Then, he said so quietly that Klein could barely hear him, "I don't have any money on me." "I do." Klein smiled. Emlyn stopped talking and got onto the carriage. Klein sat across him, and as the carriage began to move off, he asked, as if in thought, "Your father is a doctor? One that possesses outstanding skills in drugs and medicine?" Although he was listless, Emlyn raised his chin out of habit. "This is the gift that we sanguine enjoy. The most outstanding potion masters are all from the sanguine." "Is that so?" Klein whispered to himself, his thoughts a mystery. Emlyn said after a moment of silence, "Write to your friend and tell him that I have returned to River Bay Avenue. My parents will come looking for me." "All right," Klein answered simply. After nearly 20 minutes, the carriage pulled into River Bay Avenue and stopped in front of Unit 48. After paying the fare, Klein got out of the carriage and saw Emlyn White look towards the bedroom, his expression becoming abnormally excited. Restraining himself, the vampire pressed his hand to his chest and bowed deeply at Klein. "In any case, I must thank you." Klein immediately revealed a smile. "There's no need to thank me. The bounty reward of finding you and the transportation fees will be obtained from your parents. Also, you have to concoct a medicine with beyonder effects to help me treat a patient. This is the reward that your family should pay." Chapter 370, The Audience's Applause. Chapter 370, The Audience's Applause. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Bounty reward, transportation fees, and medicine with beyonder effects. Emlyn White was left momentarily dazed when he first heard that. This was not the answer that he had expected. "What about your gentlemanliness?" The vampire thought in shock. "As a detective, abiding by clear accounting principles is necessary. Besides, you've even delayed my visit to the Quelite Club. I don't know what food they've offered in limited supply for the past 2 days. Klein looked at Emlyn White as he joked and lampooned silently. After a few seconds, Emlyn forced a smile and said, "I have to see the patient before I can concoct the appropriate medicine." "From your tone, you sound really confident." Klein nodded thoughtfully. He then thought of a problem. The White family seems to be a family of outstanding potion scholars. If I were to really be injured and poisoned, then I can come to them for treatment. Wouldn't all of my efforts of going out of my way to get the apothecary formula from Father Utravsky be for naught? I no longer need to nurture another aid that's good at healing. Reality sure does change faster than a plan. However, it's not really a waste either. I've already made back my investment from Miss Magician. For things like formulas, as long as it exists, it will always be valuable. Besides, the White family will definitely stay away from River Bay Avenue and live their lives with new secret identities. I might not be able to find them, so it's not that convenient. No, before the mental terror candles inducing thoughts are resolved, all I need to do is wait for Emlyn White at the Harvest Church. With this in mind, Klein took off his hat, bowed and said, "No problem, I will take you there when the time comes. I shall not waste your time any further." Cheerio. Emlyn White's expression changed as he hesitantly said, "If you can remove the effect of the mental terror candle, then you will receive a greater bounty," and he paused and raised his chin. "And the friendship of the sanguine. I'm a magician, and I possess the sun brooch and biological poison bottle. I'm only limited to mediumship when it comes to the aspect of one's psyche, so what can I do? Amongst the people I know, only Miss Justice is a close match, but she's only a sequence 8 telepathist. Unless you change your faith to the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Then we will be able to find out how to use the knowledge recorded in the Book of Secrets to help you solve this problem through a corresponding ritual. Speaking of which, vampires seem to be worshippers of the primitive moon. Very similar to the Shaman King and the like. Could the ancient god recorded in the City of Silver, the vampire ancestor, Lilith, be the primitive moon?" Klein said with a smile as his thoughts wandered, "I'll keep a lookout for ways to help you." Emlyn White nodded and didn't say anything else. He impatiently turned around and rushed to the door. If it wasn't for the fact that the carriage driver was still nearby, he would have spread his black bat wings and soared directly to the second floor. Klein laughed and shook his head emotively. He rode back in the same rental carriage and arrived at the steam metro not far away. He then made a transfer and returned to Sherwood Burroughs 15, Minsk Street. Before entering the room, Klein, who had become accustomed to opening the letterbox, checked for letters. To his surprise, there really was a letter. There was no stamp on the letter. It was addressed to Detective Sherlock Moriarty and was signed off with Jurgen Cooper. Lawyer Jurgen? Puzzled, Klein picked up the envelope and tore it open. Under the light of the street lamp, he saw a piece of paper and 2 bills. The denominations of these 2 notes were 1 solely and 5 solely. A total of 6 solely. I fed the cat 3 times during the period. The agreement was 2 solely per instance. Realizing the reason, Klein opened the door and lit the gas lamp. As he unfolded the letter, he discovered that it didn't contain much, and the words that Jurgen had handwritten were as precise and serious as he was. Dear Detective Moriarty, thank you for taking care of Brody over the past few days. This is the reward you deserve. I rang the doorbell twice and found that you weren't at home, so I could only put the payment in an envelope and put it in your letterbox. As I might not be able to come back until tomorrow evening, I might miss the verbal agreement which my grandmother promised tonight. As a lawyer, I value the validity of verbal agreements and hope that they will be carried out strictly. Finally, thank you once again. Jurgen Cooper. Mr. Lawyer, your gratitude is so dry and boring that it's even inferior to Brody's, but the explanation for your behavior is very detailed. It really fits the Jurgen style. Also, why place it in my mailbox? If this were Earth, in the time before I transmigrated, I might not even look at the mailbox downstairs for months. Klein smiled as he folded the bills and placed them in his pocket. Then, he took out a sheet of paper and wrote to Detective Stewart. After writing the beginning pleasantries, he wrote after some deliberation. I found Emlyn White at the Harvest Church near Tativa Street. It's a very small cathedral belonging to the Church of Mother Earth. It isn't very common in Lone. Emlyn White claimed that it was because of certain matters that he chose to run away from home. Afterwards, he was taken in by the bishop of the Harvest Church and stayed there, becoming a... Klein thought for a moment before writing down the word volunteer. Then, he added simply, thanks to my persuasion, he has returned to 48 River Bay Avenue. However, he might visit the Harvest Church often for volunteer work. When he was done, Klein read through it, then he put down the pen and neatly folded the letter. He rummaged around for an envelope, but he didn't affix the corresponding stamp. He planned to hire someone to deliver it directly to Stewart's house the next day. If he were to go through the kingdom's postal system, even if he were to put the letter in the mailbox now, he wouldn't be able to get it taken away by the postman until tomorrow, and then there would be the process of sorting and delivering it. So, although he was also in the royal capital of Backlund, Stewart would have to wait at least until the day after next before seeing the letter. Only then would the Whites be notified. And during this period of time, Emlyn White was a penniless guy with only his figurines. This is also for the sake of receiving payment early. Klein chuckled, tidied up the coffee table, and returned to the second floor to brush his teeth and take a bath. On Wednesday morning, after spending 2 soldi and entrusting a rental carriage driver to deliver the letter, Klein bought some of the main ingredients for Desi's seafood rice, intending to cook fried rice today. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he thought of the pearly white rice. After spending some time, he finally cooked a pot of fragrant fried rice with bacon and black tea after going through all sorts of hassles in the kitchen. It was so delicious that tears almost filled his eyes. This is truly a moving and nostalgic taste. After eating 2 large plates of fried rice, Klein sat down on the chair and rubbed his belly. As Emlyn White's situation had too many twists and turns, his performance had already ended before it had even really begun, and he couldn't achieve the desired goal. Thus, he could only look for another opportunity to take the initiative for a performance. However, Klein still benefited from this. Failure was also an experience, and it made him understand at least one thing. Unlike ordinary magicians, my performance not only has aides, but it also has enemies and participants. Their reactions and choices can similarly affect its development. I have to consider all of these elements ahead of time. This is also a lesson. It's better to be taught a lesson over such a trivial matter than to be schooled when facing important matters. Klein looked at the empty plate in front of him and contemplated about what other performances he could initiate. After a moment of serious consideration, he realized that there weren't any. Of course, it wasn't absolute. They were just unsuitable for him to do them now. For example, Klein had always wanted to take care of that evil spirit in the 4th epoch ruins of the Tudor dynasty. But even if it was Sharon, who had the scarlet lunar corona, and Marek, who had obtained the rampager beyonder characteristic of a wraith, Klein didn't think that they were able to fight against the high-sequence monster. It was even possible to end up dead before even knowing why. Taking the initiative to perform isn't equivalent to courting death. It's not about using one's life to perform. Klein warned himself. There was something else he wanted to do, but he didn't think there was much of a chance. It was to find the strange child, Willa Septon, who had brought bad luck to the surgeon, Aaron. Klein had always been interested in the tarot card which the child possessed, and he wanted to confirm if it was a mystical item. Unfortunately, this case had already been taken over by the Nighthawks, and Klein didn't want to get involved with his former colleagues. I'll wait for Dr. Aaron's break time before heading to the Quelite Club and asking about the progress, and then I'll decide what to do. Klein's thoughts quickly took shape. According to what he knew, Dr. Aaron was usually free on Friday afternoons and Sundays in which he would play tennis at the Quelite Club. Klein had also confirmed one thing through today's Backlund Morning Post. There would be a Beyonder gathering tomorrow night organized by Eye of Wisdom. I can't sell the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle for the time being. I can't even find someone to turn the former into a mystical item. The high-sequence Beyonders of the Rose School of Thought are definitely still active nearby, filled with rage. I bet they can't wait to find Sharon, Marek, and their helper before tearing them apart. He had to keep a low profile in this area for the time being. Klein picked up his napkin, wiped his mouth, and began to clear the table. He had wanted to rest for the day and go to the Quellite Club for a leisurely day without taking the initiative to perform, but then he recalled the Amon avatar which attempted to penetrate the gray fog, and he recalled the role that the Book of Secrets had played in that harrowing moment. So Klein lit the fireplace in the living room and brought the Book of Secrets back to the real world. He then concentrated on reading, studying, and taking notes. Of course, he would later burn the corresponding notes above the gray fog. It was already noon before he realized it when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. After hiding the Book of Secrets, Klein entered the living room and went straight to the door. The visitor was the thin, bearded Detective Stewart. He looked at Klein with great reverence and excitement, and he couldn't wait to praise him. "You really are a great detective with abundant resources and channels. You were actually able to solve this kind of case without any clues. Why do I feel a slight change in my spirituality? It seems like the potion has been digested a little more. In other words, my performance still enjoyed some limited success. However, there's only one person in the audience, and only he was fooled into seeing the wonderful outcome. An audience's applause really is effective." Klein was startled before he revealed a warm smile. Chapter 371, Detective Moriarty's First Fan. Chapter 371, Detective Moriarty's First Fan. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. No, it's just good luck. God was watching over me. Klein modestly stepped aside and invited Stewart in. What he said was the truth, and this matter did involve good luck. Long before Stewart had accepted the mission, he already knew of Emlyn White's whereabouts. Stewart shivered as he took off his coat and hat and hung them on a rack in the hall. "The darn weather is getting colder. Perhaps I should try using those coats with cotton stuffed inside them," he said. "You can't call this cold, right? If you go to the north of Mid-Seashire and live in Winter County for a day, you'll understand what truly low temperatures and true winter are like." Klein chuckled. Then, he generously asked, "A cup of hot coffee? I would love one." Stewart followed him to the activity room on the first floor. "I've been to North Mid-Seashire, and I know about the cold and the snow there. It was a nice vacation, but Backlund's cold isn't inferior either. It went through my clothes like magic and seeped into my bones. Oh, what a wonderful fireplace." Stewart stood in front of the burning fireplace for 20 seconds before he sat down on the sofa. He looked at Klein, who was busy brewing instant coffee, and he said, "I'm going south for a holiday to go fishing at Desi Bay for New Year's. What about you? Do you have any vacation plans?" "We put up with Backlund's air for a year and work hard to save money, all for such a holiday." "Perhaps I should head to Desi Bay as well," Klein said hesitantly. He turned his head to the side of Stewart's face, and for a moment, he seemed to be in a trance. This involved an agreement. An appointment with his elder brother, Benson, and sister, Melissa. "Ha, I'll show you my fishing skills when the time comes." Stewart continued without end, "We still aren't rich enough, otherwise I'd like to travel to Faysac, Intis, and even to the southern continent." After he finished making the coffee, Klein handed the man a white porcelain cup. He took 2 steps back and sat down across from him. Holding the cup in his hand, Stewart took 2 deep breaths of the fragrant and warm steam. After resting for a few seconds, he put the cup down and said very formally, "According to our agreement, I'll share the reward I received this time with you. The Whites gave a total of £50, and you obviously did more than I did." "Sherlock, how about £30? I still have to pay my informants for their work." "Only £50? A vampire is only worth £50? Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. But he also knew that it wasn't that the Whites didn't want to increase the bounty, it was because they were worried about giving too much money and scaring the detectives into making unnecessary associations, attracting the attention of the police or some official beyonder organization. To the average private detective, a £50 mission was already tempting enough, and Klein had only used £7 back then to hire detectives to investigate all the red chimney houses in the whole of Tingen City and the towns along its outskirts. In addition, the Whites gave you an extra £1, claiming it's for your transportation expenses for the past few days. Looking somewhat puzzled, Stewart produced 6 £5 notes and one £1 note. Klein reached out to take them, casually checked their authenticity and didn't explain the transportation fees. Stewart didn't ask any further questions and instead said with a smile, "Apart from Mr. Stanton, you're the best detective I've ever met. Did you join this profession midway, or have you studied under a great detective prior to this?" "What great detective have I studied under?" "There's quite a number. There's Sherlock Holmes, Hercule Poirot, the forever elementary school student. 1. And that guy who swindles others in the name of his grandfather. 2. Klein silently lampooned. He thought and said, "I come from Mid-Seashire, and I did various jobs before I became a detective. That's why you're so rich in knowledge and experience," Stewart said in enlightenment. "Hey, I'm a bit embarrassed by your flattery." Klein smiled but didn't respond. Stewart took a sip of his coffee and said, "Sherlock, I hope you can provide me with help in the future if I encounter a difficult case that I'm unable to solve. My social connections in the detective circles have widened." Klein replied cautiously, "If I have the time when the time comes." After some idle conversation, Stewart tactfully offered to take his leave, and Klein accompanied him to the door. After putting on his coat and hat, Stewart was about to open the door and leave when he suddenly turned around and sincerely said, "Sherlock, you live too simply. Your talent deserves better coffee." "Ah?" Klein was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately felt a bit embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "I can't tell the quality of the coffee. It's all the same to me." After sending Stewart off, Klein went to the butcher's to buy a few ox bones and some beef. He went to the vegetable shop to buy some ingredients such as white radish, rounding up all the required condiments. He wanted to prepare beef bone radish soup for dinner and eat it with the leftover rice. As for noon, he found a random restaurant on the streets and ate a small serving of lamb chop. After a leisurely afternoon, Klein continued to study the Book of Secrets, and the more he read, the more he realized that he knew little about mysticism. Fortunately, he had a solid foundation. He quickly grasped many things once he came into contact with them and pondered over them. In the evening, he smelled the tantalizing fragrance of the beef bone soup, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice. He heard the doorbell again, as though it was a bugle to signal dinner time. Gulping down his saliva, Klein walked behind the door and reached for the handle. The image of the visitor naturally appeared in his mind. It was the handsome but not masculine red-eyed vampire, Emlyn White. There's no need to rush him at all. What a man of his word. Klein opened the door and smiled. "Good evening, Mr. White." Emlyn raised his chin, letting his impatience show in his expression. He was about to say something when Klein looked at his brown clerical robes and said with a knowing smile, "You just came over from the Harvest Church? Who was the one who said he could resist last night?" Unable to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, Emlyn gritted his teeth and said, that old man. Damn it, how do I get rid of this inducing suggestion?" Before Klein could reply, he patted the clothes on his chest and said with a stern face, "Take me to the patient. There's a good dinner waiting for me." As he spoke, he sniffed indiscernibly, as if he had smelled something. Klein picked up his coat and hat without saying another word. "All right, I'll take you there now." After closing the door and taking a few steps, he cautiously asked, "Do you have a certificate to practice medicine? How else am I supposed to convince lawyer Jurgen to allow Mrs. Doris to take the medicine?" Emlyn looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said, "I don't need those papers to prove my abilities." Before Klein frowned, he casually added, "It's too simple. I obtained it easily by going through the process." This tone makes it sound like he's rather proud of receiving a certificate for practicing medicine. Klein smiled without a word. Looking at the wet ground in front of him, Emlyn casually said, "Do you know what I like most about Backlund?" "What?" Klein responded without any curiosity. Emlyn chuckled and said, "The persistent gloomy sky with fog that blots out the sun. This allows me to go out during the day without feeling too much discomfort. It's great, except for the air." In other words, the sun really would deal certain damage to vampires? Fortunately, I thought of this yesterday and didn't bring the sun brooch with me, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to communicate with Emlyn. Klein seemed to gain an understanding. As they conversed, they had already arrived outside the Jurgens, and Klein went up to ring the doorbell. After a while, the door opened, and Mrs. Doris, who was dressed thickly at home, said with pleasant surprise, "Mr. Detective, I wasn't expecting you." Brody the black cat crouched to the side, looking at Emlyn warily, as though it felt that something was amiss about him. Klein pointed to the vampire beside him. "I became acquainted with a doctor who's good at treating lung diseases, so I've asked him to come and give you a checkup. Let me do the introductions. This is Dr. Emlyn White." "Is that so? You still actually remembered this? What a good child." Doris happily invited the two inside. "Child." Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. On the way into the living room, Emlyn whispered, "The patient's problems are irreversible. She's very old and rather weak. Even if I give her the medicine, she would only be able to live through this winter. She would pass away in 3 to 5 years. Unless she's given an immortal potion or the like as spoken in the legends, that's all that can be done. Or should I turn her into a sanguine? But at her age, she can no longer endure the changes a beyonder characteristic can do to her body. Furthermore, my parents and I don't have any excess characteristics left." Irreversible. Klein was startled and silently sighed. He said to Emlyn, "Make her the medicine first. We'll leave that to after the winter." "All right, I have a type of ready-made medicine with me that's suitable for this kind of situation." Emlyn didn't stand on ceremony as he sat down on the sofa. At that moment, Lawyer Jurgen was walking out of the kitchen as he took off his apron. He asked Klein about the purpose of his visit. "Dr. White, what do you think of my grandmother's lung disease?" Jurgen asked seriously. Emlyn was obviously very experienced in such situations. He first explained the ins and outs of lung disease, and after most of it flew past Jurgen's head, he said, "What she needs most is warm and healthy air. That's my most sincere advice. In addition, I have special medicine that she can take for free." As he spoke, he took out his certificate and a small metal bottle. "Will there be any side effects?" Jurgen asked cautiously. "No, the only problem is that it can't cure the root of the problem completely. It's just a temporary cure," Emlyn replied in a very professional manner. "If it weren't for Detective Moriarty, I wouldn't let anyone try it." "Perhaps I can give it a try?" Cough, Mrs. Doris interrupted. Jurgen glanced at Klein who, having performed a divination prior to this, nodded affirmatively. "All right." Jurgen finally made his decision. He watched warily as Mrs. Doris drank the bottle of medicine and carefully observed her reaction. There wasn't much change to Mrs. Doris at first, but she gradually began to feel her breathing lighten. She stood up and bent down to pick up the cat. She happily said, "I feel much better." Seeing this scene, Jurgen's usually stoic face had his lips curl up slightly. However, Klein was thinking about the 3 to 5 years. He curled a smile and sighed to himself. "This can also be considered a type of magic show, I guess. Using beyonder powers to create fake outcomes to make the audience happy." Chapter 372, Missing Case. Chapter 372, Missing Case. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. After waiting for more than half an hour and confirming that nothing unexpected had happened, Klein and Emlyn White left Lawyer Jurgen's house and proceeded in silence, each of them preoccupied with their own thoughts. Soon, they arrived outside 15 Minsk Street. The vampire, Emlyn White, put his fist to his mouth, coughed lightly, and said, "The payment has been paid. I hope we won't meet again in the future." "That sounds pretty cool, but Mr. White, have you forgotten something important?" Klein smiled politely. "I will visit Bishop Utravsky every now and then, and I hope you will not be at the Harvest Church when the time comes. That way, I don't have to busy myself with finding a way to solve the inducing suggestion planted in your psyche." Emlyn White's expression suddenly became very strange. He stayed silent for 2 seconds before he raised his chin and said, "We have many powerful mysticologists among the sanguine. I will write to them for help." After he finished speaking, he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed to bid farewell. Turning around and taking a few steps, he suddenly slowed down, turned his head, and asked hesitantly, "What were you cooking over here?" "Beef bone radish soup, with rice and chili peppers from the Fennepotter Highlands," Klein said in anticipation as he breathed in the fragrance drifting out from the house. Emlyn frowned and shook his head. "Chili peppers aren't things fancied by the sanguine. Frankly speaking, it's hard for me to imagine a vampire eating chili peppers. Of course, I occasionally imagine a vampire holding a steamed bun and chewing on garlic and onions." Klein silently lampooned, pointed to the door, and indicated that he was about to enjoy his dinner. Emlyn White thought for a second, lowered his voice, and said in deliberation, "Last night, I thought over things for a long time and found out that you actually didn't do anything, so why are you asking for compensation? That old man would have let me leave at any moment." Klein chuckled. "No, that's not how the accounts are done. Your parents assigned a mission to find you, not to save you. In the end, I found you. According to the agreement, the reward should belong to me. Besides, if I hadn't reminded you, you might have stayed in Harvest Church for weeks or months before you realized that you were free to leave. Furthermore, you wouldn't have noticed the seed planted in your mind. Are you hinting that my intelligence isn't up to par?" Emlyn's face twisted. "No, I'm saying it directly." Klein smiled but didn't say anything else. He just opened the door and went straight to the kitchen, his mind full of the clear and alluring soup, the white rice, the soft yet chewy beef, the marrow hidden deep in the bones, the sweet, refreshing radishes with meaty flavors, and the shredded chili from the Fennepotter Highlands. In the spicy hot shreds, there were also pink rose salt and green parsley leaves. On Thursday morning, as promised, Klein went to the Value for Money coffee shop in East Borough. Old Kohler, who was still wearing the same thick jacket as before, was sitting in a corner, matching tea that barely tasted like tea with a loaf of black bread. Klein came in front of him, took out the things he had prepared long ago, and pushed them towards him. It was payment consisting of 2 5-soldi notes, for 1 soldi notes, and a handful of copper pennies specially designed to increase the effect of the payment. Old Kohler stared straight at them for quite a while before finally reaching out his right hand to take them with a tremble. He looked at the money over and over again, raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and squeezed out a smile. "At the dock, we carry the heavy goods and do some troublesome cleaning with our feet in the cold and dirty water, only for 1 soldi a day. And there was a total of 15 soldi here." Klein listened in silence. A few seconds later, he said, "What have you heard recently? What did you notice?" Old Kohler put away his payment, took another sip of his tea, pinched the corners of his eyes and said, "I've met a lot of dock workers, and I've reconnected with friends I used to know when I was a tramp. Some of them have found employment in factories, and some of them have been switching between the workhouse and the parks. Heh, just like how I was in the past. Recently, there has been a rumor from who knows where that since we believe in one of the 7 gods, why don't we directly pray to the creator of everything? It's said that he didn't truly pass away, and he remains in everyone's body and in all things. Praying to him will result in our redemption. Not only will we enter his kingdom after death, but we will also have a better life before death. For example, we don't need to work so hard, and we can have butter and oily meat every day. Is this some theory the Aurora Order has spread about the fallen creator? After what happened to Lenivas, they began to pay attention to the poor in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district, hoping to use them for certain purposes? I wonder if the 3 churches have noticed this. They probably have." Klein tucked a piece of butter between 2 slices of toast and took a bite without knowing what to expect. Old Kohler went on for a while before saying, "Mr. Detective, according to your instructions, I paid attention to the female textile workers. In the end, with the help of the police, their struggles failed, but, the leaders became the factory's supervisors, and a third of them lost their jobs. Some of them are actively looking for new jobs, some have become street girls, and some have gone off somewhere. The entire East Borough is in chaos. If this was the situation when Rear Admiral Hurricane Kilangos came to Backland, he could come to East Borough to kill 1 or 2 people every day without anyone discovering or noticing the act. Klein sighed in his heart. Old Kohler continued to recount what he saw and heard daily before saying, "By the way, Liv's youngest daughter has gone missing." Liv? Klein was certain that he had never heard of the name. Old Kohler then said in realization, "She's the laundry maid you and Mr. Reporter met last time, the one who was arguing with someone. She was always at home doing the washing with her 2 daughters, but yesterday, when her 2 daughters were returning home from delivering the laundry, one of them ended up missing. The younger one, what a pity. She's been a widow for years, and she has always been counting on her 2 daughters, and now. Sigh, the police in East Borough definitely won't look too hard for her." Unlucky people tend to meet with even worse situations because they have no ability to resist danger or change their environment. This phrase suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. After a few seconds of stone-like silence, he said, "Take me to see them. I'm a detective, so maybe I can help them find her." "They have no money," Old Kohler reminded him. Klein picked up his hat and cane and said, "I occasionally do volunteer work too." Sherwood Borough, in the apartment which the 2 ladies originally rented. Zio had resumed her life as a bounty hunter, and first hastened the pace of her new book, hoping to save the money needed for the Beyonder ingredients required by the Trickmaster potion. But writing a book wasn't something one could write that easily. First scratched her hair irritably and decided to go out for a walk to seek out inspiration. As she walked, she found that she had unknowingly returned to a familiar place. Diagonally ahead of her was the Yosefov Clinic, a fairly large private clinic where she had first worked. After staring at it for a while, First thought of the old lady who had guided her into the Beyonder world. She turned into a small alley on the right and took a shortcut to a nearby street. The 2 sides of the street had leaves fluttering down the parasol tree. It was a relatively quiet place. Furs remembered that the old lady lived at Unit 39. Back then, she would occasionally visit personally to deliver medicine, give injections, or even to help with the daily chores. It's almost been 3 years. That place should have been rented out again. There might have been several changes in tenants. I still remember when I came to tidy up the items she left behind. I discovered many notebooks about mysticism. Furs walked under the nearly barren parasol tree and slowly approached Unit 39. As she recalled her past experiences, she gradually gained some inspiration for writing. At that moment, she saw an old man in a heavy woolen coat and a black half-top hat standing in front of Unit 39. He had rung the bell 3 times. After a few minutes, seeing that no one was opening the door, the old man with blue eyes shook his head and turned around. He whispered in puzzlement, "Still no one." He suddenly noticed Furs, who was looking at him from nearby. He hurriedly walked over, gently and urgently smiled, and said, "Beautiful lady, do you live in this district? Do you know Labero and Elisa?" "Elisa? Isn't that the old lady's name? There haven't been any tenants in this house lately?" After some deliberation, Furs said, "I don't know if the Mrs. Elisa I know is the one you're looking for. She lived here for a long time, but she passed away 3 years ago." "Passed away 3 years ago? What about Labero?" the old man with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes hurriedly asked. "Her husband passed away even earlier than she did," Furs answered honestly. The elder was momentarily stunned before revealing a sorrowful expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "Thank you, good lady. I am the elder brother of Labero, and I've been living in Mid-Seashire all this time. As I haven't received any letters from them for a long time, I decided to come and pay them a visit." "Can you tell me what happened to them in the past few years?" "Mrs. Elisa's husband's elder brother. Could he be a descendant of the family she spoke of?" Furs suddenly snapped to her senses and replied with a smile, "No problem." She quickly thought through what she could and couldn't say. The elder pointed behind him and said, "There's quite a nice coffee shop over there." Klein once again stepped into the humid room of a slightly old apartment in East Borough. He saw the woman who had quarreled with the street girl last time over her contempt towards her profession. She was standing in a pile of clothes. Her wrinkled face had lost a lot of its spirit, she lost her laborious drive, and she looked lifeless. As for her eldest daughter, the 17 to 18-year-old girl who was sitting by the bed and washing clothes, she kept sobbing. "It's all my fault. I didn't watch over her properly. I shouldn't have taken her into the secluded alley." She even said that she was going to learn a few more words at the free school tonight. "It's my fault, it's all my fault." Liv suddenly regained her senses and turned to look at her eldest daughter. She wiped away her sad expression and berated her fiercely. "What are you crying for? Get up and wash the clothes. Do you want to starve? Do you plan on not even being able to attend the free school?" After screaming, she saw Klein and Old Kohler at the door. "Old Kohler. This is," she asked doubtfully, "Chapter 373, Search." Chapter 373, Search. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Old Kohler seemed to be slightly afraid of her ferocity as he subconsciously took a step back. "Liv, this is a detective, and he wishes to help you find Daisy." Liv's wrinkled, peeling face turned to Klein and said coldly, "We've already made a police report." Although she was perhaps in her 30s, she looked to be in her 50s. Klein looked around the room where many wet clothes hung. He vaguely remembered the last time he was here. There had been a 13 or 14-year-old girl carefully holding a crude homemade iron to iron the clothes which had wrinkled from being hung to dry. Her hands had been covered with burns. "She's the missing Daisy." Klein looked back at the laundry maid, Liv, and said in a neutral tone, "Do you believe that the East Borough Police will really be looking for Daisy? Are you sure the people who caused Daisy to go missing wouldn't cast their sights on your family? Do you wish to lose another daughter after losing one?" When the cruel yet heart-wrenching words reached Liv's ears, the indifferent expression on her face slowly crumbled. She turned agape, but she couldn't say anything. The corners of her eyes gradually turned red. She abruptly lowered her head and muttered to herself in pain and despair, "I don't have any money." The room suddenly became silent. Even the sobbing girl didn't make another sound. Klein pursed his lips and let out a silent sigh. "I occasionally do volunteer work, simply to help others. Haha, I haven't done so in a long time, so please give me a chance." "Volunteer work?" Liv lifted her head and ruminated over the phrase. Klein nodded slightly and answered, "The job will be done pro bono. No, it is not completely free either. Kindness will bring me great satisfaction. Since you have no other solutions, why not give it a try?" Liv was silent for a moment. She raised her hand, which had wrinkled from being soaked in water for an extended period of time, wiped her eyes, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Detective, you really are a kind and good gentleman." Her voice suddenly became choked with sobs. This was what happened at midday before yesterday. At noon, Daisy delivered a load of washed laundry under Freja's lead. It was just outside East Borough, and they needed to cross several streets. In order to rush back for lunch, Freja had chosen a secluded alley, but a momentary distraction left her realizing that Daisy, who had been following her, was gone. She retraced her route but never found Daisy, and Daisy hasn't come back yet. "Where did this happen, Freja?" The girl named Freja had already stood up, her eyes were red and puffy. She sobbed and said, right here in Broken Axe Lane, Mr. Detective." "Will Daisy be alright?" "Probably," Klein replied without much of an expression. He looked around and asked, "Do you have anything that Daisy often carries? I can borrow a police dog. It has an excellent sense of smell and can be used to find a person based on the lingering scent." "No," Liv thought for a moment and said with a sad expression. Freja once again shed tears. She felt as if the situation had turned into one of despair once again. Suddenly, she blinked and said, "Wait, there's something. Daisy's vocabulary book." "Vocabulary book?" Old Kohler asked. Liv sniffed and said, "I make Freja and Daisy attend the free school at night. I can keep washing clothes, but they can't always be doing the same. This lady is such a good mother. Klein couldn't help but sigh. The free classes offered at night were set up by the 3 major churches or some charity organizations. From 8 to 10 o'clock in the evening, the school would be free of charge and would even provide stationery and a certain amount of paper. It was an education that was need-blind, and it would at most involve some religious knowledge. Klein had heard old Neil mention that he had once been a teacher for the Church of the Evernight Goddess for several years. Because there were very few people who volunteered to be teachers in the free school, a unique teaching method was established. Teachers would arrive early, gather the few students who had the best academic progress, imbue them with the content for that day's class, and then put them in charge of teaching the different classes. The teachers would supervise, correcting any mistakes. It was called a tutorial system. Corresponding to the free classes were the free organizations such as the Technical Workers Workshop, which were truly accessible to the poor, and one of the few outlets to escape from poverty. Unfortunately, there were too few similar organizations, and it was difficult for them to play a substantial role. At this moment, the sobbing Freja added, Daisy liked studying very much. She was made the tutor of her class by her teacher. She would put together the vocabulary words she had copied and hug them in her bed every day. She would wake up early and go out into the street to recite them under the light of dawn. She's always found it regretful that there are no street lamps around here. As she spoke, Freja rushed back to the bunk bed and took out a stack of crumpled paper from under the tattered pillow. Due to it being in a humid environment for extended periods of time, the words that were copied on it had already smudged. The edges of the sheets of paper were worn out, as though they had been turned over and over by someone for a long time. Mr. Detective, is this okay? Freja handed Klein the so-called vocabulary book, which had no binding at all, and anxiously asked. Yes, Klein answered very simply. He wasn't trying to comfort Freja. Although it wasn't the kind of items Daisy carried around all the time, it was something that had accompanied her all this while. Moreover, it had been projected with Daisy's strong will. It was excellent for using it as dowsing to seek her out. He casually flipped through the vocabulary book and said, Then I'll start taking action. The earlier I find Daisy, the better. Liv and Freja were unable to find words to describe their feelings. All they could do was watch as Klein and old Kohler leave, repeating the words thank you, Mr. Detective, and thank you, good gentleman. After leaving the apartment, Klein turned to old Kohler and said, You should pay attention to those female textile workers who lost their jobs, especially those who have neither found new jobs nor become street girls, and pay more attention to those who have gone off to unknown places. Pay attention to your own safety. Ask less and listen more. If you do this well, you'll get a bonus. All right. Old Kohler nodded heavily. He didn't immediately bid farewell. After hesitating for a moment, he asked with a tone full of expectation, You'll find Daisy, won't you, Mr. Detective? I can only say that I will do my best. Klein didn't make any guarantees. Old Kohler sighed and smiled bitterly. I've lost my child, so I'm very unwilling to see this sort of thing happen. He waved his hand and walked towards another street. Klein left the area at a leisurely pace, wrapping Daisy's vocabulary book around the head of the cane and, without attracting any attention, completed a dowsing rod seeking. There are results. Towards the northwest. For the time being, it's not possible to confirm if I'm suffering any interference or misdirection. He looked down at the direction in which the cane was going to fall and put out his palm to steady it. According to the revelation, Klein went all the way out of East Borough and hired a rental carriage. Half an hour later, the carriage, which occasionally changed directions, stopped at Iris Street, near Sherwood Borough and West Borough. It stopped in front of a house with a vast lawn, a wide garden, a small fountain square, and a marble statue. At this moment, Klein's cane had fallen down inside the carriage and was aimed straight at that direction. Through the window, Klein could see the guards patrolling inside the gates and ferocious dogs with their tongues out. The security inside was quite tight. More importantly, even without using divination, his spiritual intuition made him sense that there was great danger hidden within. What is this place? How can Daisy's disappearance involve such a dangerous place? Klein thought for a few seconds, then he told the carriage driver to keep going. The carriage driver replied with some surprise, "Sir, are you not here to visit Mr. Capham?" Capham? The name sounded extremely familiar to Klein. He smiled and asked, "Why do you think so?" "There will always be people coming out from East Borough who ride in my carriage all the way here." "Haha, this is the home of the rich and powerful Mr. Capham," the carriage driver casually replied. East Borough. Capham. Tycoon. Klein suddenly remembered who Capham was. There were many rumors that he was the leader of a bloody criminal organization which was stained with blood. He was involved in the disappearance of many innocent girls. And in reality, he was a tycoon who knew quite a few important figures. Without another word, Klein leaned back against the wall and half closed his eyes. The horse carriage slowly moved forward. The luxurious villa was left behind as it disappeared from the window. In a small booth in a coffee shop. Furs already knew that the old man across her was called Lawrence Nord, who came from Mid-Seashire's Constant City and was a public school teacher. He didn't know that Mrs. Elisa's husband was dead, nor that Mrs. Elisa had inherited his estate and become a beyonder, much less know that Mrs. Elisa had left me her relics. Could he also be a beyonder? Does he have the ability to divine? After taking a sip of Fermo coffee, she organized her words and said, "I was a doctor at the nearby Yosifov clinic, and Mrs. Elisa came to see me often." That was when her husband, Mr. Labero, had already passed away. Sometimes I would accompany her by chatting with her and helping her do things like. So in the end, she made a will, giving me her savings and cash. She donated jewelry, books, furniture, and other things to a charity. This was done under the supervision of her assigned law firm. Furs was telling the truth, but not the whole truth. Lawrence pinched his forehead and said, "What a pity. I don't understand why Elisa didn't contact me over all those years. She didn't mention your name." She was vaguely dissatisfied with Mr. Labero's family, Furs replied frankly. Lawrence fell silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you for informing me. It has made me understand certain things. By the way, where are Labero and Elisa buried?" "Grim Cemetery." Furs took out a pocket watch and gave it a look before saying, "Mr. Lawrence, I still have things to tend to. I should be leaving." Lawrence didn't stop her. He got up and saw her off. After sitting down again, he rubbed his temples in distress and silently muttered to himself. "Labero is dead, and he didn't leave any children behind, and I don't know what Elisa did to his beyonder characteristic. Richard died at the hands of the Aurora Order. Sam doesn't even wish to contact us at all, having no interest in shouldering the responsibility of the family name. Will the Abraham family slowly disappear like this?" Chapter 374 Artificial Sleepwalking. Chapter 374 Artificial Sleepwalking. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Lawrence sat in the coffee shop booth, unable to stop himself from thinking about the hardships of the Abraham family over the years. Ever since they had split up into smaller families and settled in other places, the elder council's control over the family members hit rock bottom. A great number of Abrahams refused to advance, in order to avoid the effects of the curse, hence, many of them remained at sequence 8 or 9. Some didn't even attempt to become beyonders, wishing to be ordinary people with a certain amount of knowledge so as to live a calm and peaceful life. The elder council believed that this was an act of forgetting the family's honor, but it couldn't be harsh on such actions since it was tantamount to self-destruction. In such a situation, the upper echelons of the Abraham family began to think of introducing changes. They imitated the teacher-apprentice inheritance system of the life school of thought, and they trained non-family members, hoping that once they advanced to become high-sequence beyonders, then they would, in turn, be able to help the Abraham family deal with the curse that had existed for about 1,500 years and find their ancestor, Bethel Abraham, who had vanished in the War of the Four Emperors. The plan started off smoothly, and the apprentices who didn't have to worry about the curse quickly became stronger and stronger under the Abraham family's meticulous nurturing. Within a short period of 10 years, there were several strong sequence 5 individuals among them, while not a single person among the direct descendants of the Abraham family was sequence 6. The trunk was too weak, but the branches were too strong, hence, the seeds of tragedy were planted, and the ambitious apprentices began casting their sights on the powerful sealed artifacts that the Abraham family possessed. Their plot failed, but it also resulted in serious repercussions. All the non-family members at sequences 6 and 5 were of the opinion that their positions within the Abraham family didn't match their own strength and that they couldn't be trusted, preventing them from being in possession of certain sealed artifacts. In the process of going back and forth, with difficult negotiations occurring and compromises between the two parties, an accident happened. One of them, Traveler Bodis, was lured by the true creator into joining the Aurora Order, which led to a terrible disaster. In this disaster, the upper echelons of the Abraham family were almost completely destroyed. More than half of the few powerful sealed artifacts were lost, and only 3 were left. As a result, Lawrence's brother, who he shared the same mother with, Richard, died. Not only did Bodis benefit greatly from it, but he also gathered all the Beyonder ingredients he needed, and with the help of the true creator, he successfully overcame the dangers and became a demigod, becoming one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Mystery. After the disaster, the rebuilt Abraham family's elder council reflected over the actions of the past few years, but they couldn't find a solution to the problem. Emotions such as negativity, dejection, and hopelessness shrouded the hearts of the few remaining family members. Lawrence didn't wish to be placed in such an environment or face sighing and repressed emotions every day. He found a reason to leave the elder council and came to Backland to look for his other brothers, Labero, who he shared the same mother, and Sam, who he didn't share the same mother. But now, he suddenly realized that he was the only one remaining from his father's line. He was already nearly 80 years old, and all his children had died in the disaster brought about by Bodis. Just recalling the past made him feel sorrow from the bottom of his heart. The most painful thing was that he couldn't see the hope for revenge, and he couldn't see the dawn of his clan's glory appearing once more. "I'm already very old, and I was also injured before. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I wouldn't dare to use my Beyonder powers anymore, which would cause me to lose control or even cause the curse to descend. What is the future of the Abraham family?" Lawrence took a sip of the Fermo coffee and fell into a long silence. Upon returning to her rented house, Furs immediately entered the bedroom and locked the wooden door behind her. She sat on the edge of the bed, calmed her mind, and whispered the honorific name that represented hope and the future. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I wish to inform you of what I have encountered today. I met the elder brother of the husband of the old lady who made me become an apprentice. He seems to be a member of a certain family. I didn't mention anything related to mysticism, but I'm worried that he has extremely powerful divination abilities and will be able to find out the complete truth." At this moment, Klein happened to be above the gray fog. He saw the crimson star that represented the magician expanding outward, rippling as he heard the stacked layers of pleas. After figuring out the details, Klein tapped the edge of the ancient table and said to himself silently, "How cautious for her to know to seek help from the fool. Besides, your guess isn't wrong. The corresponding sequence 7 for apprentice is astrologer." Having recently read the Book of Secrets thoroughly, he had quickly come up with a plan that would help him interfere with divination through rituals. "I have to say, with the Book of Secrets and my advancement to sequence 7, I'm becoming more and more godlike when above the gray fog. Of course, for the time being, I'm still just an empty shell. Speaking of which, I've been acting in front of Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man several times, fooling them completely. Why didn't I receive any feedback from my spirituality? The speed at which I digest the potion doesn't seem to be getting faster as a result. Does it have to happen in the real world? Yes, it might be possible that their applause, as an audience, has been blocked by the gray fog, preventing them from directly affecting me. Just like how the eternal blazing sun and the true creator are unable to penetrate the gray fog to find this mysterious space. From the looks of it, the reaction between the gray fog and this mysterious space is very mechanical. It's not sentient enough, and it lacks intelligence. However, to me, this is actually a good thing. In the midst of his thoughts, Klein turned his knowledge into an ancient piece of goatskin and threw it into the crimson star that symbolized the magician. A boundless grayish-white fog suddenly filled the air in front of Furz's eyes, and an illusory yellowish-brown goatskin descended from the sky. When she saw the information written on it, she suddenly felt at peace. With Mr. Fool, Mr. Lawrence certainly wouldn't be able to get the correct revelations via divination. Furz sincerely expressed her gratitude and busily prepared for the ritual. She had seen a lot of instances where evil spirits did harm to others. In fact, she didn't trust the Fool that much, but the curse of the full moon forced her to rely on him. Regardless of how bad the consequences are, I will just lose my life. Without the help of Mr. Fool, I would have already lost control during the last blood moon and become a monster. Every day I live is a day gained. This is all given to me by Mr. Fool, and he can take it back at any time. Well, it's best if he doesn't. Furz took a breath and lit the 2 candles that symbolized the Fool. The initial steps of the ritual were no different from those she had mastered before. This continued until the candles were lit and the essential oils, extract, and herbal powder were thrown into the fire. When the fragrance of a serene etherealness filled the room, a faint, illusory fog covered the entire altar. According to the contents of the goatskin, Furz quickly adjusted her body and mind, entered cogitation, and chanted the corresponding name of the Fool over and over again. Such monotonous, repetitive behavior allowed the originally calm and relaxed Furz to slowly enter a state where the mind was in deep sleep while her spirituality dispersed. Her entire being felt groggy, but she maintained a strange sense of lucidness. She felt as if her spirit was floating about, constantly moving upwards. This was similar to the secret deed process that was formed with the help of an external object, but it was different in many ways. This was a technique in mediumship and was used to communicate with higher-level spirits. At an extremum, it could even allow a beyonder to travel the spirit world under the pretext of maintaining a special lucidness. Some beyonders who specialized in influencing the mind called it artificial sleepwalking. They could use techniques such as hypnosis to make ordinary people enter this state as well. In that way, an ordinary person would appear to be in a deep slumber, yet they would be able to answer questions. Although their eyes and mouths were closed, they could detect the presence of various spirit bodies around them, thus, completing a certain degree of communication. The reason why Klein didn't let Furz use the secret deed ritual was that it could only give knowledge or direct effects such as purification or corruption, letting the target's mind gain a wonderful experience. It couldn't interfere with the divination or other matters done by another person. Simply put, the secret deed ritual directly affected the target's spirit body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body. The related positive or negative states were removed, and with the artificial sleepwalking ritual, it allowed Klein to do something indirect so as to deal with any outside interference. In a daze, Furz felt herself drifting back to the majestic old palace above the gray fog, and she saw Mr. Fool sitting high above, looking down at everything. Klein looked at the image of the magician projected by the dark red starlight. He unhurriedly picked up a paper figurine that he had found earlier from his trash pile in the corner. As a seer who had advanced twice, he had many ways to interfere with the divination of others, so he didn't need to rely on mystical items to help him. At this moment, due to the effects of the ritual, the mysterious space above the gray fog started to tremble slightly, and some of the power was flowing due to the perturbation. Klein's left hand pressed the Dark Emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table, connecting it with his own spirit body and uplifting himself to a higher level. It raised his level just like the previous times he used the flaring sun charm and Azek's copper whistle to solidify his spirit body. Then, with a flick of his right wrist, he threw the paper figurine out. The paper figurine suddenly expanded in size, and on its back, 12 pairs of black angel wings which were cut out of paper grew out. The feathers were vivid and lifelike. The paper angel pierced through the dark red light and overlapped with the illusory figure of the magician. Without any warning, it started to burn and completely disappeared. The half-awake Furz seemed to see a dignified and majestic angel as it wrapped layer upon layers of pitch-black wings around her. After an unknown period of time, Furz suddenly awoke from her artificial sleepwalking state. In front of her were only the 3 candles quietly burning on the altar and the fog that had permeated the entire room. At the tip of her nose was the familiar fragrance of serene etherealness. Angel. Furs was so lost in thought that she momentarily forgot to end the ritual. Chapter 375, An Evil God's Impressive Act. Chapter 375, An Evil God's Impressive Act. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there were 12 pairs of wings. According to the canon descriptions of the various churches, that's an angel of the highest rank. First tried to recall what she had seen in her reverie. She was both shocked and not that shocked, as if what she had encountered was a shocking event that she had previously taken for granted but had simply never encountered before. It isn't surprising that Mr. Fool has the services of an angel. From the fact that Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man occasionally used the word him to refer to him, one can imagine so. The fact that he's able to isolate the effects of the moon's ravings allows me to infer. However, my request was only to interfere with Mr. Lawrence's divination, yet, he actually made an angel protect me. Isn't this too extravagant? Or is this a routine act for him? One more problem. Why are the feathers on the angel's wings black? Does this signify degeneracy or death? What is the true identity of Mr. Fool? Which great being is he? Death, who was rumored to have died in the Pale Era. He wishes to be reborn through the tarot gatherings? First suddenly took a deep breath, completely unconcerned that the gentleman named Lawrence would find anything wrong with her through his divination. On the realization that she had already joined the tarot club, she smiled wryly and whispered silently. I can only do as Emperor Roselle said, take things one step at a time. After gathering her thoughts, Furs humbly thanked Mr. Fool once more. Following the normal process of a ritual, she extinguished the 3 candles' flame and began to clear the altar, which was filled with all kinds of items. Above the gray fog, Klein temporarily put the matter of the Abraham family at the back of his mind. According to his original plan, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the following divination statement: Daisy's current situation. Putting the fountain pen away, Klein stacked Daisy's vocabulary book and the piece of paper with the divination statement on it and held them in his left hand. Then, leaning back in his chair, he entered a state of cogitation, reciting the words Daisy's current situation over and over again. After 7 times, Klein fell asleep, his eyes black with a hint of red before grayness surfaced in them. One scene after another began to flash. Some were contiguous, some had gaps, and some were completely incoherent. Klein saw Liv's youngest daughter, a 13 or 14-year-old girl who persisted despite being repeatedly scolded. She was dragged into a remote alley by a man wearing a heavy jacket and a grayish-black cap after he covered her mouth with a handkerchief from behind. Another man, who was dressed the same, took her legs, and they lifted her as they quickly walked away. Their destination was the carriage parked outside the alley. The whole incident was over in less than 2 minutes, and by the time Daisy's sister, Freja, returned to search for Daisy, the carriage was already gone. Within the carriage, a sharp, ice-cold dagger was held to the muddle-headed Daisy's face, and lewd threats rang in her ears. The carriage drove into the luxurious villa. Daisy was in a small, dark room, and from time to time, the sound of women's cries, screams, and curses echoed outside. Daisy woke up and cried out for help, but the door was opened, and she was kicked away. The pain made it impossible for her to get up. She wept as she constantly cried for Mother and Freja. Klein opened his eyes and realized that the paper he held in his left hand had already been crumpled by his tight grip. He had established that Capum was the mastermind behind the many disappearances of young ladies and that he was the boss of a criminal organization. The problem, however, was that the case shouldn't and couldn't involve powerful Beyonder forces. At most, there would be a few money-hungry Beyonders at sequence 7, 8, or 9 that were helping out. It wouldn't have made Klein's spiritual intuition give him warnings of intense danger the moment he approached the villa. Is Capum himself a sequence 6 or even sequence 5 Beyonder? However, it's not difficult for a Beyonder of this level to earn money. There's no need to do such dirty and complicated matters. He just has to find all the gangs and collect protection fees via a protection racket. It would be easy, and it wouldn't dirty his hands. Could there be some hidden plot behind Capham's human trafficking? As he pondered, Klein used the power of the gray fog to restore Daisy's vocabulary book to its original state. After a few seconds of silence, he took out another piece of goatskin and wrote a new divination statement: "Saving Daisy is a dangerous matter." After reading it carefully twice, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, letting the topaz pendant fall and hang above the surface of the paper, almost to the point of touching the statement. After taking a few seconds to compose himself, he closed his eyes and began to recite the divination statement he had just written. When he finished reciting it, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum in his left hand. The topaz pendant was rotating clockwise at a fairly fast frequency and with a rather high amplitude. This meant that saving Daisy was a rather dangerous act. However, it isn't one of total despair. There's still a possibility, a significant chance of success, as long as I can seize it. Klein deciphered the revelation from the spirit pendulum. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Wasn't I looking for an opportunity to perform? This is it. As a magician, I have to challenge something of a higher difficulty. Otherwise, I would be called a trickmaster and not a magician. Completing the seemingly impossible, even if the outcome is nothing but an illusion, that's the image of a magician in my heart. As for whether it's one of the rules or not, I still need confirmation." Klein tapped the edge of the ancient table and quickly made his decision. To him, the most troubling thing about saving Daisy and dealing with Capham was that he didn't know anything about Capham. He didn't know how many other Beyonders were in the villa or the sequences and pathways they had. This made Klein unable to make specific preparations. And for a magician, the first rule was, never perform unprepared. Many seemingly impromptu performances actually involved significant preparations. For example, long periods of practice or thorough mastery of diverting attention away from the situation. Should I get Miss Justice's help to learn more about Capham's background for my adorer? Klein seriously considered the options available to him. However, he quickly rejected this idea. No, I won't be able to receive detailed information. Although Capham is involved with many powerful figures and the wealthy, it's not something that can be publicized. Miss Justice will, at most, learn of the nobles, members of parliament, or civil servants which he is involved with, but she won't be able to determine how many Beyonders are in his villa, much less the traps or the layout. Through the clues from these connections, Miss Justice might be able to figure out what I wish to know given a few weeks' time, but that's too slow. Rescuing Daisy needs to be done as soon as possible. Any delays will result in a tragedy. Klein's eyes swept across the surface of the long bronze table and onto the junk pile in the corner. His mind began to formulate an idea. On the one hand, I can get Miss Magician and her friend, Miss Zio, to investigate Capham's background and determine which Beyonders he has ties with. The two ladies are very well connected in East Borough, several gangs, and a considerable number of Beyonder circles. On the other hand, I can take action by myself. I can obtain information from the servants or bodyguards that come out from Capham's villa via mediumship. After finalizing his plan, Klein was in no hurry to get help from Miss Magician. He decided to try doing it by himself first so that he could find out more about the matter in a targeted manner. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the towering palace above the gray fog. After lunch, a man wearing a grayish-black cap and a thick cotton coat cautiously left from the back door of Capham's villa. He walked all the way to a crossroad and got into a rental carriage. East Borough. He touched the dark red birthmark on his face and instructed the carriage driver. The carriage began to move, and the man looked out of the window with a bored expression, admiring the beautiful ladies and young ladies on the streets. If only we could kidnap them, the man let his imagination run wild as he revealed a regretful expression. When he was far from Iris Street, he suddenly shivered, and his eyes became slightly dazed. He knocked on the wall and said to the carriage driver, "Stop, stop. I forgot something. Here will do." The carriage driver didn't dare to reprimand the ferocious man. He didn't even mutter as he stopped the carriage by the side of the street and allowed him to alight. After paying 6 pence for the ride, the man retraced the direction in which he came for dozens of meters before entering a cheap hotel. Without the need for any proof of identity, he paid for a room. After entering, he left the door ajar without locking it. Then, the man sat on the edge of the bed with a deadpan expression. Suddenly, a transparent and illusory figure separated from his body. It was none other than Klein, who was dressed as a worker. He had used the method of summoning himself to transform into a spirit body and had attached himself to this man's body, allowing him to walk to a convenient location for mediumship. After knocking the man out, Klein's spirit form disappeared from the room. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and he walked into the room in his corporeal form. Using a wall of spirituality to seal the place, Klein quickly set up a mediumship ritual, allowing the alluring scent of amantha extract and eye of the spirit medicine to emanate in the surroundings. After finishing his preparations and just as he was about to start the mediumship, he suddenly exclaimed and stopped his actions. He discovered that the spirit body of the man who was unconscious on the bed had a mysterious, unknown restriction. If he forcefully did the mediumship, although there was a high probability of success, it would activate the seal and cause some beyonder to notice this occurrence. This would end up alerting the enemy. Such a strange beyonder power. Very cautious and very careful. What Cap'n is involved in isn't simple at all. Klein took a few steps forward, frowning slightly. He glanced at the unconscious man and suddenly chuckled. "Do you think you can stop me with just this?" He quickly suspended the ritual, summoned himself again, and responded to himself. A few seconds later, he flew out of the candle's flame in his spirit body form and floated in the room once more. Without any hesitation, Klein, in his spirit body form, suddenly approached and possessed the unconscious man. The man suddenly sat up and opened his eyes, his expression appeared lifeless. He straightened his body, walked to the front of the altar, step by step, and then chanted in a low voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 376, Mr. Horace. Chapter 376, Mr. Horace. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. In a room filled with the ethereal fragrance of amantha extract and eye of the spirit medicine, Capham's henchman, who had been possessed by Klein, was made to chant the fool's honorific name. Amidst the monotonous yet rhythmic murmurs and the fragrance that made it difficult to focus, the man's spirit body gradually dissipated. He became muddle-headed but maintained a certain degree of unusual lucidity, as if he was hypnotizing himself. With Klein's help in his spirit body form and the feedback from the chanting the fool's honorific name, he slowly entered an artificial sleepwalking state. His astral projection approached the infinitely high gray fog and the mysterious location above the gray fog. Klein seized the opportunity, ended the summoning, and returned to the towering ancient palace, where he sat at the seat belonging to the fool. He saw a bright light circle rippling around him, sketching out the illusory figure of Capham's henchman. The mysterious space was affected by the ritual as it trembled slightly. Some of the energy was being pried away and was slowly flowing. Klein picked up the Dark Emperor card, and a paper figurine flashed in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the paper figurine flew out and absorbed the sliver of energy that had been pried out of the gray fog. It then transformed into a man wearing a black cap and a thick cotton jacket. He looked identical to Capham's henchman, even his aura and field was indistinguishable from the real person. This paper figurine overlapped with the target's illusory figure and helped him resist the mysterious and unknown restrictions placed within his spirit body. At the same time, Klein held the Dark Emperor card and spread his spirituality, touching the projection of Capham's henchman formed by the pure light. This was one of the applications of secret deeds, where a weak human and a great being were able to be a little in tune with each other, feeling the corresponding knowledge and gaining a wonderful spiritual experience. Unlike normal circumstances, Klein was playing the role of the great being in this instance. In this kind of close interactive state that belonged to a secret deed, humans could gain knowledge from great existences, and great existences could also naturally use questions to obtain the information they wanted. If it wasn't for Klein's inability to master the field of the mind, he would have been able to plant an inducing suggestion. What kind of powerful people are in Capham's villa? Klein asked through the interactive spirituality state. Without any resistance, the projection transmitted the memories to Klein, making him feel like he was watching a holographic film. The man in the cap stood respectfully and fearfully in the room. In front of him was a middle-aged gentleman in a black tailcoat and a white wig. This gentleman had a long, thin, and stern face, and his mouth was naturally pursed, giving off an exceptionally cold feeling. He followed the golden chain on his watch, took out a pocket watch of the same color, pressed it open to take a look, and then he said in a deep voice, "Look at me." The man in the cap didn't dare to disobey as he raised his head and looked in front of him. "Yes, Mr. Harris." Before he could finish his words, he saw a pair of eyes that flickered with a strange light, and he heard a command: maintain secrecy. You can't leak anything you see or hear in this villa to anyone else. The man in the cap trembled inexplicably, feeling that he had to do as the other party had ordered. He lowered his head again and said, "Yes, Mr. Harris." The man in the cap carried an unconscious girl along the stairs to the entrance of the basement. There was a small room that was separated from the others, and a bearded man with an unknown age was sitting inside it. This bearded man had a pair of frighteningly cold blue eyes. He held a thin piece of flannel in his hand and was carefully cleaning the grayish-white rifle on the table. The rifle was thick and long, connected through a pipe to a large mechanical box of the same color. It was a high-pressure steam rifle. That was a military-controlled item. "Mr. Belize," the man in the cap bowed his head in greeting. The man in the cap entered a neatly arranged underground structure which resembled a prison. He then locked the unconscious girl in one of the small rooms. He locked the door, returned to the corridor, and picked up the lantern he had been assigned. At that moment, he saw a figure slowly approaching from the other end of the corridor. The figure seemed to be able to see through the darkness without any lighting. With the aid of the lantern, the man in the cap realized that it was a woman in her 30s. The woman was wearing a brown bonnet, a thin white blouse, and suspenders, as well as leather boots that reached her knees. There were old scars on her face and a cruel smile at the corners of her mouth. The man in the cap lowered his head in fear as he stammered, "Ma'am Katie." The woman ignored him. Step by step, she approached him and walked past him, as though he was nothing more than air. When the lady named Katie had left, the man in the cap curled his lips and said, "Bitch. When you get into bed, you'll definitely be more energetic than a prostitute." He pushed up his crotch, held up the lantern, and left the basement. The man in the cap met two men in the grand hall that shimmered gold. One of them was about 1.65 meters tall, and he was a little plump. He didn't have any special features, but his eyes always had a frightening look. The other was slightly taller than 1.70 meters, and he looked a bit old. He had some wrinkles and a high-nose bridge. His brown eyes were filled with spirit, and he didn't seem to have a look of deterrence. "Mr. Capham," the man in the cap greeted the plump middle-aged man, then he said to another person, "Mr. Parker." In the early light of dawn, the man in the cap met the cold middle-aged gentleman called Mr. Harris at the entrance to the basement. Harris, wearing a white hood, glanced at him, who was standing respectfully by the side. He indifferently stretched out his right palm towards the entrance of the basement and solemnly said, "Confinement." Silently, there was a subtle difference in the surroundings. There are a total of 4 Beyonders. At least 4 of them. The strongest should be that Mr. Harris, a sequence 6 at the very least, or maybe even sequence 5. I wonder what pathway it is. It does seem similar to the Dark Emperor pathway. Relying on order and issuing commands? Judging from the scenes just now, the restrictions pertain only to the basement, not the entire villa. That's right. With so many people coming and going during the day, it would be too troublesome to enter and exit once the restrictions are in place. I wonder if it's the same at night. Klein analyzed the information he had just received and asked again, "What's the overall layout of the villa?" He quickly received feedback and saw a magnificent hall, a wide dining room, connected corridors, washrooms, and scenes of the basement. Through them, Klein pieced together in his mind the rough layout of Capham's villa. Feeling the drain on his spirituality, he asked a final question: who are the important figures whom Capham is closely related to? The scene in front of his eyes was the magnificent hall from before. Half-naked girls were prostrating themselves while serving the guests drinks, letting them abuse them or fool around with them, otherwise, they were being dragged directly to a secluded spot to be ravaged. They were young, and their faces were bitter and numb. Any slight delay or lack of enthusiasm would result in them being whipped by Capham's attendants or maidservants. None of these servants showed a shred of sympathy despite seeing such evil scenes. They fought to be the first to showcase themselves in a bid to obtain rewards. Klein saw Capham among the guests, the cold Mr. Harris, and a member of parliament from the House of Commons who often appeared in the newspapers, Vardara, a fat man who was addressed as deputy chief. Is that one of the deputy chiefs of the Backland Police Department? That's one of the higher-ups of the police department. To think that not a single one of those servants are good. That's understandable. The villa's hired personnel must have been screened before and would have to be sufficiently trustworthy. Klein rubbed his forehead, halting the secret deed ritual. The man in the cap was only an inconsequential leader, and that was all he could know or participate in. Even at this moment, the mysterious restriction on him was still unperturbed. Klein ended the ritual and allowed him to vanish from above the gray fog as he returned to the real world. He sat by the bed and looked at the man in the cap who was unconscious. According to the information he had just gathered, he analyzed the feasibility of a performance and considered one plan after another. In the end, Klein came up with a definite idea. He whispered to himself, "Perhaps, I don't need a helper. A helper would drag me down instead, making it inconvenient for me to escape in times of danger." Picking the right time is very important. Nearly 50 minutes later, the man in the blackish-gray cap appeared in East Borough as he headed straight for the streets controlled by the Zmanger gang. As soon as he saw a few dark-skinned, lean people with ferocious looks, he immediately went close. Pretending to not watch where he was going, he bumped into one of them. "Damn it! You bunch of trash," the man in the cap cursed loudly and punched at one of them. Highlanders, who loved to fight, didn't back down and entered a brawl with him. In the process, the man in the cap pulled out his dagger, and the other Highlanders also drew their weapons. Slash! During the battle, a dagger stabbed into the capped man's neck as he failed to dodge in time. It went right into his arteries. The man in the cap fell as red blood pooled around his head. He quickly lost his life, and the illusory, transparent figure within his body immediately vanished. Klein returned above the gray fog, and using it as a springboard, he re-entered his body. He then opened his eyes in the cheap hotel in Sherwood Borough. He cleaned up the rest of the evidence and went to the front desk to check out of the room. On his way back to Minsk Street, Klein once again went above the gray fog. He wanted to divine a simple but crucial piece of information. He picked up a fountain pen and wrote down a line of text: Capham's dinner time today. Chapter 377, Capham's dinner. Chapter 377, Capham's dinner. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Putting down his dark red fountain pen, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the divination statement and leaned back in his chair. His lips moved as he whispered, "Capham's dinner time today," over and over again. Klein's voice echoed above the empty gray fog as his eyes rapidly turned dark, and his eyelids drooped. In a fragmented dreamscape, he saw the spacious, elegant dining room where there was gilded porcelain cutlery, caviar, roasted chicken, lamb stew, fried ribeye steak, deep-fried dragonbone fish, thick creamy soup, and so on. The food was placed in a certain order according to specific requests in front of several diners. Among them was the slightly plump Capham, the middle-aged gentleman in a white hood, Harris, the thin-bloused Katie, and Parker, whose face was rather unintimidating due to his old age. Looking out from the end of the dining table, he could see a window decorated with gorgeous decorations. Outside the window, the clouds were sparse, and the crimson moon was faintly discernible in the air. Klein opened his eyes and marked the location of the moon in his dream. Using his knowledge in astromancy, he quickly calculated a rough corresponding time. It looks like it's from 7:30 to 7:45 in the evening. Considering those few scenes, Capum and the others have already finished more than half their meals, so I can push the time back by another 15 minutes. That way, 7:30 is the best choice. Klein muttered silently to himself as he interpreted the revelation from his dream divination. Eating at 7:30 was not a rare occurrence. This was even considered mainstream in the Lone Kingdom and even the Northern Continent because many middle-class people, either due to their personal situations or because of low rent, lived in the suburbs and had to commute to work by taking the short-distance steam locomotive. By the time they got home, it was usually after 7 in the evening, so it was normal for people to have dinner between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. Klein had had the same experience in Tingen City, but that was because he had no servants and no housewife. Once the three siblings returned home, they still needed to busy themselves for quite a while before they could enjoy any hot food. It wasn't because they lived far from work. This was why civilians and the poor often had dinner between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. As lunch and dinner were separated by quite some time, afternoon tea, which should have belonged to the upper-class citizens, became popular among the middle-class citizens and civilians. When he finished the interpretation, Klein recalled the revelation he had just received. Klein became acutely aware of a problem. Where were Capum's wife and children? They didn't appear in the dining room. Is Capum an extreme believer in the Lord of Storms, so his wife and children have to eat their meals in the activity room? Or is there another reason? Or could he be unmarried and childless? He's already a middle-aged man. Klein tried to divine the situation, but he failed to receive any effective revelations, so he gave up. 7:30. He repeated the time once more before returning to the real world. In the evening, even at home, Capum, who was wearing a formal bow tie, narrowed his eyes and looked at his subordinates before him. He asked in a slow but chilling voice, "Fabian is dead?" "Yes, boss." Even though he had been working with Capum for many years, his subordinates still felt fear and horror. "Odysseus, call me Mr. Mr. In a few years, you'll have to call me Sir Capum." Capum loosened his bow tie and casually handled a thick cigar. "When did Fabian die? How did he die?" "This afternoon, I sent him to East Borough to do something. He ended up in a conflict with the Zmanger gang and got stabbed in the neck," Odysseus described in a trembling voice. Capum, who was toasting the cigar, said in an unperturbed tone, "Fabian is really a fool." "But are the Zmanger gang fools to not know that he's my subordinate?" "Mister, as you know, Highlanders often join the Zmanger gang when they arrive in East Borough, and they're barbaric and reckless, and they don't give a shit who's who," Odysseus quickly explained. Capum snorted. "Have they forgotten that this isn't the Highlands? Or have they forgotten who I am? Odysseus, I want the body of the Zmanger gang's leader from that block. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll sink your wife, your child, as well as you into the Tussock River." "Mister, no problem." Odysseus immediately raised his voice. He immediately asked in a low voice, "Who can I mobilize?" Capum was about to reply when the door suddenly opened and the middle-aged gentleman with a white wig, Horace, walked in. He gave Odysseus a cold glance before casting his gaze onto Capum. "I heard that one of your subordinates had a conflict with a gang in East Borough and ended up dying?" "Yes, Mr. Horace." Capum stood up, cigar in hand. Horace stared into Capum's eyes and said, "You want revenge on them?" Capum's forehead suddenly dripped with beads of sweat. "No, not at all." "Mr. Horace, you misunderstand." Horace nodded slightly. "You have to remember that during this critical period, we have to try our best to not cause any trouble unless necessary." He paused for a second and observed Capum's reaction. "You are not the only human trafficker in Backland. We can support you, but we can also do so for others. You have to remember this point. The reason why I picked you was because you were vicious and shameless enough. However, you were extremely cautious. It wasn't because you were the biggest human trafficker." From the side, Odysseus listened to the duo's conversation. He wished that he was just a mass of air. That way, he didn't need to see how humble his boss, Capum, was. Without a trace of anger on his face, Capum smiled and said, "Mr. Horace, my main concern is that Fabian's death isn't simple. It might disrupt your plans." "No, there's nothing wrong with his death," Horace said in an affirmative tone. "I didn't get any feedback." "Is that so?" Capum acted enlightened. "Then I'm relieved." He looked at Odysseus and signaled him to leave. He then lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Horace, this time, there are the kind of goods you like from this batch." Seeing Horace's expressions soften but not show any signs of emotion, Capum quickly added, "We've already finished gathering the ones that will be sent over." Horace nodded slowly. "Send her to my room tonight." "Yes, Mr. Horace," Capum said with a big smile. After Horace left, his face turned gloomy. He took a deep breath and whispered, "I hope that you can keep your promise this time. I don't want to be involved in anything like that anymore." He clearly remembered that year during the harvest festival someone had come to him, hoping to get a batch of innocent girls. From that day on, the trajectory of his life had undergone tremendous changes. He had taken a fifth of the market share of the unlawful slave trade. He quickly became one of Baklan's rather famous tycoons, acquainting himself with several important figures and dragging them into the abyss of depravity. At this point, he desperately wanted to cover up the sins of his past. He wanted to let Capum undergo a catharsis, allowing him to become a true member of the upper class. However, for the time being, he was unable to do so. Glancing at the cigar in his hand, he picked up the framed photograph of himself with a beautiful woman and 2 children. Rubbing the surface of the photo frame with his thumb, Capum narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, "After this deal, you should be able to return." At dinner time, Capum walked out of his study, a warm smile plastered over his face again. "Ma'am Katie, there's your favorite caviar and a roast chicken specially prepared for you this evening," he said to the woman in the thin blouse. Katie touched the old scar on her face and nodded without saying a word. Capum knew that she was silent and fierce, so he didn't continue. He watched her as she took her seat. Then Horace, wearing a white wig, entered the dining room, nodding slightly to each of the diners. The elderly Parker took a sip of his pre-meal wine, smiling as he motioned for Capum to sit down. The white napkins were spread out, and the food was served one by one. Capum raised his glass and chuckled. "Holy Lord of Storms, let's toast to a beautiful future." "To a beautiful future," Parker responded. Horace didn't say a word. He merely held the wineglass in his hand and made a gesture. Katie completely ignored them. At this moment, the classical clock hanging in the hall read 7:23. In a cheap hotel in the Backland Bridge area. The disguised Klein took out his golden pocket watch, looked at the exact time, then he took out holy night powder, and he sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. After doing that, he quickly set up an altar and conducted a ritual. I summon in my name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. When the ritual was over, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, ready to respond to himself. Inside the towering and solemn palace, he saw the door of summoning condensed by rippling light. It was a pair of illusory doors that opened outwards, covered with mysterious symbols. Klein was in no hurry to be summoned. Instead, he took out the sun brooch and other mystical items, and he absorbed them into his spirit body according to his plan. Finally, he picked up the Dark Emperor card and let his spirit body envelop it. All of a sudden, Klein felt as if his spirit body had turned corporeal with flesh and blood. It was as if he could lift a gun and move a table and chair. A dark and ethereal mist rose up around him, and as the mist clung onto the surface of his body, it formed an imposing set of armor. He had a black crown on his head and a long cape of the same color on his back. At that moment, Klein was like an emperor about to embark on a journey. Dark Emperor. He examined the purifying bullets and revolver that he didn't bring with him before taking a step forward and entering the crack on the illusory door. Leaping out of the candlelight, he immediately flew under the cover of the night towards Capham's villa on Iris Street in Sherwood Borough. Not long after, he floated in front of the artificial fountain and approached the villa's entrance at a relaxed pace. The patrolling guards passed by him, but they didn't have any reaction. Since it wasn't really late into the night yet, there were no Beyonders on guard outside. In addition, Klein wasn't afraid that the powerful Beyonders inside would notice and have a premonition. It was because the Dark Emperor card possessed anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. Chapter 378, the show begins. Chapter 378, the show begins. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. With a black crown and a solid suit of armor, Klein stood in the doorway, attuned himself for a few seconds, and took a step forward. His seemingly physical body silently passed through the door and entered Capham's villa. The first thing that met him was a spacious hall with lots of chairs and clothes racks, and behind it was a magnificent hall with gold as the main color theme. There was no ceiling, only a dome reaching 3 stories high. A giant crystal chandelier hung down, and on each petal was a pearly white candle. Through a thick, heavy door to the left of the hall was an elegant and exquisite dining room. The fragrance of roasted meat was the richest inside, concealing the smell of alcohol and other food. Klein was in no hurry to enter the dining room. He partially circled the exterior first, occasionally reaching out his hand to pull on the grayish-white gas pipes. It appeared as if he was experimenting with his physical strength, after carrying the Dark Emperor card, to see how much of an impact he had on the real world. While he was a seer and clown, Klein's spirit body only had an intuition ability that was separate from divination. He possessed only 2 spell-like powers, which were to directly attack the soul and to freeze the target through contact. Once he advanced to the magician sequence, even if Klein didn't rely on the Beyonder powers of his physical body, he could still use paper figurine substitutes and air bullets in his spirit body state. In addition, he began to be able to possess others and gain basic control of the target. Augmented by the Dark Emperor card, the strength of his spirit body increased, and the number of items he could carry increased. His spell-like powers, which could directly attack souls, evolved into a specter's shriek. It produced sound waves that were inaudible to humans but capable of damaging the souls of all living beings in the area. Similarly, the frozen effects derived from contact was clearly strengthened. After confirming everything, he found the corner of a wall and penetrated it to enter the dining hall. Then, suppressing all his emotions, he swept his eyes across the long table. The scene of Horace in his white wig, Katie in her thin blouse, Parker with his aged face drinking red wine, and the slightly plump Capham slicing his ribeye steak caught his eye. Klein retracted his gaze quickly, not daring to look too much, lest the few Beyonders would discover him via their spiritual perception. With the help of the spiritual glows from the male and female servants standing around him, that is, the color of their auras, he carefully circled around the dining room and figured out the exact layout. For example, the size of the dining room was equivalent to the total area of his living room, dining room, and activity room. Another example was that there was a fireplace that burned with charcoal. It warmed the entire room via a pipe. There were 16 elegant gas lamps, and their lighting mixed together, making the room appear like it was daytime. Across from the fireplace was a wall which had hanging picture frames. There were sketches and oil paintings, all works of famous artists. That bearded Belize isn't here. He should be changing shifts at the basement. For a Beyonder to be willing to do such menial work, Capham is definitely not involved in a simple matter of human trafficking. Klein thought for a few seconds, then he leaned against an oil painting of the sunset. He reached his hand into his body and unscrewed a translucent brown bottle's cap. It was the biological poison bottle. The reason why he paid so much attention to the time and chose to arrive at dinner time was because, at this very moment, the main figures were gathered here in the most orderly manner. It was the most advantageous for him to use the biological poison bottle. And with the tightly shut doors and windows during early winter, it allowed the effects of biological poison bottle to be more effective and have faster effects. In addition, Klein didn't soak the biological poison bottle to concoct the prophylactic drug before he came. He was currently in his spirit body state, so he wasn't afraid of biological poisons. With his spirit body's concealment and containment, he stood there silently and patiently admiring each and every one of the elegant wall lamps which were connected to the grayish-white gas pipes. Quickly, the odorless poison swiftly emanated outwards. Horace, with his white wig, sliced up a deep-fried dragon bone fish, dipped it in black pepper sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing and swallowing, he picked up the faintly golden champagne that was bubbling like a string of beads and took a sip in a good mood. He couldn't help but think of the entertainment that he would be experiencing that evening, the joy of a stubborn girl being conquered by him. This affected his appetite and made him unable to concentrate. Katy didn't get the servant to help her slice the roasted chicken. She was burying her head, holding a knife and fork, and like doing a precise dissection, she quickly divided the chicken into several pieces. They were all almost the same size. As Parker sampled the red wine and ate the stewed lamb, he would occasionally chat with Capum, who was sitting at the head of the table, and was considered as a guest that didn't sully the title. The dinner proceeded in an orderly manner, and finally, Capum put the last piece of beef into his mouth. He smiled at the three beyonders and said, "Mr. Horace, Ma'am Katy, and Mr. Parker, tonight's desserts are from La Borega's head chef. There are 3 kinds: fruit caramel pudding, cream shortcake, and the carrot cake." Horace, who had always been cold, nodded slightly. "We love dessert so much in this country." As soon as he finished his reflection, he saw Capum raise his hand and scratch his cheek before scratching again. "It's a little itchy." Capum smiled apologetically. Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't help but scratch one more time, leaving a clear bloody mark on his face. The bloody mark quickly swelled up, and his skin turned translucent. One could even see yellowish pus inside. "It's really a bit itchy." Capum smiled again. He scratched the original spot again, but due to using excessive force, the swelling caused the translucent skin to split open, and pus with a nauseating smell sprayed out. Horace narrowed his eyes and shot to his feet, looking around warily. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" At that moment, he heard exaggerated laughter, and his body suddenly tensed up. He saw a male and female servant holding onto their bellies, laughing out loud. They laughed so much that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Tears flowed out from their laughter caused the room to turn completely silent. Like a chain reaction, the rest of the servants fainted or vomited yellow-green liquid continuously without end. None of them were spared. Bam! Katy flipped the dining table, letting the gold-plated cutlery and leftover food and wine to spill onto the floor. She had a revolver and a soft black whip in her hands. Parker stood up as well, but his mind appeared adrift. He looked at Capum crying miserably for help as he kept scratching and forcefully tore off a few pieces of flesh. For some baffling reason, he felt that the other party's ugly and disgusting appearance was quite the fine sight. At that moment, Horace realized that he was a little out of breath and realized that the room was probably filled with poison. He growled, "Hold your breath. Parker, open the door. Katy, follow me to find the intruder." At this moment, Horace was grateful that the dinner had been enjoyed with Capum, and there were quite a few attendants around. These ordinary people's ability to resist poison was far inferior to beyonders. The fact that they showed signs ahead of time had allowed them to detect that something was amiss even before the poison had reached the deepest part of their bodies. Parker, who has the lowest sequence, should be the one with the most severe symptoms among us. Horace suddenly had this thought. Creak! As Parker opened the door to ensure that the dining room was no longer sealed, Horace, relying on his spirit vision, discovered an illusory figure quietly fleeting around. The figure wore a thick and imposing black armor, and a pitch-black crown on his head. A mask of the same color covered his face, making him look like a king from the spirit world. It was none other than Klein. Horace raised his right hand and pointed at the black figure that couldn't be seen by ordinary people. He chanted in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." All of a sudden, the black figure's surroundings turned viscous, as though it had transformed into a giant amber or produced a sealed, transparent wall. The figure was rooted to the spot, hardly able to move. Katy had taken aim long ago, and she pulled the trigger. They worked well together. With two bangs, the light golden bullet, filled with strange patterns, penetrated the viscous air and hit the black figure. The bullet pierced through and struck the wall opposite. The black shadow self-ignited, reduced to a roughly cut paper figurine. Within the pale golden flames, the paper figurine was quickly reduced to ashes. Pa! With a strange, crisp snap, the light from the 16 elegant gas lamps and the fire burning quietly in the fireplace suddenly lit up, leaving Horace, Katie, and Parker with only a brief flash of red before their eyes. Soon after, all the flames were extinguished, leaving the dining room illuminated via the human height street lamps outside the window and the crimson moonlight shining through the layers of clouds. It made the place abnormally dark and silent. Horace and the others once again relied on their spirit vision and spiritual perception to search for the ghostly intruder. At the same time, he realized that the poison wasn't showing its effects fast enough. It wouldn't really flare up until he finished the enemy. Therefore, he paid attention to the movement at the entrance of the basement. He pointed at the door again and said in ancient Hermes, "Confinement." The entire dining room suddenly froze, as if there was an additional layer of an invisible wall that even spirit bodies couldn't penetrate. Horace wanted to make it impossible for the intruder to escape. "I've found you." Wielding the revolver in one hand and the whip in the other, Katie noticed a black figure floating in the air. A strange light flashed in her eyes, and before she could attack, her mind buzzed as if someone had struck her head with a wooden stick. She felt as if she had encountered an indescribable shriek. A few drops of sticky blood slowly dripped from the tip of her nose. Horace only felt slight dizziness while the symptoms of shortness of breath seemed to worsen. Parker, the weakest of them, was seeing stars, and his steps became unstable. Suddenly, someone patted Parker's shoulder. A cold and gloomy feeling gushed over, causing him to freeze on the spot. It was as if he was completely covered in ice, and the cold moisture seeped into his bones. A familiar, deep voice sounded in his ears. "In prison." Parker was instantly trapped by the transparent wall that imprisoned the door. However, Klein didn't possess him and went straight through instead, avoiding the effects of Horace's spell in a timely manner. Horace narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand. Release. Chapter 379 Magic's Key Segment. Chapter 379 Magic's Key Segment. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. The invisible prison around Parker's body immediately collapsed, leaving not even a single trace of it behind. However, he didn't regain his mobility. Instead, he slumped to the ground, shivering continuously, as if he was still frozen. This wasn't only an aftereffect of soul touch, but also the effect of Klein's direct attack on his soul. Parker, who was only a sequence 8, was unable to recover in a short period of time. He couldn't even control his breathing and, as a result, inhaled large quantities of the biological poison, which was identical to the one in his body, once again. His weakened state caused the poison in his body to act faster. His eyes stared blankly as he instinctively changed direction. He saw Capum rolling on the ground and scratching his face and body constantly. He saw the thin strips of flesh hanging by the side of the wounds and the ghostly white color of his bones. Parker gasped and struggled to climb over. Capum, whose itch made him rip off the outer layer of his skin, suddenly discovered that Parker was crawling toward him with bloodshot eyes. He had a bad premonition, but he had no strength to dodge as he couldn't stop scratching. He didn't even have the ability to shout no, except for using a blood-curdling cry as a substitute. At this moment, Klein, who had dodged the imprison spell, shouted holy in ancient Hermes. Then, he rubbed his fingers together and shot an air bullet through the dark golden sunbird brooch's coruscating glow. As soon as the air bullet was formed, it took on a holy luster and shot straight towards Horace's face. This was the holy oath provided by the sun brooch, and Klein had augmented the air bullet with holy damage. Horace had long since changed his position. He was abnormally agile, and unlike a mage, he was more like a pugilist expert. As he avoided Klein's air bullet, he motioned for Katie to lash her whip to hold Klein back. When Klein's attack was interrupted, Horace took an iron black metal glove from a hidden pocket of his and tried to put it on his left hand. In his spirit body state, Klein didn't need to look out from the corner of his eye to see what had just happened despite not facing Horace. He immediately flew up, avoiding Katie's lash. He flew over the chandelier and pounced towards Horace. When Horace saw this scene, he held the black metal glove and pointed diagonally upwards. Exile. Klein was suddenly hit by an overwhelming and invisible force. His entire spirit body was blown away by the wind and hit the wall conjured by confinement, but didn't penetrate through it and escape. Seizing this opportunity, Horace put on the iron black metal glove. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to grow a bit taller. His authority was uplifted like he was a figure that could determine the life and death of others. The moment Klein was released from the exile state, he felt an inexplicable sense of horror. He couldn't help but want to lower his head, to prostrate, to listen to Horace's every word and obey every order given by him. His movements had become sluggish, and his pupils reflected a rapidly approaching Katie. Pa! Katie lashed out with her long black whip and hit Klein accurately. The long whip passed through his spirit body, but it brought a great deal of pain to Klein's psyche, as if someone had pressed a red-hot iron to the weakest part of his body. He jerked his head up and let out a scream. As for Katie, she pulled the trigger of the revolver in her other hand. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets, with a light golden glow, shot out one after another, striking Klein's body. Bright rays of light bloomed, and the figure wearing black armor rapidly thinned, turning into a paper figurine and quickly burning into ashes. Klein appeared in a dark corner. The sun brooch inside his spirit body was glowing with a dark golden light. Warm powers instantly filled his body, and the extreme horror that Horace had subjected him to quickly disappeared. One of the spell-like effects of the sun brooch was horror immunity. In the short span of less than a minute, Klein had already been forced to use paper figurine substitutes twice. Although it was partly because he did it on purpose, it was still enough to prove the strength of Horace and Katie's joint attacks. It was enough to confirm the divination outcome which Klein had received. This operation would be quite dangerous. If Parker hadn't been temporarily crippled by the effects of the biological poison bottle and his initial surprise attack, the situation would have been even more dangerous. His plan was to rationally give up if all 4 paper figurines were used up and his opportunity had yet to appear. It wasn't because Klein didn't wish to prepare more substitutes, but because his spirituality could only afford 4 times while in combat. As for the confinement effect that Horace had created, Klein wasn't worried at all. He was now a spirit body that had been summoned. As long as he ended the summoning, he would immediately return above the gray fog. Unless it was intercepted by powers at the level of deities or the special effects of sealed artifacts at grade 0 or grade 1, nothing could interrupt this process. Previously, when Klein went to the Royal Museum to steal the Dark Emperor card, the woman who was suspected of being a high-sequence beyonder was unable to stop him from leaving. This was the main reason why Klein dared to challenge the impossible even though he knew that the danger was great. Seeing that the enemy was no longer horrified, Horace put on his black metal gloves and signaled Katie to hold Klein back. He then pointed forward and solemnly said, "Specters and wraiths are prohibited here." Klein's body that was covered in black armor immediately trembled as he was strongly repelled by a powerful, invisible force. However, the level of the Dark Emperor card was extremely high, causing the level of the spirit body to be relatively high as well. This kind of influence that was directly aimed at a particular existence was quickly suppressed. Horace narrowed his eyes, feeling that the intruding specter was very strange. He saw that Klein easily escaped Katie's intervention via flight, so he pushed his palm forward again and announced in ancient Hermes, "Flying and floating are prohibited here." All of a sudden, Klein felt his body become heavy, and he plummeted from midair to the ground. Katie quickly rushed over, and with a flick of her wrist, she lashed out with the whip that directed torture on the mind and soul. She still had many beyonder bullets on her, but there were fewer than 3 that were targeted for specters and wraiths. Therefore, she temporarily gave up on using the revolver and only relied on her auxiliary weapon. Klein rolled on the ground, skillfully dodging Katie's whip. He heard the crack of the whip as it hit the ground. Katie was about to sweep the whip when she felt an itch at her throat. She coughed twice and missed the opportunity to continue her relentless attack. This was a sign of the poison acting up. Horace took a deep breath, held his breath once more. He folded his wrist, pointed to himself, and said, "Disciplinary target, wraiths and specters." The surface of his body immediately emitted a light as bright as the morning sun. Even his fist began to shine with lustrous brilliances. Bam! The marble under Horace's feet cracked soundlessly, and his tall, thin body pounced swiftly and fiercely, allowing him to immediately close in on Klein. At this moment, he looked even more like a knight than Katie. Bam! He threw a punch forward, and the air seemed to explode. However, Klein had pulled back ahead of time, dodging the punch with the wind. Pow! Katie helped from the side and lashed out with her whip in the direction in which her enemy was dodging. This forced Klein to have no choice but to roll again and again. He took on a fighting stance while keeping an eye out for Horace's spell like imprison. As lashing sounds echoed, Horace kept attacking while Katie aided him from the side. In less than 2 minutes, Klein was forced into an unavoidable situation. Even rolling was of no use. Pa! Katie's black whip lashed out at Klein's face, and he was only able to take one step sideways before being hit in the arm. That piercing pain attacked his psyche once again, causing him to freeze on the spot. Even his spirit body became somewhat thinner. Seizing this opportunity, Horace clenched his left fist and solemnly declared, "Death." His body then merged with some sort of strange force, creating an obvious afterimage as he slammed into Klein. Schwing! The figure covered in black armor instantly broke into pieces, turning into pieces of paper that fluttered in the air like a butterfly. Klein had expended his third paper figurine. Horace's gaze swept across the room and quickly locked onto the enemy that had appeared in the corner. He sneered and said, "Let me see how many substitutes you have left." In the process of searching for the enemy, he discovered that Parker was squirming on top of Capum. The scene was bloody and disgusting. It was a repulsive sight, both terrible and horrifying. However, Horace didn't have the luxury of time to save his subordinate. He was well aware that the effects of the poison would only worsen over time, so he had to get rid of the enemy as quickly as possible, so he couldn't be distracted. If he didn't, he would have to leave the dining hall first to recover from the poison, thus allowing the enemy to escape without getting any useful information. He signaled Katie to go forward again so as to hold back Klein, who couldn't fly or float. He took a breath and tried to catch a breather. There's a strange smell in the air. This is probably a result of the increasing toxicity of the poison. This thought flashed through Horace's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. He raised his left hand and solemnly declared, "The illegal intrusion of another's house is a crime." An illegal intrusion. While repeating the statement for a second time, Horace found it hard to breathe again. For a moment, he was unable to catch his breath, so he could only stop midway. He took another deep breath, adjusted himself, and spoke again. "The illegal intrusion of another's house is a crime." He repeated it 3 times, and Klein, who was still unable to extricate himself from Katie's entanglement, felt a baffling chill. Cough. 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 Katie showed coughing symptoms again, and the flailing of her whip became sluggish. Klein took the opportunity to stop the embroilment with her, but he didn't attack her. Instead, he raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a sharp cry that no human could hear. Hum. Katie's head jerked up, and her body swayed. She felt like the ground was bobbing up and down. Horace only felt a slight dizziness before returning to normal. He looked at Klein coldly and said in a majestic voice, "The guilty should be restricted." Klein, who was lunging at him, found to his surprise that his feet had seemed to be immobilized by invisible shackles. It made his movements suddenly turn rigid. Katie, who had recovered a little, swung open the revolver's cylinder and quickly removed the spent and unused rounds. Then, she took out a quick reloading device and stuffed 6 rounds of ammunition, including her remaining purifying bullets, into the cylinder. Horace clenched his left fist and prepared for an attack. He wanted to chain his attack with Katie's shooting, in a bid to completely finish the enemy or to expend his substitutes. At this moment, the black-armored Klein smiled. It was because the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. He knew that it would take time for the biological poison bottle to show any significant effects. And once Beyonders sensed that something was wrong, they would act accordingly, either to find the hidden enemy or to escape the toxic environment. It would be difficult to seriously damage them or even finish them. Therefore, he had two other reasons for using the biological poison bottle. The first reason was to weaken the enemy. The second reason was to mask some smells so that Horace and the others would attribute all the abnormal smells they detected to the poison in the air. It made them focus all their attention on this aspect. This was the most important segment of a magic show and also the key to success or failure. That abnormal smell was the smell of gas. The reason why Klein let the gas lamp and the fire in the fireplace suddenly brighten and extinguish wasn't solely to affect Horace and company's vision. It was mainly to attract their attention, so that he could destroy a few hidden gas pipes. In the beginning, he had intentionally put himself in danger in order to trick Katie into firing a bullet meant for wraiths and specters, so that she would no longer blindly fire at him and not trigger a corresponding explosion. He kept entangling himself with her and hadn't made any other attempts solely because he was waiting for the air to be filled with gas. Therefore, he kept holding back from using flaming jump or flame controlling. As for Horace's actions of using confinement on the room, he had expected it, but he didn't expect it to be this successful. Therefore, before he entered the dining room, he had kindly inspected the doors and windows to see if they were airtight. He had destroyed the hidden gas pipes in the hall, causing the area, both inside and outside, to become a huge bomb. Even without confinement, it would ultimately not affect anything. As a specter, Klein was undoubtedly unafraid of explosions. Lower-level ghosts might be annihilated by fire, but specters would at most suffer some damage. This was why Klein had to buy extra purifying bullets and the sun brooch, despite the fact that he had flame controlling. When he saw that Katie had raised her revolver and was about to shoot, and that Horace was about to pronounce death on him, Klein smiled and snapped his fingers. Horace suddenly felt a dangerous foreboding. However, at this moment, he saw that a flame had already lit up in the fireplace to his side, instantly igniting the surrounding air. Boom! With a loud boom, Horace's vision was instantly filled with an inferno that filled the room. It was as if he was watching a grand display of fireworks. Chapter 380, Curtain Call. Chapter 380, Curtain Call. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Capum lay flat on the ground, itching and aching, wishing he could tear himself apart on the spot to rid himself of this hellish pain. Then, he saw a scarlet wave of fire that spread over in a flash, and he heard a deafening explosion. He imagined that this last moment would seem infinitely long and that it would allow him to recall all of the beautiful scenes when his wife and children were still by his side. He thought that he would feel relieved because he would no longer have to endure this inhuman torture, but at that moment, extreme fear and an intense desire to live surged from the bottom of his heart. And the so-called memories didn't even flash past his mind before he was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain before being plunged into deep darkness. Boom! The dining room windows were blasted apart, accompanied by countless brick fragments and rubble, as well as the burning tongues of fire that kept reaching outwards. The guards patrolling this area were immediately knocked over. Those who were lucky enough to not get hit had their ears left ringing. Their bodies either swayed, staggered, or fell. They saw that more than half of the dining room's outer wall had collapsed and that the flames seemed to be floating in midair. The residents of the entire street and the police officers in charge of the surrounding area heard a loud boom at the same time, leaving them confused and frightened. In the dining room, dressed in black armor and a black crown, Klein stood there, bathing in the red flames and enjoying the strong blasts of the waves without flinching. A lot of the black gases around him had dispersed, and even his spirit body had suffered some damage, but it wasn't serious at all. Beside a toppled table, Parker and Capum were blasted into a corner, their heads were cracking and their bodies charred. The surface of their bodies was still quietly burning with flames, and the rest of the servants were in a similar state. In the area opposite the fireplace, Katie, who had been unable to avoid the attack in time, was slammed into the wall and then fell to the ground. Her body was mangled and covered in blood, and there were a lot of charred marks on her skin. not a single piece of her skin remained intact. She wasn't dead yet, but she had fainted from her severe injuries. Even so, she still coughed while convulsing, inhaling large amounts of the lingering flames. The black whip also suffered similar damage. Many cracks appeared on its surface, and a small portion of the whip was ignited. None of the Beyonder bullets that she possessed were spared from the explosion. Katie was no longer capable of fighting. Horace had rolled in time to protect his vitals, but there was still a lot of blood and charred flesh on him. He staggered to his feet, revealing that his back, his hairband, and his legs were ablaze with red flames. His breathing became more difficult, and his body suffered relatively severe injuries. However, this was sufficient to prove the robustness and strength of his body. Or rather, having worn the black iron glove, his body became sufficiently robust, and his physique was sufficiently strong. However, this was within Klein's expectations. Since he was unable to assess how much damage his opponent could take, he had overestimated his enemy's constitution while coming up with a plan. Out of the corner of his eye, Horace saw that Klein was almost perfectly fine. His pupils shrank as he hurriedly stretched out his left hand and pointed in that direction. He said in a low voice, "Exile." Again, Klein failed to resist and was pushed away like scrap paper in a hurricane. He flew out of the dining room. In the hall outside, after the momentary ignition, the fire had already weakened. Another wave of disaster was brewing due to the wooden staircase, but the damage here wasn't too severe because the main body of the explosion had been confined to the dining room. Seizing this opportunity, Horace suddenly turned around and ran outside without looking back. Even though the flames covering his body were still burning, he didn't waste any time to deal with them. He knew that he was in a terrible condition and on the brink of losing control. Furthermore, the effects of the poison would soon reach its peak. Compounded by these two factors, he didn't think that he had any chance of defeating the intruder. It would be the same even if he had the help of the Sequence 7, Belize, at the entrance to the basement. Horace believed that if this battle continued, the only thing that awaited him was having the poison act up or him losing control due to his injuries. Once he decided to run, he didn't care about Katie, who was still alive, anymore. When Klein, who had just stabilized his body under exile, saw this scene, he immediately raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a shriek that no human could hear. Hum! Horace felt a wave of dizziness, and his feet paused for a moment. His skin, which was still in relatively good condition, was now covered in dense, translucent blisters. This was an early sign of him losing control. However, he quickly recovered and continued his mad dash, escaping from the lawn of the villa. He's really hard to kill. Klein didn't pursue him in order to avoid an accident. He remembered that his goal was to rescue the victims and not to wipe away these degenerate Beyonders. More importantly, he had expended a lot of his energy and had suffered heavy injuries. If he were to give chase, he might not be able to stop Horace's berserk counterattack. Pa! Klein snapped his fingers and fired an air bullet. The bullet struck Katie in the head, ending her pain. Immediately following that, Klein turned around and flew towards the entrance to the basement. Belize, who had a full beard, had been keeping an eye on the situation outside, but he didn't dare to leave his post out of fear that the intruder's accomplices would take the opportunity to break into the dungeon. At this very moment, he held a high-pressure steam rifle and had his spirit vision activated. He had been frightened by the loud boom and became abnormally tense. Immediately afterwards, he saw the dignified specter fly over, and without hesitation, he raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! White mist was ejected from the barrel, and a sharp-tipped pale gold bullet was shot forward at an astonishing speed. Klein was prepared and Long had a hunch. He had drawn out a small curve before Belize fired. The bullet tore through the hall, past the front door, and to the outside. At the same time, Belize rushed out of the duty room, holding his high-pressure steam rifle and took on a threatening pose as he quickly moved towards the door. He believed that the intruder, who could deal with Horace, Katie, and Parker, would be able to easily kill him as well. Besides, such a big commotion must have attracted a lot of attention. He couldn't be certain that the mandated punishers would come over to investigate. Therefore, his only choice was to flee. Klein once again let out an invisible shriek, making Belize feel as if he had been smashed by a hammer. He saw stars as a few drops of blood dripped from the tip of his nose. But this didn't stop Belize from running. After shooting at Klein to stop him, he was already running into the hall, tumbling towards the door. Klein hesitated for a moment, then he gave up on chasing and fighting. He turned off the main valve, went to the entrance of the basement, and snapped his fingers repeatedly. Bang! 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 Air bullets shot at the invisible walls, gradually disintegrating the confinement. This was also one of the reasons why Klein dared to cause a gas explosion and use the biological poison bottle. With the effects of Horace's confinement in the underground dungeon, as long as it wasn't a frontal assault, he didn't have to worry about accidentally harming those pitiful girls. He destroyed the locks and flew into the dungeon, first finding the cell where Daisy had been held based on the revelation from his prior divination scenes. He then confirmed that she wasn't hurt too badly and was still able to move. Then, his body turned illusory and melted into the metal door. Creak! 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 The iron doors on one side opened quickly, one after another, as though an invisible specter was running to unlock them. Creak! 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 After one side was done, he did it for the other side. Daisy and the other girls were frightened by the explosion outside. After a while, she was surprised to find that the door to her cell was open for some baffling reason. Yet, no one entered. It felt like she could leave at any time. Some of the girls, who hadn't been disciplined at all since they were recently kidnapped, mustered their courage, got up, and attempted to run to the exit of the basement. They passed through the hall, which was slightly damaged by the explosion, and they left the burning villa's worsening condition, running faster and faster in the direction of freedom. When they reached the street, Daisy and the other girls thought to look back. Looking back, they could just barely make out an imposing figure standing upright on top of the evil building. It was clad in full black armor, and it wore a black crown. Whoosh! The cape behind the figure began to flutter silently. As they remembered the scene, they sought a nearby cathedral with their mistrust towards the police. When Klein returned to the smoky and burning dining room, he found that Parker's and Katie's Beyonder characteristics had just begun to show signs of appearing. He checked the items they were carrying and confirmed that most of them had been destroyed. Even their money was charred to a crisp. Klein jumped up to the second and third floor, quickly checking for any relevant clues. He didn't attempt to use mediumship, because he was short on time. And bringing them above the gray fog didn't meet the requirements of his curtain call. If even a minor leader was made to maintain secrecy, then these important figures would definitely have their own restrictions. They aren't good candidates for performing mediumship as I please. Furthermore, the previous series of required actions is too troublesome, complicated, and inappropriate for the current situation that I'm in. Klein ended his investigation with nothing to show for, but he picked up a deck of tarot cards. Returning to the destroyed, charred dining room, he took out all the major arcana cards from the tarot card deck and walked over to Capham's corpse. Then, he specially took 2 of them and scattered the rest over Capham's body. When this was done, he covered Capham's eyes with the 2 tarot cards he had specially drawn. They were face up with their main side. By this time, Parker's and Katie's Beyonder characteristics had appeared. Tens of seconds later, an illusory door covered with complicated symbols appeared in midair outside the villa. The door opened without a sound, and from it, a handsome man in a crisp suit walked out. He looked to be in his 40s, mature and elegant. He had a pair of golden eyes, and with just one sweep of his face, he locked onto the dining room in the midst of the fire. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew past, and a figure flew over at high speeds. It was an old man wearing a soft hat. His silver eyes had an abnormal seriousness to them. He was wearing a black robe with the symbol of the Lord of Storms embroidered on it. It was none other than the Cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Archbishop of Backlund, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake. "Why are you here?" Ace asked in a deep voice. Any Beyonder-related matters in Sherwood Borough came under the jurisdiction of the Holy Wind Cathedral, so he was entitled to ask. The handsome man's expression turned slightly nasty as he replied, "I live nearby." They were close to the Westboro. The two of them didn't speak any further. They landed on the ground at the same time and entered the explosion site. A violent hurricane churned and swept away the flames, sending them to the artificial fountain outside. The wind seemed to have a life and intelligence of its own. The two demigod figures then saw Katie, whose head was shot and her flesh charred black, and Parker, who was entangled with someone else while his head had caved in and cracked. They also saw Capum, who was covered in tarot cards, as well as the two major arcana cards on the face of the human trafficker. These were the Judgment card, which depicted an angel blowing a great trumpet, and the Emperor card, which was decked out in armor and was crowned. Almost at the same time, Cardinal Snake and the handsome man sensed something and turned their heads to look outside. They discovered a majestic figure in black armor and a black crown located at the top of the house by the side of the villa. The figure nodded slightly, and his cape was lifted. Then, without any warning, he disappeared, right under the noses of the two high-sequence Beyonders. Chapter 381, Conjectures. Chapter 381, Conjectures. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. With a crackle, branched lightning lit up the early winter night with a silvery white flash. It didn't smite the ground, but instead, it tore through the air, illuminating the spot where Klein stood, as if it was daytime, making him stand out. Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, retracted his gaze. His face was gloomy as he whispered, "Rose School of Thought? It's not a wraith, nor is it an undead creature." The mature middle-aged man with a pair of golden eyes turned his head to the side to look at Capum's corpse and said, covering the target's corpse with tarot cards, "This is the second time something like this has happened in the past 2 months. When was the first instance?" Cardinal Snake asked in a deep voice. The mature middle-aged man in the well-ironed formal suit coughed lightly and said, "The time when the true creator attempted to descend into this world with the help of a swindler." "Then it's not the Rose School of Thought." Cardinal Snake made a definite judgment. Although those organizations that worshipped evil gods weren't fond of anyone, they wouldn't deliberately foil the plans of their counterparts. Instead, they wished to see their counterparts succeed, waiting for them to make a mess of the situation. "I think so too. Perhaps it's the appearance of a new secret organization. Their characteristic feature is to scatter tarot cards all over the target's body." The middle-aged man smiled. "And the different appearance of the tarot cards imply different meanings. This corpse has 2 cards over his face. One is Judgment, and the other is the Emperor. Judgment is the motive and goal, while the Emperor is the organization's code name. Of course, this might also be a type of ritual." Cardinal Snake didn't respond as he surveyed the area. "Let's see what exactly happened here." It was only at this point in time that the first batch of mandated punishers arrived at Capum's villa. Above the gray fog, having only used paper figurines substitutes thrice and not being pushed to his limits, Klein was about to use divination to confirm Daisy's safety afterward. Daisy will successfully return home. Holding the spirit pendulum in his left hand, he closed his eyes and silently chanted the sentence. After repeating it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant turning counterclockwise, but it moved with a very slow frequency and a tiny amplitude. This means that Daisy's journey home will be quite a bumpy one, but almost negligible. After interpreting the revelation, Klein was relieved of his final concerns. He then looked at the 2 items in front of him, both of which were radiating with a strong spiritual luster. One of them was a light blue, translucent hexagonal pillar. There were traces of light flashing through it, as though it was lightning that came from the depths of one's consciousness. This was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Ma'am Katie. The other belonged to Parker, who hadn't been able to play a role in the battle. His Beyonder characteristic had condensed into a ball, like a child's fist. This fist was made up of 3 colors, iron black and dark red colors, intertwined with a large swath of silver. Klein didn't hesitate to conjure a pen and paper. He was ready to use these 2 Beyonder characteristics to divine the corresponding potion formulas. Before he advanced to sequence 7, Because of the additional influences that had been left on the Beyonder characteristics he had, it was almost impossible to use divination to determine the formulas. Even if this mysterious space could help him eliminate the interference and increase his divination ability to a certain extent, it still wasn't enough. Therefore, the only method Klein could use, in the past, was mediumship. After he became a magician, he was preliminarily able to determine it using the Beyonder characteristic for a divination above the gray fog. However, there was a high probability of him failing. This time, without exception, Klein had shamelessly failed. However, he also had some gains, and that was to be able to find out the corresponding sequence names of the two Beyonder characteristics. Parker is a sequence 8 sheriff and Katie is a sequence 7 interrogator. Aren't these from the arbiter pathway? This pathway is controlled by the royal family, the military, and a small number of ancient aristocratic families in Lone. Any leaks of formulas and Beyonder ingredients are dealt with harshly. Could a number of the girls abducted by Capum be sent to the estate of some aristocrat? But there's no need for them to send 4 Beyonders to help Capum just to enjoy themselves. It obviously doesn't make sense. Harris is much more powerful than Katie, so perhaps he's a sequence 6 of this pathway. After wearing that glove, he might even be as strong as a sequence 5. Could it be that they're involved in some bloody heretic sacrifice, and the target they seek cannot be exposed? Apart from those on the inside of the kingdom, Thanopotter's Castilla family also possesses this Beyonder pathway, which is then transmitted to their army and intelligence system. Could this be another espionage case of some unknown nature? Klein tried to divine a few of his conjectures, but he failed again. He temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind and lightly tapped the edge of the long bronze table as he muttered to himself. As long as I have the formula, with the corresponding supplementary ingredients, these two Beyonder characteristics will be able to turn a person into a sequence 8 sheriff and sequence 7 interrogator. Miss Magician's friend, who's called Zio, seems to be lacking the Beyonder ingredients for sheriff. I can sell Parker's Beyonder characteristic to Miss Magician through the world so that I can quickly amass the money needed for the ingredients of the Faceless Sequence Potion. However, always doing it through the world doesn't seem rather appropriate. I deliberately left the tarot cards this time. If Miss Justice were to hear of this matter, then she would definitely believe that it was done by my adorer. I'll let Mr. Fool do the selling on his behalf. Klein quickly finalized a plan and made the sheriff and interrogator Beyonder characteristics fly to the corner and hid it among the junk pile. I wonder what the names are for the arbiter pathways sequence 6 and 5. It seems like something that uses order and laws. Judge? Klein put away those thoughts and closed his eyes midway to carefully observe his current state. Once again, he felt his spirituality become lively as the potion stirred. He felt that his digestion of the potion had sped up. This time, he had confidence, based on his intuition, that he had concluded most of the magician rules. The remaining minutiae were good to have, but it didn't really matter if he lacked them. It didn't significantly affect his digestion process. Conjuring a fountain pen and goatskin, Klein enhanced his memory by writing. The Magician's Rules. 1. Never perform unprepared. 2. Challenge the impossible, even if the final outcome is nothing but an illusion. Klein believed that these were the 2 core tenets of the Magician's Rules. Grasping them would be key, and the rest were supplementary for perfection. 3. Take the initiative to perform. 4. Try to get applause from the audience. 5. Wield control of the target's attention. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein skimmed through it and judged them by himself. Daily acting, together with 3 or 4 proactive acting instances, would be enough to allow me to digest the magician potion before New Year's. If I were to challenge an impossible performance during this period, then my progress would be even faster. This is roughly at the speed I wish to achieve. There were still about 2 months till January 1st, 1350. After doing all this, Klein rubbed his temples, prepared to return to the real world. After putting away the Dark Emperor card, the biological poison bottle, and other items, he suddenly laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "Challenge the impossible. Isn't that equivalent to courting death?" As his voice echoed, Klein's figure disappeared from the space above the gray fog. In the cheap hotel in the Backlund Bridge area, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the candlelight of his summoning ritual. After quickly clearing up everything, Klein put on a thick worker's jacket he'd bought for 4 soldi and went to the window. He picked up the sweet iced tea that he had bought earlier and looked at his blurry figure, which was reflected in the window. There was a heartfelt smile on his face as he whispered, "Cheers." Just as he finished his sentence, he touched the glass with his cup, then lifted his chin and downed it in one gulp. Then, he sauntered out of the hotel. The nearby gas lamps were already fully lit up, and pedestrians in carts were bustling about, oblivious to the explosion at the border between the Sherwood Borough and West Borough. Klein strolled around the Bravehearts bar for a while, and at 7:58, he knocked on the door of the Beyonder gathering organized by Eye of Wisdom. He wore an iron mask and a hooded robe, acting completely ordinary. Meanwhile, Zio, who went to various places every night to check on her contacts, saw a sign that had never appeared before. It belonged to the golden-masked man who had sold the sheriff's formula to her at the gathering organized by Mr. A. It was the sign of an emergency meeting. "He hasn't come looking for me all this time, and I've been pretending that it had never happened. Why would he suddenly?" Zio thought for a moment before deciding to take a look. The golden-masked man had promised to give her some missions, allowing her to save enough money and exchange it for the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. Therefore, Zio switched areas and marked the time and place of the meeting. Half an hour later, Zio walked out of her hiding place after secretly observing a remote alley that also extended in all directions. She walked towards the golden-masked man. The man was still wearing his black tuxedo. His light brown eyes swept over Zio's head. "There's a mission for you." "Difficulty and compensation?" Zio asked like clockwork. The man nudged his mask, which was forged from gold. "It's not dangerous, but it can be very dangerous. It all depends on what you do. The initial compensation is £30. If you can acquire useful information, I can even directly give you a Beyonder ingredient corresponding to sheriff." "What's the mission?" Zio said with a frown. The golden-masked man's gaze turned heavy as he said, "Through the channels available to you, figure out who has recently been keeping tabs on Capim." "Capim? That human trafficker?" Zio returned with a question. The man nodded. "Yes. I reject this mission. I hate him." Zio immediately refused. The man opposite her chuckled. "You aren't working for Capim. Because he's dead." "Dead?" Zio was instantly stunned. "He died at home, and his body was covered with tarot cards. There were 2 cards on his face, one Judgment, and the other the Emperor. By the way, pay attention to matters in the past few years which have involved tarot cards but were not reported to the police," the man added. Chapter 382 Hero Bandit. Chapter 382 Hero Bandit. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Sherwood Borough, in the house Zio and Furs rented. Furs was just finishing the beginning of her new book and, in her good mood, prepared to reward herself with a cigarette, when Zio pushed open the door and entered the study. "Smoking is harmful to your health." Zio sniffed. Furs didn't argue with her when she saw her puzzled look. Instead, she asked, "Looks like something happened to you?" Zio scratched her rough blonde hair and sat down on a nearby chair. "That person from before contacted me, the person who sold the sheriff formula to me through another person at Mr. A's gathering. He gave me a relatively simple mission. The initial reward is £30. I don't even know if there are any hidden dangers." Furs thought for a moment and then said, "That person. There should be an organization behind him, but why would they want to rope you in? Aren't they afraid of being implicated by your intelligence, thus causing the entire organization to be completely destroyed? There's nothing they really need from you either. Your looks are barely passable, but you're too short, so perhaps your life is relatively more valuable." What mission is it?" Zio was used to her good friend's snide remarks as she ignored what she said in the beginning. She directly answered the second question: investigate if there has been anyone keeping tabs on Capim recently. Capim? The human trafficker who deserves to be hanged, no, burned to death? Although Furs wasn't a bounty hunter, it was her writer's instinct to gather material, so she often asked Zio to tell her stories and news she had learned. Zio nodded. It's him, but he's already dead. He seems to have died rather miserably. How did he die? Was he sliced to death by a knife, bit by bit? Furs asked, pleased and curious. That person didn't go into a detailed description. Perhaps it'll be mentioned in the papers tomorrow. Zio thought for 2 seconds before continuing. He only mentioned a rather special situation at the scene of the death. He said that Capim's corpse was covered in tarot cards. His face was covered with the Judgment and the Emperor cards. The Judgment card probably meant that it was a judgment on Capim, and the verdict was death. But what does the Emperor card represent? That murderer, no, that hero's identity? As a best-selling author, Furs instinctively began interpreting the unique layout of the scene of the crime. Suddenly, she froze. Tarot cards? The corpse was strewn with tarot cards? Furs suddenly thought of the secret organization she had just joined, Tarot Club. It couldn't be one of us, could it? However, none of the members has the code name of the Emperor. If it's really the case, then this is the first time I've found traces of the Tarot Club in the real world. We're not just a secret organization that only exists above the gray fog. As Furs's emotions churned, she felt pleasantly surprised and also worried. Under an attendant's lead, Klein entered the familiar activity room. There was only one candle in the room. The dim yellow light made the surroundings look like a scene from a ghost story. Coupled with the black robes and the iron masks worn by the mysterious people, the atmosphere turned even more intense. The moment he stepped in, Klein suddenly had a baffling sensation. He felt the flickering candle flame staring at him. He felt that the flame would burst and ignite his hair and robe. He felt that the curtain behind the oriel window would suddenly flare up, enveloping his body and covering his nose and mouth, forcefully choking him to death. What's happening? Klein was stunned as he turned extremely tense. It wasn't a premonition for danger, but a feeling that was hard to avoid. Klein carefully found a seat and sat down. The moment his buttocks touched the surface of the chair, he felt as if the chair would explode and thick wooden thorns would end up piercing through his body. This reminded him of the videos he had seen back on Earth due to the explosion of a low-quality gas cylinder under a swivel chair, the steel pole, and the debris had stabbed into the seated owner's buttocks, drilling into his abdomen. The whole scene was filled with badly mutilated blood and flesh, a ghastly sight. Why am I always making such bad associations? Is it because of the damage done to my spirit body from the battle earlier? Klein looked around thoughtfully and saw that the fat apothecary had still not attended. What happened? Or has he already left Backlund? Klein murmured something to himself, and Herd Eye of Wisdom announced the beginning of the gathering. In the course of the next few hours, Klein felt as if the chandelier on the ceiling was going to fall sideways and smash into his head. He thought that the coffee table in front of Eye of Wisdom would suddenly move sideways and stumble him over, and he suspected that the members of the gathering around him were full of malice and might cause him trouble at any moment. It made him fidgety, alert, and puzzled, and he was too distracted to pay attention to deals that either ended in success or failure. If one is to say that a premonition for danger is like an occasional vibration, reminding one that there's news entering the room or an incoming phone call, then the feeling I have at this moment is akin to an electric drill boring constantly, causing me to be unable to relax or pay attention to anything else. Klein tried to rub his forehead, but it only touched the cold iron mask. At this moment, he felt as if his iron mask would suddenly cave in and stick close to his face, embedding itself into his brain. Is it really because my spirit body was damaged so it's making me hallucinate? Klein frowned. He originally wanted to make a request to buy the thousand-faced hunter's blood and mutated pituitary gland at this meeting, but in such a situation, he could only give up out of caution. Although the level of Eye of Wisdom's gathering wasn't high, and there was a high probability that it wouldn't involve a high-level monster like the Thousand-Faced Hunter. Klein believed that a lot of the members here also attended other gatherings and might be able to come into contact with the relevant information and clues. Amidst his anxiety, Klein attended the gathering as a bystander. Just after taking off his robe, removing his mask, and leaving the room, the feeling that everything in the room was going to harm him had instantly disappeared, disappearing in the oddest manner. Klein's pupils shrank, confirming that his previous experiences didn't originate from the damage to his spirit body, otherwise, he wouldn't have experienced two completely different states, inside and outside. He suspected that there was a person or creature in the activity room of the gathering, one that was invisible, imperceptible, and extremely terrifying. That entity had stimulated his spiritual perception as a seer and his sense of danger as a clown, but because of the entity's suppression or some other special reason, the stimulus appeared in the form of a rich association that failed to make him realize it. Who could it be? This is too scary. Just the existence itself made me have a reaction similar to the symptoms of losing control. Without making a sound, Klein left Eye of Wisdom's house and headed toward the nearest street. All of a sudden, he had a guess. The Bravehearts bar is nearby, and it's also the monitoring area of Wraith Steve, who was killed by Miss Sharon, Marek, and I. Their deaths would definitely make the Rose School of Thought's high sequence Beyonder angry, and he would cast his sights over here, towards the Beyonders living near the Bravehearts bar. Was that him? Fortunately, I used the biological poison bottle and the sun brooch tonight, and to prevent myself from being divined, I left them above the gray fog. Otherwise, the result would be unimaginable. The magician who just completed an impossible performance would be killed directly here. The Beyonder world is truly dangerous. Inside the Holy Wind Cathedral, Cardinal A. Snake looked at the captain of the mandated Punisher team and asked emotionlessly, "Who is Capum? Why is there an underground dungeon in his villa?" The captain of the mandated Punisher team replied immediately, "He's a tycoon, one who was rumored to be related to many cases of missing girls. He's suspected of being a human trafficker, and that he is secretly engaged in the slave trade. That underground dungeon proves the rumors. Why did a human trafficker receive the protection of so many Beyonders? And their sequences aren't low either," Cardinal Snake pressed. "Your Grace, this requires an investigation. We tried using Beyonder means to find clues, but all of them failed," the captain of the mandated Punisher team replied, somewhat trembling in fear. "I've tried it too," Cardinal Snake didn't blame him. This member of the Church of the Lord of Storm's upper echelon paused for a moment before continuing, "Continue to investigate this matter. Also, find that sequence 6 or 5 specter." After his subordinate had left, Cardinal Snake picked up his fountain pen and wrote down in his notebook a number of subjects to pay close attention to: Capum, human trafficking, tarot card ritual, strange specter without a high sequence, concealed plot. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Count Hall. Audrey was waiting for the maid to cut up the food when she heard her father, Count Hall, who was used to reading the newspapers at breakfast, laugh. "Capum is dead." "Who is he?" Audrey asked with her eyes wide open. In fact, she wasn't the least bit curious about who Capum was. She was simply going along with her father, who obviously had the desire to share his thoughts. This was both her specialty as a daughter and the innate nature of a telepathist. "He's a tycoon who secretly might be a human trafficker. He has rather good ties with some people." "Heh," Count Hall chuckled. "He was killed last night. There were obvious signs of him being judged at the scene of the crime, so the newspapers are calling the murderer a hero bandit. The hero bandit Dark Emperor. Oh, they named him after the code name of the rulers of the ancient Solomon Empire. Hero bandit? Hero bandit Dark Emperor? Dark Emperor." Audrey immediately thought of the card of blasphemy belonging to Mr. Fool. This was the item of the highest level she had come into contact with so far. She suddenly became interested in the Capum murder. "It sounds interesting. Although it's illegal, I still want to say that the hero bandit did beautifully." "Oh, Dad, how did it go?" The police and relevant departments of the church didn't divulge any exact details. "I haven't met them either, but this is what's said on the papers. The hero bandit was dressed in black armor and a black crown. He had a cape of the same color behind him. After he entered Capum's villa, not only did he steal all the valuables in the safe, but he even stole the lives of Capum and his evil henchmen, rescuing girls who were locked up in the underground dungeon. He scattered tarot cards on Capum's body, and the most prominent of all were the two cards that covered his face. One of them was Judgment and the other was the Emperor. Count Hall held the newspaper as he described it with a smile. Tarot cards, Judgment card and the Emperor card. Audrey's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 383, Returning Home. Chapter 383, Returning Home. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Audrey could almost be certain that it had been done by Mr. Fool's adorer when she heard the description of the familiar scene. She suddenly felt a strong sense of immersion, participation, and pride. That was a human trafficker whose hands were stained with blood and evil. The Judgment card is the retribution enacted against him in the name of justice. Was the verdict hanging, beheading, or burning at the stake? The Emperor should be a symbol of his identity. Was this the adorer who sneaked into the Royal Museum and stole the Dark Emperor card? Audrey let her imagination run wild for a moment. She had intended to press for more information and finer details, but from the look on her father's face, the tone of his voice, and the color of his emotions, she could tell that he still didn't know what was going on. Therefore, she could only suppress her curiosity and planned on asking her good friend, Kance Learson, from MI9. Although directly asking Kance about it would suit my image in this aspect, that would still be rather abrupt. It would also conflict with my identity as a noble. I'll get Annie to prepare a few invitations for an afternoon tea party, sending them separately to Glaint, Kance, Murray, Christine, Jane, and the others. Most of them are interested in mysticism, so they would feel interested in someone known as the hero bandit Dark Emperor. Under my guidance, they can help me ask a lot of questions that wouldn't be convenient for me to ask. It's decided. Audrey retracted her attention and nibbled at her breakfast. She believed that Mr. Fool's adorers wouldn't have dealt with Capum purely for the sake of punishing evil, since it wasn't in line with his identity and status. Of course, if Audrey was still the same Audrey who had just joined the Tarot Club a few months ago, then she definitely would have been willing to accept such an explanation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen the Justice card as her symbol. After experiencing so many gatherings and so many matters, she felt that she had matured a lot and was no longer as innocent. She believed that there had to be more important and essential factors behind this matter, such as an evil god or secret organization which Capum was involved in. I hope Kance can provide some useful information. Audrey thought with anticipation. 15, Minsk Street. Klein was eating white bread with jam and flipping through today's newspapers. What? A safe? As he read, he almost choked on his own saliva. It wasn't me. I didn't. Don't spout nonsense. In his mind, Klein immediately rejected the description of his theft of everything in the safe thrice. The situation had been pressing, and in order to gain clues, all he did was burrow into the safe to see if there were any important documents or evidence despite having found the safe. He didn't take anything, and he quickly left the safe and went to another room. Of course, Klein, in his spirit body state, had also suffered some damage from the gas explosion, and the total weight of the items he could carry had been greatly reduced. There were only gold bars, jewelry, land deeds, house deeds, antiques, and other items in the safe, which were either not convenient for him to take or there was no way he could launder them. Perhaps he has a place reserved especially for cash, but unfortunately, I didn't find it, nor did I have the time to look for it. Klein muttered silently to himself, confirming that it was the subsequent investigators who had divided up all the contents in the safe. He looked at the newspaper, took a sip of Psy black tea, and slowly exhaled. He smiled inwardly. Hero bandit Dark Emperor. I like that name. After breakfast, Klein put on his thick double-breasted frock coat and half-top hat, and he held a solid black cane. Opening the door, he left Minsk Street for Broken Axe Lane on the boundary of the East Borough. That was where Daisy had disappeared. After finalizing his plans yesterday, and before he committed to his operation, he had deliberately made a trip to Broken Axe Lane to seriously look for clues. He knocked on the doors of the nearby houses and asked if they had seen any girls like Daisy. Although Klein didn't believe that the official Beyonders would think that a poor family would be able to afford a hero bandit who had at least the strength of a Sequence 6, and he believed that there was a higher probability that the investigation would be directed towards the secrets Capim was involved in. Supplemented by who had been keeping tabs on Capim recently, and other peripheral investigations, he still cautiously decided to put on a show and try his best to play out the entire act. What if one of the Beyonder enforcers lost their mind and planned to make a preliminary investigation in this aspect? Some families might have some savings and would be able to hire other detectives. The chances of being suspected as a kind-hearted person like me who just took on the case yesterday are extremely low. As long as I'm not suspected, they wouldn't compare my performance from the previous Lanivas case. Besides, the Nighthawks were the ones who took action previously and were assisted by the military's special department. Capim's case happened in Sherwood Borough, so the ones taking on the case would likely be the mandated punishers. The communication between the two groups wouldn't be that smooth. Katie and Parker belong to the Arbiter pathway. I wonder if the military will intervene. As a former Nighthawk, Klein had a sufficient understanding of the modus operandi of the various official organizations, their work styles, and their investigation habits. Simply put, I have excellent anti-detective abilities. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he boarded a carriage. He was going to continue his investigation into Daisy's disappearance. After all, he was an ordinary private detective who hadn't been able to confirm that Daisy's disappearance had anything to do with Capim. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Daisy returned to the shabby rented apartment under the escort of the police officer in charge of the neighborhood. Along with a few pitiful girls like her, she had been settled into the various cathedrals in Sherwood Borough last night and had been questioned accordingly. It included what they saw when they escaped, what they saw when they looked back, where they lived, what their family situation was, if they knew any friends who were out of the ordinary, and so on and so forth. Daisy, who was still in a state of panic and lingering fear, answered the questions truthfully. After that, no one came to her again. She slept through the night and was sent back to East Borough early in the morning, where she was handed over to the fierce police officer she always saw. Along the way, Daisy didn't dare to say anything. She trembled in fear, and only when she entered the apartment where she lived did she feel a little more at ease. As soon as she stepped through the door, and before she could find her mother and sister through the hanging wet clothes, she heard a scream. Daisy! Freja stopped whatever she was doing and, like a nimble fawn, darted through the clothes hanging in the air and the random things on the ground. She ran to the door and hugged her sister tightly. Then she let go of her hand, and with tears streaming down her cheeks, she sized Daisy up with pleasant surprise and in concern. Are you all right? It's so wonderful that you're finally back. Liv also stood up from behind the wash basin. She wiped her hands on her clothes and asked, rubbing her eyes, Daisy, where have you been these past few days? At that moment, the police officer interrupted, she was kidnapped. We rescued her. Thank you, thank you. You guys are too great. Liv shed tears and randomly used an adjective. The policeman coughed lightly and said, that's our duty. Have you met anyone strange in the past few days? Liv was stunned for a second. Hoping to not be involved in too many matters or get into any trouble, she said, no, I really haven't. The policeman waved his hand and said, be more careful in the future. Don't take deserted shortcuts again. He couldn't stand the humidity and the motley of smells, so he turned and left. Liv looked at her daughter again. She took wide strides over to her side and wiped her hands on the side of her clothes before hugging Daisy. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back, she murmured through her tears, not asking if Daisy had been hurt. Daisy relaxed and sobbed. Beside her, Freja was also crying. She stretched out her arms and hugged her mother and sister respectively. The three of them cried for a while before letting go. Liv wiped her eyes again and said, wash the clothes first, there are still a lot of them. Daisy, who had just been rescued, nodded and quickly threw herself into her busy work. It wasn't until noon While they were nibbling on their black bread and drinking plain water that could hardly even be considered tea, that Liv finally had time to ask, "Daisy, were you hurt?" Daisy shook her head. "They just hit me a few times." "That's great. The police rescued you? A kind detective was willing to help search for you for free yesterday, and you ended up returning today." "Ah, he still has your vocabulary book," Freja mentioned in passing. Already prepared, Liv mentioned, "I'll get old Kohler to get it back and tell the detective you're home so that he won't have to busy himself over this matter. Regardless, we have to thank him again." Daisy felt relieved as she replied to her sister's question, "No, it wasn't the police. There was a sudden explosion, and the doors that kept us locked up were strangely opened, and we just ran out. However, I did see a gentleman or a lady on the roof. He wore black armor, a crown-like helmet, and a cape. He just stood there watching us quietly. None of those bad guys came to stop us or chase us down." As a tutor at the free school, Daisy clearly had a richer set of vocabulary than her mother, Liv. "A person dressed like that saved you?" Liv answered in shock. By the side, Freja curiously waited for the answer. Daisy nodded seriously and said, "Yes, he's like what the bards sing of. A hero." Hero. Freja ruminated over the word, her eyes as bright as the stars. In a certain secret chamber, a group of people were carefully comparing the Lenivas case with the Capim case using the information they were given as they searched for similarities between the motives and modus operandi. The two things cannot be linked together at all. The only thing that they have in common is evil, or rather, evil was defeated. "The owner of the tarot card has upheld justice," someone exclaimed. It can be confirmed that the two cases didn't involve the same person. The difference in strength is obvious, and what they're good at is even more contrasting. Although it's possible that their sequence had been elevated, Capim's murderer was a kind of specter, or someone that can switch into the sequence state. That's not something common. Another person's analysis was endorsed by the majority. Therefore, the person who called the meeting concluded, two cases, two different people, but they both threw out tarot cards. Perhaps the latter was committing a copycat crime, and if that's the case, we can target the people who are aware of the Lenivas case. The other possibility is that there is an organization. An organization symbolized by tarot cards. Chapter 384, On Your Own You Check Yourself. Chapter 384, On Your Own You Check Yourself. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Count Hall. The aroma of Phenopotter's top-quality Mount St. Dercy coffee blended with the splendid fragrance of the Queen's black tea to create an intoxicating symphony of smells. They lingered around the elegant three-tiered high tea tray that served delicious and delicate desserts. This was the high tea party organized by Audrey. She had invited her friends of blue blood parentage, all who were fellow enthusiasts in mysticism. They sat around her, talking and laughing. Under Audrey's imperceptible guidance, Jane, Murray, and the others became extremely interested in the Dark Emperor, the hero bandit who had appeared last night. All of them cast their eyes towards the noble-born Kanslerson who had joined MI9. "What beyonder powers does that Dark Emperor have?" the sweet-looking Christine asked curiously. Other than that, the families that they belonged to didn't have histories that traced back to 1,000 years ago, and even the ancient aristocrats that had just been established in the fourth epoch of the Lone Kingdom weren't completely loyal to the royal family or to the upper echelons of the military. They weren't bestowed with any formulas, and even if they had beyonder ingredients, it was unlikely that they could recognize them. They wouldn't even know how to use them even if they did recognize them. This limited the possibility of Murray, Christine, and the others in becoming beyonders. They could only look forward to it, but it was difficult for them to take that crucial step. As for whether or not their elders had collected the potion formulas and nurtured beyonders for their families, that was beyond their purview. After all, this wasn't allowed. If the king were to find out, they could use this as a reason to strip them of their noble titles. Of course, there were already two traitors in the living room, Audrey, who had advanced to Sequence 8 telepathist, and Viscount Glaint, who had gathered one portion of beyonder ingredients. It wouldn't be long before he became an apothecary. The tall, thin, young gentleman, Kantz, took a sip of his coffee and said, "I won't give you a direct answer. I'll just tell you some facts. Other than traces of a gas explosion in the dining room where the battle happened, various means were used to detect poison, substitutes, Spectre's shriek, bullets condensed with holy powers, and other elements. By the way, that Dark Emperor, known hero bandit was in a Spectre state. It doesn't look like the person who had killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Kilangos, nor does it look like the person who had dealt with Lenivas in the sewers. Is the person involved in Capham's case Mr. Fool's third adorer who stole the Dark Emperor's card? There are at least 3 adorers in Backland alone. How many adorers does he have in total?" Audrey's heart skipped a beat as she deliberately asked, "Was there an intense Beyonder battle?" Murray, under her lead, asked one step further, "There were Beyonders at Capham's place? Relatively powerful Beyonders? And there was more than one?" "He's just a trafficker," Viscount Glaint unconsciously expressed his doubt. Audrey maintained her faint smile and curious gaze, patiently waiting for Kantz's reply. Kantz laughed and said, "Murray's guess is correct. I can only say this much. Do you want me to be locked up by Captain? Capham's place had more than one relatively powerful Beyonder. Indeed, he's not an ordinary human trafficker. He might be involved in many matters regarding mysticism." Human trafficker. Could he be involved in some cult sacrificial rite? Mr. Fool's adorer attacked because of this? It was roughly the same with Lenivas. It involved a cult and sacrifices, as well as the descent of the true creator. I wonder which cult and evil god is behind Capham. Mr. Fool's goal seems to have always been targeting these evil gods. Is it really strife between the gods? Who knows how many grand schemes of those evil gods he has foiled? Audrey made many connections as her heart surged with emotions. Our Tarot Club's enemies are the evil gods. The rest aren't qualified. Does Mr. Fool wish to get the title of the nemesis of evil gods? Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled softly in her heart. Then, she suppressed her emotions and secretly made a confession. "Audrey, how can you do this? How can you use Mr. Fool as a joke?" At noon, when Klein returned to Minsk Street, he found, as he had expected, a letter from old Kohler who had paid a carriage driver to deliver to his mailbox. This was their agreed-upon contact method during an emergency. Of course, according to Klein's prediction, old Kohler, who didn't know many words, could only use simple symbols to tell him where and when they would meet. To his surprise, it was actually written in neat writing when he opened the letter. With a quick glance, Klein confirmed that it was identical to the handwriting in Daisy's vocabulary book. Looks like this girl was the one who helped old Kohler write it. This piece of paper doesn't seem to be exposed to moisture. Perhaps old Kohler had bought some in the event he needs to contact me urgently. Klein opened the door to the living room and read the letter. Only taking off his hat and cane, he leaned his cane against the wall. He didn't take off his coat because the fireplace in the room wasn't lit yet, and the early November cold was silently seeping into his bones. The letter was simple. After all, Daisy didn't know many words either. She thanked the detective for his kindness and good intentions before telling him that she safely returned home, and she finally said, in a tactful way, that she hoped he would bring her vocabulary book with him the next time he came to East Borough. What a polite girl. Klein chuckled. He snapped his fingers and burned the letter, leaving no clues behind. He decided to return to East Borough the next day and return the book to Daisy, as well as reimburse old Kohler for the cost of the letter delivery letters, paper, and fountain pens. With this in mind, he couldn't help but sigh and chortle. "Captain, now it's my turn to approve the expense claims of others." Without wasting any time, he went out again and went straight to the Quelite Club, where Dr. Aaron was seen more often during Friday afternoons. Klein wanted to ask about Willa Septon, the child who had played with tarot cards. After entering the Quelite Club in Hillston Borough, Klein said to the red-vested attendant, "A cup of Marquis black tea and a serving of dessert. Send it to the corner seat of the main hall. Dr. Aaron, reporter Mike, and the others are sitting there." Klein had already spotted the relatively cold and famous surgeon, Aaron Series, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, as well as reporter Mike Joseph from the Daily Observer, who he had worked with twice and had a pair of charming blue eyes. He also saw the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talem Dumont, whose frequency of appearing at the club was only second to his. "Oh, our great detective is here, and we happen to be talking about you." Talem stood up with a smile. "Speaking bad things behind my back?" Klein joked. Mike stood up and shook his hand. "No, I want to hire you again." "What's the matter this time?" Klein bowed at Dr. Aaron and sat down at their table. Mike chuckled and said, "I'm sure you've read the papers? Capum has been killed off by the hero bandit Dark Emperor, and his crimes have been exposed. What a joyous event! And as a reporter, I need to have an acumen for the news. I plan to get a list of names of the girls who were rescued in East Borough from the police department to interview them. Then, I'll paint Capum's most cruel, most evil, and most unforgivable side to the readers of the newspaper. Of course, the victims must remain anonymous." He paused for a moment and suppressed his voice. "I also have a hidden objective, or should I say, I wish to use the interview to know if these girls or their family know any relatively special friends. Who knows, that might be hero bandit Dark Emperor." "You found the right person." The corners of Klein's mouth almost twitched. He smiled at Mike and said, "We've already worked together on East Borough's matters. We have sufficient familiarity and trust, so I have no reason to decline. I hope for a pleasant partnership." Mike stretched out his hand. "We'll start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and we'll be paid the same as last time for a total of £10. At that moment, Dr. Aaron, who had been listening by the side, said, "Sherlock, I want to hire you as well. This evening, or after dinner. It looks like my business is improving recently." Klein asked, amused, "Will it conflict with Mike's request?" No, Aaron shook his head. "My luck recently has been pretty good. This makes me suspect that my bout of bad luck was because of that child's inverted Wheel of Fortune card and the words he said. I'm very troubled and puzzled in this regard. I swear to God that I was very nice to him, and I treated him with the best of intentions. Why would he treat me that way? I wished to visit him at his place and confirm that he didn't do it on purpose. However, I'm ultimately afraid that something similar would happen again or some accident might occur. Therefore, I wish to hire you to protect me. Just for tonight. It won't conflict with Mike's request. How about it?" That's what I wanted to do. After challenging the impossible and doing good deeds, my moral standing has become pretty good. Am I really going to become the king of yellow and black who wields good luck? Klein was pleasantly surprised as he said with a reserved smile, "No problem, we can talk about the remuneration." City of Silver. Derek Bird once again examined the translucent worm with 12 circles, the remains of Amon's avatar. He had originally wanted to ask Mr. Fool what this was exactly, but considering how he had already troubled this godlike figure once, he couldn't bring himself to ask as he abandoned this plan. Now, he planned on showing it at the next tarot gathering and ask Mr. Hangman, Miss Justice, and the rest. After hiding the worm, Derek suddenly thought of something. It was about time for the team that had gone with Shepherd Elder Lovia to explore the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator to return. It wasn't too far from the City of Silver, and it was in a direction that they hadn't set foot in before. He decided to take a look. There were quite a few people he knew among the expedition team. Chapter 385, A Story About Love. Chapter 385, A Story About Love. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Looking at the dark sky being lit up by streaks of lightning, Derek didn't knock on the doors of the few acquaintances he knew. Instead, he walked along the broadest road and walked all the way to the training field at the edge of the City of Silver. After each exploration team returned, they were forced to stay here for a certain period of time. Not only would it be convenient for them to communicate and report on the things they encountered in the darkness, but they would also be quarantined in a tactful manner to guard against strange things that might latch onto any member's body and suddenly erupt after a certain amount of time. This was the result of the City of Silver's 2,000 years of experience. It wasn't that complicated, but it was quite useful. As soon as he entered the training ground with the axe of Hurricane stuffed behind his waist, Derek Berg's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw the gorgeous elder Lovia, who seemed to be in her 30s, as well as two familiar faces that were his age. Due to the City of Silver's limited environment, its population was unable to grow any further. The number of people of a certain age group was an adequate number, and although Derek wouldn't dare say he knew all of them, he had seen a majority of them before. He was classmates and partners with some of them during general education classes and on the practice grounds. The person Derek was most familiar with on this expedition team was Dark Regents, who had once been his patrol teammate. The youngster named Dark was of medium height and was slightly chubby. He was strong, optimistic, and cheerful. His face often beamed with a friendly smile. Currently, he was a Sequence 8 gladiator of the Giant Pathway. At this moment, the two parties were separated by a translucent wall that was as hard as steel, making it impossible for them to make any effective form of contact. They had to wait until the members of the exploration team were confirmed to have no problems before they could meet directly. Derek, who had become silent and withdrawn since the death of his parents, waved to Dark. Noticing this, the gladiator turned his head to the side and looked over. "Dark, how was it? You didn't encounter any danger, did you?" Derek shouted. The material used to create the black wall in that area came from somewhere that wasn't far from the City of Silver and was called dark amber. It was hard as steel, but at the same time, it possessed a certain degree of transparency and had properties that made it good for transmitting sound. Derek's speech went through unobstructed. Derek imagined that Dark would definitely smile brightly and wave his arms out of habit, saying, "Take a look, I'm not injured at all, so shouldn't it be obvious that we didn't meet with any danger?" It was nothing. Hearing his voice, Dark walked a few steps closer to the wall and answered with a smile, "No, everything went smoothly." Looking at his smile without any faults, Derek suddenly felt a chill run through his body. It was just like he was camping in a ruined tower or a ruined city at night. Darkness was all around him as they accumulated into overwhelming horror. Inside the Quelite Club, Klein and Dr. Aaron agreed on the remuneration, £2. I have to say that a doctor's money sure is easy to earn. If it were me in the past, such a request would have cost at most 10 soldi. Klein, who already had the intention to take the mission, sighed in his heart. He remembered that during his time with the Nighthawks, he had heard corpse collector Fry mention that famous doctors had very high incomes. At the time, in a response that was unlike the poet, Leonard Mitchell, he said that as far as he knew, if a house was bought in a busy borough in Backlund for a storefront, the quickest option would be to turn it into a clinic. They agreed to call on Willa Septon's place after dinner. It wasn't 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so the equestrian teacher, Talum, gathered the three of them together at a table, and they began playing a game of Upgrade, the game which was invented by Emperor Roselle. What I expected was to play tennis, practice shooting, flip through the books in the library, and live a healthy life. But why did it become like this? Klein spontaneously thought in between the card game. Frankly, with his current accomplishments in magic, he could have easily cleared out all the money Dr. Aaron, reporter Mike, and Talon had on them. But I'm an honest man, and I believe more in my skills and luck. As the red-vested attendant shuffled the cards, Klein picked up a cream cracker and took a savory bite. He couldn't help but marvel from the bottom of his heart. This is life. During the game, Klein noticed one thing: the equestrian teacher, Talum, was no longer in a daze or as upset as he was before. Has the matter of his friend falling in love with someone he shouldn't have been resolved? Klein thought curiously as he sipped the Marquis black tea. As a detective, he knew that this wasn't something he should ask in front of others, so he restrained himself and concentrated on his card game. By 5 o'clock, Mike Joseph had to go back to his company, so the game was suspended and Klein won 5 soldi. My luck has been quite good recently. While Klein sighed with relief, he saw Dr. Aaron leave the table for the washroom. He controlled his voice and said with a low laugh, "Talum, has your friend's problem been settled?" Talum, who was throwing the cards in his hands onto the table, paused for a second before sighing with a smile. You could say so. He added with a certain desire to continue, actually, it wasn't too serious. It was because I was thinking too much at the time. Simply put, it was an illustrious young gentleman who fell in love with a commoner. You should know that a man of such status has to marry a noble lady. To him, not even the daughter of a rich man can do. So that's how it is. To think that I made up all sorts of contrived and bizarre stories, such as falling in love with a man, a monster, or a person that isn't permitted because of moral principles. Klein was disappointed and said with a laugh, as far as I know, gentlemen of high society don't mind having a mistress. No, Sherlock, you don't understand. Love, do you get it? Love. That young gentleman only wants to marry that commoner woman, Talon exclaimed with a sigh. No, I don't understand, I'm just a bachelor dog. 1. Klein opened his mouth, unable to respond. Talon sighed to himself. For the sake of that young gentleman's future, I once thought of asking you to find people with some miraculous abilities to covertly, Anyways, I'm a law-abiding citizen, so it was just an idea. How was the matter resolved afterward? Klein asked with interest. Talon picked up his Highlander coffee and took a sip. The solution was much simpler than I thought. I went straight to the lady and told her of the dilemma. She sensibly expressed her willingness to leave the gentleman and asked for my help. I must say that she's truly a considerate, kind, refined, and beautiful girl. If it wasn't for the consideration of my identity, perhaps I would have knelt in front of her and kissed the back of her hand. Well, it seems like I couldn't have helped. Klein picked up the golden-rimmed white porcelain cup of black tea. As a visitor from Earth, he was completely uninterested in the task of breaking up couples. However, listening to gossip was another matter altogether. After having dinner at the Quelite Club and tasting the limited supply of Sonia lobsters, Klein and Dr. Aaron took the latter's carriage to Will Septon's house at 66 Dalton Street in Northborough. This was the address that Dr. Aaron had long since memorized. He didn't return to the hospital to look up the appropriate medical records, and according to Klein's conjecture, any relevant information pertaining to Will Septon would likely have been taken away by the Nighthawks. As a former Nighthawk, I know exactly how they do things. Klein smiled bitterly and sighed. Pulling the doorbell, the two waited for a while before they saw the door open. A maid in a black and white dress puzzledly asked, "Gentlemen, who are you looking for?" Seeing that Aaron was still as cold as usual, Klein took the initiative to speak up. "We're looking for Will Septon. This is his attending physician. He came back to check on his health." I don't know him. I've only been here for a few days. I'll get my master." "Please wait a moment," the maid answered blankly. While they were waiting, Aaron suddenly said, "I almost believed the reason you came up with just now. This is a basic quality of being a detective." Klein chuckled. At that moment, an old gentleman in his 50s walked to the door and said with a deep voice, "Will Septon and his family have already moved away on." He gave a date. Aaron did a slight count before frowning. Why would they go through the trouble to move 2 days after being discharged from the hospital after the operation? He acted like he was really on a follow-up visit. Klein was slightly puzzled and asked, "Sir, how do you know the date so clearly?" Typically speaking, subsequent tenants would only move in after a certain period of time. That old gentleman snappily replied, "Someone came to ask before, and I even went to look for the landlord just for that." The Nighthawks. Klein asked without much hope, "Do you know where Will Septon and his family moved to?" "No," the old man said tersely. "Did they leave anything behind?" Klein hesitated for a moment before continuing with his questions. "Some stuff," the old man took a deep breath and continued, "but they were all taken away by the previous group of people. Meeting colleagues truly is a helpless matter. They can always think of the things you think of ahead of time." Klein couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that there were no further clues, Klein and Aaron politely excused themselves and left 66 Dalton Street. "It seems like you'll have to wait a long time before you can resolve your doubts." Klein turned to Dr. Aaron. Aaron was silent for a few seconds, then he slowly let out a breath. After what happened just now, I'm not so troubled anymore. I'm just a doctor, and it's good enough to mind my own affairs. I should return to do a follow-up checkup and not question the situation, what other people think, or why they're not kind. That shouldn't be something I should be concerned with. In the future, I should just try to maintain the relationship between a doctor and a patient as much as possible. It's for the best that you can think this way. Klein agreed from the bottom of his heart. Then he casually asked, at the time, what was wrong with Septon's left leg. His left calf grew a strange tumor that coincidentally formed a ring that pressed down heavily onto his blood vessels. Dr. Aaron recalled as he said, but the kid didn't look too upset, just a little scared, and we wanted to preserve the leg at first, but it was getting worse. Chapter 386, A Nightmare. Chapter 386, A Nightmare. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. City of Silver. Derek Berg had no idea how he got home. All he remembered was the indescribable horror. Dark Regence's character and behavior didn't appear too different from his former self. However, it was true that there was a change to him that was unsettling. Derek was afraid that the City of Silver would be targeted by the evil god, the fallen creator, afraid that the City of Silver would be obliterated before he could become the sun, saving it from its more than 2,000-year-long curse, and give hope and sunshine to the residents here. At that moment in time, he hated himself for not being strong enough, that he was still only at sequence 8. No! I can't just watch idly. Derek suddenly stood up, and he prepared to rush to the spire and tell the other elders of the 6-member council and Chief Colin Iliad of what he had discovered. However, Derek knew that such anomalies weren't suspicious. Every time they explored the depths of the darkness, the members would have a period of intense tension lasting for days, tens of days, or even more than a month. In addition, the uninhabited desolate plains and the hopeless journey would bring about extreme depression. In addition, in order to be safe, the members of the exploration team wouldn't be allowed to release any sexual urges that had been pent up during their excursions, which caused them to act differently after every exploration. If they ended up with more than half the team ending up dead or injured, a huge change in personality wasn't a rare occurrence. The manner of handling such people could only be dealt with via the usual quarantine and treatment with almost zero exceptions. The City of Silver had the first 3 sequences of the Dragon Pathway, so there was no lack of psychoanalysts. Derek rushed to the door and suddenly slowed down. He knew that this method of reporting to the 6-member council might not be effective. It would likely arouse suspicion, and there might even be the threat of being targeted by the shepherd, Elder Lovia. After pacing back and forth for more than 10 seconds, Derek gritted his teeth and pulled the door open. He felt that he had to warn the elders of the 6-member council, even if it would be a huge risk for him. For the vast majority of the residents of the City of Silver, sacrificing their lives to maintain the existence of this city and the continuation of this civilization was the belief that was ingrained into their bones. Selfish people often didn't live long in such environments regardless of whether it was outside or inside. Of course, Derek wasn't completely reckless. Under the tutelage of the members of the Tarot Club, especially the Hanged Man, he clearly understood that there were times when one had to be patient, protect himself properly, and avoid unnecessary sacrifices in order to better defend the City of Silver. I'll only talk about the abnormality I observed. It shouldn't be dangerous. Derek consoled himself, running faster and faster. Finally, he saw the spire that represented the highest authority in the City of Silver. He found a Beyonder on duty and made a request to meet with the chief. To Derek's surprise, the Beyonder didn't ask the usual questions. After simply passing on the information, he was led up the stairs to the chief's room. Very strange. It's different from before. Derek felt that the changes in the details made him more uneasy. Entering the room, he saw Chief Colin Iliad standing in front of a wall. This tall elder, with his deep blue eyes and messy white hair, had his back facing 2 swords that hung on the wall. He wore his usual flaxen-colored shirt and brown coat, and it was hard to believe that he was an expert who had successfully hunted many devils and monsters. Derek Berg, what matter would actually require you to tell me it, face to face? Colin asked in a deep voice. Your Excellency. Derek saluted. I met the team that was sent to explore the temple at the training grounds today. I found that the dark regions I know has experienced a strange change. He's no longer as cheerful as he was before, and his smile is as polite as a stranger's. Also, Elder Lovia doesn't frequently change the way she speaks like she usually did. Colin looked deeply at Derek and asked in a low voice, just these two things? Yes. Derek lowered his head. I think there might be something unusual about that. Colin waved his hand and said, I got it, I'll get Aflor to do an investigation. You may return. In the future, you just need to report such matters to the Guardian of the Spire directly. Aflor was the City of Silver's most experienced psychianalyst who was closest to Sequence 6. It was a pity that there was no potion formula after Sequence 7. After receiving such an answer, Derek left gloomily. Looking at Derek's back as he disappeared by the door, Colin sighed in disappointment. After talking to Dr. Aaron about Wollasepton's situation for a while, Klein got off the carriage and took the steam metro. After 3 stops, he arrived near Minsk Street and switched to a trackless public carriage to return home. As it was still early, he used divination to confirm that the previous tenant wasn't lying, and then he diligently continued to study the Book of Secrets. Ever since he had obtained this mysterious book, Klein's use of the mysterious space above the gray fog became more and more ingenious as he completed many more outstanding techniques. What limits me now is my own sequence, my own strength, and spirituality. Late at night, Klein hid the Book of Secrets and went to the bathroom to wash up, in preparation for bed. That night, he slept soundly. Even the church bells in the morning only made him turn over. Winter is the best time to stay in bed. Klein grunted and got up. To reward the hero bandit Dark Emperor, he had a sugared hard-boiled egg and strawberry jam he specially bought to match with white bread. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the doorbell suddenly rang. Didn't I tell Mike to come after breakfast? He took a sip of the sweet soup and wiped his mouth with a napkin. According to his agreement with reporter Mike, he would only arrive half an hour after breakfast before they began interviewing the rescued girls of East Borough. If Mike didn't appear after half an hour, then it meant that the matter would be delayed by a day. Klein walked to the door, but before he could reach out his hand, the outline of a visitor appeared in his mind. He wasn't reporter Mike Joseph, but Dr. Aaron Series. Good morning, Aaron. Did you sleep late last night? Klein noticed that Aaron's face was pale, so he quietly activated his spirit vision to take a look. Aaron took off his hat and cane and started to take off his coat, but the cold air in the room stopped him. Klein laughed dryly and said, As you know, I'll be going out today. Mike might come looking for me, so I didn't light up the fireplace. Aaron nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed Klein into the living room, found a seat and sat down. Sherlock, I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed about that child, Wollasepton. Nightmare? This is within the limits of my knowledge. I'm a professional when it comes to interpreting dreams, far more professional than deduction. Klein leaned forward, clasped his hands, and said, What kind of nightmare? Aaron recalled and said, There are some details and processes that I can't remember. What I remember most is a tall, pitch-black steeple with a huge silver snake coiled around it. It was moving slowly, looking at me with its cold, merciless red eyes. I don't know why, but I entered the steeple, and I would go up the stairs and, at other times, down the stairs, going through walls after walls, and one locked door after another. Finally, I found the child called Wollasepton in a dark corner. He hopped a few steps on one leg and curled up against the wall, with tarot cards scattered everywhere beside him. When he saw me, he was scared and happy. He called out, Dr. Aaron. The whole dream was roughly like that before I woke up. Klein listened attentively and thought for a while before asking, Did Wollasepton say anything else? Aaron frowned and thought before suddenly saying, Yes, he said, Dr. Aaron, a snake wants to eat me. Following that, a giant silver snake hung down from the ceiling, its head facing me. Its mouth was very big, but it has no teeth, no tongue, and it was completely blood red. Silver giant snake. A pitch black steeple. Will Septon protected under layers of protection. Klein said to Dr. Aaron in a measured voice, "It's not a very strange dream. It likely has you subconsciously sensing some kind of predicament he was in while you were talking to Will Septon, that he was being threatened by something. That's why you dreamed of something like this, a child hiding in the depths of a tall steeple, behind countless walls and doors, huge silver snakes coiling around the top of the steeple." Haha, as a detective, we know a little bit of psychology. It's also often talked about in the newspapers. What I don't understand is why you didn't have such a dream until today. Klein didn't lie about his interpretation, but he didn't reveal the possible true reasons behind it. Aaron opened his mouth and said, "I was in too much of a hurry just now and forgot to mention something." As he spoke, he took out a leather wallet and took out a fairly exquisitely folded paper crane. After realizing that Will Septon and his family had moved away, I remembered that he had given me this before he left the hospital, saying, "Doctor, this will bring you good luck." I didn't pay much attention to it at the time and casually threw it into the office drawer. After parting with you last night, I went to retrieve it and put it in my wallet. As a result, I had a nightmare that very night. Klein looked at the paper crane, nodded thoughtfully and said, "Dr. Aaron, it looks like Will Septon didn't deliberately bring you bad luck. He had made up for it later. The paper crane invented by Emperor Roselle is meant to act as symbolism for wishing you well. Besides, he said it would bring you good luck." Aaron subconsciously asked, "Origami was invented by Emperor Roselle?" "I don't know if it's him, but I think it's likely him." Klein smiled. "Probably." Chapter 387, The Uniqueness of a Spirit World. Chapter 387, The Uniqueness of a Spirit World. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Aaron was relieved by Klein's explanation and reassurance, and he prepared to observe for a few more days to see if there were any more nightmares such as this. After sending the famous surgeon out of the door with a smile, Klein's expression suddenly became solemn, as if he was thinking about something. There was no problem with his interpretation of the dream. The pitch-black steeple, the walls and doors that blocked his path, and the giant silver snake, they all symbolized that Will Septon was in a situation where he was threatened by something that symbolized the child's fear and helplessness, as well as his attempts to hide behind layers of protection. But the problem was that this was unlikely to be a revelation Dr. Aaron's spirituality had received on its own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such a dream only until last night, or when he found the paper crane. A similar development should have taken place long before Will Septon was discharged, back when his spirituality unconsciously became aware of the particularly strange developments, allowing him to have similar experiences as he had now. Therefore, Klein suspected that the medium which instilled the dream into Dr. Aaron was the paper crane. Klein activated his spirit vision to carefully observe this handicraft, but he didn't find any spiritual brilliance. However, his spiritual perception and intuition told him that there was something strange about this piece of origami. Certain magical aspects that might involve the most illusory, most difficult to comprehend, and most worthy of fear and reverence fate. That child called Will Septon isn't simple. It seems like the most amazing thing wasn't the tarot card, but rather he himself. The giant silver snake is a symbol of danger, and this matter is related to bad luck, good luck, and other elements. Could it be that it represents the snake of Mercury, sequence 1 of the monster pathway? Klein's thoughts wandered, but he couldn't be certain of anything. He turned to question the problem of how the dream was instilled. With Klein's accomplishments in mysticism, this wasn't something that was too complicated or difficult to understand. He quickly came up with an idea. The first thing to do was to rule out the influence of specters and wraiths, which would have stained Dr. Aaron's aura with a blackish-green color of varying degrees, and I didn't see any sign of that just now. There are two main ways of instilling information without causing the owner of the dream to appear abnormal. One of them is using the beyonder powers of a nightmare like Captain. An objective is met through guidance, and it wouldn't involve the culprit, otherwise, traces would similarly be left behind. The second method would be even more ingenious and advanced. The principle of a dreamland is that of astral projections traveling through the spirit world, and the details that one would normally unwittingly notice, under external stimulation, would turn into a symbolic revelation. Or, they can obtain some enlightenment directly related to themselves from external sources. Then, their spirit bodies and psyche would be informed of this, and because the owner of the body was in a state of sleep, this will appear in the form of a dream. So the second way is to instill it into the spirit world. First, use some magical method to create the revelation that one will need, and then naturally let the target's astral projection obtain and feedback the information while roaming the spirit world. That way, the target will be able to dream of the scene that others would want them to dream of, and there will be no superficial traces. This is something that I'm currently unable to do, even if it's a spirit body that's able to partially wield some of the power above the gray fog. Klein paused for a moment and then added another possibility. A seed was planted in Dr. Aaron's subconscious through the paper crane, and once he found it, he would have the corresponding dream. That's easy to confirm. As long as I use mediumship on Dr. Aaron, I should be able to find traces of it. However, would it be unfriendly to use mediumship on him? Or should I borrow the mental terror candle from Father Yutravsky? No, the one who recognized me was that vampire, the zealous figurine lover, Emlyn White, not the muscular, giant-like Father Yutravsky. Klein reined in his thoughts and considered his subsequent actions. He decided that he would wait until he went above the gray fog to divine the level of danger. If it was an acceptable level, he would sneak into Dr. Aaron's house tonight, use the dream charm and other methods to secretly observe him, and see if the source of the dreamland was a result of direct guidance or an indirect fabrication. However, with Klein's strength and level, it would be difficult to find traces of the latter. Even he himself didn't have much confidence. This didn't mean that his astral projection could travel the same spirit world as Dr. Aaron's astral projection by sitting next to him and entering cogitation. This required a sufficient amount of locking on to do so. According to the descriptions in the Book of Secrets, the existence of the spirit world was quite magical. It completely overlapped with the real world, so everyone could obtain revelations from the spirit world at any time. However, the spirit world didn't distinguish between directions, and the past, present, or future could even intersect there. It was like infinite knowledge, information, and illusions were spiritually gathered and compressed into a strange sea. It was different from the world as one would imagine according to usual concepts or logic. As a result of this, the revelations that one received from the spirit world could only be a variety of symbols, not direct answers. And precisely because of this, every astral projection's experience of traveling in the spirit world was not only related to their physical location and time, but it was also dependent on the current state of their body and the mind. Without locking onto the corresponding location, it made it impossible to lock onto and find a person's astral projection in the spirit world, even if one was physically next to them. This was also the reason why the astral projections movement in the spirit world was limited and one doesn't dare to venture too deep. Once it got lost and was unable to return to its body, its owner would become a retard and, even more seriously, a vegetable. It was even more difficult to use the spirit world as a springboard for transference. If one wasn't careful, then they would lose their way and never be able to return to the real world until they rot to death. Phew. Klein exhaled, temporarily throwing the question to the back of his mind. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. He realized that he had been thinking too long, that his breakfast had already turned completely cold, and that the fact that reporter Mike hadn't arrived yet meant that the commission was likely to be delayed by a day. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Klein finished the rest of his meal and then went above the gray fog to make a divination. He was surprised to find that there were no revelations indicating danger at all. After doing all of this, the appointed time had passed. Without any hesitation, he changed into a heavy jacket, put on his cap, grabbed the vocabulary book, and left 15 Minsk Street. His initial plan was to accompany Mike Joseph to East Borough for an interview and find an opportunity to hint at Old Kohler to not mention his promise of helping Liv find her daughter. As for Liv's family, he let Old Kohler do the reminding. And now, after Mike had pushed back the interview by a day, Klein was even more at ease, no longer worried about any mishaps or mistakes. With the address mentioned by Old Kohler, and according to the revelation from divination, Klein entered the depths of East Borough, and under the watchful, wary, numb, or greedy gaze of the crowds, he found the room on the 3rd floor. There were 2 bunk beds here, and there were also some old and worn bedding on the floor. Every empty space was filled with sundries. Klein looked directly at the bottom bunk of the innermost bunk and called out, "Old Kohler." With a swoosh, Old Kohler sat up and leaned towards the door in pleasant surprise. "You really came. After sending you that letter yesterday, I already guessed that you would come looking for me today, so I didn't go to the dock. I've been waiting at home all this time. Well, I don't have to think about how to fabricate the lie about why I came straight here to find you." Klein looked around and said, "Old Kohler, with your current income, you can definitely rent a better room and move to a better place. Why did you only change your bed from the floor to a bunk bed? Most of the money is for gathering information for you." Old Kohler laughed. "And I'm no longer young. I need to save some money for the future when my future health wanes." Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "You can consider buying some insurance, such as a single elder aid policy. They can give you the money that can at least fill your stomach and a room for you to sleep in every week when you're really old." The insurance industry of this world had sprouted in the fourth epoch. After being promoted by Emperor Roselle, it had matured quite a bit. There were various kinds of insurance, such as the various insurances for maritime trade, fire insurance, injury insurance, long-term care insurance in different names, and so on. They were mostly targeted at the rich and the middle class. "I know. When I was a worker, I paid a premium of 3 pence a week, but after I lost my income," Old Kohler sighed. His biggest problem now was that his income was unstable, and he wondered when the money he received from the detective would be cut off. Klein couldn't promise anything either. He pointed outside and said, "Let's go to Liv's house," and returned the vocabulary book to the girl. After leaving the room, Klein casually mentioned, "What a joke. I was talking about doing volunteer work the day before yesterday and volunteered to help find Daisy, but she ended up being sent back by the police yesterday. Please don't mention it again, I don't want to be laughed at." "All right." Old Kohler agreed first, then he said, "No one will laugh at your kindness." After walking through the dirty streets, they arrived at Liv's house. Klein saw that the girl who had just been rescued had started ironing again, and he saw that the clothes here were hanging down and dripping with water. It was just as it was before. He was momentarily at a loss as to what to say. "Daisy." After a while, he said, "Your vocabulary book." Daisy's eyes lit up, but she was too busy to leave. After busying herself for quite a while, she stopped working and went to the door, thanking him profusely. After Liv and Freja had also put down their work and come over to express their gratitude, Klein repeated what he had just said to Old Kohler. After receiving positive responses, he took out the £2 worth of change that he had prepared and handed it to Liv. "There will be a reporter coming to interview Daisy tomorrow. This is the advance of the payment he's giving, but don't mention it in front of him, otherwise, things will become complicated. Maybe he will give more tomorrow, but not that much. No, I'm willing to expose that bad guy's evil deeds. I don't want money." Daisy shook her head. Klein let out a soft chuckle. "This is a rule. You can't break rules, understand?" He looked at Liv and said, "Take it. Your belief is right. It's only if Daisy and Freja learn more words and learn more things will you all escape from this situation." He was going to suggest that Liv's family should move to the edge of East Borough. Customers who could afford to hire others to do their laundry wouldn't live in East Borough, but in the end, he didn't mention it. He had intended to provide them with more help, but he restrained himself. There were thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people like Liv and her family in East Borough. Even if one was a wealthy banker who wanted to help them, they wouldn't be able to make a splash. Besides, this was just East Borough. There was still the entire Backland and the Lone Kingdom. "Thank you, and help me thank the reporter for me." Liv was silent for a moment, then she took the money. Klein didn't stay for long. He quickly left as if there was a ghost that would devour his soul. After walking outside with Old Kohler, he turned around and suddenly sighed. He said in a low voice, "There has never been a savior." Chapter 388, Exploring the Dreamland. Chapter 388, Exploring the Dreamland. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. What? Old Kohler asked, not hearing him clearly. Klein looked at the potholed road in front of him and said, in a self-deprecating manner, nothing. I hope Liv's family can get out of this situation and live in better conditions. He had indeed voiced out his thoughts. Being one of the inheritors of the Foodaholic Empire's new era, it was perfectly normal for him to think of a revolution, to mobilize the masses, and to change the world. However, when he thought about the details, he felt that he couldn't save himself just by relying on the poor. This was because beyonder forces existed in this world. Furthermore, they were relatively supernatural and couldn't be resolved simply by firearms. For instance, Sequence 5 of the mutant pathway. That was just one aspect of things. Another aspect of things was due to the law of beyonder characteristics conservation. Due to the limited access to ingredients, beyonder forces couldn't become commonplace, making it difficult to convert the advantage of numbers into effective combat power. And even if it could be spread, as long as the problem of losing control wasn't resolved, then it would still bring about disaster. If there weren't any high-sequence beyonders, then there would actually be ways to deal with all of this to a certain extent. However, in the real world, not only were there demigods, but there were also sealed artifacts that could kill people without them even knowing how they died. Besides, deities were real and they stood high and lofty. In this way, the poor would use strikes and street protests to fight back. However, once they took up weapons and established an army, they would be met with an unstoppable counterattack. It wasn't impossible for a large-scale natural disaster to occur, one that would affect people psychologically. The only ones that were on par with the official Beyonder organizations were mostly secret organizations. Typically, they were related to evil forces, so by joining hands with them, death might not even be the most tragic ending. Therefore, to embark on the path of revolution, the most hopeful road to success was to get the support of one or more churches. How many concessions could be obtained through simple strikes and street protests while still meeting the vested interests of those involved? Bribery would be much easier. However, the incident regarding the true creator, who almost made use of the miserable situations of the poor to descend upon Backlund, has seemed to stir the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the nobles who were aware of the situation. I can see that from the investigation mission that Mike had accepted and the information provided by Miss Justice. Klein's thoughts lingered on East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. In the end, he couldn't help but let out a laugh and sigh in his heart. After all the ideas that come to me, it seems that only through the threat of an evil god's descent can the poor's situation be improved. However, the evil gods are also the ones who can't wait to draw on their flesh and blood, existences that devour their souls. They're the ones most likely to bring a disaster that no one can escape from. What wonderful irony! In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Count Hall. As Dr. Escalante had upcoming matters she had to attend to, Audrey had brought forward her second psychology lesson for the week. Susie, more excited than she was, had long rushed into the study, even leaving the ballgame she usually loved the most aside. Audrey purposely displayed her curiosity during this lesson, occasionally asking Escalante about psychology related to mysticism. At the end of the lesson, Escalante finally spoke after some deliberation. "Miss Audrey, we've organized a seminar on this subject. Many members have specialized in the intersecting field of psychology and mysticism. Are you interested in joining?" "Of course." Audrey nodded and answered without the slightest sign of hesitation. It perfectly matched her predetermined innocent and curious personality that she had set for herself. Escalante smiled. "Remember to keep this a secret. You know that your elders have a strong prejudice against the study of mysticism. I'll bring you there for the next lesson." "No problem." Audrey gave her consent with a hint of excitement. After sending off Escalante, whose hair reached her waist, out the study, she closed the door behind her, faced the mirror by the bookcase, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Following that, she lifted up her skirt and took a step and did a swirl from a court dance. Then, looking at herself in the mirror, she sweetly smiled and said, "Audrey, you're great." Audrey knew that she had taken the first step in entering the Psychology Alchemists. Although the seminar was most likely an outer circle, and there would definitely be a lot of tests to follow, this really made her open the door to the Psychology Alchemists. In the process, she didn't borrow strength from the outside world, but instead, she relied solely on her observation and performance to perfectly hide it from psychiatrist Dr. Escalante. Therefore, she was very proud of herself. That seminar sounds interesting. Susie leaned over and wagged her tail. Audrey, can I join? Join? Looking at this golden retriever with its wicked round eyes, Audrey immediately sank into deep thought. She dragged out a terse acknowledgement. I can't do it at the moment, Susie. Why, you're too conspicuous. At this point, she changed the topic of their conversation and said with a slight smile, but I can bring you along. On Saturday night, taking his master key and his black cane, Klein walked out of 15 Minsk Street. Without the latter, he didn't think that he would be able to return today. He was going to find Dr. Aaron, enter his dream, and find out how the nightmare regarding Will came about. As for where Dr. Aaron lived, he had already found out yesterday, 3 Birmingham Road, Hillston Borough. By the time Klein arrived, it was past 11 o'clock and the neighborhood was dark and silent. After tossing a coin and performing a divination, Klein passed through the outer bars, walked around to the side, and used the master key to open up an invisible passage through the wall into the dark corridor. With his agile steps, he quietly went up to the second floor and hid in an empty guest room. When it was clear that Dr. Aaron and his wife were asleep, Klein entered their bedroom through the wall. The first thing he did was take out a slumber charm and mutter the incantation, making Dr. Aaron's wife really fall asleep, preventing her from suddenly waking up and disturb what he would subsequently do to her husband. Then, Klein sat down on a chair in front of the dresser, held the dream charm in his hand, and whispered a word in ancient Hermes, crimson. As soon as he finished saying that, he felt the charm in his palm become light, as though it had become a weightless illusion. As his spirituality poured in, a transparent flame wrapped around the charm, burning a deep and serene black. Driven by Klein's will, the blackness spread out, enveloping both Dr. Aaron and himself. Klein quickly entered a cogitation state and saw the endless darkness and the single oval-shaped light. His spirituality extended out and touched that illusory and hazy object. The world around him suddenly turned upside down and twisted, and Klein found himself on a barren plain, with pitch-black stones at his feet and not even a blade of grass. In the center of the plain stood a black steeple with a huge silver snake coiled around it. It had its head reared up, and its red eyes stared coldly in their direction. Unlike what Dr. Aaron had described, the silver serpent had no physical scales, and its body was covered in dense patterns and symbols. They were all connected to each other into what seemed like wheels, and there were different symbols around each wheel. The giant snake's tail and head's wheels were each halved, looking incongruous, as though they could kill a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, but Klein imagined that if the giant silver snake could bite its own tail with its mouth, the wheel would be complete. It wouldn't be disconnected, and there wouldn't be any more changes. Next to Klein, Dr. Aaron stared blankly ahead, moving closer and closer to the dark steeple. I can now confirm that no one is guiding Dr. Aaron. That excludes Nightmare Beyonder powers. Klein quickly made a judgment. He didn't stop Dr. Aaron, but he followed him towards the black steeple and the silver snake. The two of them had only taken a few steps when their target had already appeared before them. The giant silver snake had its upper body bent down, as though it was considering how to enjoy the dessert that was delivered to its mouth. Its mouth opened wide, but there was no putrid smell coming from it. Its red eyes were cold and merciless, looking at everything like they were nothing more than prey, yet it didn't have the slightest hint of bloodlust or cruelty. In front of it, everything seemed puny and equal because of their insignificance. In the end, the serpent didn't launch an attack. Klein followed Dr. Aaron through an old, rotting wooden door and into the darkness of the tower. As Aaron had told him, the layout was abnormally confusing and chaotic. The stairs spiraled up and down, and the halls, libraries, and rooms were normal, inverted, and some were embedded in other parts. It was a building that couldn't possibly exist in the real world. After passing through the doors and walls, Klein had no idea where he was in the Black Tower. Perhaps he had reached the top or perhaps the basement. In the rich darkness, he suddenly noticed a figure curled up in the corner in front of him. The figure, sensing Dr. Aaron's approach, scrambled to its feet, hopping over on one leg. It was only when the figure was very close did Klein clearly see him. He looked dignified and strong, in his early teens, and had an expression of obvious fear. The figure was about 1.4 meters tall, and his left calf was missing. It was obvious that he was the child who had undergone surgery, Septon. In his hand was a deck of tarot cards. His pitch-black eyes were filled with surprise and joy, as well as fear and horror. "Dr. Aaron, a snake wants to eat me." Suddenly, he let out a blood-curdling scream as the image of a huge, mysterious silver snake was reflected in his eyes. Whoosh! The tarot cards in his hand fell to the ground, leaving only one card tightly gripped in his palm. Klein focused his gaze over it and saw that there was, similarly, a wheel on the card. It was the Wheel of Fortune card. Whoosh! The dream shattered instantly, and Klein found himself still sitting in a chair in front of the dresser. Chapter 389 Nighthawk. Chapter 389 Nighthawk. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. The crimson moon outside the window was obscured by the clouds. Its moonlight that penetrated through the curtain barely outlined the large objects in the bedroom. The darkness and intensity became the main theme of the room. Klein sat in such an environment and was in no hurry to leave. He looked at the sleeping Dr. Aaron and began to analyze the images he had seen in the dream. Septon eventually held the Wheel of Fortune card in his hand. And in such a dream, everything symbolizes something. It's a revelation obtained by one's astral projection. In other words, Septon's matter is related to fate. Furthermore, the giant silver snake might very well represent the snake of Mercury. This child might actually be related to a high-sequence beyonder, be of the monster pathway, or some strange sealed artifact. Does his danger stem from the snake of Mercury or the result of greed due to the strange sealed artifact? But the snake of Mercury is sequence 1. It's an existence closest to that of a god. Just its name on its own is an embodiment of his high level. It's impossible that he can't do anything to a child like Septon. That Amon who is of an unknown sequence number, perhaps sequence 1, 2, or 3, could even invade the space above the Great Fog with just an avatar. This matter doesn't seem to be that simple. There must be a huge secret behind his matter. At this thought, Klein had already decided to pull back completely. It's obviously a very dangerous matter. Furthermore, that tarot card might not be a mystical item. What's special might very well be Septon himself. Yes, apart from having nightmares, Dr. Aaron's troubles are already settled. There's no reason for me to get involved in it. To proactively act on this and challenge the impossible is nearly identical to suicide. Yes, I must follow what my heart tells me. Klein pushed the surface of the dressing table with his black-gloved right hand and slowly stood up. Having just entered the dream, he was completely convinced that Dr. Aaron's nightmare came from a revelation that his astral projection had received in the spirit world. And that revelation had been deliberately created and provided by a high-level existence. The paper crane was just a tool for locating him. According to a chapter in the Book of Secrets, Klein could also try to use the paper crane to find Dr. Aaron's astral projection in the spirit world and observe the source of the revelation, but he had already decided to not get involved. Stretching his body, Klein flipped through Dr. Aaron's leather wallet with the last of his curiosity, and he took out the paper crane. He placed the paper crane on the tip of his cane, and he held them simultaneously. Then, his eyes turned deep as he softly muttered to himself, Septon's current location. After the divination sentence was repeated 7 times, a breeze suddenly blew in the room, bringing with it a cool feeling as if it were blowing on one's soul. Klein let go of his right palm, and the cane stood firm before falling down with the paper cranes, pointing diagonally at the bed. There, Klein frowned and moved to another position. He repeated the divination and successfully received his feedback. And the intersection point of the 2 divinations was Dr. Aaron. Septon's position overlaps with that of Dr. Aaron. That's interesting, Klein said to himself, amused and amazed. His curiosity was piqued to the extreme. Although he didn't intend to get involved in this matter, he wanted to know why there was an overlapping situation such as this. Why don't I bring the paper crane above the gray fog for divination? With the gray fog's obstruction, there won't be any accidents. Klein quickly came up with a new idea. Since it wasn't convenient for him to summon himself in Dr. Aaron's bedroom, he decided to take the paper crane home first. He had actually long prepared for this. Before coming, Klein couldn't confirm the seriousness of the matter, and he had hoped to find Willa Septon, seeing if he had the opportunity to obtain the tarot card. Therefore, he had prepared another paper crane to replace the real one. It made it easier for him to do all sorts of divination, and he could switch it back once the problem was resolved. As soon as he thought of it, Klein took out the paper crane he had prepared. He had deliberately folded it above the gray fog, just in case Dr. Aaron had suddenly decided to hand over anything related to Willa Septon to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, allowing his counterfeit to be divined. Taking into account the overall picture and the details would make things much easier. Klein praised himself. With the help of the faint moonlight, he carefully compared Willa Septon's paper crane and his, to see if there were any clear differences. Upon comparing them, Klein immediately fell silent. His handicraft skills weren't even comparable to a child's. In fact, they're all paper cranes, so there isn't much of a difference. Mine is only a little cruder. As long as Aaron hadn't studied the original one carefully, then he wouldn't be able to tell that it has been swapped. Klein muttered silently to himself, took out a coin, and used divination to make a final confirmation. After receiving a revelation that confirmed this, he put his paper crane back into Aaron's wallet and returned it to its original position. He then took care of the scene, bringing Willa Septon's paper crane along with him and left 3 Birmingham Road. With the help of the dowsing rod, Klein successfully returned home. While he was taking a bath, he summoned himself and brought the paper crane along with the master key above the gray fog. Sitting in the quiet and empty palace hall, he picked up the paper crane and carefully examined it for a few seconds, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. Then, with a pen and paper, Klein wrote the same divination sentence as before, Willa Septon's current location. This time, he switched to using dream divination, and he was pleasantly surprised to see an image appear in the world of the gray fog. It was a dark room. A strong and dignified Willa Septon leaned against the desk with the help of a chair by the window, and he looked out at the scenery with his pitch-black eyes. He held a stack of tarot cards in each hand, and beside them, there was a pile of wooden blocks. The wooden blocks formed a ring-shaped snake that connected itself from head to tail. The scene outside the window was just as dark, and there was the faint sound of flowing water. The dream ended here without a sound. Klein opened his eyes, tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his finger, and he said to himself, "That Ouroboros-like snake is indeed the snake of Mercury? That means it's the snake of Mercury which represents fate." There was the sound of running water outside the window. Does that mean that Willa Septon's current position is close to the Tussock River? Previously, when I divined his position, was the overlap with Dr. Aaron caused due to interference by fate? Seeing that divination above the gray fog could only receive a revelation of this degree, Klein was no longer troubled by curiosity. He barely interpreted the situation and planned to exchange the paper crane tomorrow night. He would then find an opportunity to guide Dr. Aaron and have him go to the Church of the Evernight Goddess to tell the bishop about this matter. It's best to leave such matters to the officials. Klein let out a chuckle and returned to the real world. After taking a leisurely bath, he didn't get busy and crawled into bed. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly realized that he was clearly dreaming. He was in the living room, reading the Book of Secrets. This familiar feeling. He turned his head to look at the door like he usually did. The door creaked open, and a figure in a gray coat walked in. He was about 30 years old, with a long, thin face with a broad forehead, and dark blue eyes that looked intelligent. "It's not the captain." Klein suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh, let out a silent breath, and turned the Book of Secrets in his hand into a copy of Ladies' Aesthetic. He flipped through the magazine, casually greeting the newcomer. The man in the gray coat took off his hat and sat down across him, seemingly casually asking him, "Aaron came to see you this morning?" "It really is a nighthawk, a nightmare." Klein resisted the urge to sigh and replied with a smile, "Yes." He had already figured out why the nighthawk had suddenly entered his dream. The nightmare in front of him was likely the captain of the Nighthawks team responsible for the matter regarding Wollaseptin, but they had yet to find any useful clues up to date. In this case, Dr. Aaron and Detective Sherlock Moriarty's act of visiting to ask about Wollaseptin's whereabouts must have been made known to them last night or this morning. At the same time, they discovered that Dr. Aaron rushed over to Minsk Street, shortly after he finished his breakfast, to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty. In the spirit of professionalism, entering a person's dream at night was the most natural and normal development. As for Dr. Aaron, his situation was rather sensitive, so rashly entering a dream might cut off clues, so there was no doubt that a certain detective became the first choice. "What did he encounter?" the captain of the Nighthawks team asked casually. Klein answered honestly, "He had a nightmare." Klein described the pitch-black tower, the giant silver snake, and Wollaseptin under layers of protection, and other scenes. Finally, he said, before this nightmare, Aaron had gone to Wollaseptin's place to find the child, partially because he was worried about his health but also because he was puzzled over his bad luck. Unfortunately, the Wollaseptin family had moved away. However, Aaron recalled that the boy had given him a paper crane that the boy had folded himself and had wished him luck. Perhaps agitated by these two events, he had such a nightmare. The man in the gray coat looked pleasantly surprised. "Paper crane?" "Yes." Klein nodded slightly. "The child gave it to Aaron before he was discharged, and Aaron threw it into his office drawer. He forgot about it until last night." "I understand. Thank you for your explanation." The captain of the Nighthawks team stood up and bowed with his hand against his chest in a very polite manner. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the dreamland, and he disappeared from the room. Looking at the position where he had sat, Klein deduced what would happen next. The Nighthawks might go to Dr. Aaron's tonight and enter his dream for investigations and take the paper crane away. However, a question arose. The paper crane was folded by Klein, and the real thing was above the gray fog. Forget it. Regardless of which paper crane they use, they'll never be able to divine the answer. "It doesn't matter if I switch it back or not," Klein said to himself. He gathered his thoughts and continued to sit there. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the dreamland, and he stared blankly for a long time. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up as he softly sighed. How nostalgic. Chapter 390, Anticipation. Chapter 390, Anticipation. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. On Sunday morning, shortly after Klein finished his breakfast, he heard the doorbell ring as he had expected. But to his surprise, it wasn't just reporter Mike Joseph. Dr. Aaron was with him as well. "Sherlock, I had that nightmare again last night. I don't think it's normal." Aaron didn't keep matters a secret even with Mike around, revealing it the moment he entered the living room. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. "Do you think this is the problem? Ever since I found it and started to carry it with me, I've been having nightmares." Klein nonchalantly glanced at it when his expression froze suddenly. If he hadn't been a clown in the past and had great control over his facial muscles, then he might have revealed an undisguised smile in front of the reporter and doctor. "Yes, a smile. This paper crane is even uglier than the one I made." This was the first thought that came to Klein's mind. At that moment, he had the urge to cover his face and sigh. Could having poor handicraft skills be a tradition of the Nighthawks? There was no doubt that the paper crane in front of him was the result of another switch. After receiving accurate information from Klein, the Nighthawks had seemingly sneaked into Dr. Aaron's bedroom without any delay and switched their folded paper crane for the one in his wallet. But what they didn't expect was that the one in the wallet was also a fake. It was folded by Klein above the gray fog and appeared rather crude. "I feel an inexplicable sense of joy. Klein glanced at Dr. Aaron, who didn't notice it, cleared his throat, and said, "Perhaps. I suggest that you go to the cathedral again and talk to the bishop you previously talked to. We need to believe that the gods that we believe in are always watching over us." As he spoke, he drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. After the nightmare had left last night, Klein had specifically gone above the gray fog to divine if it was dangerous having switched the paper crane. The result was that it was very safe. Thus, he was now able to make this suggestion with great interest, in an attempt to tease his former colleagues. I wonder how they would feel seeing the paper crane that they didn't fold very well return to them. Klein placated Dr. Aaron in all seriousness and turned to the reporter and said with a smile, "Mike, to tell the truth, what I really want to advise Aaron to do is to go see a psychiatrist, but faith can certainly soothe his soul." "You're not being frank at all." Mike laughed. "All right, let's go." The next day, Klein accompanied the Daily Observer reporter into East Borough to interview the rescued girls. With a full pound as payment for the interview, no one refused it, not even some of the abused girls. In this interview, Capham's sin was the main focus. The current situation of the girls was another main focus. The former made people angry, while the latter left people feeling heavy. Daisy was actually lucky enough to be able to return to work when she got home and use her labor to barter for food. Less than a third of those who were rescued were like her, and most of them were the kinds with some savings at home, and they were in a position that allowed the traumatized women to heal and have time before they sought out suitable jobs. As for the other two-thirds of those rescued, they had to continue working hard in order to survive. And in the face of the mass unemployment of textile workers, they were often only able to find temporary jobs with low wages. Those with parents and siblings who hadn't lost their jobs were still okay, at least, they were able to help each other, barely filling their stomachs. The families in less optimistic situations had already begun to walk the path of street girls, as though they had never been rescued. Their act of betraying their bodies once was perhaps only for some food. This caused Mike to turn silent like before, and it was only when it was dark and once he left East Borough before his spirit returned. He thanked Klein. "Sherlock, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I definitely would have been blackmailed today by those rogue gangsters." "Isn't that why you hired me?" Klein smiled politely without any complacency. With Old Kohler informing them beforehand, Old Kohler and Liv's family hadn't revealed that he had helped search for Daisy for free. Especially when Daisy, who was pretty smart, was asked if she knew any relatively special people, she answered directly, "Mr. Reporter and Mr. Detective." Mike nodded sluggishly and walked on in silence for a long time. Before he boarded the carriage, he suddenly let out a sigh. "I would like to make a call in this report for the government to use Capham's estate to set up a bursary fund, which will use the annual income to help the rescued girls and others who have been harmed by Capham to get them out of their predicament." Although Capham's safe had already been robbed clean by the hero bandit, his greatest wealth is the property he bought. These should have all been obtained illegally. Klein listened carefully, gave Mike a deep look, and said in sincere praise, "You're the best reporter I've ever met. There are plenty of reporters like me. There are always idealists in the world." Mike sighed. With that, he paid £10 to Klein and took off his hat and waved it. As he watched the reporter get into the rental carriage, Klein was about to take a public carriage in the other direction when Mike suddenly opened the window and asked with a jibing smile, "Sherlock, I'm not the only reporter you know, am I?" Klein was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. "Guess." "City of Silver." Like a trapped beast, Derek Berg paced around the room in anxiety. He felt that the chief wasn't paying enough attention to his report. He was worried that the exploration team members, who had been affected by the fallen creator to an unknown extent, would cause devastating damage to this city that had lasted for 2,582 years in the darkness after their quarantine. In such a situation, he was eager to obtain advice from Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Justice, and company, who were rather familiar with the fallen creator. This was the tarot gathering he anticipated the most. Wait a little while longer, just wait a little longer. If Mr. Fool doesn't summon me, I will pray directly to him. Derek tried to calm himself down, but his pacing didn't slow down one bit. Suddenly, he saw the endless gray fog and heard the messianic voice say, "Prepare for the gathering." With a sigh of relief, Derek sat down on the edge of the bed carefully and lay down, pretending to be ready to sleep due to exhaustion. After silently counting 1,000 rapid heartbeats, he waited for a while before he was engulfed by the illusory dark red light. At that moment, Derek's room was abnormally quiet. Lightning streaked across the sky outside his window, keeping the darkness away from the land. Suddenly, by the corner of his bed, a black figure squirmed and extended, taking the shape of a human. The dark figure quickly grew tall and quietly looked down at Derek. He carefully observed him for nearly a minute, then withdrew without gleaning anything. In the corner, the shadows remained the same, unchanging. The endless gray fog lingered beneath his feet as usual. The long bronze table in front of him was mottled with green rust, but it didn't seem to be rotten at all. The first things that Derek saw were Miss Justice and Miss Magician sitting opposite him. The familiar, jovial greeting sounded in his ear. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon." Klein, shrouded in gray fog, nodded slightly. He seemed to respond leisurely to Miss Justice and the other members' greetings, but in reality, he was busy manipulating the world, making him appear like a real person. After yesterday's interviews with reporter Mike, it was already dinner time. Klein went to a restaurant that served Phainopotter cuisine, and he was so overwhelmed by the spiciness that he voluntarily ordered a cup of desert beer. After eating his fill and returning home, he didn't go out again for the rest of the day. Neither did he study the Book of Secrets or prepare his own food. That eased the heavy emotions he felt whenever he went to East Borough. Without realizing it, the afternoon had arrived, and his thoughts shifted to the tarot gathering. After the greetings, Justice, Audrey, restrained her curiosity and excitement, and she was in no hurry to inquire about the truth behind the Capim incident. "Mr. Fool might not answer, but how would I know if he wishes to answer if I don't ask?" "Well, I hope he makes a request of equal value, and I'll do my best to fulfill it." Audrey looked around at the other members and observed the states of the other members. As a telepathist, she very quickly discovered something strange. The sun appears very anxious. Did something happen to the previous exploration team captain? Did he encounter Amon? In addition, Furs is in an indecisive state of wanting to ask but not daring to. She must have seen the papers and guessed from the tarot cards that our tarot club was involved in Capim's death. But she's curious who the Emperor card represents. She seems to be even more in awe of Mr. Fool. What happened? Mr. Hanged Man seems to be in a very good mood. He's finished digesting his potion. He seems to be anticipating something. Mr. World is still as gloomy and reserved as before, and it's hard to read his thoughts. He really is the nemesis of the spectator pathway. Derek didn't try to hide his anxiety, but he didn't consult the other tarot club members directly. He knew perfectly well that the initial time belonged to Mr. Fool, unless there were no so-called Roselle diary entries. There's no need to rush. The gathering has already begun. If Mr. Fool is in a good mood, he might be able to answer some questions. Derek consoled himself. Alger looked up and humbly said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." "Diary? Roselle's diary?" Furs pricked up her ears. Klein smiled and replied, "What do you want to exchange them for?" Glancing at the card next to Mr. Fool's hand, Alger suppressed his eagerness and said, "I want to know what that card you have next to you is." Chapter 391, The Great Seafarer Roselle. Chapter 391, The Great Seafarer Roselle. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. I know that. Audrey's eyes were half-turned, and her chin was slightly raised. She happily cast her gaze diagonally across her, towards a stone pillar that supported the dome. She quickly withdrew her gaze, ready to admire the reaction of Mr. Hanged Man after he heard the answer. Furs vaguely realized one thing. The so-called Roselle's diary can be exchanged with Mr. Fool for answers to certain questions, and maybe even some items. Roselle's diary? Is it referring to the notes that are written with Roselle's unique symbols that no one can interpret? They were actually diary entries? Mr. Hangman's tone sounded very firm and Mr. Fool didn't retort him. I've encountered many, but I've never bought any of them because I wasn't interested. Ah, yes, Miss Audrey has quite a few. She's a fanatic when it comes to this. But that dog of hers, maybe last week, I don't remember it too well. Basically, it tore up many books and notes, including all of the diary entries from Emperor Roselle. The sudden surprise and disappointment that emerged had filled her heart and made her want to raise her hands, cover her ears, and scream. That wasn't enough to express her current feelings. I hate dogs. Furs bitterly thought. The hanged man's request was somewhat beyond Klein's expectations. However, it was the easiest for him to complete. He chuckled and said, "Sure. Do you want everyone to hear it, or do you want to be the only one to know it?" Alger replied without hesitation, "Only myself." He didn't have the spirit of selfless devotion to others. Klein laughed and blocked the senses of the other members, which made Miss Justice very upset. She was waiting to see Mr. Hangman's stunned and shocked expression, as though she had done something great herself. Although she couldn't proclaim it out loud, she still looked forward to the subsequent reaction after Mr. Hangman knew the answer. But now, that detestable hangman has deprived me of this happiness. Audrey grumbled inwardly. Of course, she was very clear that his request was absolutely justified. But I already know the answer. She pursed her lips and thought. At this moment, Klein leisurely flipped over the card of blasphemy and held it vertically, allowing the hangman to directly see the black-armored, crowned, and caped Roselle. It was common to see the portrait of Emperor Roselle, so Alger recognized him immediately. More importantly, there was a clear sign on the card saying, Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Indeed. It's the rumored deck of cards, which contains the Paths of the Divine, made by Emperor Roselle. It's the original prototype of tarot cards. Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Is this the lawyer pathway to becoming divine? Mr. Fool has been collecting Roselle's diary all this time, apparently in order to find clues to this deck of cards, and in a matter of months, he has already acquired one. Alger was surprised and delighted, as well as excited and agitated. All of a sudden, he inexplicably felt that the future of the Tarot Club was incomparably bright. Previously, he had only been intimidated by the mysteriousness and potency of Mr. Fool, and he had only held the notion of using the Tarot Club to exchange information and goods. But now, he began to think of the advantages that he and the other members could reap when Mr. Fool managed to collect all of Emperor Roselle's cards. At that time, the Tarot Club might become the most powerful secret organization. Alger couldn't help but look forward to the future. Then Klein said slowly, "A card of blasphemy." He then immediately removed the isolation barrier. As soon as she regained her senses, Justice Audrey immediately turned her gaze towards the hangman. Through the blurred image, she could vaguely read the remaining shock, joy, and yearning from the other party. That's more like it. Audrey was immediately greatly satisfied. A card of blasphemy. Indeed, it's related to the blasphemy slate. Alger bowed his head in thought for a few seconds and began to conjure the 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Soon, the 3 yellowish-brown goatskin parchments were in Klein's hands. He casually lowered his gaze and started reading at a moderate pace. March 15th. I really am the protagonist. With just some archaeological clues and folklore, I found a ghost ship left behind by the Solomon Empire in the Fog Sea's boundary at the Arak Archipelago, the Dark King. It's really cool. There are some ancient books on it, including a treasure map pointing to some nameless island. That's the final settlement of a great noble of the Solomon Empire who was defeated and left the northern continent. Everything that he left behind is there. This treasure will definitely belong to me. March 19th. After much deliberation and consideration, I've finally decided to set out on a long voyage. After that, I'll enter the Royal Army as an officer, so it will be hard for me to have an opportunity such as this again. Edwards and Grimm are willing to take the risk and follow me into that foggy sea. Actually, I don't just want the treasures. I also wanted to verify something from the sun, the red moon, to the trajectory of the stars in the sky, as well as the changes in 4 seasons, all sorts of signs and different data to prove that the world I'm on should be a planet. In that case, it shouldn't only be the northern and southern continents. Based on the various data, the land mass occupied by the 2 continents totaled up isn't even 1/10 of the planet's surface area. Could the rest of it be the sea and islands? To the west of the northern and southern continent is the Fog Sea, to the east is the Sonia Sea. I suspect that there are other continents at the end of these 2 seas, just like how the southern continent is at the end of the Berserk Sea. Maybe I can find a brand new continent, the western continent. Let's go, great seafarer Rosel Columbus Magellan Gustav, go and verify your conjecture. The emperor sure was reckless when he was young. He actually dared to go on a voyage just because he received a treasure map that he had no clue about its authenticity, or if it held any danger. No, he's as rash as he was when he was young, even in his old age. The cards of blasphemy are evidence of this. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. The diary entry seems to be linked to a page or 2 that he had seen before, separated by at most 1 or 2 other diary entries, so Klein was almost certain that Rosel had lost his way in this voyage and ended up finding a primitive island just outside of the safe sea routes. On it, there were a number of beyonder creatures. In the process, he had also teased Grimm and Edwards, who were following him to sea, using the means of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and the Pirate King. In addition, Grimm, who had been praised by Rosel as the smartest of them all, became increasingly stranger after discovering the primitive island, and he ended up dying in the Fog Sea. Speaking of which, the idea that the world is a planet is now widely accepted and confirmed by astronomy. Klein turned to the second page of the diary. April 18th. I discovered the term Western Continent in an ancient book on the Dark King. There really is a Western Continent. However, even during the 4th epoch, in the Solomon Empire, when the gods were still walking the lands, the Western Continent was only a rumor. Legend has it that it was the homeland of the elves, and it was related to the ancient god named Saniathrim. The problem with that is that the elves ended up on Sonia Island and later scattered themselves over the mountains and the numerous islands in the seas, and there is no legend that they have ever tried to return to their homeland. In short, the end of the Fog Sea might be the Western Continent, the homeland of the elves. Then, what's at the end of the Sonia Sea? Is there really an Eastern Continent? Where is it hidden in the books of myths? Could it be the ethereal forsaken land of the gods? Proceed onward, Rosel. You're about to reach your destination. The Western Continent, the Eastern Continent. Rosel guessed that the latter might be the forsaken land of the gods. Yes, Mr. Hanged Man once said that many members of the Aurora Order were searching the Sonia Sea for the true Creator's holy residence. And he suspects that the holy residence is the forsaken land of the gods. This is in line with Emperor Rosel's thoughts. This world has many secrets. Klein lowered his gaze towards the last few paragraphs of the page. April 20th. All signs indicate that we're about to reach a continent, not the land from an island. There's actually a benefit to being lost? Could it be that I've discovered the so-called Western Continent? April 21st. I saw the abyss. Abyss? Did Rosel see the abyss in the sense of mysticism? Klein's pupils shrank as he quickly turned the page. But the 3rd page of his diary made him doubt his life and his many years of Chinese education. It was filled with the following sentences: fact hungry please people in manner. This. Klein realized that this was probably a subsequent forgery of Rosel's diary entries. They had randomly pieced together a bunch of sentences based on the original symbols. At this moment, Klein felt like he was seeing intelligible characters and had the urge to curse those forgers. He wanted to know if the abyss mentioned in Rosel's diary was the abyss to which the terms source of evil, land of corruption, and home of devils referred to. The true abyss is the dark side of the universe where even gods can be corroded. It should be independent from the real world, just like the spirit world. At the very least, this is what the Book of Secrets and the books which I came into contact with during my time with the Nighthawks say. If it's not the true abyss, then what did the Emperor mean by abyss? Klein thought about it, over and over again, but was unable to come up with an explanation. He felt extremely dissatisfied, just like when a novel was dropped by the author at the most critical moment. With a single glance, he calmed down and let the diary entries disappear from his hands. "You can begin." Sitting at the head of the long bronze table, he chuckled. Alger turned his head immediately towards the sun, asking indifferently, "Have you gotten anything from the former captain of that exploration team?" Chapter 392, Listening to Little Sun's Story. Chapter 392, Listening to Little Sun's Story. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Derek was originally anxious to ask about the fallen creator, but when he heard the hangman's question, he answered honestly, "He's dead." "He's dead?" Justice, the hangman, and the magician expressed their surprise at the same time. They really didn't expect this turn of events. After all, the former captain of the exploration team had been locked up for decades without any problems. Who would have thought that he would die right after they discussed about him? At this moment, aside from Mr. Fool, only the gloomy and reserved the world maintained his original state. Derek nodded and said, "Yes. After I returned to the City of Silver, I wanted to glean more information from the former captain using Mr. Hangman's suggestions, but he suddenly appeared behind me, asking me if I was looking for him." Upon hearing this, Audrey suddenly drew a short breath. Although the son obviously lacked the ability to tell a good story, his simple descriptions still gave her the feeling of reading horror novels late into the night. It was as if someone was standing behind her, also asking, "Are you looking for me?" Furs was as frightened as she was excited, having found the feeling she had as a child listening to her mother's recount of a ghost story. Despite covering her ears in fear, it felt like someone had possessed her and pried open the gaps between her fingers, allowing the voice to be transmitted into her brain. This passage can be written into a novel. As a best-selling writer, she had outstanding professional instincts. Alger, being experienced and knowledgeable, subconsciously asked, "Doesn't your City of Silver's dungeon have seals targeting rampagers? Is there no barrier between them? I remember that last time you said that there was a very powerful and mysterious item at the core." "Yes, but I don't know how or why he came to my room." He had completely lost control of himself, his head had split open in the middle and fluid kept flowing out. There were many cracks on his body, and each crack was a mouth, Derek said, describing the scene in passing. "Then, how did you survive? How did you escape from his, no, it's jaws?" Furs felt immersed, and it was also a question which Audrey was concerned about. Alger's reaction was very different from theirs. He thoughtfully murmured, "It doesn't make sense to put you, a person who only shows signs of losing control, next to such a dangerous fellow. From the looks of it, the upper echelons of your City of Silver, the members of the 6-member council, deliberately made you interact with him, hoping to gather useful information from him and observe any corresponding changes. So, which elder saved you?" Derek's mouth gaped a little, feeling as if Mr. Hangman had personally seen and heard everything that had happened. Just based on the situation I described, he was able to guess the truth. "How amazing!" Derek answered with admiration, "Yes, just as you said, the chief appeared just in time and used the mystical item to deal with the rampager." Noticing the respect and admiration from the son, Alger let out a chuckle. "It's quite an obvious case. As long as one is experienced enough, you'll easily be able to notice this." "I didn't think of it." Audrey muttered to herself, somewhat depressed. "I couldn't tell." Furs ran her hand through her hair, ashamed. "I didn't think in that direction." The world repeated Mr. Fool's sigh. After saying that, Alger frowned slightly and slowly asked, "You said that not long after you returned, the former captain of the exploration team lost control?" "He didn't lose control for decades, but he suddenly lost control after you returned?" At the same time, Mr. Hangman raised his head and looked at Mr. Fool. Seeing that Mr. Fool was very calm and without any hint of abnormalities, his mood immediately eased. All the uneasiness he had just now turned into questions. The Amon family is known as blasphemers. Could it be that that person discovered the Tarot Club and the secret above the gray fog, but he was easily finished off by Mr. Fool? Derek nodded seriously and said, I guess 2 reasons. One was because I chose the sun pathway, and you said that the Aman family was the descendant of an ancient sun god. The other reason is that he noticed that Mr. Fool was pulling me in to attend the gathering, so changes happened to him, and it was proven to be the latter. How was it proven? Alger pressed, leaving no stone unturned. Someone sensed that Mr. Fool was pulling him in to attend the gathering? Someone can really detect it? How terrifying. As expected of a blasphemer. Audrey was astonished and shocked. She couldn't help but glance at the end of the long bronze table, and she was immediately comforted by Mr. Fool's calm and indifferent attitude. It's just a trivial matter. To Mr. Fool, it's just a trivial matter. Audrey thought with joy and relief. So it turns out that someone is able to discover the Tarot Club's gathering. As expected, with so many pathways and so many sequences, there would always be a beyonder power that can detect this. But for me right now, this is a very bad thing. I'm still too weak. I have to advance my sequence as soon as possible. Furs was momentarily surprised and frightened. Derek truthfully described the events. I saw Aman's shadow when the rampager was finished off by the chief. It should be him. This is what he looks like. With the approval of Mr. Fool, Derek conjured a light screen depicting Aman. A black classic robe, a matching pointed hat, a crystal monocle, a broad forehead, a thin face, black eyes, black curly hair. Have any of you seen him before? Derek asked hopefully. The Hanged Man, Justice, the Magician, and the world shook their heads in unison. Without harping on the matter, Derek continued, Aman's shadow was eliminated by the chief with the help of the mystical item, leaving being a translucent worm. The chief told me that it was only an avatar of Aman. He explained to me the reason for arranging it, so I lived beside him. After confirming that I was fine, he allowed me to return home. I was a little afraid, unaware of any subsequent actions Aman might take. Therefore, the moment I reached home, I prayed to Mr. Fool. Wait, Alger interrupted the son with a frown, you said that you just experienced such a strange and terrifying incident, and the chief let you go home just like that? And the moment you returned home, you didn't do anything but first pray to Mr. Fool? Yes, Derek answered blankly. What's wrong with that? He found Mr. Hanged Man's attitude rather odd. Audrey vaguely felt that what the son had done wasn't right, but she couldn't immediately figure out what was wrong. She just believed that if she were in his shoes, she definitely wouldn't have done that. But at that very moment, furs had already covered her face. Too careless. I was like that in the past, and the price of that was to use up a stone on my bracelet and start bearing the curse of the full moon. The best-selling writer sighed in her heart. Alger glanced at Mr. Fool again. Seeing that he remained indifferent, he forced himself to relax. He held his fist against his nose and said, after having such an interaction with that strange Aman, do you think the chief will just do a cursory inspection and be completely reassured about you? If that's really the case, that former captain of the exploratory team wouldn't have been imprisoned for 42 years. In my experience, the chief has definitely sent someone to secretly monitor you, and you've undoubtedly exposed your own uniqueness. Don't doubt this. If the chief isn't that careful, then there's no way your city of silver can last till this day under such abject environments. Derek's eyes widened, being even more convinced that Mr. Hangman was truly knowledgeable and that what he said made a lot of sense. The chief discovered something abnormal about me? So, that's why he had such an attitude when he heard my report? What should I do? What should I do? Derek immediately became nervous and frightened. Noticing his concern, Alger scoffed. However, you don't have to worry about it for now. I just thought about it, even if your City of Silver's chief found out about your abnormality, he would only suspect that you were possessed by Aman, that you've been contaminated by him, and wouldn't think of the Tarot Club. You still have time, so you can slowly think of a way to resolve this problem. Derek calmed down a little and honestly said, back then, I really was possessed by Aman. What? Alger blurted out. He nearly left his seat, taking on a combat stance to fend off any accidents. Audrey and Furs immediately tensed up. Only the gloomy world showed mere surprise. Startled by the reaction of Mr. Hangman, Derek quickly added, "Mr. Fool discovered it while I was praying." As he spoke, he conjured the scene which Mr. Fool had sent to him back then. Dressed in a pointed hat and a crystal monocle, Amon's illusory figure was coiled around his spirit body like the ghost of a python. Seeing Justice and Magician trembling from the bottom of their hearts, the Hanged Man immediately pressed on. What happened next? Later, Mr. Fool taught me a ritual. Through the ritual, he sent his angel to purify Amon's avatar, Derek replied without embellishing or simplifying anything. Angel? The Hanged Man looked in shock at the end of the bronze table. He hurriedly lowered his head when he realized that his actions were impulsive and impolite. Angel? Audrey was momentarily left dazed. Chapter 393, The Worm of Time. Chapter 393, The Worm of Time. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. After a brief moment of blankness, Audrey quickly understood what the son was saying. He was saying that Mr. Fool had sent his angel to purify Amon's avatar. Angel. Mr. Fool sent an angel. Mr. Fool really has an angel as an attendant. Every angel has at least the power of a sequence too. Although that's expected and I've already expected it, it's still amazing because it has finally been verified. And only deities can control angels. Audrey's eyes shone with excitement. She couldn't help but wonder what Mr. Fool's angel looked like. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to see that. She looked towards the end of the long bronze table with admiration and zeal. At the same time, her spiritual perception told her that Mr. World, who was always gloomy, had also sat up straight in shock, which pleased her inexplicably. Furs recalled what had happened to her previously. She had only asked Mr. Fool to interfere with any divinations, and she ended up seeing a 12-winged archangel descend, enveloping her spirit body with its wings. It really was an angel. Black wings, an archangel with 12 pairs of wings. And this really is just a routine procedure for Mr. Fool. He would send an angel to help members of the gathering get out of trouble. Furs suddenly didn't dare to look up at the gentleman who was sitting leisurely at the end of the long bronze table. Although she was still only sequence 9, and she hadn't received a complete education in the field of mysticism, she had been involved with different Beyonder circles for 3 years. She would have learned of certain things even if she didn't deliberately find out about them. In the midst of all of this, there was a very important clause: you may not look directly at God. In the past, this sentence didn't leave much of an impression on Furs, but now she suddenly felt that it was the truth derived from countless bloody lessons. Angel? Mr. Fool really does have an angel by his side. The Hanged Man felt a wave of fear and baffling excitement hit him, causing his body to tremble slightly. Previously, when he told us his honorific name and responded to prayers and rituals, this had indirectly expressed the notion that Mr. Fool was equivalent to a god. However, direct evidence was still lacking. But now, an angel has appeared. The existence of that alone is enough to explain many things. Amongst them, the most important thing is that angels represent the most direct form of deterrence. Mr. Fool is not without influence in the real world. Even if he doesn't go through his adorers, he can still project his majesty onto a certain region. Alger immediately thought of many things. He broke into a cold sweat for his shallow actions in the past while feeling filled with hope for the future. Immediately following that, he started to think about the details of what the son had said. Mr. Fool didn't let the angel descend directly. Instead, he taught the son a ritual. Through that ritual, he sent the angel to purify Amon's avatar. That's quite a roundabout way of doing things. Does this mean that in order to influence the real world, Mr. Fool must break through many obstacles? This is consistent with my earlier judgment that he is in a sealed and confined state. Or perhaps there's something special about the forsaken land of the gods? The reason why Mr. Fool didn't act like this before was because he has escaped a little? He is gradually freeing himself. Sitting at Mr. Fool's seat, Klein slowly looked around. He was obviously aware of Miss Justice's reverence and zeal, as well as the fear and excitement of the hanged man. "Weren't you always treating me like a god in the past? Why are you acting like this after hearing about the angel? It seems like indirect evidence ultimately cannot be compared to the shock and awe delivered by direct evidence. If a new member were to question me in the future, I would make preparations in advance for the world to step forward and say something. Then, I would casually point my finger and kill him as an example to others. Once things calmed down, I would make anew the world." Klein's thoughts gradually wandered. Derek didn't quite understand the reactions of Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice. From his point of view, wasn't it normal that an angel served a god or a mighty existence? After pondering for a few seconds, he said, "After Amon's avatar was purified, I coughed out a worm that was exactly identical to the one in the dungeon. Do you know what it is?" With the help of Klein's help, the son successfully conjured a projection of a translucent worm with 12 transparent rings. Audrey and Furs looked over curiously. At the same time, they shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen or heard of this kind of worm. 12 rings. In the Book of Secrets, all similar symbols have something to do with time. The Amon family was descended from an ancient sun god, and in ancient times, people believed that the sun and time were related. This can barely be considered an explanation and can be verified from two angles. However, why is it that the current eternal blazing sun is the inextinguishable light, embodiment of order, god of deeds, and guardian of businesses, but he doesn't seem to be involved in the domain that deals with time? In order to maintain his image as the fool, Klein was in no hurry to answer. He smiled, his gaze warm. Alger thought for a moment before saying, "It should be the vessel that Amon created for his avatar." In legends, there is a type of worm that looks similar, appearance-wise. They have 12 transparent rings and are called worms of time. However, no one has ever seen them before. Many people suspect that it's actually the name of a sequence potion. Worm of time. So it's very close to my guess. Although this is just a legend spread among beyonders at the middle echelons of particular churches and above, the information itself is of great value. Is Mr. Hangman saying this out loud to let others know this because he has been rewarded, having learned a lot of important information from the sun? Klein felt wistful and amused at the same time. Worm of time. The vessel that Amon created for his avatar, Derek whispered to himself, as though he had resolved many of his doubts. He curiously asked, "What can it be used for? I mean, when it's dead?" "I don't know." Faced with the son's trust and respectful gaze, Alger suddenly felt a little ashamed. At that moment, the fool, who was sitting at the very end of the long bronze table, spoke calmly, the main material of certain rituals. This was what Klein had surmised from the contents of the Book of Secrets. However, he wasn't worried that he would say anything wrong, because it was almost impossible to prove it. Failing to find the ritual that requires a worm of time just serves to prove that you're not knowledgeable enough. Klein casually added inwardly. Certain rituals. Audrey and the others instantly let their imaginations run wild. "Thank you, the great Mr. Fool." Derek got up halfway and bowed. Following that, the topic steered towards the matter that threatened the existence of the City of Silver. The exploratory team is back. I'm referring to the team led by Shepherd Elder Lovia. They completed the exploration of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple and have returned to the City of Silver. And I discovered that a few of the team members that I know have undergone a certain degree of change. They've been corrupted by the true creator. Alger didn't hesitate to point that out with a tone of certainty. The true creator? Audrey couldn't help but look at the end of the bronze table. She remembered very clearly that the true creator had once had its descent foiled by Mr. Fool's adorer. She had even guessed that the leader of their tarot club was going to be the nemesis of evil gods. Really? Derek returned, refusing to believe it. The hanged man calmly said, "Describe their changes in detail." "I still feel like he's the same person, but he's very different from before. His original optimism has now turned heavy. There's only a polite smile left from his former bright smile. Derek shared everything abnormal that he had discovered, including the sudden improvement in Shepherd Elder Lovia's state. Alger said in deliberation, "The situation might be worse than you think. Corruption could be the best possibility. Now, if they truly believe, from the bottom of their hearts, in the true, fallen Creator, that would be trouble, and they would be irredeemable. Regardless, their characters, thoughts, and viewpoints would all be warped, turning into hidden lunatics. You can take action from this angle, letting other members of the 6-member council notice that something is amiss. I've already reported the matter, but the chief doesn't seem to trust me too much," Derek said in a slightly aggrieved and heavy manner. Furs couldn't help but sigh. "That's because your chief is suspecting that you're possessed by Amon and planning something nefarious against the City of Silver. Then, what should I do? Even if I tell them of the existence of the fallen Creator, they wouldn't believe me, am I right?" Derek asked anxiously. The hanged man pondered for 2 seconds before saying, "In truth, your chief should have begun paying attention to the shepherd and the exploratory team members. For your City of Silver to survive to this day, the upper echelons will definitely have the most basic level of vigilance and not neglect any possible threats. The only problem is that the importance they place on this matter is definitely insufficient. At the very least, it's not as important as their attention on you and Amon." Without waiting for the son to speak, he added after some deliberation, "Perhaps you can use this incident to wipe away the suspicion on you. Find an opportunity to make a particular exploratory team member to show the most thorough extent of an abnormality and enter into a conflict with him. That way, the other members of the 6-member council will notice that something isn't right and raise the priority on this matter. At the same time, hand over the suspected worm of time and say that you suddenly felt your mind be adrift while the conflict was happening and that you had no idea what happened. You only vaguely heard someone shouting, 'True Creator,' before you woke up. And by then, you had already coughed out that worm. When an evil god is involved, there are many means and abilities that one wouldn't dare use without thought. Your chief would adhere to logic and guess that Amon's avatar and the mental corruption left behind by the true Creator had entered into conflict, eventually being destroyed and reduced to a dead worm. The surveillance on you would definitely decline significantly. If you act normally for an additional period of time, then the suspicion placed on you would be completely gone. Why does Mr. Hangman seem so well-versed in this aspect?" Audrey thought with her mouth slightly open. Derek's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he felt that Mr. Hangman was indeed trustworthy. He had come up with such a good idea. "Then, how do I make that exploratory team member display the most thorough extent of his abnormality?" he quickly asked. Alger fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I don't know." He then added, "It would be great if there are items related to the true Creator." With a whoosh, Audrey looked towards the fool who was seated at the end of the long bronze table. Chapter 394, Sights in the Spirit World. Chapter 394, Sights in the Spirit World. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Klein knew very well why Miss Justice was looking at him. Being aware of the Lenivus incident, she was certain that he had many conflicts, both in the open and in the shadows, between himself and the true Creator, and that it was normal for him to have the corresponding items, perhaps even quite a few of them, in his possession. Logically speaking, there's nothing wrong with her thinking. In fact, I have crossed the true Creator several times, and I do have an item that fits those descriptions. Klein sighed inwardly. There was no question about helping little Sunday. There were many monsters in the forsaken land of the gods where the City of Silver was located, allowing the collection of several materials which were rare in the northern and southern continents. In addition, they had a contiguous history that wasn't distorted by any of the deities or churches. They gave the most objective stories and secrets prior to the cataclysm, and the knowledge involved was extremely valuable. Whether it was from the perspective of the Tarot Club's leader, or simply considering his own interests, Klein had no intention of giving up Little Sun or the City of Silver unless it was hopeless. However, there were certain things which weren't suitable for Mr. Fool to voice out. Just as Audrey was looking expectantly at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, the world, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth. "I have an item that contains the mental corruption of the true Creator. He was referring to the all-black eye that Nimble-Right Master Rosago had left behind. An item containing the mental corruption of the true creator? Alger thought as he organized his words. This might be able to help the Sun. Once those exploratory team members, whose thoughts and viewpoints have been warped, sense the mental imprint of the true creator, there's a high possibility that they will mutate right on the spot. The world looked at the Sun and laughed hoarsely. Kid, I can lend you that item, but what will you be using to pay for it? Having seen Hope, Derek's mind raced, suddenly remembering what had happened during previous gatherings, and quickly said, I can help you find the characteristics of the human skin shadow, the mutated pituitary gland and blood of a thousand-faced hunter. I can also attempt to obtain the method to removing the mental corruption on an item left behind by a rampager. Whichever I get first will be used as payment. Out of all of the options, the human skin shadow was relatively easy to encounter. It was one of the scarier monsters in the depths of the darkness. At this moment, Derek wasn't considering whether the exchange was of equal value or not. Even though a one-time loan of an item contaminated by the true creator was obviously not worth as much as the conditions he put forward, under the current circumstances, he could grit his teeth and accept whatever high price the world offered. Thus, he might as well proactively show his sincerity. The world nodded slightly. Very good, I will ask for Mr. Fool's help to lend it to you. As he spoke, he revealed the shape of the all-black eye and added, it's the equivalent of a sequence 5 beyonder. If you lose it, you'll have to provide me with compensation. Also, as soon as this is over, return it to me. This was what Klein couldn't say in his capacity as the Fool. If a god-level existence like him kept harping about compensation and remember to return it to me, then the status he had built up for himself would have collapsed. In addition, Klein took into account the hidden dangers that lay in the future. The all-black eye and the other items were all things that he had used in the real world. If he were to bring in a new member who knew of this matter, they could confirm certain matters based on this point. Therefore, allowing Sherlock Moriarty to be equivalent to the world was clearly better than having Sherlock Moriarty be equivalent to the Fool. When your strength doesn't match your status, all I can do is tremble in fear, as if I were treading on thin ice or facing the abyss. Klein sighed silently. Seeing that Mr. Fool hadn't refused the world's request, nor did he point out any problems with the deal, Derek was relieved and quickly agreed to all the demands. At the same time, Audrey was genuinely happy for little Sun. Alger thought for a while before letting out a sigh. He then said to the Sun in a measured tone, don't be too optimistic. How to seize this opportunity still needs to be organized. First, you have to choose a time and, without putting yourself in danger, have only one exploratory team member be present while there are several City of Silver citizens. Or when they're all in a quarantined and sealed state. You have to use a wall of spirituality to seal the vessel that stores the corrupted item ahead of time and not allow anyone to notice it. By doing that, you can control the development of the situation. In addition, you need to consider how to hide that item after it's over. You mustn't let the 6-member council discover it, otherwise, you'll never be able to clear the suspicion on you. If such an easily deceived fellow were to die, it would be difficult for me to obtain any more information regarding the forsaken land of the gods or the secrets of the ancient era. The Hanged Man didn't find it problematic to offer help. Under his tutelage, Derek gradually had a complete plan and a few key points to take note of. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. Thank you to all of you. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to every member in the gathering. This made Audrey feel the satisfaction of doing a good deed. The matter of the Sun came to an end at this point, and Furs, who had witnessed it all, suddenly had an idea. She ruffled her slightly curled long hair and said, I wish to know which family the apprentice pathway belongs to. I'm willing to use one of the chapters in the sites in the spirit world as a barter. Although the content is considered the ravings of a dreamer, many of the things described in it are true from my experiences into the spirit world. The Sights in the Spirit World was one of the mysticism notebooks that Mrs. Elisa had left her. The logic of the content was incoherent, absurd, and just reading it alone left one irritable. However, when her body entered and left the spirit world 3 times for a variety of reasons, Furs discovered that the records in the notebook might not necessarily just be ravings. Sights in the spirit world? Klein leaned back slightly as he controlled the world to answer before the Hanged Man. I know the answer, and I can give you some of the corresponding information for free. He knew very well that the Hanged Man could also answer the magician's questions. It's bad to have competition, that's why you need to combine it with free gifts. Klein silently lampooned. All right. Furs felt a surge of joy. She discovered that the Tarot Club really was much more high-end than the other Beyonder circles that she had participated in before. Many difficult questions could be answered here. At this moment, the world asked in a low voice, do you want to hear the answer for yourself or have everyone else hear it too? Furs pondered for a few seconds, then caught Audrey and the others by surprise with her answer. Just say it out here. In her opinion, the answers to her own questions were of little help to others, and it didn't matter if they found out, and if Mr. World had left something out, or gave an incomplete description, and someone else happened to know the corresponding content. Then she would be able to use the same sites in the Spirit World chapter to obtain the full picture. She believed that it was more important that way. The world wasn't surprised and said in a low and hoarse voice, in the fourth epoch, the apprentice pathway was wielded by the Abraham family. Later, it was spread to the Tamara family, which had been in marriage alliances with it for extended periods of time. In the fifth epoch, which is the present epoch, the Theosophy order also has the apprentice and trickmaster potion formulas. They're widely believed to be related to the Abraham and Tamara families. Of course, there are also people who suspect that the Theosophy order is actually a guise of the Demonist sect. Considering that Miss Magician had already met with members of the Abraham family, Klein added via the world, it is said that the Abraham family has suffered a bloodline curse all this time. They have no choice but to take up residence separately from each other in order to avoid danger. Bloodline curse? Furz's eyes widened as she thought of her encounters. Mrs. Elisa's husband belonged to the Abraham family, and that Mr. Lawrence is also a part of the Abraham family? Is that why she said that as long as one isn't a member of the family clan, they wouldn't suffer the curse? However, I used the bracelet, and it belongs to the Abraham family? Once again, regret gnawed at her soul. This was the first time that Alger Audrey was hearing about the bloodline curse of the Abraham family. Both of them had their own thoughts, so no one spoke up for a short period of time. After a while, Furs took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Mr. World. You have answered the biggest question I have. I will copy the first chapter of the sites in the spirit world after the end of this gathering and sacrifice it to Mr. Fool. Is that okay, Mr. Fool? The magician is a descendant of the Abraham family? It's no wonder her body can enter and exit the spirit world. She likely possesses a corresponding mystical item." The Hanged Man suddenly looked at her. Furs is a member of the Abraham family? She was born in an ancient family dating back to the fourth epoch? Audrey nodded as if she was thinking about something. After receiving a positive reply from Mr. Fool, Furs relaxed and began mentioning her desire to buy the Beyonder ingredients, stomach pouch of a spirit eater and the blood of a deep-sea marlin. Unfortunately, the sun wasn't going out during this period of time, so there was nothing. As for the Hanged Man, he merely mentioned that he had clues to the deep-sea marlin's blood. No one had obtained the formula for the wind-blessed potion yet. On the other hand, Audrey wasn't in a hurry to purchase the psychiatrist formula because she was about to join the psychology alchemists. Klein originally wanted to sell either the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or biological poison bottle, but after considering the latter's compatibility with his spirit body state and the current financial situation of the members, he temporarily gave up on that idea. The transaction segment quickly ended, and the gathering reached the stage where each of them could share information they had heard about. Audrey slowly looked around and said with a slight smile, "Last week, an interesting case happened in Backland. The protagonist is called the Hero Bandit Dark Emperor. Chapter 395, The Sheriff Beyonder Characteristics. Chapter 395, The Sheriff Beyonder Characteristics. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Dark Emperor? The Hanged Man, who was casually listening to Miss Justice, suddenly raised his head. His gaze suddenly became sharp and piercing. He had just learned that the card in Mr. Fool's hand was one of the cards of blasphemy created by Emperor Roselle. The name of the card was Dark Emperor. Does this have to do with Mr. Fool? Alger quickly glanced at the end of the long bronze table, before immediately lowering his head. If it was really done by Mr. Fool's adorer, this definitely isn't a simple matter. Alger listened attentively to Miss Justice's subsequent descriptions. Furs, who had long since learned of this from Zio and had some predictions about it, also gave the fool a glance. She wanted to see the truth from the concealed entity's reaction, but the fool remained as calm as ever in the thick gray fog. Audrey, who wasn't able to glean anything either, paused for a moment, then continued, "The victim is a tycoon, Capum. Many rumors point to him being the biggest human trafficker in Backland. Hero bandit Dark Emperor infiltrated his villa and robbed him of his life, rescuing many innocent girls who were locked up in his underground dungeon. When Capum's corpse was discovered, it was covered with a deck of tarot cards. His face was covered with the cards, Judgment and the Emperor. She didn't mention the safe as she found it unimportant. Covered with tarot cards? Is that the symbol for when our tarot club takes action? Wait a minute, a human trafficker?" Alger sharply noticed a phrase. He turned to the end of the long bronze table and humbly asked, "Mr. Fool, is Capum related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves?" The latter was a mission had been assigned to him by the Church of the Lord of Storms, and he had formerly targeted a suspect named Balin and had asked Backland residents, Justice, the Magician, and the world to keep an eye out for him. As a result, upon hearing the word human trafficker, Alger intuitively believed that it had something to do with the disappearance of many tribes on the southern continent and the flight of many slaves from many islands in the Sonia Sea. He felt that only a matter such as this, which seemed to hold some secrets, could interest Mr. Fool. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that it was an independent act by Mr. Fool's adorer. He couldn't possibly be waiting for everything to be arranged like a manipulated puppet. Alger thought. Capum has something to do with the recent disappearance of the colonial slaves? On second thought, that's not a possibility that can be eliminated. There were 4 Beyonders in his villa, and that in itself isn't normal in the first place. Even if a tycoon like him were to hire Beyonder bodyguards, then he would only be able to get a sequence 7 and 2 sequences 8s or 9s at most. Back then, Horus, together with his mystical items, was equivalent to a sequence 5 expert. The hanged man's words jolted Klein's thoughts as he felt that the matter could vaguely be linked together. However, he wasn't sure about his theory, and he could only disregard the hanged man's question. He chuckled and said, "My adorer made some minor contributions in this matter." As expected. Audrey's eyes shone brightly as she cheered in her heart. As expected. It's the first time that I encountered anything to do with the Tarot Club in real life. Furs was half happy and half wistful. Alger believed that Mr. Fool's words were an indirect confirmation of his conjecture. Capum was definitely not a simple human trafficker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused a hidden existence's adorer to take action. Therefore, there was a strong correlation between the human trafficking and the disappearance of the slaves. Both were matters that weren't simple. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak, Klein lightly tapped his finger on the edge of the ancient long table and leisurely added, "He obtained 2 Beyonder characteristics from this matter and wishes to sell them as quickly as possible. The 2 characteristics correspond to Sequence 8 Sheriff, and the other is Sequence 7 Interrogator." Sheriff, Interrogator. Aren't those from the Arbiter pathway which is controlled by the Augustus family? Only members of the royal family, ancient nobles, and the military could possibly acquire them. Capum had one of them backing him? Not excluding the possibility of the Phaenopotter Kingdom's Castilla family. Alger frowned, feeling that the disappearance of the slaves wasn't as simple as it seemed. Audrey's thoughts were similar to his. She had never thought that the Beyonders at Capum's villa would be from the Arbiter pathway. It's impossible that the faction in control of the corresponding formulas would collude with a human trafficker like Capum. Audrey pursed her lips slightly, puzzled and confused. Sheriff? Furs, who knew that her good friend, Zio, was saving up for the potion ingredients for this sequence, sat up hurriedly and asked in puzzlement, "Mr. Fool, what are Beyonder characteristics?" That's not what I expected. Shouldn't you directly ask me how much it is? That's right, I don't think I've ever told Miss Magician about the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. Klein was taken aback for a moment, and then he began to consider his tone. And at that moment, Audrey spoke out on his behalf. Mr. Fool, may I answer the question? The corresponding payment shall be paid directly to you. She and Furs are friends, and she had volunteered out of the fear that Mr. Fool wouldn't share that knowledge again. No problem. Klein smiled in response. Miss Justice is always able to worry about the things that trouble me. He sighed with emotion inwardly. Phew. Audrey breathed a silent sigh of relief and turned to face Furs. She deliberately didn't use the pronunciation and unique vocabulary of a noble to say, "Do you want to know the answer? What are you willing to pay?" Furs nodded without hesitation. Of course. She looked at the figure shrouded in gray fog and respectfully asked, Mr. Fool, can I use another chapter of the sights in the spirit world as payment? She specifically emphasized another because she knew that the chapter she would give to Mr. World would be first sacrificed to Mr. Fool, and the knowledge that could be viewed at any time didn't seem to have any value for a transaction. It wasn't to say that she suspected that a mighty figure like Mr. Fool would pique. She just felt that it was more sincere to change the chapter. Sometimes, a mighty figure only cares about your attitude. Furs had read such things in many novels. Leaning back in his chair, Klein replied in an unconcerned tone, Sure. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Furs said, unable to suppress her smile. She instinctively believed that she had come into contact with certain secret high-level knowledge. Audrey was completely relieved as she smiled faintly. In the Beyonder world, there is a law. Remember, it's a law. In similar pathways, the total Beyonder characteristics are conserved, never reducing or increasing. It will only move from one entity to another, changing from one form to another. Therefore, after the death of a Beyonder, their characteristics will be separated and become equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion. Oh, apart from the remains of rampagers. There are too many latent troubles with those, so they can only be made into items. After the death of a Beyonder, their characteristics will be separated and become equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion? In that instance, it was as if lightning flashed through Furz's mind, allowing her to understand many things. It turns out that the remains Mrs. Elisa left me was her Beyonder characteristic. It turns out that in the eyes of others, every Beyonder is equivalent to walking ingredients. That's really dark. Furs clenched her fists tightly, feeling that the Beyonder world was essentially filled with madness. However, she didn't feel disgusted by the fact that she had become a Beyonder because she had consumed the Beyonder characteristics left behind by Mrs. Elisa. Instead, it gave her a faint sense of warmth. After losing her mother, before she met Zio, Mrs. Elisa was the person who treated her the best. For Furs, it was a sad but warm experience for her to inherit Mrs. Elisa's remains and be with her forever. So that's the case. The law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility and conservation. That means the characteristic left behind by a Sheriff Beyonder is equivalent to all the main ingredients? Furs asked an additional question to verify her thoughts. Yes. Audrey also thought of Zio. Furs immediately stood up and bowed to the mysterious existence that was looking down at everything. Mr. Fool, can you get your adorer to reserve the sheriff's corresponding Beyonder characteristic? I wish to buy it, but I temporarily lack the funds. Please give me another week, is that fine? Sure. Klein took on an attitude as though he didn't care. Furs heaved a sigh of relief and quickly asked, How much does your adorer wish to receive in gold pounds? The price of a corresponding sequence 8 Beyonder ingredient is around £300. Klein smiled. £600. After naming the price, he immediately switched topics, showing that he didn't care about a sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic. He looked around and conjured a few goatskin parchments. This is the meaning of a portion of Roselle's secret symbols. It's considered free knowledge, making it easier for you to collect the diary entries in the future. The information included numbers and dates. The reason why Klein had taught the members of the Tarot Club this information was that he was afraid that they would later end up buying counterfeits. With the knowledge of dates, they'll be able to eliminate most counterfeits. Klein chuckled inwardly. Audrey and the others were pleasantly surprised, never expecting to gain such knowledge. Although they had already discovered that the secret symbols on the goatskin were the simplest ones, they all believed that this was a good start. With the first time, there would be a second time and a third time. After a short exchange, Klein said in a gentle tone, "Let us end today's gathering here." "By your will." Audrey, Alger, and the others stood up at the same time and bowed. The crimson rays of light dissipated, and the ancient palace above the gray fog returned to its former tranquility. Only Klein was left sitting alone on the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool. Chapter 396, Pure Light Brotherhood. Chapter 396, Pure Light Brotherhood. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. After returning to the real world, first sat at her desk and lost herself in thought about the Abraham family for a while. She had a whole new understanding of the few words mentioned in the mysticism notebook she had. So that's how it is. It's no wonder Mrs. Elisa didn't wish to inform Mr. Lawrence of her and her husband's death. Now that I think about it, the Abraham family is really pitiful and sad. Furs muttered a few sentences to herself before rummaging and taking out sites in the spirit world from a pile of ordinary books, in preparation to copy the first and second chapters. For this, she entered cogitation and adjusted her breathing in order to be in her optimal condition. Otherwise, just copying the contents of sites in the spirit world would bring her mania and confusion. The words clearly didn't have any spirituality, but once they were combined together to describe those ridiculous scenes, it was as if they had the ability to affect her emotions. I need to take a 5-minute break after every 5 minutes of copying it. I don't want to lose control because of this. First took out her small, intrinsic pocket watch and placed it diagonally in front of her desk. In the Berg household in the City of Silver. Derek woke up as a flash of lightning which illuminated everything flashed in his eyes. He looked around, but he didn't feel like he was being monitored. But the hanged man's precise description of the prior events, through reasoning and his deep confidence, convinced him that his conjecture was correct and that there had to be one or more beyonders with particular powers that were secretly monitoring him at that very moment. Besides, Mr. Fool didn't deny it. Derek got out of bed and stretched his body like he usually did. During this process, the analysis and suggestions that the hanged man had given him rapidly surfaced in his mind. Up till now, no one has come looking for you or has chosen to throw you into the dungeons. That's enough to tell us that your chief and the other elders of the 6-member council are still leaning towards observing. They wish to find a way of evacuating the entire City of Silver out of the Forsaken Land through Amon, the first person they've encountered in more than 2,000 years. So, if you don't do anything out of line, they definitely wouldn't rouse you so that Amon wouldn't notice anything amiss. As such, their surveillance wouldn't be too close, physically, at least not when you're awake. And because of this, they probably didn't discover that you've already coughed out that worm of time. Their subsequent reactions are enough to indirectly prove this. Similarly, they should only be able to observe what kind of ritual you held, but they won't be able to figure out who you're praying to. If it were me, I would definitely suspect that it was related to Amon. Due to the above reasons, you can openly hold the bestowment ritual. After all of this, you can push the blame onto Amon. Of course, you have to pretend to be sufficiently cautious and careful. You have to be prepared to undergo the examination of a psychianalyst and other beyonders of other sequences when everything is over. Regarding this matter, you can seek Mr. Fool for help. With the hanged man's suggestion, Derek walked around the table twice, carefully closed the window, lit a candle, and set up a bestowment ritual. Above the gray fog, within the towering, ancient palace, Klein was staring idly at the stone pillars that supported the dome, feeling that the building he had willed resembled an Athens temple. Is it because of my own subconscious? His thoughts wandered. At that moment, the dark red star corresponding to the sun began to emit light, and it quickly dispersed the ripples to form an illusory and mysterious door. Above the gray fog, a small amount of power was stirred up as it flowed like water. Upon hearing the stacked pleas, Klein lowered his head and looked at the all-black eye placed in front of him. Let's hope little son doesn't lose this. Otherwise, Mr. World would have to be gloriously sacrificed. It was precisely because he had the all-black eye that Klein, who wasn't a Nimblewright master, could secretly control the world as a fake person, allowing him to act as if he was made of flesh and blood. Once the item was lost, he would have to let the world die to prevent the magic from getting exposed. While sighing, Klein emanated his spirituality, stirring the power of the fog into flowing towards the illusory door, forcefully pushing it open slightly and stabilizing the transmission channel. Soon after, he placed the all-black eye into an iron box and threw it into the gap of the mysterious door. He casually said, "Do not touch the item inside." After doing all this, he didn't stay any longer, because he knew that little son wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to take action that quickly, and he was unsure when Miss Magician would be able to finish copying the 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World. Relaxing his spirituality, Klein's figure disappeared from the space above the gray fog. In the Berg household in the City of Silver. As soon as Derek saw an iron black box on the altar, he heard Mr. Fool's familiar voice, "Do not touch the item inside. Do not touch." Derek made a note of this reminder and decided to carry it out to a T. After thanking the Fool and Mr. World and ending the bestowment ritual, he opened the box with extraordinary care and examined the contents. It was a completely black eye without a pupil. Just looking at it threw his mind into chaos, and his thoughts became sluggish. Faint, indistinct, and seemingly crazy ravings sounded in his ears. After a sudden shiver ran through his body, Derek closed the lid of the iron box, picked up a silver dagger, and completely sealed the iron box with a wall of spirituality. Then, he put the iron box into a secret pocket on the inside of his clothes, fixed the axe of Hurricane in place and left the room, heading straight for the training field. The exploration team members were still under the disguised quarantine. However, Derek had no plans to take action today. He carefully followed Mr. Hanged Man's instructions and planned to observe the situation first and patiently wait for an opportunity. Of course, if there was a good opportunity, he would have to act decisively. Upon entering the training field, Derek circled around the exploration team's area and saw that they were gathered in groups of 2 or 3, whispering to each other, but once they noticed that someone was watching, they would immediately stop and stand there in silence. At times, they would take a few steps, like zombies that had just crawled out of the darkness. What would they do if I removed the wall of spirituality now and allow them to sense the feelings emanated by Mr. World's item? Will they turn their heads at the same time to look at me? Derek imagined the scene of everyone turning their heads and looking at him with cold and emotionless eyes, and he felt a baffling, indescribable fear. He drew a breath and told himself to be patient, to wait, and not to panic. City of Silver, at the top of the spire, in a room that belonged to the chief. Demon hunter Colin Iliad, who was resting his mind with his eyes closed, looked towards a dark corner. A human figure stood up from the ground with a twisted posture. It swayed slightly and said with a voice that sounded like metal abrasions, "Your Excellency, Derek Berg has held another ritual. According to my observation, it's likely to be a bestowment request ritual. It's very similar to the sacrificial rituals we usually hold, but what's different is that he received a response and was given an iron black box. I couldn't exactly see what was inside, but it gave me a very evil and dangerous feeling." At this point, the shadow urgently pleaded, "Your Excellency, it's definitely directed by that mysterious person. We have to take action and not let this continue unheeded. Otherwise, Derek Berg will summon an evil god or a similar existence sooner or later, destroying the entire City of Silver." Colin's expression became unusually grave. He stood up and slowly paced up and down, saying, "Let's wait a little longer. Up till now, we still haven't figured out the purpose of that mysterious person who called himself Amon. We don't understand why he only sent one avatar to the City of Silver after discovering it, as well as the goal of patiently staying in the underground dungeons for 42 years. If his intention is solely to destroy us, he wouldn't have done such incomprehensible actions. Just wait a little longer. This might be our hidden hope, the hope for us in surviving the apocalypse when it comes." Just as he finished his sentence, a bolt of lightning flashed past the window, illuminating the pitch-black sky and the gloomy room. When it was almost evening, Klein finally received Miss Magician's prayer and obtained the first 2 chapters of sights in the spirit world through the sacrificial ritual. When he sat in the seat that belonged to the fool, he leisurely flipped through the copied notebook, and he read them, line by line. He was stunned to find himself turning increasingly irritable. "What's happening? Those words clearly don't contain any spirituality, and the paper is ordinary as well. It couldn't be a sealed artifact, so how can it affect my state of mind? Furthermore, I'm above the gray fog, a fog that can even sever the influence of a true God." Klein frowned, leaned back, and carefully recalled the information in the Book of Secrets which had similar phenomena. Not long after, he roughly understood the reason. When certain existences were described in detail, even if it was written in text form, it would still affect the reader's thoughts and psyche. Amongst them, the scariest were records related to true gods. A book explaining a particular god in detail would cause every reader to go crazy or even distort their ideologies. As for beyonders, there was a high chance of them losing control. Sights in the Spirit World was written by a certain ancestor of the Abraham family. He had recorded all the strange and wonderful things that happened when he traveled through the spirit world. In the first chapter, he described the lights in the spirit world. He believed that the 7 rays of pure light of different colors contained the limitless knowledge of different domains, and that no matter where the travelers were in the spirit world, they would be able to see them blanketing higher elevations. What was even more surprising was that these 7 rays of light were alive. They were like spirit bodies that lingered there. In the field of mysticism, many of the secret deed rituals were actually aimed at the 7 pure lights, and through their secret connections, they allowed one to gain a certain amount of knowledge. Therefore, many mysticism experts called the 7 pure lights master or teacher. In response to this, the 7 pure lights seemed very happy. They had even pulled quite a few spirit world creatures to form a secret organization that specialized in teaching people the Pure Light Brotherhood. In the second chapter, the traveler from the Abraham family recorded his encounter with the yellow light, Venethan, chapter 397, Apocalyptic Prophecy. Chapter 397, Apocalyptic Prophecy. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Relying on the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, Klein quickly recovered a good state of mind and continued to read the second chapter of the sights in the spirit world. The traveler of the Abraham family, the owner of the notebook, claimed that when he wandered into the depths of the spirit world, he met an elder dressed in lemon-yellow robes. The elder's body was translucent and was abnormally similar to the surrounding creatures of the spirit world, but his attitude was surprisingly amiable. The traveler from the Abraham family conversed with the elder for a while, and he was surprised to find out that the elder was actually one of the 7 pure lights that blanketed the spirit world at the highest elevation, yellow light Venethan. Venethan told the traveler of the Abraham family that his own characteristics were reason and adaptation, that he was the symbol of astromancy, and that his corresponding gem was emerald. He made a rather anxious reference to a prophecy that came from himself. Focus as the stars fall from the cosmos, shattering the lands. Everything in the world will cease to exist. He believed that this would be the end of the world within 200 years. Nothing would be spared from this. The traveler from the Abraham family didn't have much of a reaction towards this comment. Instead, he asked how he could remove the bloodline curse of his family. Yellow Light Venethan told him that in a certain sense, it was indeed a curse, but it had a completely different nature from the curses in mysticism. The solution was in the future, in the hands of an apprentice who was assisted by a hidden existence. He also warned the traveler of the Abraham family that the day the curse was lifted was the beginning of the Abraham family's true doom. As for what the tribulation was, he said that he wasn't so sure himself. He believed that it involved a great existence on the level of gods. In the second chapter of Sights in the Spirit World, the owner of the notebook mentioned something else. Venethan mentioned another matter. The rulers of the Great White Brotherhood would often enter the real world, and through different methods, transform into humans and teach the knowledge of their respective domains. Since the fifth epoch, many of the mentor-level characters of different domains were their incarnations. For example, the greatest astrologer, D. Forsman, in the last 1,000 years had proved that their current world was a planet. He was none other than the human incarnation of Yellow Light, Venathan. Based on this, the owner of the notebook raised a theory. Which Pure Light's incarnation was Roselle Gustav, who could be considered a mentor in many fields? No, he wasn't. If you really want to think like that, then he's probably a green light. Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples. Based on this, he judged that the owner of the notebook wasn't an extremely ancient Beyonder. However, judging from the fact that the person didn't address Roselle as emperor, this tour of the spirit world had likely taken place during the period when Roselle was still a consul. Or when his proclamation as an emperor was still not widely recognized. Of course, it didn't prevent the possibility that Beyonders of the Abraham family refused to recognize any emperor other than the Tudor emperor. A traveler who can roam the spirit world. It must be quite a high sequence. If he were a high-sequence Beyonder, Mr. Dorr would have long been rescued, and the so-called bloodline curse would no longer exist. Thus, the owner of the diary would be a sequence 5 Beyonder or a sequence 6 with a mystical item. Although the Abraham family has declined, they aren't weak either. Why is Yellow Light Venathan's prophecy similar to that of the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order? The apocalypse is coming? From the period that I predicted, the apocalypse should only be 2 to 3 decades from now? Klein frowned as he thought. Roselle became consul in 1173, and it was currently November 1349, 176 years away, and Yellow Light Venathan had predicted back then that it would be within 200 years. Considering the fact that Klein had only made an estimate of the period interval, it was possible that he was 24 to 50 years from the apocalypse. Roselle proclaimed himself as emperor in 1192 and was assassinated in 1198. Although the first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World didn't provide any practical knowledge, it had thoroughly opened up his sights, allowing him to understand the situation of the spirit world to a certain extent, as well as the existence of the 7 pure lights and the Great White Brotherhood. So, when advancing, the pure lights seen at extremely high elevations after transforming into a spirit body state and holding the corresponding ritual are the pure lights of the spirit world. Furthermore, they are alive with their own thoughts. How miraculous! The first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World aren't completely lacking practical knowledge. At the very least, I know that Yellow Light's real name is Venathan and that his corresponding gem is Emerald. I got to learn a lot of detailed information, and I can use this to design secret deed rituals that point towards him. But for the time being, it wouldn't be of much use. Klein thought for a moment, then he closed the copied notebook and returned to the real world. He had more important things to do instead of communicating with Yellow Light Venathan. Klein took out a piece of paper, raised his pen, and wrote a letter to the inventor, Leopard, asking what stage of the patent approval process the bicycle was, why it hadn't been successful, and if he needed a lawyer to help him. With the establishment of the magician's rules, the thorough digestion of the potion wouldn't take him more than 2 months, and he had to save up as quickly as possible for the corresponding costs of the Beyonder ingredients that are needed for him to advance to a faceless. Of these, the Sun might be able to offer 1 item for free because of the all-black eye, but the other item required Klein to figure it out for himself. As far as he knew, the corresponding Beyonder ingredients for Sequence 6 were all over 1,500 pounds and were typically in a situation where demand stripped supply. In addition to the 2 main ingredients, the supplementary ingredients included the blood of a 1,000-faced hunter and the hair from a deep-sea naga. These 2 items were extremely rare and rich in spirituality, making them expensive. Earning money really is difficult, but spending it is easy. If only I could sell the werewolf and interrogator Beyonder characteristics. I can't even waste a single penny or solely. Klein sealed the envelope and adhered a stamp on it. He knew how much he had without even needing to count. 624 pounds in notes and 5 1-pound gold coins, plus 7 solely notes and some copper pennies. Right. Miss Magician will pay 600 pounds for the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic meant for Miss Sayo. I hope they can raise the money as soon as possible. Klein silently cheered the two ladies on. You're telling me that a Beyonder circle you recently joined has both Beyonder ingredients of the sheriff potion, and the price is very reasonable. £600 for all of it? Zaya widened her eyes as she delivered a barrage of questions. She had just come back from Eastborough to find out who had recently been keeping tabs on Capim. Yes, he's a very reputable seller. The only problem is that the verification process for joining is very strict, so I won't be able to rope you in for a short period of time. What Furs said was entirely the truth. That's great. Zio didn't suspect her friend, but she took 2 excited steps forward. Suddenly, her expression sank. But I don't have enough money. The corners of Furs's lips twitched as she asked, how much do you have now? Counting the £30 deposit received from this job, a total of £310, so I'm still short of half. Zio scratched her short blonde hair. Let me think of where I can borrow £300. The bank won't give a bounty hunter like me a loan, and those usuries have way too much interest. Perhaps Miss Audrey? She had heard from her friend that she had recently bought the Trickmaster potion recipe for £450, so she had no intention of borrowing money from Furs. Why are we all so poor? Furs couldn't help but sigh. Miss Audrey rarely comes out these days. She seems to be busy with other things, and borrowing money from her isn't always a timely thing to do. We can try Viscount Glaint first. If it's too late, then I'll help you pay for the rest. I have £430, that's enough. Zio blinked her eyes and suddenly lowered her head. She said in a heavy voice, Furs, you're the best. When I advance to sheriff, I'll earn even more money. Furs smiled and shook her head. So, why don't you do the cleaning today? How about that? City of Silver. Derek left the training field and returned home. He had just inquired about when the exploratory team members would be released from quarantine, and he had received the answer when the lightning comes today. Sitting down at an ancient wooden table, Derek considered the plan again, remembering Mr. Hanged Man's reminder. If there's no suitable audience to testify for you, then you might as well use the Beyonder who's monitoring you. But how do I know when I'm being monitored? Mr. Hanged Man said it with great certainty, but he wasn't detailed enough. Many questions arose in Derek, but he couldn't find a way to verify them. Although he felt embarrassed to ask Mr. Fool for guidance on this question, upon considering the fact that this matter was related to the survival of the City of Silver, he mustered his courage. He spoke the name of the Fool in a low voice, and he briefly described the difficulties he had encountered. After a while, he saw Mr. Fool sitting in the middle of the endless gray fog. He heard a concise reply, touch the item in the iron box. Do not exceed 3 heartbeats. Prepare yourself in advance. Pay attention to the origins of the black lines. That simple? Derek thanked Mr. Fool in pleasant surprise. He adjusted his posture and quietly put his hand into the inside pocket of his clothes. As the wall of spirituality was lifted, Derek's fingers pushed open the iron box and carefully probed inside. Suddenly, he touched an ice-cold item, and the black illusory lines appeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, his mind buzzed, as if an illusory roar was tearing through his ears. Derek's body convulsed, and tears and snot streamed down his face due to the pain. He almost forgot what he had to do, but fortunately, in the limits of his vision, he saw the illusory black lines converge. In that dark corner, there appeared to be a shadow. Derek withdrew his hand at once, as though he had touched a red-hot soldering iron. He collapsed to the ground and began to twitch as if he had been struck by lightning. His mouth couldn't close at all, and saliva constantly dripped from it. It took nearly a minute for Derek to recover, close the box again, and seal it with a wall of spirituality. He stood up and took a sip of cold water, already aware that someone was monitoring him at that very moment. After an unknown period of time, Derek suddenly heard a knock on the door. Who is it? He asked, slightly at a loss. A jovial voice came from outside. It's me, Dark. The exploratory team has been removed from quarantine. Weren't you interested in knowing about our experience this time? Chapter 398 Alluring Mushrooms. Chapter 398 Alluring Mushrooms. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Dark? The image of Dark appeared in Derek's mind. He was of medium height, slightly plump, and strong. He was an optimistic, cheerful teenager who often beamed with a friendly smile. He was a classmate during general education and a teammate of the patrol squad. But after this exploration of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple, he had become reserved and merely smiled at everyone. Once he recalled Dark Regence's changes, Derek couldn't help but quiver as he felt a chill down his spine. Why did he suddenly come looking for me? Shouldn't he be heading home after being removed from quarantine? At that moment, many questions arose in Derek's mind. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Elder Lovia knows that I've suspected that something abnormal had happened to them, so she sent Dark to deal with me? Derek was first shocked and filled with horror. But immediately following that, he felt that it might not be a bad thing. Mr. Hangman said, if there isn't a suitable audience to testify for you, then you might as well use the Beyonder who's monitoring you. And now, the person monitoring me is in that corner. If Dark were to suddenly attack me, then he would definitely expose the fact that there's something wrong with him. This way, even if I don't use Mr. World's item, I can still make things go smoothly. Derek turned his head to look out the window. At that moment, the frequency of the lightning had dropped to its nadir. Only after a minute or two would a bolt of lightning streak across the sky, illuminating half the sky. The entire world and most of the city of Silver was immersed in a deep darkness most of the time. If he were alone, Derek wouldn't have searched for a candle to light. He liked to lie quietly in bed and think about all sorts of things. Of course, he knew that this was actually rather dangerous. If there was no light to dispel the darkness, then monsters could suddenly appear, even within the city of Silver. However, Derek was a light suppliant himself, so he came equipped with the attribute of light and wasn't afraid of something similar happening. Knock! 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 Dark knocked 3 more times, as if urging the master of the house to open the door. He wasn't like that before, he was very polite. Derek suddenly felt a deep sense of sorrow. He took out a candle from a wooden box and placed it in the middle of the table. He then rubbed his fingers, creating a golden flame. The flame lit the candle, filling the room with a faint but warm glow, and this was accompanied by a faint, pungent aroma. The candles in the city of Silver were mainly made from the fat and oil refined from the bodies of monsters. They would have different smells due to their different origins. After taking a deep breath, Derek walked to the door with a strong sense of vigilance and opened it. What took you so long? Dark asked with a smile. I was looking for candles, Derek replied. He didn't dare to leave his back to the other party, and he chose to walk side by side with Dark. With his classmate and teammate, he walked back to the table and took their respective seats. Do you want to try some of these recently dried doom fruits? Dark asked with a smile as he removed a small cloth bag from his waist. Doom fruits were one of the very rare snacks in the city of Silver. It came from a plant called the Doom bloodvine, a type of organism that didn't need light to grow. It grew by absorbing the nutrients from rotten corpses. It had a tendency to attack and was considered quite a common weak monster. Every Doom bloodvine had many thumb-sized black fruits, which could be eaten directly. They were crispy and sweet, but they were unable to fill one's stomach and didn't provide the necessary nutrients. They could only be used as a daily snack. The merit points received from a single patrol could be exchanged for several large bags of them. No, there's no need. Derek shook his head cautiously. Alright then, Dark poured out a pile of black fruit from the bag, picked one up, and popped it into his mouth before noisily munching on it. Derek thought for a moment and took the initiative to ask, did you encounter any monsters in the underground area of the temple? Dark stopped chewing and answered with a smile, there were quite a few of them, but they weren't that powerful. They were easily eliminated by us. That place was destroyed for a long time, so the powerful monsters probably left a long time ago. He paused for a second, then he said with the corners of his mouth curled, "We found some strange plants at the bottom of the temple. They looked like mushrooms in the general knowledge class. They were especially bright and looked very appetizing. It's been confirmed that they're edible. They can bring about an enhancement in one's spirituality and strengthen one's body. If it's combined with roasted monsters, then it will emit an unimaginable fragrance." As he said that, he took out a palm-sized mushroom-shaped object from another small cloth bag. The stem was milky white, and the cap was bright crystalline red. It was also dotted with dark golden spots. The mere sight of the plant made Derek gulp a mouthful of saliva, as though he had been starving for days. Under the illumination of the dim candlelight, the beautiful mushroom-shaped object had an alluring luster that whet his appetite in an irresistible fashion. "Here's one for you." Dark smiled warmly. Okay. Derek almost took action immediately as he picked up the mushroom-shaped plant to stuff it into his mouth, but in the end, he forced himself to open his mouth and say, "I'll give it a try tomorrow." Dark didn't say anything else. He pushed the mushroom in front of Derek and continued to eat his doom fruits. With great difficulty, Derek moved his gaze away from the mushroom and asked, "Did you make any discoveries on this expedition?" "Yes." Dark paused his snack eating and held a black doom fruit, replying extremely seriously, "We found a lot of murals, a continuous series of murals." "Do you remember that statue in the temple?" "Yes." Derek shot a glance at the mushroom and nodded. A huge cross with a naked man nailed to it while hanging upside down, and its surface was deliberately smeared with a lot of blood. Dark fiddled with the doom fruit in his hand and said, "The newly discovered murals tell us that the builders of the temple believed that the statue represented the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. They believed that the Lord didn't abandon this land, but instead helped us shoulder the vast majority of our sins when the cataclysm came, thus, turning from an upright position to upside down, from walking freely to being nailed to the cross and bleeding in our stead. God's grace knows no bounds. We are not the abandoned, but instead, the beloved chosen ones. Without the Lord bearing our sins and shedding blood in our stead, the city of silver would have been destroyed long ago. Humans would have long ceased to exist. But, in the outside world, in the lone kingdom where Mr. Hangman, Miss Justice, and the others are located, there are no curses, no extreme darkness, no monsters lurking in darkness. We aren't the chosen ones who are beloved." Derek silently retorted inwardly. "If that's true, then we just need to change the symbols and the corresponding honorific name during a ritual, and we can receive the Lord's response again," Dark went on, describing the murals under the temple and speaking of his speculations. As this went on, Derek found it increasingly difficult to resist the temptation of the mushroom. "No, I mustn't eat it. If I eat it, I might end up like Dark and the others, completely corrupted by the fallen creator and become a fanatical believer. Even if there's someone monitoring me, they wouldn't notice anything amiss." Derek felt a surge of horror that he had to do something to extricate himself from the situation. Chase Dark away and return the mushroom to him? However, this is equivalent to giving up on this opportunity. Opportunity. Derek's gaze automatically fell on the yellow candle flame that was burning quietly. "I'll get you a glass of water." He quickly went through the plan he had discussed with Mr. Hanged Man and calmly stood up. Dark nodded as he threw the black thumb-sized doom fruit into his mouth, munching at it noisily. While Derek poured the water, he deliberately slowed down his actions, lowered his head, and recited the honorific name of Mr. Fool. Finally, he said, "Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom." Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew up inside the room as the power of nature, generated under the incantation's influence, formed clear waves. At the same time, Dark, who had just picked up a black doom fruit, suddenly raised his head and looked at Derek, who was facing him from the side. "What happened?" Without answering him, Derek held one hand over the axe of Hurricane and stuffed the other into his secret pocket, removing the wall of spirituality on the exterior of the iron box. Derek cast an exceptionally guarded gaze at Dark, only to see the expression of his classmate and teammate darken as bright red traces appeared in his blue eyes. In his hand, the doom fruit strangely shed its outer darkness and transformed into a seemingly pale, fleshy color. It wasn't a doom fruit, but a finger, a bloody finger, a human finger. The pile of doom fruits on the table were comprised of human fingers. The brightly colored mushroom had also changed its appearance. It was no longer as beautiful, and it no longer flowed with an appetizing luster. It was a bloodstained scalp with short black hair. Staring at Derek, Dark opened his mouth, his voice cold and adrift. "What were you doing?" Backlund, 15, Minsk Street. As soon as Klein, who had crawled into the warm world under his quilt, heard what sounded like a prayer from Little Sun, he struggled to get out of bed and conjured a wall of spirituality. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. Seated in the seat that belonged to the fool, he didn't hurry to examine Little Sun's request. Instead, he made the Dark Emperor card, paper figurines, and other items appear in front of him on the long bronze table in a neatly arranged order. According to the Hanged Man's plan, the scene of the sun stimulating the mutation of the exploratory team's member would happen during a sacrificial ritual. That way, when the matter was concluded, it would be quite simple to make the object, that was borrowed from the world, disappear from the scene, wiping away all the evidence. After that, all the blame could be pushed onto Amon. As for Mr. Fool, Klein had agreed to Little Sun's request to simplify the ritual in an uncaring manner. All that was needed to be done were the key steps. At this point, he was waiting for the prelude to the ritual to be completed so that he could respond. Chapter 399, The Corrupted. Chapter 399, The Corrupted. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. In the Berg household in the City of Silver. Looking at the bloodstained scalp, Derek suddenly recalled what it previously looked like. It was a beautiful and alluring mushroom, one that he almost couldn't control himself from swallowing. The doom fruits, that Dark had shared with him and produced crisp, crunchy sounds when they were bitten into, were actually bloody pieces of human fingers with slightly pale skin. At that moment, Derek had a violent spasm in his stomach before a gush of acid surged to his throat. Resisting the urge to vomit, he quickly croaked a line of lyrics, "God, please have your kingdom descend upon this land. Your enemies will disperse, and your followers will relish in joy." There was a touch of warmth and holiness in the song, and Derek felt all the discomfort in his body weaken. His spirituality also became full and lively. His courage, his strength, and his agility were all greatly enhanced by this song. That was the beyonder powers of a Sequence 9 bard. Dark stared at his former classmate and teammates singing with an increasingly dark expression. The way he spoke became more and more inhuman. "What is that thing on your body? What is that thing on your body? What is that thing on your body?" All of a sudden, Dark's clothes were stretched out in bugling strips, as though a nest of slithering venomous snakes was underneath them. Whoosh! Bloody strips of flesh pierced through the black skin-tight clothing, and its surface had rough skin covered with hair. Strands of meat began to flail outwards, causing Dark to look like a bloody, furry hedgehog. With a swoosh, the meat strands surged towards Derek, who was still standing at his original location. Derek was a patrol squad member who had seen quite a number of monsters, so he wasn't too flustered by this situation. He twisted his waist, raised his arm, and swung the axe of Hurricane that he was already holding in his hand. Oof! The axe of Hurricane hacked down at a few bloody strands of flesh, directly splitting them in half and causing them to fall to the ground. However, because it was nighttime in the City of Silver, this strike didn't bring about any lightning. Even more bloody strips of flesh began to surge forward, wrapping themselves around the axe of Hurricane over and over again as they relentlessly clung to it. Seeing that his weapon couldn't be pulled back, a pure light suddenly lit up in Derek's eyes. It was as if 2 small suns had descended into the room, and his other hand was holding something close to his mouth and nose as if he was praying. Without a sound, a fiery pillar of pure light descended from the sky, striking the bloody flesh that was wound up into a ball. Dark let out an uncontrollable scream, and many bloody strips of flesh fell to the ground, charred black. They squirmed, struggling as if they were alive. The spirituality contained within these bloody strips of meat was no longer under the control of its original owner, and gradually, they merged with the natural power derived from the sacrificial ritual's incantation, forming an increasingly bright pink wave. This wave surged into the dim yellow candle flame, causing the light to suddenly burgeon, forming an illusory and mysterious door. Derek had long drawn the fool's secret symbol on the candle. This was all prepared in advance. All of this constituted a simple but complete sacrifice ceremony. Gotcha! As the seat shattered, Dark lunged at Derek while flailing the bloody strips of meat. There was no fear or tension in his eyes, only the purest, most fervent desire. At this moment, Klein, who was above the fog, responded. With a creaking sound, the illusory door that had many strange patterns on it opened a tiny crack. Behind the crack was a deep darkness in which countless transparent and indescribable shadows resided. High above these shadows were 7 pure lights of different colors that contained endless knowledge. Above the brilliance was an endless grayish-white fog, and above it was an ancient palace that overlooked the gray fog. Suddenly, a shadow leaped out from a dark corner, covering Dark, who was closest to him. Dark's flailing strips of bloody meat were all wrapped up by pitch-black, viscous liquid as he seemed to turn into a cat who had entered an opaque bag. The shadow didn't stop, and it quickly extended across the ground, rushing towards Derek, who had already dodged to another location, and shouted sternly, "Stop! What are you trying to do?" As an observer, his original plan was to watch from the sidelines and record the corresponding anomalies. He would only take action to stop the two strange parties when the situation became unmanageable. But when he saw the illusory door covered with strange symbols open up with a crack, he felt intimidated by the deep, mysterious, distant, and majestic scene inside. He instinctively believed that this was related to a terrifying evil god, so he could only take hasty actions, giving orders in an attempt to forcefully interrupt Derek's attempts at performing a sacrifice to that being. However, Derek had already chosen his location to be as far from the shadow as possible. Therefore, to stop the boy who was possessed by the mysterious Amon, the shadow observer had to bypass or take down Derek Regents first. However, his choice was the latter. Because of the obvious abnormality with Dark. Leaving his back to this being was an absolutely stupid move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Derek took out the iron box from his concealed pocket and threw it towards the illusory door conjured by the candle flame, towards the crack that presented a magical scene. As the iron box disappeared, the door, that was covered in strange symbols and characteristics, closed with a clang, before quickly vanishing. At this moment, Derek remembered Mr. Hanged Man's words, and he deliberately warped his facial muscles and savagely moved towards the shadow. Before the shadow blanketed him, he suddenly coughed violently and covered his mouth with his hand before falling to the ground. The pitch-black shadow emanated and completely covered him. The room returned to silence, but there were now 2 huge black chrysalises on the ground. After a while, the pitch-black, viscous liquid withdrew and reformed into a shadow. With the chrysalis, the silhouettes of Derek and Dark appeared once more. The former lay there unconscious, but a tiny, strange worm with 12 transparent rings dropped from his hand. The latter had already turned into a lump of flesh, squirming and roaring as it prepared to attack. Faced with this situation, the observer had no choice but to spare some of his strength and once again wrapped him up, using his shadow-like black liquid to envelop Dark Regents, who had transformed into a monster. Glancing at the scattered pale fingers and the bloody scalp with short black hair, the observer couldn't help but take a deep breath. Using his Beyonder powers to control the shadows outside, he created tidal waves to inform the chief inside the spire. Only after doing this did he carefully examine Derek's situation and saw the strange, translucent worm. "This, the avatar that Amon hid in Derek's body is dead," the observer muttered in surprise. As he recalled Dark's strangeness, the terrifying mutation, and the mushroom and dune fruits, he began to have a rough idea of what had happened. Perhaps Amon was archenemies with the mastermind behind Dark's corruption. In order to foil the other party's ploy, Amon was willing to sacrifice his avatar. Derek's visit to the training field to observe the exploratory team and his report of them to the chief were both Amon's attempts to rid his enemy without exposing himself. The mastermind behind Dark's corruption had noticed Derek's strangeness, so he sent Dark to take control of him. The bloody scalp and fingers were props to achieve his goal. As he thought of this, the monitor suddenly agreed with the chief's concern: the apocalypse or an even greater disaster was about to befall the City of Silver. That was why the City of Silver would repeatedly encounter so many strange events and mysterious existences that lurked deep in the darkness. Inside the chief's room at the spire, the shadow recounted everything that had happened. The grizzled, facially scarred Colin Iliad nodded gently after hearing the recount. Derek, or should I say, Amon, had really prepared ahead of time. The candle with the symbol engraved on it, the evil object that can expose Dark's problem, and Derek's excuse of pouring water to whisper a prayer, as well as finally sending away the item in a sacrificial ritual, all of this indicates that the entire situation developed according to his plan. 2 questions. 1. Who does the hidden symbol on the candle refer to? Amon himself or the god behind him? 2. Why is Amon willing to expose the exploratory team's abnormality at the cost of his avatar? Is it because he's arch-enemies with the mastermind? Then, why did he stay in the City of Silver for 42 years? Could it be that he foretold this matter ahead of time, which is why he specifically met with the exploratory team from 42 years ago and planted his avatar in them so as to foil the plans of that mastermind? He waited 42 years for that single moment? Upon hearing the chief's questions, the shadow observer suddenly said in enlightenment, "Maybe that's how it is." Your Excellency, think about it. Why would Amon patiently wait for 42 years before making Uddle lose control when Derek was imprisoned beside him? It's because the foretold time was approaching, and he was in desperate need to switch to a free person that he can latch onto so as to foil the plans of that mastermind. Indeed. We were only thinking about what was different with Derek, and we didn't pay attention to the timing, the City of Silver's Chief Colin answered in thought. The shadow observer immediately said, "Your Excellency, please immediately lock down all members of the exploratory team. They're definitely problematic. Also, Elder Lovia, she has a non-trivial possibility of also being corrupted." Colin frowned and said, "Before you reported this matter to me, and even before Dark went out, Lovia came to me and told me that she suspects that the members of the exploratory team had been contaminated by something. She recommended that we secretly monitor them and if necessary, have them guard Elder Hoyk's inverted mausoleum." Hoyk was the former chief of the City of Silver, and he had built himself a mausoleum. After that, he lived in that mausoleum, and his appearances began to slowly decrease. Finally, the doors were closed, impossible to open again. Elder Lovia had long mentioned of an abnormality, the shadow observer asked in surprise. After receiving a positive answer, he muttered to himself, half doubtful and half relaxed, "It's good that Elder Lovia doesn't have any problems. I've already sent people to lock down the members of the exploratory team, but we can't ignore any other possibilities." Chief Colin let out a sigh. "Let A-Floor come to me. I'll interrogate Derek Berg together with her." Chapter 400, The Growth of the Rookie. Chapter 400, The Growth of the Rookie. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. In a dark and sturdy room, Derek Berg, who had feigned unconsciousness, suddenly rolled to his feet. His axe of hurricane had already been taken away by someone and sent for inspection. Every pocket on him had also been emptied out, leaving nothing behind. Derek took a breath and looked around steadily. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with 2 sunlight beams, causing everything in the room to be reflected clearly in his eyes. The furniture here consisted of only a table and 2 chairs. Apart from these, there was also a stone-paved floor with strange patterns on it. A half-used candle was placed on the table. This was standard issue for rooms in the City of Silver because monsters could suddenly appear if the darkness prevailed for too long. Without any hesitation, Derek sat down and reached for the candle. Then, he broke the candle and divided it into 3 sections. One was 3/4 the length of the original piece, and the other 2 were halved from the remaining quarter. After Derek's modification, the 3 candlesticks' cores were completely exposed. Pa! He rubbed his fingers together, creating a golden flame that lit up the 3 candles. The 2 at the top represented Mr. Fool, and the remaining one symbolized Derek himself. After finishing his preparations, Derek didn't continue to burn the herbal powder according to the normal processes. Instead, he poured in the essential oil and leaned back, softly chanting the honorific name of the fool, and quickly entered cogitation. He read it over and over again, monotonously, as if he were hypnotizing himself. With the help of cogitation, Derek entered a strange state where his mind was in a deep sleep and the spirituality was dispersing. He felt adrift, but also seemed to maintain a strange lucidity. His psyche kept dispersing upwards as it rose in height. This was artificial sleepwalking. Derek, with the permission of Mr. Fool, could simplify some of the unnecessary steps. Above the grey fog, within the towering, ancient palace, Klein, who was fiddling with the all-black eye, suddenly saw the crimson star that symbolized Little Sun burgeon with light, condensing into a human shadow, and the power of the mysterious space was stirred a little. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. This meant that Little Sun had already completed the relatively dangerous part of the operation, and he only needed to round up the situation. Klein didn't delay, and he immediately put down the all-black eye and picked up the Dark Emperor card. He instantly rose in level and authority, forcing the stirred power in the grey fog to submit to him. Then, he picked up a paper figurine, flicked his wrist, and threw it towards the crimson star corresponding to the sun. The paper figurine and the flowing power intertwined and quickly expanded into a gigantic angel with 12 pairs of pitch-black wings. The angel pierced through the crimson light and overlapped with the illusory figure of Little Sun. It silently combusted, turning into ashes in less than a second. At this point, Klein could no longer affect the situation of the City of Silver. As for whether his angel substitute could help Little Sun pass the subsequent inquiries and investigations, he lacked absolute confidence. He could only sigh inwardly. With what has to be done completed and with all the hard work put in, all you can do is wait for fate's arrangement. Hopefully, it will be a good result. In a daze, Derek saw an angel descend before him with an aura that covered the heavens, wrapping him with 12 pairs of black wings. He suddenly came to his senses as 3 candles burned quietly in front of his eyes. After sincerely thanking Mr. Fool, Derek finished the ritual and extinguished the 2 candles which were part of the original quarter. Then, he pulled them out and created a bright, golden flame in his palm. Drip, drip, drip. The 2 candles quickly melted, dripping its wax onto the remaining candle or the area surrounding it. When the candle burnt away completely, there was only 1 candle left on the table. It was shorter than before, but it wasn't very obvious. It seemed like it had only been burning for a short time. After removing the remaining traces, Derek extinguished the last yellow-flamed candle. He sat up in silence, staring ahead. For a long time, he didn't do anything. He was worried that the 6-member council wouldn't react fast enough, allowing the exploratory team members to corrupt more residents of the City of Silver with mushrooms and doomed fruits. He was afraid that the chief and the others would find additional clues elsewhere, thwarting all his preparations. He hated those outsiders who lurked in the depths of the darkness, constantly carrying strong malice, including Amon and the fallen creator. He felt guilty that he had avoided the expedition without warning Dark and the rest, causing them to turn into corrupted monsters. He had painfully eliminated a classmate who could be considered a friend with his own hands. Although Derek didn't see Dark's ultimate end, he believed that a man who had transformed into that state was already no different from dead. Derek didn't know how long he waited while experiencing those mixed feelings. Midway, he even rekindled the candle. Finally, he heard the sound of the seal being removed and the door opening. Turning his head to look, he saw, with the aid of the dim yellow candlelight, a woman in a black skirt walk in. She had her hair tied up in a ponytail and it hung down to her vest. "Ma'am Aflor," Derek subconsciously called out. Aflor was a pretty woman, but she had wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She smiled and nodded in response, then she walked over with light footsteps and sat down across him. "Do you have anything you wish to say?" she asked gently. Derek instinctively lifted his head and looked over, only to suddenly discover that her pupils had somehow turned into golden vertical slits. His mind went adrift as he seemed to enter a sleepwalking state. Aflor adjusted the candle flame, letting the dim yellow light completely shine on the boy's face. Her pale golden pupils became increasingly indifferent, just like an emotionless audience. Suddenly, rings after rings of faint light appeared in those pale golden vertical pupils. It seemed to form a vortex and constructed a maze. In his stupor, Derek felt himself drifting away into the endless darkness and countless bright colors. At that moment, he suddenly became clear-headed. He felt as if something had ingeniously caught him in that state of reverie. He saw the flickering yellow candlelight and Aflor sitting across him with her pale gold vertical pupils. In a corner's shadow, a grizzled chief, Elder Colin Iliad, walked out. After nodding to the chief, Aflor asked Derek, "What have you been doing all this time?" Derek remembered his training and maintained the same state of mind as before. "I don't know. I've always been in a daze, as if I was in a dream. Only occasionally will I have clearness of mind." At the same time as his reply, two complex dark green symbols appeared in Demon Hunter Colin's eyes. Aflor continued, "Do you know that you had a conflict with Dark Regents?" "I only remember that we were fighting. I felt like I had seen a man hanging upside down on a cross and a man in a pointed hat and a crystal monocle. Yes, I saw him back at the dungeon." He had opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. Derek told a long story. Aflor looked at the chief and pressed, "What did he say?" "I can't remember. I can only remember one thing," he said with a smile, "Fallen creator, true creator." Shepherd, Derek almost failed to control his excitement. He had taken such a risk just to tell the chief the name of the fallen creator and that a shepherd was suspicious. The fallen creator. The true creator. It matches with the content on the murals at the bottom of the temple. Colin nodded slightly and whispered with a frown, "Shepherd." "And then?" Aflor's voice remained abnormally gentle. Derek answered in his stupor, "After that, they clashed, and there was a lot of light, very bright lights. Then, I woke up and kept coughing." The dark green symbols in Colin's eyes didn't fade this entire time as he motioned for Evelyn to ask about the details. Derek answered selectively, and he had pushed the blame onto Amon according to his script. He claimed amnesia on anything that went beyond that. Finally, Aflor asked, "Where did you get the axe? Where did you get the Sun Pathways potion formula?" "I bought the axe from an underground market. That person was masked, and I could only tell that he was male. The Sun Pathway potion formula was left to me by my parents. They had discovered it during an expedition," Derek answered confidently. These were points of suspicion that had always been there, so the hanged man had assumed they were bound to ask them while he was questioned. Therefore, he had made Derek to repeatedly rehearse the answers. Although the City of Silver's underground market was semi-open, there were still people who tried to conceal their identities for a variety of reasons. This provided the best explanation for Derek. After Aflor finished seriously listening to him, she turned her head sideways to Demon Hunter Colin and said, "He's not lying. There's no way he can lie. I'm using the powers of Glory Crown." Colin nodded his head and said, "In this state, he doesn't show any traces of evil, degeneration, or corruption." Discovering these traits was a special ability of a demon hunter. As a high-sequence job, demon hunters were the best at concealing their movements and intentions, making it impossible for them to be detected by targets who could foretell danger. Therefore, every demon hunter was a devil's nemesis. After some thought, Colin got up and left the room. He said to the shadow in the corner outside, "I'll release Derek later. I think he's fine for the time being. However, secretly monitor him for a while. If Amon is able to produce 2 avatars, he might be able to create a third." "Yes, Chief," the shadow responded respectfully. After Derek woke up, the interrogation chamber was empty, with only words informing him that he was free to leave. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he began walking out. While doing so, he thought of Mr. Hangman's advice. You can't relax just like that and end up careless. The secret surveillance will definitely continue for some time, otherwise, your chief is lacking. Yes, I can't even recite the honorific name of Mr. Fool anymore for the time being. Derek muttered to himself as he walked down the spiral staircase. As he was walking, he suddenly saw a familiar figure dressed in a purple-striped black robe. It was the beautiful shepherd elder Lovia. Her pale gray eyes swept over Derek, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Back in her room, with an indifferent expression, Lovia walked to the desk and unfolded a piece of parchment that was made from leather. Her left hand pinched the index finger of her right hand and snapped the tip of her finger. However, not a single drop of blood dripped. It was as if her blood had been gathered onto the surface of her finger. With this finger, she drew a complex symbol on the piece of paper. It was made up of a pupilless side which represented secrecy, and the contorted lines which represented change. After careful examination, she wrapped the finger with this piece of paper, stuffed it into her mouth, and bit on it noisily before swallowing it all. With only 4 fingers left, flesh and blood suddenly squirmed around the wound on her right palm. It quickly grew into a new index finger, one that looked slightly pale. She lowered her head, looked at her palm, and whispered a phrase, "The fool?" If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to click the notification bell, like, and subscribe buttons. For me, please click the new channel's follow button. To ensure you don't miss the footage, there is a link to subscribe to the new channel under the title. If you think this narrative is entertaining, please leave a comment saying so under the video and assist the Light Novel podcast channel reach 1,000 likes when it posts the next segment. A little amount. This channel has a relatively small number of likes and subscribers. Until the next clip, bye.